Let It Burn. Move, the Philadelphia Police Department. And the Confrontation That Changed a City. Michael Boyette and Randi Boyette. This book is dedicated to the memory of Reuben Pearl, whom we honor as a writer and our Zadie. The world is less without him. Contents. Preface to the second edition. Author's note. Cast of characters. The Sierra Club with guns. The bomb. The neighborhood. The dog man. The guns on the porch. August 8th. After the siege. 1984. Spring 1985. The morning of May 13th. The afternoon of May 13th. The evening of May 13th. The aftermath. Move today. Reflections personal and political. Birdie's story. Notes. Appendix A. Appendix B. Appendix C. Preface to the second edition. In 1989, just 4 years after the city of Philadelphia bombed a house, destroyed a neighborhood, and killed 11 people, the first edition of Let It Burn was published. It is a strange and humbling thing to look back on this story, written 25 years ago by a couple of 20-something writing partners. There are occasional words and phrases that now make us cringe. There are things we missed, and others that have only become clear with the passage of time. But whatever the limitations of the storytellers, the story itself endures. A group of revolutionaries barricade themselves in a tiny row house in working-class Philadelphia. Many are related by blood, and all are connected to their mysterious charismatic leader, John Africa. Outside the house is the assembled might of a major metropolitan police force, which has literally prepared for war. 50-caliber machine guns surround the house. Heavily armed assault teams try to take the house, using guns, tear gas, and homemade grenades. A bomb is dropped from a helicopter. In the end, unspeakable tragedy. Men, women, and children are burned to death. Only 2 survivors escape. 3 city blocks look like Hiroshima. More than 50 families are left homeless and virtually empty-handed. The scars have never really healed. This book has been out of print for more than 2 decades, yet it is the piece of writing that we are asked about most often. Over the years, we've received inquiries from playwrights, filmmakers, academicians, activists, conspiracy theorists, and ordinary people. At some point, it occurred to us that more and more of the people who were asking us about Move and the events of May 13, 1985, weren't even born at the time. So now the story is no longer news but history. Which makes it a good time to retell it. Among all the people who approached us during those years were 2 filmmakers, newly minted from the University of Florida's Documentary Film School. Jason Oster and John Aldrich were neither the first nor last people with the idea of creating a film about the confrontation, but they were certainly the most persistent. The subject is a daunting one to film. It spans more than 10 years of conflict, including 2 bloody police confrontations under 2 different mayors. It's a complex and nuanced story that risks being distorted by the limitations of film. Jason and his team struggled with those limitations as well as legal hurdles involved with clearing the rights to news footage for some 12 years. In the end, the filmmakers took a unique approach, using only archival footage to tell the story the way it unfolded and the way it was understood at the time, not as it has been remembered and interpreted in the intervening years. The resulting film Let the Fire Burn is a powerful and visceral experience. When we first wrote this book, we simply wanted to let the story speak for itself. In keeping with that approach, we've chosen to republish Let It Burn in its original form. Aside from a few minor edits and corrections and the inclusion of one brief scene that was accidentally omitted from the first edition, it stands as a reflection of the times in which it was written. Despite its flaws and limitations, we believe that we rendered a fair account, and we stand behind our reporting. Much has happened in the intervening years: more trials, more accusations, more deaths and, we hope, some healing. Those stories have been, and will be, told by others. We do, however, revisit one of the most important, and divisive, Controversies of the time, whether police gunfire prevented people from leaving the burning house. When we first wrote the book, we relied mostly on testimony of witnesses who were outside the house, primarily police officers and firefighters. There were only two living people who knew what had happened inside the house: Michael Moses Ward and Ramona Africa. Michael was a 13-year-old boy, whose testimony was confused and sketchy, and Ramona wasn't talking. In 2007, we had an extraordinary opportunity to interview Michael at length. He was a grown man by then, of course, and he provided a detailed and chilling account of the events in the house on May 13, as well as of his life in Move. In a new epilogue, we reveal his story and look at how it squares with the testimony of others on the scene. We also touch on what Ramona Africa has since said publicly about the events in the house. However, she has declined to be interviewed by us. For this new edition, we thank again all the people who assisted in our original effort to tell this story. We're also grateful to the countless people over the years who have been kind enough to tell us how this book affected them. In particular, we'd like to acknowledge Jason Oster and his documentary team, whose persistence in the face of seemingly overwhelming obstacles has brought the story of the Move confrontation to new audiences, and whose generosity in sharing Michael Ward's interview with us added another dimension to this account. In addition, we are grateful for the contributions of Daniel Boyette, who provided research and fact-checking assistance for the new edition. Michael and Randi Boyette. August 2013. Author's note. In the summer of 1986, I was chosen to serve on a Philadelphia grand jury investigating the worst fire in the city's history. What I saw and heard during my 2-year service on the grand jury prompted me to investigate as fully as I could the circumstances that are related in this book. In the interests of fairness and to avoid going to jail, I must, however, explain how this book was written. The grand jury met in secret, and the jurors are under an oath to keep the proceedings secret. This book does not violate that oath. Virtually all of the evidence we heard and saw, the transcripts of the months of testimony and the dozens of pieces of physical evidence that were presented to us, is sealed by the court. The only public statement of the grand jury consists of a 279-page report issued in May 1988. Because I am bound by the grand jury's oath of secrecy, I have taken special pains to report only those facts that have become available from public sources. The most important of these sources are the files of the Move Commission, and I have relied on them extensively, though sometimes with a grain of salt. In addition to the reports of the grand jury and the Move Commission, my co-author and I have consulted countless newspaper and magazine articles. We also conducted our own independent interviews with key figures in this story who were willing to talk to us. Finally, I wish to point out that though this story is reconstructed, it is not a dramatization or an embellishment. Every event related here actually happened or reasonably can be inferred from the evidence we collected. The dialogue is based on the actual recollections of those involved and is taken verbatim from public testimony, police reports, and other documented sources. I have tried to point out those parts of the story that are open to dispute and to present conflicting interpretations fairly. Michael Boyette. March 1989. The Move confrontation. 1. Police enter 6217 Osage Avenue on the morning of May 13. Team B planned to enter 6219 and pump tear gas through the wall into the Move house. 2. Inside 6217, Team B sets off a hatch charge through the wall of the sun porch. 3. Sergeant Ed Connor tries to enter 6219 Osage and is hit by gunfire from the fortified bunker within the front porch of the Move house. 4. At the same time, Team A entered the rear of 6223 Osage. 5. Team A first tried to blow a hole through the cellar wall but was unsuccessful. 6. The team then made its way to the second floor. After several attempts, the police were able to put tear gas into the Move house. After gunfire exploded through the walls, the police took cover in a closet in an upstairs bedroom. 7. In the evening, after the first assaults failed to drive Move members out of the house, Lieutenant Frank Powell dropped an explosive charge from a state police helicopter, intending to knock down the front bunker and blow a hole in the roof through which an assault team could insert tear gas into the house. The explosion touched off the fire that destroyed the Move house and the surrounding neighborhood. The rescue of Birdie Africa. Birdie, Ramona, other Move children, and at least one other adult emerged into the alley behind the Move house. Ramona began to walk down the elevated walkway as Birdie made his way through the flames in the alley. As Officer Meller took up a position at the end of the hallway, Officers Bergheyer and Tersey moved into the alley and waited for Birdie to reach them. Halfway down the alley, Ramona tried to lift Birdie onto the elevated walkway, but he fell back, striking his head on the concrete. Dazed, he stumbled past Tersey and Bergheyer and began to fall into the chest-deep pool of water that had collected at the low end of the alley. Meller and Tersey watched for snipers from their positions as Bergheyer ran into the pool of water and pulled Birdie around the corner and out of the alley. Cast of characters. The 1978 confrontation. Frank L. Rizzo, Mayor of Philadelphia. Joseph F. O'Neill, Police Commissioner. George Fenkel, Inspector, Police Department. James J. Ramp, member of the Stakeout Unit, killed August 8, 1978. The 1985 confrontation. The city. W. Wilson Goode, Mayor of Philadelphia. Elected 1983, re-elected in narrow victory over former Mayor Frank Rizzo in 1987. Leo A. Brooks, retired U.S. Army General, Managing Director of the City of Philadelphia, 1983 to 1985. Gregor J. Somber, Philadelphia Police Commissioner, 1983 to 1985. William C. Richmond, Philadelphia Fire Commissioner, 1979 to 1988. Frank J. Scipione, Deputy Fire Commissioner. Lucy N. Blackwell, City Commissioner. The Cops. Sergeant Donald Griffiths, Commander of Post 4. Marcus Bariana, Stakeout Officer assigned, with Griffiths, to Post 4. William Trudell, Stakeout Officer assigned, with Griffiths, to Post 4. John Lakin, Stakeout Officer assigned to Post 2. Narrowly missed being killed by a bullet that cracked his riot helmet and grazed his neck. Detective William Stevenson, self-appointed observer of the May 13 confrontation, his testimony was key to the MOVE Commission's findings that police gunfire drove MOVE members back into the burning house. Michael Tersey, Stakeout Officer. Principal author of the assault plan used on May 13. Sergeant Albert Revel, co-author of the assault plan. Captain Richard Kirchner, commander of the Stakeout Unit, who favored a frontal assault on the house. Herbert Kirk, retired police sergeant who developed the original assault plan in 1984, on which the final plan was based. Lieutenant Frank Powell, acting commander of the bomb squad, co-author of the assault plan and commander of Insertion Team A. James Bergheyer, member of Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. Lawrence D. Ulis, member of Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. Raymond Graham, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. William Klein, member of the Bomb Squad, assigned to Team A. James Larkamp, member of Bomb Squad, assigned to Team A. Charles Meller, member of Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. Terrence Patrick Mulvihill, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. One of the officers identified by witnesses in the beating of Delbert Africa during the 1978 confrontation, acquitted during a jury trial. John Reiber, member of Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team A. Sergeant Ed Connor, member of the Bomb Squad, commander of Insertion Team B. Daniel Angelucci, member of the Bomb Squad, assigned to Team B. Alexander Draft, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team B. Marshall Freer, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team B. Salvatore Marcello, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team B. James Muldowney, member of the Bomb Squad, assigned to Team B. Michael Ryan, member of the Stakeout Unit, assigned to Team B. Others: Michael Macy's, FBI agent and liaison with the Philadelphia bomb squad, delivered a large quantity of C4 plastic explosives to the bomb squad in January 1985. Clifford Bond, leader of the Neighbors delegation to the city. MOVE members died May 13, 1985. Vincent Leifert, Africa. Died at age 54. Nearly everyone agrees that he was John Africa, the founder of MOVE, but the organization will not say whether they were the same man. Raymond Foster, Africa. Died at age 50. MOVE member since the early 1970s. Conrad Hampton, Africa. Died at age 36. An early MOVE member. Frank James, Africa. Died at age 26. Nephew of Vincent Leifert, Africa and son of Louise James, he was acknowledged to be the man closest to Vincent. Rhonda Harris Ward, Africa. Died at age 30. The mother of Bertie, Africa, one of the two survivors of the fire. Teresa Brooks, Africa. Died at age 26. Joined MOVE in approximately 1980. Patricia Dotson, Africa. Died at age 15. Daughter of Consuela Dotson, Africa. Zanetta Dotson, Africa. Died at age 13. Patricia's younger sister. Phil Phillips, Africa. Died at age 12. Son of Janine Phillips, Africa and William Phillips, Africa. Delicia or Africa. Died at age 12. Daughter of Delbert or Africa and Janet Holloway, Africa. Tommaso Levino, Africa. Died at age 9. Son of Sue Levino, Africa. Survivors of the fire. Ramona Johnson, Africa. MOVE member since approximately 1980. Bertie, Africa, age 13 in 1985. Now known as Michael Moses Ward. Imprisoned for the murder of Officer James Ramp. Delbert or Africa. Janet Holloway, Africa. Edward Goodman, Africa. Cassandra Davis, Africa. Michael Davis, Africa. Debbie Sims, Africa. Janine Phillips, Africa. William Phillips, Africa. Charles Sims, Africa. Consuela Dotson, Africa. Merle Austin, Africa. Imprisoned on other charges. Alfonso Robbins, Africa. Sue Levino, Africa. Carlos Perez, Africa. Dennis Sims. Other MOVE members. Gerald Ford, Africa, Minister of Information. Alberta Wicker, Africa, practicing naturalist, widow of Vincent Leifert, Africa, in prison on the day of the fire in 1985. MOVE supporters, sympathizers, and former members. Donald Glassy, co-founder of MOVE. Became an FBI informant in the early days of MOVE in exchange for dismissal of charges against him. Louise James, older sister of Vincent Leifert, Africa and mother of Frank James, Africa, former MOVE member, owner of the MOVE House, 6221 Osage Avenue. Laverne Sims, younger sister of Louise James and Vincent Leifert, Africa, mother of Debbie Sims, Africa, Charles Sims, Africa, Dennis Sims, Gail Sims, and Sharon Sims Cox. Ex-MOVE member. Sharon Sims Cox, ex-MOVE member, daughter of Laverne. Gail Sims, Sharon's sister, ex-MOVE member. Jean Champagne, ex-MOVE member, testified against Vincent Leifert at his trial. The MOVE Commission. William H. Brown III, Chairman. Henry S. Ruth, Jr. Charles W. Bowser. Rev. Messenger. Edward P. Cullen. Neil J. Welch. M. Todd Cook. Bruce W. Kaufman. Julia M. Chin. Rev. Paul M. Washington. Charisse Ronnie L. Lilly. Rev. Audrey F. Bronson. The prosecutors. Ron Castill, Philadelphia District Attorney, 1986 to 1991. Edward Rendell, Philadelphia District Attorney, 1975 to 1986. Mark Gottlieb, Chief Prosecutor for the Special Investigating Grand Jury. Prologue. The Sierra Club with Guns. In the winter of 1978, After a roundabout series of events and false starts that had left me wondering whether there was life after college, I found myself living in Philadelphia. I was there simply because I had some friends who were there and because my summer job was over and I didn't want to move back home. After a number of brief housing adventures, I took a room in a heavy gabled Victorian row house in West Philadelphia. More than one person had suggested that it would be a good place for a guy like me to live, a remark that may have been prompted by the length of my hair, my employment status, or perhaps just my general air of confusion. Whatever the reason, it seemed they were right. West Philadelphia was then and is today a vast, loosely knit collection of old neighborhoods, full of beat-up cars, shaded streets, graffiti-covered buildings, and old houses in various states of disrepair. 100 years ago it was the most fashionable part of the city, an early suburb, a tranquil place on the outskirts of town where the well-to-do could raise their families away from the noise and crowds of downtown Philadelphia. Although the rambling houses are still there, the genteel suburbs have long ago moved beyond West Philadelphia, and it has become a place where Ivy League students from the University of Pennsylvania and clean-cut engineering majors from Drexel University rub shoulders with blacks, Asians, and other ethnic peoples. It is a place in perpetual ferment, an oddball version of the American melting pot. The house I shared, for example, still had the wine cellar, butler's pantry, and carved black walnut mantelpiece. A psychology professor had bought it and lived on the first floor. On the third floor was a sweet-tempered young woman who would disappear for days at a time, leaving her pregnant poodle unfed and unwalked. I lived on the second floor, as did a severe-looking German graduate student who had spent time in a number of communes out west, who hated the dog, and who communicated with the rest of us through ill-tempered Teutonic notes posted on doorways and kitchen appliances. Who took my milk? Dog must go. The house next door was boarded up, and beyond that were several where young men of the neighborhood seemed to spend a lot of time. Around the corner my friends lived in a house of college kids who billed themselves as leftists, artists, and liberals, and who could never agree whether a guy and girl who lived in one room should count as one share or two shares when it came time to divide up the rent. It was a part of the city where those of us who didn't quite fit in somehow managed to find one another. The Munas had a house nearby, a fact that I learned the hard way. Buckminster Fuller's office was a few blocks away, on the edge of the Penn campus. There was the New Solidarity bookstore, where you could buy the Socialist Worker Party's Militant. But of all the curiosities that I found among my new neighbors that winter, one was so strange that even in West Philadelphia it verged on the unbelievable. For in the neighborhood called Powelton Village, just a dozen blocks from the newsroom of the Philadelphia Bulletin and within earshot of the classrooms of Drexel University, the Philadelphia Police Department had placed a house under siege. The siege was the first time I had ever heard of MOVE. I didn't know then that the conflict had already been going on for nearly a year. What I read in the paper was that a group of armed black radicals had refused to vacate their headquarters and that Mayor Frank Rizzo had responded by cutting off all food, water, and utilities to the house and had vowed to starve them out. The police, I learned, were already cordoning off the entire block. I was, of course, outraged. But I was also curious. So, on a harsh, clear winter night, my future wife, Randi, and I walked to Powelton to see for ourselves what a siege looks like. We moved through dark streets that the biting wind had emptied of people, heads down, our frozen feet shuffling forward through the dozen or so blocks between my house and the MOVE house. Finally we saw icy blue light at the end of the street, with dark silhouettes moving to and fro. As we got nearer it was as if we'd entered a Nazi nightmare. We saw harsh bright Klieg lights, glittering concertina wire etched against the blackness, and cops in high boots, heavy leather jackets, and black peaked caps, some on horseback, some simply leaning against telephone poles, trading gossip and smoking cigarettes. We could not see the house in the darkness beyond the lights, but we knew it was back there, in the middle of the block, surrounded by a garrison of police and completely cut off from the outside world. We could almost sense eyes in the night, watching everything from the house. Randi and I stood huddled together in the cold for a time, until a cop broke away from his buddies and came over to hustle us along. As we walked back home, I had the sense that what we had seen, the rifles and the riot helmets and horses and barbed wire, was somehow not real. It all seemed staged. The cops had been too relaxed, the night too quiet. It was as if everyone knew that sooner or later someone would get tired of the game or cooler heads would prevail. In the days that followed, MOVE was in the news and on our minds. I began to learn more about them. They were a group of mostly black radicals, armed with automatic rifles and threatening to kill any cop who came into the house. But their agenda didn't seem political. Their rhetoric seemed to have more in common with the Sierra Club than the Black Panthers. They were, a newspaper reported, a back-to-nature group. They did not use heat or electricity. They did not eat cooked or processed foods. They did not cut their hair. They believed in natural law and rejected technology. They all took the last name Africa. All of that was familiar enough to me. In those days you could find just about any brand of prophecy or protest that suited your fancy: Hare Krishna, Jesus freaks, the Guru Maharaj Ji, Munas, the Christ Amen people, doomsayers and soothsayers of every persuasion. Often their ideas had a certain appeal, though you couldn't always say the same about their cooking. In many ways MOVE sounded like just another band of dreamy-eyed people who had come together around a leader with a good rap and plenty of answers. But as I heard more about them, I learned that there were some big differences. First, of course, there were the guns. For most of these groups the battle against evil was waged with words, and the warriors seemed gentle, defenseless. In fact, to them there were no enemies, only people who hadn't seen the light. Even the skinny young men and women of the radical left, for all their talk of revolution, never seemed very threatening to the system. And the system, in turn, mostly ignored them. But MOVE had guns. Before the blockade went up, there were news photos showing MOVE members on the platform in front of their home and on the streets with rifles in hand. That was a confrontation that the system could not ignore. There were other strange things I heard, too. There was talk of their having a dead baby in the house, which they refused to bury. It was said that they threw raw meat out of the house to feed the rats and stray dogs. The people in the house, it was said, scattered their waste in the yard. All of that left me with mixed emotions. On the one hand, I admired their commitment. It was a refreshing contrast to my own half-hearted radicalism, which was compromised by my dependence on food stamps and an affection for such benefits of the modern military-industrial state as air conditioning and good electronic equipment. On the other hand, I was troubled by people who believe in anything too strongly. History is full of lessons about the dangers of excess enthusiasm. At the time, all of that was overshadowed by the simple facts that the mayor of an American city had publicly stated his intention to deny food and water to a group of people, including children, until they submitted to his authority, and that the courts and the citizens were permitting him to do so. The siege went on, but after a few weeks it had faded into the background. Occasionally a news story or a picture would appear in the paper, but usually on an inside page. Like what I had felt outside the house, there was a sense in Philadelphia that sooner or later the city or MOVE would grow tired of the game and quit. The killing winter of 1978 finally, grudgingly yielded to spring. Randi finished her semester at school, and we started growing restless for new scenery. We sold most of what we owned and took a bus to California. I found a job. We rented a little apartment in Oakland, and Randi enrolled in school. Life settled down a little. One morning in August, on my way to catch the bus, I saw a front-page story about MOVE in the San Francisco Chronicle. In the grainy news photo I could see riot-helmeted police officers scrambling for cover on a West Philadelphia street. One had been killed and several others injured, I read. The city had assaulted the house in the early morning hours, and gunfire had erupted. The MOVE people were in jail on murder charges. The house had been razed. The following year Randi and I moved back to Philadelphia. By then the furor over MOVE had died down almost completely. I didn't think much about it except when I read an occasional news report about their trials. Years passed, and when I thought of them at all I assumed they had ended up like the Weathermen or the Symbionese Liberation Army, disbanded except for a stubborn few who wouldn't give up the ghost. By 1985 things had changed considerably for me since my days in West Philadelphia. Randi was pregnant with our second child. We were trying to put away money for a house. When the television station started reporting that MOVE was building a fortified bunker on a rooftop in West Philadelphia, I was surprised to hear the group was still around. On May 13th of that year, my first full day back at work after my daughter was born, I half listened to the intermittent reports about the police assault on the MOVE house at 6221 Osage Avenue. None of it seemed to be making much sense. There had been shooting early in the morning, and a number of explosions, and then, toward afternoon, the news just dried up, and no one seemed to know just what was going on. When I got home, sometime close to 6 o'clock, Randi was watching the television. "You won't believe what's happening out there," she said. "They dropped a bomb on the house, and now it's on fire." I looked at the television with the same feeling I'd had at the blockade in 1978, that feeling of unreality, the sense that events such as these could not happen on a warm spring day in Philadelphia. All that night the bulletins continued to come in from Osage Avenue. The fire had spread to the other houses on the block. It had jumped to neighboring blocks. A woman and a child had escaped the house. The others, nobody knew how many, were still inside, surely dead. By the time we went to bed, around midnight, the houses were still on fire. The next morning, the block was gone, utterly and totally annihilated. On television we could see weary reporters standing in the early morning sunlight before the remains of scorched and blackened walls and piles of smoldering rubble. 61 families had been left homeless. Everything they owned, every graduation picture, every family heirloom, every piece of clothing except for what they were wearing, had been incinerated. Somewhere within lay those who had not escaped the fire. Already police crews were sifting through the still hot embers, looking for bodies. The fire had destroyed everything so thoroughly that we wondered whether it would be possible to find any remains at all. That day, gray and overcast, seemed as endless as it was senseless. City officials appearing on television said little. Slack-jawed, they seemed stunned by the enormity of what they had done and offered halting and contradictory explanations of what had gone wrong the day before on Osage Avenue. Over the months that followed, the events of May 13th dominated the Philadelphia media. Piece by piece the story of what had happened and how it had managed to go so wrong began to emerge. Before it was over, the police commissioner and managing director of the city would resign, and the mayor would appoint a special commission to examine the entire incident, including the role of the mayor himself. A police cover-up related to the incident was suggested, and theories about what had happened ranged from incompetence to outright murder. Eventually the commission issued a report that criticized the mayor and his subordinates, charged that police gunfire had prevented people from escaping the house, and recommended that a grand jury be convened to look into criminal charges against police officers and city officials. Not long afterward a stranger stopped me as I walked out my front door and served me with a summons. That was the beginning of my reacquaintance with the MOVE organization. Out of 300 potential jurors who had received summonses, I was chosen along with 29 other Philadelphia citizens to sit on the grand jury. Over the next 2 years the jury sat for 2 days a week as the district attorney's office brought dozens of witnesses before us. And so I became a part of this story in a way that I never would have expected. I had begun as a witness. In the end I was chosen to sit in judgment. This story has moved in and out of my life for 10 years now. Like a stray dog, it has somehow cut me out of the herd and attached itself to me, insisting almost against my will that I listen. The people of MOVE would probably say that this is not a coincidence, that it is part of a larger purpose that governs all events. As for myself, I am struck by the fact that my relationship with this story seems to be tied up with beginnings and endings. The time I spent in West Philadelphia was a turning point in my own life, an interlude between school and life when I was desperately trying to figure out where I was headed. Years later my daughter was born a week before the 1985 assault. My wife went into labor with my younger son, Daniel, during the final deliberations of the grand jury. During our research for this book, Randi and I arranged to meet with Alberta Wicker Africa, the woman who some say is now the leader of the MOVE organization. We agreed to rendezvous in a small park in West Philadelphia. When we arrived there, Randi and I realized that we had been in the park once before, when we were still living in West Philadelphia. It had been the first warm day of spring, and we'd sat on the hillside, watching neighborhood dogs run around in a large, exuberant pack. We were already making plans to leave, to start a new chapter in our lives. The park had not changed at all. As we sat there, talking with Alberta, I felt as if I'd picked up a book that I had once started and then put away. In the 10 years that had passed, so much had happened to us, to MOVE, and to Philadelphia. We had our 3 kids and our house and careers. Alberta had spent most of those 10 years in prison. Her husband and many of her closest friends had died in the fire of May 13th. Most of the others were still behind bars. And yet somehow fate had brought us back to this tiny, tree-filled park, almost as if by design, to tie up some loose ends. Alberta spoke of life and death as cycles, revolving in half-seen rhythms. This story, it seems, moves in long cycles of its own. Its origins are fuzzy, almost mythical. Its ending is still unclear. It is an odd story, and I am not sure at all what the moral is. It is a story that revolved around the events of May 13, 1985, and an act that would destroy a neighborhood and sear a city. That is a good place to begin. 1. The bomb. There are nights when Frank Powell still sees the bomb drop, when he watches it plummet past his feet and through the warm spring air. Sometimes it hits the bunker and explodes, sometimes it lands on the roof. Occasionally it misses the roof entirely and is swept off into oblivion. Some nights it contains 2 pounds of explosives, other nights there are 10 pounds or 100. When he wakes up, he realizes that it was just the dream coming back again. But it was more than a dream. When it was all over, Lieutenant Frank Powell, the acting commander of the police bomb squad, a supervisor who was known for always doing things by the book, would be remembered for this single desperate act. He would be remembered as the man who dropped the bomb. The scene would be replayed again and again, on television sets in Philadelphia and throughout the world, the helicopter hovering 45 feet above the tiny row house, the lone figure of Powell leaning out of its open hatch, the bag dropping toward the roof, the long seconds of silence followed by the explosion, a bright orange ball of flame, a hailstorm of lumber and debris, a slowly clearing cloud of dust. And then wisps of white smoke, wafting silently into the blue afternoon sky. When the explosion came, Philadelphia Fire Commissioner William Richmond was crouching beside his second-in-command in a doorway half a block east of the bunker. Though it seemed as if half the fire department was out here in West Philadelphia, he really hadn't had much to do all day. This was a police operation, and his men were taking their orders directly from the cops on the scene. At this very moment he could have been finishing up at the office and preparing to brave the evening rush hour, except for the fact that he had a promise to keep. When the first rumors of a police operation against MOVE had begun to circulate the week before, the head of the firefighters union had stopped by Richmond's office. He reminded Richmond of what had happened in 1978, when 2 firefighters had been shot during a similar confrontation. A lot of people had felt that firefighters had been doing police work in 1978, that they never should have been in the line of fire. He wanted to make sure the same thing didn't happen this time. Bill Richmond agreed with him 100%. He'd watched his men risk their lives virtually every day. He'd once seen a fireman jump into a tree from a second-story window, clutching a screaming baby under one arm. He'd visited his men lying in hospitals, their lungs ravaged by smoke and heat. And more than once he'd seen the black bunting hanging from fire stations throughout the city, mourning men who'd died on duty. That was part of a fireman's job. But it wasn't part of the job to be ducking bullets. Richmond wasn't about to have his men risk their lives in a fight that wasn't their own. And so when the Union man came to see him, Richmond made him a promise. As long as there were firemen out at Osage Avenue, he'd be there, too, seeing to their safety. Now, as he peered through the dust and saw to his utter amazement that the bunker was intact, he knew that he and his men still had a very long day ahead of them. And as if that wasn't enough, he now heard the deputy commissioner's voice in his ear, saying, "Chief, it looks like we've got a fire up there." The time was approximately 5:45 p.m., May 13, 1985. For nearly 24 hours Clifford Bond had been standing with his neighbors at a police barricade 3 blocks north of Osage Avenue. The night before the evening of Mother's Day, policemen in blue fatigues had knocked on his door and herded him and his family down their narrow street and beyond the police barricades. The Bonds had taken literally nothing with them but the clothes on their backs. There wasn't time, the police had said, and besides, they'd promised, everyone would be back in their homes by late morning. But morning had come and gone. And as the day wore on and the sounds of explosions and gunfire clattered through the air, the neighbors had instinctively pressed around Bond, asking for news, suggesting that he try to meet with the mayor. In the months before the confrontation, as the neighbors had tried to get the city to do something about the rotten meat strewn in the alley behind their homes, about the rats and stray dogs that congregated around the move house, Bond had reluctantly emerged as their spokesman and leader. In the last year he'd led a delegation of neighbors to half a dozen meetings in City Hall, only to be told by the mayor that the city had no legal basis on which to take action against MOVE. It had been his idea in late April to hold a news conference, publicly calling on Governor Dick Thornburgh to help them where the city had not. Before MOVE had invaded his neighborhood, Bond had never known or cared much about politics. But after months of getting nowhere with the city he'd begun to learn, and he figured that the Republican governor wouldn't pass up the chance to score some public relations points at the expense of Philadelphia's Democratic mayor. The news conference, which the neighbors had held just 2 weeks ago, had been a success. People learned that armed men were building a fortress in a quiet working-class neighborhood in Philadelphia. One photo appeared in the Philadelphia Inquirer and in newspapers around the world. It showed a MOVE member, his muscular body naked to the waist and his face hidden by dreadlocks, using a rope to haul a can of gasoline onto the roof of 6221 Osage Avenue. The news reports had accomplished what the neighbors' delegations to City Hall had not. The city had moved with a swiftness that had astonished Bond, as the mayor sought to prove that he was still in charge. Bond had met with the mayor just days before, and yet he'd learned nothing of the city's plans until the knock had come on his door the night before. Even now he had no idea what was happening on Osage Avenue. But as he saw the smoke begin to rise from the street, he felt the knot in his belly twist even tighter, and he began to wonder not for the first time whether the city knew what it was doing. At nearly the same instant, Police Commissioner Gregor Somber was moving closer to the sandbags inside 6218 Osage Avenue, keeping his head low. It was an uncharacteristic pose for Somber. He was the sort of man who always seemed to be standing at attention, even when he was sitting down. But by now his formal manner was gone and his mind was focused entirely on getting a better view of the smoke rising from the house across the street. Here in his command post, he was just 50 feet from the MOVE house, close enough that he could have carried on a conversation with someone in the bunker. But Commissioner Somber wasn't there to talk. He'd made his speech early that morning. It hadn't been a fancy piece of talking, but then he'd never claimed to be a politician. He was just a cop, and ever since he'd started as a foot patrolman in North Philadelphia 37 years ago, that was all he'd been. Of course, being police commissioner wasn't just an ordinary job. It put you in the public eye and in the hot seat from time to time. In just this last year, Somber had already had to deal with a few scandals in the department. First, the FBI had uncovered a bribery and shakedown operation involving dozens of cops and sent a top-ranking member of his administration to jail. Then the papers had run a series of articles about canine dogs attacking innocent citizens. Throughout those difficult times, no one had questioned Somber's personal reputation for honesty and decency. As a young man he'd studied for the priesthood, and people still called him Father Gregory. Every Sunday he helped give communion at St. Timothy's Church, in the blue-collar district of the city called Wissineming. Though the commissioner's integrity was never called into question during the scandals, his ability to lead the department was. People said that he wasn't one to stick his neck out by trying anything new. Others, less charitable, said the problem wasn't with his neck, it was a little farther up. Not that he wasn't book smart. Over the years he'd passed the advancement exams and risen steadily through the ranks. Along the way he'd gone to night school, earning first a bachelor's degree, then a master's. He'd even completed the coursework for a PhD in police administration, though he hadn't written his dissertation. Despite the academic credentials, Somber never seemed to have the street savvy that others would bring to the commissioner's job. There was a story in the department that in the early 1970s, when Frank Rizzo was still police commissioner, Rizzo had permanently assigned Somber to night patrol a graveyard shift detail with little authority because he didn't think Somber could handle making real decisions. That, some said, was how Somber managed to get all those degrees by studying all night while he was working. But even those who didn't like Somber granted him a certain dogged persistence. The oldest of 8 children, he'd been orphaned as a child and had managed to keep his brothers and sisters together, working to keep them fed and housed. He'd been a bookkeeper before he joined the force in 1947. Over the next 30 years he'd scored well enough on police examinations to advance through the ranks. By the late 1970s he headed the police academy, an assignment that also put him in charge of the pistol range and the bomb squad. In 1981 the new mayor had named him to succeed departing police commissioner Morton Solomon. Perhaps because of his background in the seminary, Somber had a love for tradition and authority. The department had an official police commissioner's uniform, a comical-looking anachronism that resembled the uniform of a Paris traffic cop, but before Somber became commissioner no one had worn the costume for 30 or 40 years, preferring business suits and ties. But Somber wore it every chance he got, never realizing, apparently, that people would snicker whenever he entered a room. More than anything else, though, Greg Somber was a world-class bureaucrat. He'd survived more than 3 decades of department politics and infighting, and in the end it wasn't easy to say whether it had been Somber or the bureaucracy that had emerged the victor. Nobody expected him to shake up the department, they'd figured he would simply let things go along as they always had. And so there was an irony in the fact that when the Philadelphia Police Department faced its most difficult crisis, a crisis that could be found in no textbook or manual, Gregor Somber was the man in charge. Today Somber was up against something that he'd never encountered before. 3 of his men had already been wounded by bullets, none seriously, thank God. The houses on either side of the MOVE compound had been destroyed by explosions and gunfire. There were rumors that MOVE had tunnels running under the streets and into the sewers. Night would fall in another hour or so. And that goddamned bunker still sat on top of the house, commanding the high ground and paralyzing the Philadelphia Police Department. Now, as the flames burned down through the splintered debris and began to lick at the black tar paper of the MOVE house's roof, the smoke turned black and thick. In the bedroom of a house on 62nd Street, just above the doorway where Commissioner Richmond had been crouching when the bomb exploded, Channel 10 News cameraman Pete Kane was watching the rising flames with disbelief. Unknown to the cops on the street below, he'd been hiding in the house for more than 24 hours, filming the confrontation. The night before, he'd captured images of the police quietly moving into rooftop positions. Later he'd filmed the confrontation at dawn, the thick screen of smoke that obscured the street, the first rounds of gunfire, the return bursts of automatic gunfire from the police positions, and all through the long, still afternoon, when the only sound was the steady hum of compressors from the fire engines, he'd filmed the scene intermittently. Philadelphia had seen none of this footage, for Kane had no way of getting his tapes out of the house without revealing himself to the police. But he had phoned in live reports during the day. Now, as the smoke obscured the setting sun, he picked up the phone and dialed the newsroom of Channel 10. An engineer flipped a switch, and Pete Kane was on the air. "I see a lot of black smoke," he reported. "It's very thick, and there are flames shooting from the roof area of either the neighbor's house or the move house. It's spreading, Larry. Several of the houses are on fire right now." It was 5:50 p.m. Across town, in a complex of offices on the second floor of City Hall, Mayor Wilson Goode was watching the Channel 10 news. He was quiet, pensive, his press secretary would say later, as he often was when he was away from the glaring television lights and rapid-fire questioning of reporters. At this moment he'd reached a crossroads in a political career that had seemed charmed. In 1983 he'd defeated former Mayor Frank Rizzo in a bitter primary election and then won a three-way race to become Philadelphia's first black mayor. That triumph, along with the self-assured style he'd shown as he took charge of the city government, made him a man to be watched, not only in Philadelphia but on the national scene as well. The year before, Walter Mondale had even invited him to Washington to talk about being his running mate. The mayoral primary that had propelled Goode into the political spotlight had been a study in contrasts. His opponent, Frank Rizzo, stood for old-style Philadelphia politics. He was the kind of glad-handing, deal-making, podium-pounding populist that seemed embarrassing in these modern times. His years as mayor from 1971 to 1979 had been tumultuous, seasoned with scandal and charges of police brutality and racism. Goode's style was one of cool efficiency. As managing director he'd overseen the city's day-to-day operations for 4 quiet years. His campaign for mayor had been flawless, and his support was widespread among whites as well as blacks. He was born the son of a North Carolina sharecropper. In the 1950s he worked his way through college, earning a degree in business administration. Afterward he came to Philadelphia, a young man looking for opportunity, as he liked to tell it. He found his opportunity in the public housing field, where he made a name for himself as a man who could get the job done. In 1979 Mayor-elect Bill Green had tapped him to serve as the city's chief operating officer. Once again he'd done his job quietly and well. First as managing director and then as mayor, Wilson Goode had been running the city of Philadelphia for nearly 6 years. He'd had to contend with the usual assortment of big city problems: transit strikes, budget deficits, incompetence, and corruption. But now, as the growing flames flickered across his television screen, Goode found himself moving into uncharted territory. What was going on in West Philadelphia was beyond all his experience. The word that came to his mind was war. At 6:18 p.m., the 12-foot by 8-foot bunker, its wooden sides blazing, plunged through the roof and disappeared into the second floor. Now the fire was inside the house, and putting water on the roof would only drive the flames downward through the house, spreading it among the adjoining sun porches all up and down the block. It would be the worst thing the firefighters could do. Without going inside the house with hoses and axes, there was nothing the fire department could do now to put the fire out. 6 blocks north, on a 9th-floor fire escape landing, the general watched through his field glasses as the bunker collapsed. Leo Brooks had been a civilian for less than 18 months, and he still had the bearing of an officer. He had retired from the Army, where he'd supervised the vast Defense Logistics Agency headquartered in Philadelphia to run the city for Wilson Goode. He brought to the job of managing director some of the same qualities that Goode himself had shown: a low profile and a mechanic's aptitude for keeping the bloated and unwieldy city bureaucracy in some semblance of working order. Soft-spoken, with a bit of the lilt of his native Virginia still in his voice, Brooks was a gentleman as well as an officer, an honorable man in the mayor's estimation, and a good man to work for as well. His years in the Army had taught him to make a virtue of the need to delegate, and he usually gave his subordinates plenty of elbow room. But now, as he watched the rooftops in flames below him, as he waited for the water to come on, he grew more and more alarmed. Already he had grabbed a walkie-talkie from his aide to report that he could see flames. Now he used that radio to try to raise somber. 4 long minutes, critical minutes, he and his aide tried again and again to reach Commissioner Somber. He could not understand why nobody was fighting the fire. At 6:22 p.m., Pete Kane phoned in another report. "The house is fully involved in flames," he announced. "The roof just collapsed and several houses are burning right now along with the move house. They have not taken a hose into Osage. They are just waiting." 55 minutes after the explosion, the flames on the roof were as tall as a man. In the dark cellar 3 stories below, women and children lay beneath woolen blankets, not knowing whether it was night or day. They could hear the clatter of combat boots in the kitchen above them, then the trapdoor to the cellar being pulled aside, and finally heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. The men of MOVE were gathering from their posts throughout the house, bringing with them reports of the fire. And now, in this dark and stifling cellar, not knowing what would happen next, the family known as MOVE put its trust in the wisdom of its leader and teacher, the enigmatic figure of the coordinator, John Africa. Some among them had followed the teachings of John Africa for more than 15 years now, from the earliest days of the movement. Some said he was a man, some said he was something greater. He had led his people through the wilderness, through siege and arrest and long, lonely years in jail, and his wisdom had never failed them. He had faced up to the system not once or twice, but time and again, and every time MOVE had emerged stronger. The system could not stop him, because John Africa spoke the truth, and the truth is stronger than any lie. The people who gathered now in the basement were among his most devoted followers. They had come to MOVE from a variety of backgrounds, moving ever closer to the light and warmth of John Africa's teachings. Most had come tentatively at first, attracted by the teachings but a little afraid of them, too. At first, belonging to MOVE had meant changing the way they lived, eating raw foods, giving up jobs and air conditioning. It meant strained relations with parents and friends, and eventually confrontations with a system that hated them and would try to destroy them. John Africa had told many of them long ago that they would suffer for the truth. He had predicted the confrontations, the beatings, the arrests, and jail terms. He had warned them that some of them would be cycled, that they would be recycled back to the earth in their fight to save the world from man's corruption. The coordinator, in his wisdom, had known that not everyone could make such a sacrifice. Those who could not had been given other assignments. But the people in the house on this evening had known for years that it would come to this, and that when the time came they would do what they had to do. Now that time had come. Already the second floor was ablaze. The fire was moving down through the house, closer and closer to the basement. Soon there would be just one way out through the 2-by-2-foot hatch that led from this room out into the back alley. They knew what they would find out there: the full might of the Philadelphia Police Department, countless cops with automatic rifles, machine guns, and shotguns, all trained on that tiny hatch, all waiting. Perhaps some of them thought of the long road that had brought them here, of happier times when they had first come to know the gentle teachings of John Africa. Perhaps they recalled those long nights when they would gather together to listen to his words, when they had been like babies discovering the wonders of the world for the first time. Perhaps they thought of the future they were working for, a time when man's corruption of Mom Nature, as MOVE called her, would finally cease, and all people would know that man was meant to be a part of her, not to rule over her. Perhaps they could see the forests rising again from beneath the asphalt of the cities, the cars rusting and returning to the earth, the skyscrapers crumbling into piles of stone, and the choked and polluted creeks of what was now West Philadelphia running pure and clear under canopies of virgin green. That was the vision that had brought them here. It was not for any personal glory, but for the sake of the world, that they were willing to die. The fire that was burning above them could not destroy MOVE's truths. Already it had turned on the system, spreading outward and away from MOVE. The fire that had started here tonight would grow until it had consumed the system. It was happening just as John Africa had told them it would. 2. The neighborhood. A dozen generations before, it had all been forest. The unnamed creek ran strong and clear and full of fish. The trees had never felt the steel of an axe. Brown-skinned men and women lived as one with the land, eating what they could gather with their hands, their bodies hardened by their long and intimate acquaintance with the elements. In those days, time did not march to the tyranny of the calendar, the years flowed into one another according to the long, languorous cycles of the seasons, the frozen months of winter, the softness of spring, the thick heat of summer, and the seeding of the earth and dying of autumn. In 1643 Swedish settlers who had come to the New World built a mill alongside the creek. An Englishman, William Cobb, bought the mill soon afterward. His name survives, though his mill does not. As the white men subdued the land and cleared the forest, other mills rose alongside the dappled waters of Cobb's Creek. The first were mills in the truest sense, little more than great round stones driven by water wheels, which would mill the farmer's grain into flour. Later came the long, low brick buildings of the Industrial Revolution, textile mills, mostly, which used the water's power to drive the great looms. By the late 19th century Cobb's Creek was a mill town, a rough industrial village that was already looking over its shoulder at the rapidly advancing outskirts of Philadelphia. By the first years of the century Philadelphia had arrived, and with it the cramped grid-like pattern of streets that had first been laid out by William Penn himself. The grid was Penn's contribution to urban planning. He laid out and named the streets himself before sailing from Britain, determined to avoid a repetition of the tragedy of the devastating London fire that he'd witnessed firsthand, in which flames leaped across the narrow alleys and thousands died trying to escape through the twisted streets of the city. Penn had imagined Philadelphia as a green country town with blocks of well-built homes scattered among the forests and meadows, and the grid was designed to bring order and rationality to his new city in the woods. By the 20th century, however, the grid had come to serve a new and less noble purpose. The narrow streets sliced up the city into small rectangular blocks that gave rise to a Philadelphia institution, the row house. These were not the fine Georgian town houses envisioned by Penn, they were endless monotonous ranks of tiny working-class homes, jammed shoulder to shoulder like people on a crowded bus, with flat tar roofs and postage stamp yards and a subtle variety of facades, some with porches, some with stoops, some with bay windows or pillars or flat brick faces. In blocks little more than 500 feet long and 150 wide, less than 2 football fields, builders managed to pack as many as 60 tiny houses. To squeeze them all in, they had to make certain sacrifices. Things such as front and backyards and streets wide enough for 2 cars to pass one another were a luxury that few could afford. Most of the row houses built in Cobb's Creek in the 1920s were sold to immigrants who had come to Philadelphia during the Great Migrations from Eastern Europe. The neighborhood of Cobb's Creek was mostly Jewish, a part of the city where first-generation Americans, factory workers and small-time business people, butchers and civil servants, printers and shoemakers could afford to own their own home and still ride to downtown jobs on the new Market Street elevated railway. As families moved in, the streets of the neighborhood exploded with city life. Corner stores and hangouts, gangs of neighborhood kids, modest synagogues that reflected the dark and brooding architecture of Eastern Europe, all were crowded on top of one another along the little streets. To the people who lived there, a neighborhood just a few blocks square became a sort of urban version of the medieval villages in the old country, each with its own sense of self. They were neighborhoods where people weathered the hard times of the Depression and were thankful for the roof over their heads. But when prosperity returned after World War II, the families that had lived there for 20 or more years began moving out. The houses of Cobb's Creek would never have the long green lawns and quiet streets that the new suburbs promised, and if you had done well for yourself, as many in the neighborhood had, the promise of a better life was to be found in the converted cow pastures of southern New Jersey and northeast Philadelphia. The first black couple, a lawyer and a teacher, moved into the neighborhood in the mid-1950s. Blacks had always lived close by, but Market Street had been an unofficial boundary line. Now that it had been breached, the steady exodus of the original residents became a stampede. Blockbusting tactics would not be outlawed for another 10 years, and real estate agents fanned the flames of fear in an attempt to make quick commissions. Letters appeared in mailboxes: "Your property values are declining. Sell now, before it's too late." Within 3 years, the transition was complete. The synagogue on Cobb's Creek Parkway had become a Baptist church. The kosher butcher stores closed down or reopened under new ownership as corner markets. Virtually every house changed hands in the late 1950s, and Cobbs Creek became a black neighborhood. But the worst fears of those who'd left did not materialize. The neighborhood did not deteriorate into a slum. The people who moved in were looking for the same things that the immigrants had sought 30 years before: peace and quiet and a little something to call their own. The neighborhood would never become well-to-do. There is only so much one can do to improve 18 by 40-foot row houses. They are too small and too plain to invite gentrification, and the distance from downtown would deter all but the most committed urban pioneers. Today Cobbs Creek has its share of urban problems: too much graffiti, unswept streets, and boarded-up businesses that have been killed by the big chains, but it occupies a special niche in Philadelphia. Residents point out with pride that more blacks own their homes in Cobbs Creek than in any other neighborhood in the city. Because of its stability, it is the backbone of black political power in the city. It is also Mayor Good's home turf. The site of the old mills is now a swath of lush green parkland that runs all along the western border of the neighborhood, giving it a sense of openness that's unusual among the brick and concrete of West Philadelphia. Many of the people who moved in some 30 years ago are still there. Others lived there as kids and have returned to raise their own families in Cobbs Creek. The records of the property at 6221 Osage Avenue tell the story of the neighborhood. Old deeds show that the block was subdivided in 1921. The lot for 6,221 was 64 feet deep and 18 feet, 10 inches wide. On September 13, 1921, Samuel Cohen sold the new brick row house containing 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a sun porch in the front, and a garage in the rear to a Mr. Philip Goldberg and his wife, Rebecca. The Goldbergs owned the house less than a year, selling it to Barnett and Rebecca Powell. 11 months later, on July 9, 1923, the Powells in turn sold it to Joseph and Mary Bush for the sum of $5,886.19. The Busks owned the house for 26 years, throughout the Depression and World War II. In 1949 they sold it to Louis and Yetta Brown. The Browns sold the house in 1958 to a young black couple, Frank and Louise James, for $8,500. In 1969 the Jameses divorced. In the settlement Louise received the house, and she continued to live there with her only son, Frank Jr., until a night in 1983 when she fled, fearing for her life. It was about the time of Louise James's divorce that the rumblings of the civil rights movement came to the streets of Cobbs Creek. The streets did not burn in waves of riots as they did in Watts and Chicago and even parts of Philadelphia, but Cobbs Creek became radicalized. New, unfamiliar words began appearing in people's conversations. They spoke of coalitions and confrontation, rap sessions, black power. People, even the middle-class people of Cobbs Creek, began to explore unfamiliar religions and ways of life: Islam, Buddhism, the Black Panthers, and other less well-known groups. Louise James was not unlike her neighbors in background and outlook. She had grown up in a blackened brick and concrete neighborhood behind the vast rail yards of the Pennsylvania Railroad, a single generation removed from the soul-defeating poverty of the Old South, and had witnessed firsthand the casual violence that rained down on black people every day at the hands of police. For her, the turbulent 60s were a time to finally stand up and fight back. Many years later she would testify to one of the incidents that gave birth to her own political awareness. A brother by the name of Larry Cross was killed. This brother was going down Vine Street one day, and a police officer had stopped, and Larry passed the police officer. When the cop stopped him, he pulled him over and gave Larry Cross a ticket. Larry tore up the ticket. That was his crime. 2 to 3 hours later that brother was dead. He was hung. And they said that he had committed suicide. And I was outraged. There was a big meeting at the White Rock Baptist Church at 53rd and Chestnut. Big people were there and little people were there, and everybody was gathered because they wanted something done about this brother's murder. And then at some point somebody said, "Okay, the meeting was over. I remember hearing a voice scream. And I didn't even know it was my own voice until I came back to myself, and I realized it was me, and I was saying, "No. This meeting is over?" I said, "I will not allow you to have me go out of this meeting as frustrated as I was when I came in." I said, "You're going to have to tell me something." As I continued to be disillusioned and I continued to see nothing working in this political system for me, I continued to search. Frank James, Jr., Louise's only son, grew up in these troubled times, but it seems that he was oblivious, as children are, to the great issues that preoccupied the world of his elders. Those who knew him as a child remember his soulful eyes and shy smile. He was a quiet boy who did well at school. Clifford Bond, who lived across the street, used to play chess with young Frank. Frank was a good opponent, he remembers, and a good student as well. Frank did well enough in school to be awarded a scholarship to attend the Mitchell Preparatory School, an exclusive private academy in the old and prestigious mainline suburbs. As Frank grew into adulthood, he began to accompany Louise on her search for answers to the injustices of the world. As it turned out, the answers were closer than they would have guessed. On the other side of West Philadelphia, not far from the neighborhood where Louise had grown up, a black man was already gathering a following of hippies and radicals around him. He had a vision of a world that was just and pure and good, and he had a plan for making that vision come true. He called his small band of followers the Christian Movement for Life. He was known by several names: Vincent Life, Vincent Africa, John Vincent Africa. If the deep, resonant voice and angry words of John Vincent Africa struck a special chord in Louise James's heart, it was not surprising. She had grown up hearing that voice. It belonged to her brother, Vincent Leifert. 3. The Dog Man. Standing at the western and eastern ends of West Philadelphia, Cobbs Creek and Powellton Village are as far apart in spirit as two neighborhoods can be. Where Cobbs Creek is stable, Powellton is transient. Where Cobbs Creek is quiet, Powellton is noisy. Where Cobbs Creek is middle class and middle of the road, Powellton is decidedly left of center, a neighborhood where the telephone poles bristle with posters proclaiming revolution. Powellton Village crowds around the perimeter of Drexel University and the University of Pennsylvania, filled with large, decrepit Victorians, smaller row houses, and squat, nondescript apartment buildings. In the early 1970s, when Vincent Leifert first moved there, it was a neighborhood that prided itself on its diversity and its political correctness, a place where fraternity kids, hippies, radicals, students, professors, and poor folks lived in rented rooms and houses. Nobody seems to know for sure just when Vincent moved into Powellton or what prompted him to settle there. A former neighbor, who had a small pottery studio in Powellton Village, remembers that Vincent seemed quite at home there, just one more weirdo in a neighborhood of weirdos. Even so, if you were ranking Vincent for weirdness on a scale of 1 to 10, he'd earn at least a 9. Even before he took the name John Africa, he lived in a little rented row house lit only by candles, because he knew the danger of electricity. He was in his late 30s and worked as a handyman. His niece would later recall that he could do anything with a scrap of wood. His house was furnished with old furniture that he'd rescued from trash heaps and had rebuilt. Vincent had even created an ornate faux parquet floor in his apartment, carefully drawing the grain of the wood with a pencil. But it was Vincent's other job, walking dogs for hire, that earned him his neighborhood nickname. He was the Dog Man, and you could count on seeing him in the early morning hours, walking down the street surrounded by a happy barking pack. Dogs were drawn to him, or, perhaps, to the horse meat he sold for dog food and gave away to the strays, and he, in turn, was drawn to them. Vincent had some definite ideas about man and nature. If he saw a fly trapped in a puddle of water, he would stop what he was doing to rescue it. To him, life was a sacred thing, no matter what, no matter how large or small. Rats and cockroaches were nature's creatures just as surely as men and women, and they deserved equal consideration. Absolutely equal. He didn't spray his house with insecticide, and he fed the neighborhood rats as well as the dogs. Those who'd known Vincent Leifert before he'd moved to Powelton might have judged him an unlikely candidate for philosopher at large. He and his sister Louise had grown up in a large family, with 6 boys and 4 girls, living in a rented row house a few blocks from Powelton Village in the neighborhood known as Mantua. His father, Frederick, had arrived with his wife, Lenny Mae, from Atlanta, one of thousands of Southern black families that came north to Philadelphia during the Great Migrations of the 1920s. Like most of their neighbors, the Leiferts were a poor, God-fearing Baptist family with too many mouths to feed and not enough money coming in. Frederick was a paper hanger and part-time handyman. Lenny Mae had her hands full at home raising the 10 children and trying to stretch the few dollars they had through the long years of the Depression. Vincent was born into these unpromising circumstances on July 26, 1931. It appears that he had even more obstacles than these to overcome, however. While he was still a child, Lenny Mae took sick. Admitted to the same public hospital in which she'd given birth to Vincent, she rapidly worsened and died. When he was grown, Vincent would tell people that the hospital had killed his mother. Lenny Mae left behind a family that was ruptured and grieving. Frederick, working odd jobs and faced with the demands of 10 children, simply fell apart, neighbors would later recall. But young Vincent Leifert's problems at home were only part of the trouble. He was having trouble in school, especially in reading. Probably dyslexic, he was judged a slow learner. Vincent's IQ was measured first at 84 and then, a few years later, at 79. That earned him the label orthogenetically backward, mildly retarded by today's standards, and a place at a special school for those who could not keep up in regular classes. Even in this sheltered environment, Vincent's progress was slow. With one exception, he seemed to take an interest in the workings of government and society, and he did well in his civics classes. Often, though, he didn't bother to show up at classes at all, and he dropped out altogether when he was 16. He had reached the 3rd grade level, and it was the last formal schooling he would ever have. A year later he was arrested for armed robbery and car theft. The court records of the case have long since disappeared, and the outcome is unknown. He saw combat as a foot soldier in Korea and found himself deeply affected by the contrast between the beauty of the countryside and the ugliness of war. When he returned home, Vincent's thoughts turned to marriage and family. He started seeing Dorothy Clark, one of 5 sisters who'd lived down the street from the Leiferts while they were growing up. Vincent and Dorothy married in 1961 after a long courtship. There is only fragmentary evidence of Vincent's life after he was married. His interests seem to have been wide-ranging, especially in light of his early disadvantages, and apparently included classical music and interior design. There is evidence that the marriage was rocky. Dorothy was unable to bear children, and in the early years Vincent spent much of his time in New York City, studying and practicing interior design. Finally, at Dorothy's insistence, he returned home to Philadelphia. In 1966 Dorothy filed charges against him for assault and battery, telling police that he had hit her across the face with his hand. The DA's office declined to prosecute the case. Despite these problems and the ones he'd faced when he was younger, Vincent settled into a fairly ordinary life. He is remembered as a smooth dresser, a charming, cheerful man who loved animals and children. Still, there is evidence that the ferment of the 1960s did not pass him by. Dorothy had begun to follow an apocalyptic sect based in Phoenix known as the Kingdom of Yahweh. Searching for answers, looking for the truth, she became a vegetarian, basing her diet on what the kingdom referred to as principles of natural law. Even in those days, Dorothy later recalled, Vincent was a leader and not a follower. He was very dynamic. He always had a spirit of helping others. He always was a person to voice his opinion, but he tried to be just and fair to all. And, she said, he was a very deep thinker. Eventually Dorothy and Vincent began to follow different paths to enlightenment. Their marriage faltered, and they separated in 1967. Years later, In the only interview Dorothy would ever give about her years with Vincent, she said that they separated on friendly terms, and she hinted that the break was mostly her idea. I had made up my mind that I had to make a new life for myself, and I gave him the same freedom. She last saw him in the spring of 1968. Today she calls herself Princess Dottie and lives quietly in West Philadelphia, following the teachings of the Kingdom of Yahweh. Little is known to the outside world about the next 2 years of Vincent Leifert's life, but clearly some profound changes were occurring in him. He had long been considered the eccentric member of the large Leifert clan. He often gave away what little money he had or used it to feed the menagerie of animals that always surrounded him. He'd always had a sense that things were very wrong with the world. Now those ideas began to coalesce into the outlines of a philosophy. Perhaps living alone gave Vincent an opportunity to reflect on ideas that had been wandering through his mind for all of his life, the insanity of a system that he believed had killed his mother and destroyed his family, that had labeled him a mental defective, that had sent him halfway around the world to kill people he did not know. Perhaps the failure of his marriage and his attempts at a career in interior design left him frustrated and empty. For whatever reasons, Vincent now began to reach back into his past and find not only his own ideas but also others plucked from the thick ideological atmosphere of the late 60s. Like a carpenter who judges his work by eye, Vincent shaped his ideas without the benefit of paper and pencil. For a year or more, he honed them and polished them. From his ex-wife's faith he apparently took an idea that he would make his own, the principle of natural law. As a child Vincent had learned that the God of the Baptists commanded man to subdue the earth and had given him dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the heavens and every living thing that crept upon the earth. Now Vincent no longer believed that to be true. He believed that man had crowned himself emperor and ever since had been paying the price for his arrogance. It seemed clear to him that everything wrong with the world, drug addiction, pollution, poverty, prisons, could be traced back to man's insistence that he was exempt from the laws of nature. He concluded that the world that man had created was beyond salvation. All of it was tainted, not only the factories belching poisons into the air and water but everything man made, arts, literature, even his beloved classical music were addictions and distortions. You could not separate the good from the bad, all of it was built on lies. At some unknowable instant in his candlelit room, that conviction transformed Vincent. It was not enough, he resolved, simply to live according to natural law. In his mind he conceived a grand and preposterous mission for himself. He would create a revolution to destroy what man had created. All of it. At that moment Vincent Leifert was reborn, shedding his old identity like an outgrown skin. To the outside world he seemed to be the same man, but now Vincent Leifert was just one of many costumes that could be used and cast aside as the need arose. Within that shell was a newborn innocent, a man without a past and future, the smiling, enigmatic figure of John Africa. To this day, members of MOVE refuse to identify John Africa as Vincent Leifert. All they will say is that John Africa is John Africa and Vincent Leifert was Vincent Leifert. It seems they are right in at least one sense. John Africa may have been born in the mind of Vincent Leifert, but he was not the unsuccessful handyman with the third-grade education that Vincent had been. Vincent's sister Louise would later try to explain it another way. She said that John Africa was the truth and that there was no other person on earth like John Africa. Vincent Leifert and John Africa were two different people, she said. My blood brother, Vincent Leifert, became John Africa, and he no longer exists. One evening in the early 70s, the man who still called himself Vincent urged Louise and their younger sister Laverne to attend a class at the Community College of Philadelphia. I have somebody I want you to hear, he said. The someone was Donald Glassy, a young white instructor at the college, and his curriculum was one that the college trustees would have been unlikely to approve had they known of it. Glassy, who'd grown up in an upper-middle-class suburb in southern New Jersey, had struck up an unlikely friendship with Vincent more than a year before. Like the disciples who would follow later, he was searching for guidance in a time that seemed to make no sense. Vincent seemed to possess the answers that had come neither from Glassy's professors at Penn nor from within himself. The more Don Glassy talked with Vincent, the more his enthusiasm grew. He'd just finished his master's thesis at Penn, so perhaps writing was on his mind. "You have some fascinating ideas here," he told Vincent after one of their many talks. "You should write them down." "That's a great idea," Vincent replied, "but I can't write very well." "I can take care of that for you," Don replied. Thus came about a couple that was odd even by the liberal standards of Powelton: Glassy, the white radical college teacher, knowledgeable in the politics of the civil rights and anti-war movements, and Leifert, the black ghetto Jeremiah who could scarcely read or write. Before long Vincent's Pearl Street neighbors noticed Don coming by regularly, a stack of papers under his arm. The two of them put in a year of solid work, with Vincent dictating and Don writing everything down, organizing it into chapters, and reading it back to Vincent to be sure it said what he wanted it to say. When they were done, they had created a 300-page manuscript they called the Guidelines, or sometimes simply the book. It would become the core of the movement they were creating. It was from this book that Don Glassy read to his students at the community college. Not long afterward, the study sessions moved from the college to the schoolhouse, as the dozen or so regulars began to call Vincent's apartment. A cotter of regulars began attending the sessions. Louise came with Laverne. So did Louise's son, Frank, now a teenager, as well as Laverne's kids, Chucky and Debbie. There were others at those early meetings as well: a young black man with an angry face named Conrad Hampton, a former All-City High School football champion and occasional college student named Jerry Ford, an ex-Black Panther by the name of Delbert Orr. News of the study sessions spread among the streets of West Philadelphia. More people came to hear Vincent, some, like Don, looking for answers, others simply out of curiosity or at the urging of a friend. Many came away unimpressed. Others felt as if their eyes had been opened for the first time. In the midst of the rambling prose they found something that struck a chord, that had an element of rightness that was undeniable to them. Imperceptibly visitors became followers, followers became disciples, disciples became members. The group, many of them already linked by ties of blood to Vincent, soon began to consider itself a family. Its name, the Christian Movement for Life, was later shortened to the Movement. Finally it became known simply as MOVE. MOVE attracted searchers and seekers from throughout the city. They came from many backgrounds. Some were white, most were black. Some were veterans of leftist movements, some were politically naive. Many had attended at least a few years of college. Some had been addicted to drugs or in trouble with the law. Alberta Wicker was one of the many who first visited the house in Powelton out of curiosity and eventually stayed on. A soft-spoken young black woman with kind eyes and a shy smile, she was a full-time student at the Community College of Philadelphia. Alberta had grown up believing that if you needed help you could go find a policeman. She had never been arrested, nor had she become involved in the protest movements of the 60s. Mutual friends enthusiastically told her about John Africa and the Guidelines. They said the people of MOVE could rap on any subject and open your eyes to what was wrong with the world. One evening they took her to MOVE headquarters and she began to read the Guidelines. She chose, almost at random, the section on animals, and reading it moved her almost to tears. Fascinated, she became a regular student of Vincent's. Before long she'd left her job and moved into the headquarters, becoming one of the most ardent and committed members of MOVE. Eventually she would spend 7 years in prison rather than renounce her allegiance to MOVE and win an early parole. Though there is no hierarchy within MOVE, she would come closer than anyone would to the inner essence of MOVE and mysteries of John Africa. She became Vincent's wife. Another early member was Delbert Orr, former Black Panther captain of defense and chief of security for Chicago and Northern Illinois. He had come to Philadelphia for a joint council of radical causes and stayed on to learn more about John Africa. After reading the Guidelines, he said, he realized that the 4 years I'd spent with the Black Panther Party, the armed confrontation with police, the attacking of the government, the deaths of comrades were all for nothing, because nothing was changed. He saw that all that had nothing to do with true revolution, but was only the theoretical so-called revolution. A flyer from these early days brims over with the enthusiasm of the first followers of the man who would be known as John Africa. It is also one of the few pieces of MOVE literature that reveals the metamorphosis of Vincent Leifert into John Africa. It reads, in part, MOVE, an organization that is about just that. MOVE is an organization of people dedicated to the principles of life, truth, as written in the book, a published about to be released manuscript by John Vincent Africa. The book is the most powerful statement in existence, as the clarity, analytical ability of the author is unequaled, unparalleled in any other writings of man, past or present. The book is the truth, and it is to be used against the lie, this lifestyle of perversion, distortion, schizophrenia, indecisiveness, and misdirection. The book completely undercuts, disproves, and substantiates that nothing in man's lifestyle is working, or has ever worked since the imposition of violation, the invention of this unnatural style of life. You have only to look at your lifestyle to see what it has produced: deformed babies, murder, rape, genocide, suicide, countless bombs, perpetual wars and meaningless killing, a lifestyle that is fiction, an illusion, mystery, unreal, that you cannot relate to naturally, or sanely, a lifestyle that has pressed you, jammed you violently into a corner, strangulating the very life from you. True life has nothing to do with the theories, concepts, and ideas coming from the imagination of man, for all these things are illusions working against life, and cannot produce anything but the sickness, pain, and suffering you are constantly experiencing in this lifestyle. What MOVE is about is putting an end to all of the impositions on life, as you must realize that in order to solve the problems it is necessary to completely cut away from all of this lifestyle, for to hold on to any part of a cancerous style of life will only bring about that same cancer. This is why there has never been a true revolution, as revolution means total change, a complete disassociation from everything that is causing the problems you are revolting against. This early MOVE document cited a convert, a former actress, college student, model, follower of the arts. She testified, "I used to like to travel a lot, very much into the New York scene, started reading the book, stopped traveling, dropped out of school, gave the idea of being an actress and a model up completely, and have devoted all my time to MOVE." From a former writer, record producer, and poet came this: "I have always been searching for meaning in life, but upon reading the book, I realized that I had seen the first and last book, that is the book by John V. Africa, and I disposed of all of my writing, contact with publications, as there is nothing for me to write about, there is only to read, understand, and apply the principles of life in the book." The same document offers a portrait of what Vincent was becoming. Like the name John Vincent Africa, the picture that emerges is of a being in transition, half man and half God. John Africa is a man in the true sense of the word, a man who has never believed in any of this man-made lifestyle, who has always rejected the imposition of other so-called men, their education, science, technology, religion, government. A man who has lived his life consistent with the laws of natural manifestation, a man whose reverence, respect for life has caused him to be labeled insane by neighbors, friends, even his own family, and those who first get into the book, those who could not relate to a man living in complete harmony with his beliefs, never wavering, as he has true strength in his convictions. A man who has been tested over and over again by the imposition of this unnatural style of life, but who has always remained fixed to self, his only frame of reference. A man who uses no heat, no electricity, has never read a book in his life, a man who can barely read and write, knows nothing about language, but look at what he has done to the English language, as there was no research involved in putting together the book, for he dictated from himself the book to someone who consented to help him put down his message of truth. These and other praises notwithstanding, one is left with the sense that there is something about Vincent's message of truth that does not survive translation to the written page. At the heart of any religion there must be one possessed of that great and dangerous gift of oratory that can move nations, the fire of a Moses or Mohammed, the radiance of a Christ or Buddha. Vincent had that gift. He was part prophet, part Baptist preacher, a father and teacher to his followers, and words on a page would never equal the mesmerizing quality of his baritone voice when he would look someone in the eye and show just what he was talking about. Without his voice his ideas seem flat, a rambling collage of apocalyptic clichés. When spoken, they became the inspired words of a holy man. From the beginning, what set MOVE apart from the other revolutionaries and ascetics of the neighborhood was that MOVE members practiced what they preached. The only problem was that they preached the destruction of civilization. It tended to make for poor relations with their less enlightened neighbors. In 1971 Vincent Leifert had been one of 14 names attached to the Charter of Community Housing Incorporated. Community housing was a co-op created to buy houses before they fell into the hands of neighboring Drexel University. Though its membership was leftist, the co-op itself was a matter of expedience more than ideology. The charter made that clear: the collective does not claim to be a substitute for revolution in our oppressive society. Decision-making in the co-op was to be non-hierarchical, non-authoritarian, and open to the entire membership. Though Vincent had little money to contribute, other members of the co-op knew that he faced eviction from his apartment and bought the house in which he lived. Although the other members didn't realize it at the time, their organization was at cross purposes with Vincent. In his view, you were either for life or for the lifestyle, his term for the corrupt technological society. Halfway measures weren't acceptable. The difficulties began when Don and Vincent started using the co-op meetings as a platform for expounding Vincent's beliefs, with Don doing the expounding, as Vincent sat quiet and Buddha-like, as a former member of the co-op later recalled. A bigger problem was Vincent's refusal to spray his co-op apartment for roaches, out of concern that it would poison the dogs, and also, presumably, out of concern for the well-being of the cockroaches. When the cockroaches began to invade the other apartments in the building, the more conventional neighbors took up the matter with the co-op, which in turn sent a delegation to talk to Vincent. When he answered the door, they were shocked at the transformation that Vincent seemed to have undergone. They did not find the gentle, life-loving man who had joined the co-op months before. Vincent was a wild man, seething with hostility. He told them in no uncertain terms that he would not spray the apartment. As for the others in the building, well, if they didn't see things his way, that was just too bad. In the angry exchange that followed, someone suggested that perhaps Vincent had forgotten that he was living there through the generosity of members who went to work every day while he sat at home. Vincent replied that the ones who were working should support the ones, like him, who did not. When one of the delegation objected, Vincent turned on him. "If you're not with me, then you're against me. I view you as my enemy," he shouted. "Well, if that's the case, Vince," the man replied, "you've been playing me for a sucker." As MOVE gathered momentum, Don invited people to move into his house on 42nd Street, 10 blocks away from Vincent's house. By the end of 1973, tensions between MOVE and the housing co-op had reached the breaking point, and the co-op went to court to evict Vincent from his Pearl Street apartment. By then, Don had decided that MOVE needed a place to call its own, and he bought an enormous old Victorian twin house on 33rd Street, directly across from Vincent's house. Even in 1974, the $4,800 Don spent on the house was next to nothing. Before it had fallen on hard times, the house must have been splendid. By the time Don bought it, it was shabby and run down and looked like it had come out of a Charles Addams cartoon. It was an awesome, decrepit hulk, standing 3.5 stories above 33rd Street, a steep gabled Gothic tower of rust-brown bricks, its windows tall and set deep in their frames like the sunken eyes of an aged dowager. It was here at 309 North 33rd Street that the growing band began to live the life that John Africa preached. The changes in lifestyle came slowly. At first the house had heat and electricity, furniture, even a television set. The upper floors were divided into apartments. On the first floor was MOVE's headquarters. It held an office, a desk, a radio, and a telephone. The guidelines were kept in surprisingly humble circumstances, a set of filing cabinets. To raise money, MOVE set up a car wash on the street in front of the house. It was nothing more than a hose and bucket, manned by members and operated on a strict cash basis. Gradually life in the house began to change in ways that reflected John Africa's ideas. The apartments gave way to common rooms, named according to their function. The exercise room became the focal point of the house, a large common area where people came together to eat, study and rap as well as exercise. They gave away their furniture to the poor and placed sleeping bags on the floor. They took torches and scrapers to the walls and woodwork, painstakingly removing every bit of paint from the interior of the house out of concern for the lead it contained. They removed the windows and replaced them with horizontal wooden slats that let in the outside air. The dogs, some 50 or 60 of them, had the run of the house. On cold nights they slept indoors on beds of straw. At some point, it's not clear just when, MOVE also took over the adjoining house at 307 North 33rd Street. The owner transferred the house to the organization for $1. Some say MOVE obtained the property after the group threatened another potential buyer with knives. Another explanation is that MOVE's presence in the adjoining house made 307 worthless as a rental property, and the absentee owners decided they would do better by simply turning it over to MOVE and thus avoiding having to pay the taxes on it. Soon life at the compound settled into an ascetic routine. Everyone would rise before dawn, pile into the old school bus that the group owned, and drive to a park to run and exercise. The men would run with knapsacks full of bricks or telephone books to build their endurance. Back at the house by sunup, people would grab a quick snack of fruit and then go out again to run the dogs. Afterward, members would work at the car wash. At night they would have meetings. A former member recalls that the meetings were used to iron out disagreements and that they wouldn't end until you got honest. That could take hours, and sometimes the accusations got brutal, but when it was done, Vincent would have a hug for the person who'd been in the hot seat. Even the men would break down and cry, and Vincent used to say that if they didn't have so much pride, he'd have taken them on his lap. Vincent guided his flock with a firm but gentle hand. The guiding principle was natural law. Eventually that would come to mean living with no heat, no electricity, and no running water. It would also mean eating uncooked foods including raw meat. John Africa taught that people could eat anything they could catch in their own hands, though many members chose to stick to vegetables. He also taught them to chew garlic, believing that it protected them from illness. It was not a life for the faint of heart. And yet Vincent seemed to know when to back off, too. If a meeting dragged, he might simply jump up in the middle of it and turn on the radio. "Come on, y'all, get up," he'd say, and start them dancing. Some days would be distortion days, when he'd declare a moratorium on MOVE's raw food diet and even encourage members to eat forbidden foods. Vincent would say that people who had been addicted had to move toward natural law gradually. Soon the house was full of children. Some of the children came to the organization along with their parents, others, perhaps as many as 20, would be born within the organization, never knowing another life. When it came to the children of MOVE, Vincent would permit no distortions. They would be the vanguard of the revolution, he said, and before it was all over the kids would be teaching the adults how to live. He dreamed of the day when they would be grown, raised in a life free of distortion, unfettered by lifestyle addictions, powerful warriors for the coming revolution. Among the curious who came to the house was a young woman named Jean. Born in Providence, Rhode Island, to French-Canadian parents, she had come to Philadelphia in 1968 to attend the University of Pennsylvania. Like many of her classmates, she became deeply involved in the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement. She eventually married Ishango Africa, one of John Africa's earliest followers. Jean's marriage was a stormy one. As Ishongo got more deeply involved in MOVE, he became more and more critical of Jean. She was a prostitute, he said, because she continued to work in her lifestyle job. Her education was an addiction, a worthless distortion that prevented her from seeing her own corruption. Ishongo carried within him the zeal of a fanatic, and often his attacks would spill over from words to acts. Finally, she would later say, desperate from the beatings but determined to save her marriage, Jean decided to confront her problems at the source. She went looking for John Africa. She came to the headquarters unannounced, she says, demanding to talk to the man known as John Africa. She wanted to know what he was telling Ishongo that enraged him so. She wanted to know whether John Africa was telling her husband to beat his wife. MOVE members asked her into the house and led her to a barren, unfurnished room. Soon she was joined there by a man who introduced himself as Charlie. He seemed older than most MOVE members, with flecks of gray in his beard, but he looked to be very fit. Like the other members, he wore his hair in long, thick, matted dreadlocks. Jean says that Charlie explained that he was a long-time MOVE member. It was his job to explain MOVE philosophy to people who were interested in the organization and its goals. Jean told Charlie about the arguments with Ishongo, the insults and beatings. Was this, she wanted to know, what the organization was teaching? Charlie became upset, she said. He explained that Ishongo still had a lot of work to do. He might be talking MOVE, Charlie said, but he wasn't living MOVE. MOVE wasn't about violence. It was about life. John Africa's principles were very clear: respect for life in all its forms. Charlie then explained some of the MOVE doctrine that Ishongo had been misrepresenting. John Africa believed that the lifestyle, the way of living that people outside MOVE followed, was corrupt, that no matter how good your intentions, you couldn't reform the system from the inside out. Surely Jean, as a social worker, could see that was true. How much good was she really able to do for her clients from within the system? She couldn't get at the roots of their problems. All the social workers in the world couldn't wipe out poverty and hunger or change the fact that the poor were suffering and dying off the crumbs of the rich. When she left that day, Jean had to agree that what Charlie had been saying made sense. Soon she was back at the house again, eager to hear more. As the lessons continued, as Charlie came to trust her, she later said, she learned more and more about the inner secrets of MOVE. There was more going on than most people knew, Charlie told her. The roots of the tree that John Africa had planted were already extending throughout the system. The car wash, the demonstrations, even the house they were sitting in, these were only one part of MOVE. John Africa had also created an underground network MOVE members who looked, talked, and acted as though they belonged to the lifestyle. Some held 9-to-5 jobs, some, in fact, worked for the Philadelphia Police Department. As time went on, she later testified, Charlie revealed even more. He told Jean that he was John Africa himself. As she entered into the inner circle of MOVE, she says, his lessons became more strident, his logic more convoluted. MOVE's nonviolence, John Africa told her, was simply a facade, and it would fall away when the time was right. MOVE's strategy against civilization was simple: put your fist out there with the intention of him hitting back so you can get an opening. Hit him knowing he's gonna come back, so wait and get your mark. A lot of punches aren't necessary. As soon as you see you ain't getting in, stop. Counter-punch. MOVE are counter-punchers. There would be a conflagration, he foretold. A time would soon come when people, lifestyle people and MOVE people, adults and children, would die in the conflict. But he didn't use the word die, he said that they would be cycled back to the earth. Cycling was a fact of nature, he said, there was nothing evil about it. For example, he said, it would be better for a mother to cycle her child and herself than to let the child fall into the hands of lifestyle officials and permit its body and mind to be polluted. Anything that helps destroy the lifestyle world is good, John Africa taught. He told Jean that MOVE was secretly selling drugs to raise money. Despite its rejection of technology, it was acquiring high-tech automatic weapons. But there was no contradiction here, no hypocrisy, John Africa explained. It was simply a case of evil being turned back upon itself. It was a counterpunch. Jean's account of her involvement in MOVE is angrily contradicted by Vincent's widow, Alberta Africa. Alberta was living in the Powelton headquarters at the time, and she says that most of the events that Jean described never occurred. In fact, she says, Jean was never inside the Powelton house and certainly never gained access to MOVE's inner circle as she claimed. Jean was considered a MOVE supporter, not a member, Alberta says, and she has either distorted or misunderstood MOVE's aims and philosophy. There is little, if any, direct evidence to support either claim. It is clear that soon after these events Jean helped acquire arms for MOVE and set up safe houses for MOVE members who were fugitives, but she was not directly involved in the armed confrontations, and MOVE never publicly identified her as a member. Even those who were inclined to be sympathetic toward MOVE questioned why a group that rejected technology chose to live in the heart of a city. But to the people of MOVE, running away was no solution. Sooner or later the pollution and destruction would catch up with you wherever you were. They said that their interest was not in escaping from the problems of the world but in solving them, and to solve them you had to strike at their roots. Studying the guidelines was only the first step. The people of MOVE were a chosen people. They were the advance troops of John Africa's campaign to free nature from the bondage of modern man. John Africa wanted to use his small band of followers to show just how big a difference a few determined people could make. MOVE was ready to take its message to the streets, and John Africa was prepared to show himself as an adept manipulator of the media, including the print media he could not read and of the system he loathed. MOVE's first protests came at the Philadelphia Zoo and at pet stores, where they demanded that the animals be set free. Don Glassy handled media relations at those early demonstrations, explaining to baffled reporters that we don't see any difference between putting Jews in Auschwitz, napalming Vietnam, or enslaving black people and enslaving puppies. The issue might have seemed ludicrous, but John Africa was no fool. With all the savvy of a seasoned publicity agent, he selected high-visibility public events as a forum for MOVE's protests. Before long MOVE protesters became a regular sight at events around the city. Their trademarks were their loud, non-stop obscenity-laden speeches and their seeming opposition to everything. They protested Jane Fonda and Buckminster Fuller. They denounced Dick Gregory, charging that he had stolen some of their literature, and Jesse Jackson, claiming that he was ripping off poor people. They invaded the studio where the Mike Douglas show was taped and handcuffed the host to protest an incident in which a runaway chimpanzee had been shot with a tranquilizer gun and taken away in handcuffs. Meetings of the Board of Education became a regular target, apparently as much for the fact that they were televised as for MOVE's ideological differences with the school board. Members of the Philadelphia Police Department's Civil Affairs Division who monitored these and other protests had received a lot of training about the boundaries of free speech. Good-naturedly they explained the limits of the law to MOVE protesters. MOVE members were free to demonstrate, the plainclothes cops would explain, but the law said they had to follow certain rules. MOVE members listened politely and used the information in ways that surprised the cops. They weren't really interested in avoiding arrest. In fact, John Africa's plans called for them to be arrested. So once they knew exactly where the line was, they boldly stepped across it. A summary of police reports prepared years later clearly showed the pattern of escalation that John Africa was engineering. In 1973 police logged 10 MOVE demonstrations on causes ranging from animal rights to an appearance by Dick Gregory. There were no arrests. The following year the demonstrations had increased to 93, protesting animal rights abuses, police harassment, city policies, and the actions of the Board of Education. Police made 37 arrests that year, on charges ranging from assault and terroristic threats to contempt of court and disorderly conduct. Members made 22 court appearances. In 1975 police counted 38 demonstrations. They made 142 arrests, which resulted in 61 court appearances. Eventually a regular corps of civil affairs officers was assigned to cover MOVE protests, and despite the arrests relations between the two sides grew casual, even friendly. The MOVE people would rap to the cops, explaining what they were about and why they were doing what they were doing. Some of the cops, in turn, were intrigued. They even asked questions. "Hey, Delbert," one cop asked at one of the countless demonstrations in front of City Hall, "why do you guys use such bad language all the time? Why are you always calling me a motherfucker?" Delbert, the former Black Panther who'd come to MOVE from Chicago, explained that to MOVE anyone who violated the ways of nature, anyone who raped Mom Nature was called a motherfucker. Besides, he added with a smile, cursing gets people's attention. At the same time, MOVE was having more and more trouble with its neighbors. MOVE members today discount those early conflicts. They say there were a few minor disagreements but that by and large they got along with the neighbors. Those who lived near them at the time, however, tell a very different story. They say, and documents support their claims, that Vincent and his followers subjected people to an escalating campaign of intimidation, threats, and, finally, violence. Powellton resident Russ Johnson recalls that MOVE members would deliver papers to the neighbors, whether they wanted them or not, and then come around to collect. "I remember even at the beginning that there was something a little terrifying about them," he says. Neighbor Ken Mauberg told a reporter that after he testified about the group's dogs at a hearing of the zoning board, MOVE members harangued me, threatened to castrate me, and said they would wipe me out. Another neighbor was told that he better move with MOVE or be wiped out. What infuriated those who knew this darker side of MOVE and its founder was the apparent willingness of so many to take MOVE at face value. In January 1974, for example, Delbert Africa showed up at a meeting between the City Redevelopment Authority and the East Powellton Concerned Residents, a neighborhood group that was fighting to keep houses owned by the authority from being razed. Delbert, announcing that he represented MOVE, Inc., argued that the area should be reserved for poor blacks rather than the mostly white professors and students that made up the East Powellton group. MOVE's presence gave the Redevelopment Authority a political out for responding to EPCR's demands. "Here's another community group with another point of view," the authority's executive director told them with a smile. "Why should we negotiate with you?" The Philadelphia Daily News, reporting the meeting the next day, identified MOVE, Inc. simply as a citizens group. It would be none of Philadelphia's three large daily papers, not even the Pulitzer Prize-winning Philadelphia Inquirer, that first challenged the label that MOVE itself claimed. It was an article in The Drummer, a short-lived underground paper that offered its readers the first glimpse of the growing contradictions of MOVE. Writer Ken Kilimnik went to the Powellton Village House and interviewed many of the people living there. He also interviewed the neighbors and compiled a list of public demonstrations that MOVE had put on. He noted an interesting pattern: apart from a demonstration against the Board of Education and the protests at the zoo and circus, every other demonstration has been directed against grassroots community groups, or socialist, radical, or liberal speakers. Kilimnik concluded that MOVE was a larger danger to the left than it was to the right. Within its beliefs, he wrote, lay the seeds of fascism. MOVE members professed that anything is unreal or bad if it is based on an idea. Government is nothing but a theory, an idea from someone's imagination, an abortion of reality. He wrote, what socialist, liberal, or conservative would deny the value of human life or ideas? What political movement, outside of the Nazis and Mussolini's blood-soaked followers, have considered anything man-made to be worthless and evil? MOVE's dual personality, on the one hand affirming life and professing nonviolence, while on the other hoarding guns and threatening the neighbors like a gang of street toughs, divided the leftist community of Powellton. One side saw MOVE as one of their own, an angry voice that had been raised against social corruption, oppression, and injustice. MOVE's rhetoric had a familiar ring, and if its agenda didn't always match their own, at least MOVE seemed to be on the side of right. Those who lived closest to MOVE had a very different view. They saw the harassment of neighbors and the disruption of the neighborhoods. They began to live in fear of their wild-eyed new neighbors. One neighbor, a member of the housing co-op and professor at Penn named Gary Golden, began to compile a list of conflicts between neighbors and MOVE. Eventually it ran to 7 single-spaced typewritten pages, and even this, Golden said, was only a partial list. Among the incidents Golden reported are these. Winter 1973, Chris Peterson was threatened with knives by several unidentified members of MOVE. Mr. Peterson was told that he must give up an option he held to purchase 309 and 33 Street. Spring 1973, Jack Wright, a house repairman, was assaulted by Donald Glassy Africa in the presence of Mr. Wright's 2 small children. The assault resulted in a black eye and bruises. It was witnessed by another community resident, Kenneth Mauberg, who testified at the ensuing trial. At the hearing, Mr. Glassy was joined by other MOVE members, who called the beating political. Mr. Wright was an active member of a community organization, the East Powelton Concerned Residents, which was presumably Mr. Glassy's reference. Summer 1973, the technical director of the WXPN radio station was beaten up by MOVE members. January 1974, Amy Boss, a member of community housing, was picketed by MOVE members who encircled her home. After dark, about 60 MOVE members shouted threats and obscenities at her over a loudspeaker, making her fear for her life. She called the police, who told her that as long as they just shouted, they could remain. January 1974, Edith Parent, a friend of Jack Wright, but having no connection with the housing cooperative, was picketed at her home. MOVE members used obscenities and made threats, calling her a Jew moneylender and a Jew capitalist. She called the police, who told her that as long as MOVE did not force their way in, they could remain. January 1974, the home of Jack Wright was picketed after dark. MOVE members again used obscenities and made threats. Not all the neighbors were hostile to MOVE, however. Even today, several of them recall that they were good neighbors. Pamela Parsons, for example, lived nearby, and her children played with the MOVE children. She had some philosophical differences with them, especially about educating the children, but she remembers them as friendly and helpful. They once fixed her car, she says, and in general they were excellent neighbors. The complaints in the neighborhood were based on racism, she contends. Golden was a nasty person, and he wanted the neighborhood to be run his way. On April 8, 1974, Golden says, a band of MOVE members led by Conrad Hampton Africa attacked Monty Liss, another member of the co-op. Monty lived at 310 North 33rd Street, directly across from the MOVE house. At 62, he was called the oldest hippie in Powelton, and neighbors said he was a fragile and gentle soul. In 1973 he filed a complaint with the district attorney's office about threats he'd received from MOVE. Neighbors say that as a result he was singled out for a particularly hateful dose of harassment, with MOVE members surrounding him in the street and shouting anti-Semitic insults at him. Eventually Monty Liss began to fear for his health and his life, and he started staying at a neighbor's home. On April 8, 1974, he filed a charge of harassment against Conrad. On April 21, 1974, he suffered a heart attack. As he lay in the hospital, the nurses reached Gary Golden and asked him to bring some things from Monty's apartment that he might need in the hospital. On his way to the apartment, Golden says, he was accosted by a dozen MOVE members. They began shoving him and shouting at him, "You gonna be dead. Your wife is gonna be dead. You better move out of this neighborhood and never show up on this street again. We'll break your legs." The next day, April 22, Monty died, and 2 days later his complaint against Conrad was dismissed. The day after that, Golden and Edith Parent took Monty's brother Bernard to the apartment to collect Monty's effects. While they were inside, they began to hear catcalls from MOVE members out on the street. They claimed credit for Monty's death, Golden said, and said that Bernard would end up like his brother. Conrad and another MOVE member encountered Golden on the street 3 weeks later and repeated the boast and the threat to him as well. All the rest of that year, Golden said, MOVE members would repeat the threats whenever they saw him. One October evening they surrounded his house, shouting threats and obscenities through a loudspeaker. They made noises like a man having a heart attack. Golden and the neighbors were beginning to realize just how little the police and the courts could help them. At the earliest incidents, police had told them they were powerless to act against the assaults unless a private criminal complaint was filed. If they didn't know the names of their assailants, the police said, they could file a complaint based on physical descriptions. Golden had filed a complaint against Delbert for assault, but nothing had come of it. In August 1974, Golden and Bruce Grant, another neighbor, wrote to the district attorney's office asking for an investigation into the pattern of threats and violence that the neighbors were enduring at the hands of MOVE. They received a form letter in reply. The proper procedure, it said, was for them to file a private criminal complaint. Still looking for help, Golden and Grant arranged to meet with an assistant district attorney. He told them that they had even fewer options than they'd thought. He was sorry, but the cops had been wrong. They couldn't file a criminal complaint on the basis of description alone. In fact, he said, the surname Africa wouldn't be enough. The neighbors would need to find out the actual legal names before they could swear out a complaint. And just how would they do that? Go see the police captain at the 16th precinct, the attorney told them. Their pictures are on file there. By the way, he added as the two men prepared to leave, I wonder if you could write to the papers and indicate how cooperative this office has been. We've been getting a lot of criticism in the press lately. A few weeks later, Golden and his wife met with the captain of Precinct 16. To begin with, they wanted to know why Delbert hadn't been arrested, since a warrant had been issued when he'd failed to appear for his initial hearing on Golden's complaint. That was as far as they got before the captain cut them off. I know who you are, he said. You belong to that East Powelton group that's had all those demonstrations. If you people in the community want to fight among yourselves, that's your business. The police will not become involved. When they tried to protest, he told them that the matter was closed. He would not permit them to review the mugshots of MOVE members, and he had no intention of arresting Delbert or Africa. Finally, the DA's office and police department had a change of heart, not because of neighbors' complaints but because they learned that MOVE members had threatened a judge and an assistant district attorney. Now the DA's office was willing to let Golden and other neighbors identify from police photographs the people who had threatened them. Assistant District Attorney William Stevens made it clear that his interest lay in the threats against the judge and Assistant District Attorney. He told Golden that he was willing to prosecute the case despite the fact that Golden had belonged to the East Powelton group and had been involved in several demonstrations. Golden and the other neighbors were subpoenaed to appear in court on 6 different days. Each time, Golden says, the case was postponed either because of MOVE's disruptions or because the DA's office wasn't prepared. The DA's office lost the case because of the DA's lack of preparation, Golden would say later. In an interview with the Bulletin, however, Stevens blamed the failure on the reluctance of the witnesses he named, Golden in particular, to testify. One of the real problems in this case, he said, is getting people to come forward. Ken Mauberg tried a different approach, the media. Angered by a column in the Philadelphia Daily News by black columnist Chuck Stone that cited a few neighbors who deeply resent what they feel has been abuse by MOVE members, Mauberg wrote a long, accusatory letter to Stone. He wrote, "You do us a great injustice as well as an offense when you make such a distorted statement as to the nature of MOVE's behavior toward many of their neighbors over the past 2 years of their existence. This is all the more so distorting and offensive when we know you have made no effort whatsoever to contact us about our experiences with MOVE." Acknowledging that MOVE was entitled to free speech and free assembly under the law, Mauberg asked Stone to consider the neighbors' rights as well, such as the legal right to protection under the law, and to bring legal charges against MOVE when their lives and the lives of their wives and children are publicly threatened, when they are physically assaulted in public, when they are viciously abused with anti-Semitic harassment in the best of Nazi stormtrooper style, when public laws and ordinances concerning garbage, trash, public burning, appropriate use of residential property, public nuisance, and when people who have a long tradition of tolerance and good neighborliness are simply pressed to the wall by a group which has publicly stated it intended to force anyone and everyone out of Powelton who did not agree with and join them, i.e. move, then that is just pushing the situation too far. Stone wrote back. The purpose of my column was to point out that MOVE, despite whatever one feels about them, was being subjected to an organized pattern of official harassment and abuse. I doubt if you would maintain that you and your neighbors are being officially abused by the police and the criminal justice system. Until my column appeared, MOVE's position on police brutality had not been published. Yet, by your own admission, your charges against MOVE were amply reported by John T. Gillespie, Glassy said. I think it might be as much as 25 pounds. Greg was excited by the news. Comparing that much plastic to what had been seized in the raid was like comparing a hand grenade to a firecracker, he said. We'll definitely take it if you can arrange it, Greg said. Don't you have to check with Charlie first? Glassy asked. No, not if it's a donation. How about Delbert or Phil? Phil, another MOVE member, was married to Janine. No. Things like this are my activity. Theirs is guns. Greg talked some more about stealing cars to get money for Charlie. Glassy interrupted. What should we do if my guy wants to do the transaction in New Jersey? I'll go to New Jersey if I need to, Greg answered. They talked some more about the possibility of police surveillance. They would need to be careful, they agreed. Greg then said he expected to hear from Charlie soon and would get his approval. But he was sure he didn't need the approval beforehand. Then Greg talked about the proposal, a master plan that was the final solution to MOVE's problems. The plan included an extortion plot against the government and outlined the use of the explosives as a threat. We even thought about getting a nuclear bomb, he said. Seeing Glassy's face, he went on. It's not that far-fetched. Sometimes they're accidentally dropped at sea, and they never find them. If they lose one anytime soon, we could say that we recovered it. Can I get a copy of the proposal? Glassy asked. I'll give you a copy when I get one, Greg told him. Now the sting was moving into high gear. The ATF agents and Glassy set up a meeting in a restaurant parking lot in New Jersey with imitation C4 as a sample for Greg. That night Glassy called Greg and told him the meeting was set for midnight. Meet me at 13th and Pine at 11, Greg said. At 20 minutes past midnight a Chevrolet station wagon carrying Greg and Glassy pulled into the restaurant parking lot in New Jersey. Glassy's friend was waiting for them. Glassy made the introductions, and the friend handed them 2 pounds of what looked like plastic explosive. Is there anything else you and your associates need? The man asked Greg. Greg wrote out a list and handed it to him. It read: plastic, any amount. Grenades. Detonators. Caps. Bazookas. Mortars. Auto rifles. At the bottom were 2 phone numbers. He could reach Greg at the first one, the second was only for messages. I don't do business over that phone, Greg said. I can't trust it. The second number's cool, though. On the way back from New Jersey Greg got the impression he was being followed. As soon as he had crossed the Ben Franklin Bridge and arrived back in the city he began taking evasive action, running red lights, making sudden lane changes, circling around and doubling back. Greg's instincts were correct, the ATF agents were right behind him. But they weren't interested in arresting him just yet, they were simply keeping an eye on him. Greg dropped off Glassy at the same corner where he'd picked him up and then continued to duck and dodge through the city. At the railway station on 30th Street, just a few blocks from the MOVE house, he got out and disappeared on foot to hide what he thought were explosives. Back in the car 15 minutes later, he continued doubling through the streets of Philadelphia until almost 2 a.m., when the ATF agents, dogging him to the end, watched him disappear into a bar in North Philadelphia. Over the next several days Glassy tried several times to reach Greg on the phone, and to find out the whereabouts of Charlie, that is, Vincent and Beowulf. But he was already too late. Vincent had left town back in June at almost precisely the same time that Glassy had sat in jail and made up his mind to cooperate with the federal agents. Jean would later tell the story of their flight. She was living with her husband, Ishongo Africa, in a downtown apartment at the time, one of the safe houses that Move had established around the city. Their relationship continued to be a stormy one, and in May 1977, she says, Ishongo held her hostage in the apartment for a day and a half. Finally she escaped and, desperate, called Vincent. He told her to come to the headquarters in Powelton Village. The next morning she attended a meeting in the apartment that Move members had rented around the corner from the main headquarters. There were 15 or 20 people in the apartment that morning, the most committed core of the organization. They were planning a confrontation with the police for the following Friday, May 20. Before the planning began, however, Jean later said, Vincent had something to say, and he wanted everyone to listen. Looking at Jean, he began to talk about the principles of marriage. Marriage, he said, is two people moving in the same direction to be right. And I've been watching you and Eddie Edward Goodman Africa moving in the same direction. He's your coordinator, you're his student. You should be married. And so they were, Jean says. Vincent performed the marriage himself as the rest looked on, and then they all got down to the business at hand. As the planning went on through the morning, Delbert turned to Jean. Do you want to go with underground or above ground activity next Friday? I'll do whatever the family needs me to do, she said. Okay, Delbert said. You'll be above ground. As it happened, Jean was neither above ground nor below ground on the day of the confrontation. Instead she stood among the crowd of onlookers at the base of the platform. Her brother-in-law had died, and she'd had to leave unexpectedly that morning to attend the funeral. As she came back to the house early in the afternoon, she saw the crowd in the middle of the block. And up on the stage she saw Delbert and the others with guns, bats, and ammunition. She was stunned, she says. She had assumed that the confrontation would be like the others, verbal but not violent. She says she had never seen Move members carrying firearms before. Never, that is, except for the time she had come upon Delbert cleaning a gun inside the house. When she asked him about it, he told her that sometimes it was hard to get rid of certain lifestyle addictions. He was, he said, a gun fanatic from his days in the Black Panthers, and that was why the gun was in the house. She was also surprised to see Ishongo on the platform, putting out information. No true follower of John Africa would inflict the beatings he had given her. No one who truly accepted the guidelines would poison his body with drugs the way Ishongo did. The people in Move knew this, so why would they permit him to stand up and put out information? Jean returned to her house on 13th Street, troubled and confused. On Sunday the 22nd, Vincent and Beowulf arrived. They didn't say how long they'd be there. Over the next 2 weeks the neighbors must have wondered what was going on as strange men and women went in and out of Jean's townhouse. They were members of the Black Guard, the Move Underground, Jean later said. They didn't usually stay long. They would come in, talk to Vincent for a while, and leave. Vincent was upset, she said, at how the confrontation over in Powelton Village was being reported in the press. As the days went on and the stalemate continued, the story moved off the front page and onto inside pages. Some days there would be no coverage at all. Vincent told her to call the papers and television stations and complain about the news blackout of the confrontation. One day, she says, she asked Vincent why Ishongo was on the platform talking Move principles when he didn't live by those principles. There's a reason he's there, Vincent told her. There's going to be a shootout with the cops, and Ishongo will be taken care of then. Taken care of? How will he be taken care of? Jean asked. He'll be there to protect Move. If he gets in a shootout with the cops, he might get killed. Then he went on to say that if the cops didn't get Ishongo, Move would, and they'd set it up to look like the cops had done it. Jean says she felt herself recoil. Using weapons for defense was one thing, but this was cold-blooded murder. Still, she would say later, she said nothing. And her belief in the principles of John Africa was still strong enough that she did not abandon Move at this time. Some 2 weeks after he arrived, Vincent abruptly announced that he was leaving. As he burned papers in a pot on the stove, he told Jean to wipe down everything in the house so that no fingerprints would be left behind. When she was done, he instructed her to scout around outside for police or any undercover people she might recognize. As soon as she returned with an all-clear, members of the Move Underground showed up in a car to pick up Vincent and Beowulf. It was the last time she would see them for nearly 3 years. Half an hour later the phone rang. It was Beowulf. He'd forgotten some socks down in the basement. He asked Jean to bring them upstairs. In the basement she found the package, but it was obvious that it didn't contain socks. Back upstairs, she opened it and found a contraption made of 2 pipes, a plastic pill bottle containing black powder, and putty. It was, she knew, a bomb. She was almost beside herself with anger. The phone rang. It was Beowulf again. "Why did you leave a bomb in the basement?" she demanded. "Be careful with that stuff," Beowulf snapped. "It's expensive." Expensive was a code word. It meant that it was something they needed and didn't want to lose. "Bury it in the backyard. We'll be using it later." Jean took the bomb outside to the backyard. It was a common yard, used by people in the 2 adjoining houses as well as her. Children and dogs played back there. She couldn't bury it in the backyard. What if the dogs dug it up? She took it back inside and waited for Beowulf to call again. When he called, she told him she couldn't bury it in the yard. Beowulf paused, then told her to get rid of it, to take it somewhere, take it apart, and scatter the pieces. After he hung up, she walked north and east for several blocks to a deserted area and quickly, furtively, dispersed the pieces. Despite her growing reservations, Jean still visited the Move house during the confrontation and performed the duties she was given. In addition to her meetings with Glassy to pass on information about weapons, she called the papers and television stations to bring attention to the confrontation. As the days grew into months, she couldn't forget what Vincent had said about Ishongo. Despite the beatings she'd received from him, she still loved him, and she knew what Vincent had said was wrong. She had learned, too, that she was carrying Ishongo's child. And yet she couldn't betray her family, the family of Move. In December of that year, as the standoff continued between Move and the police, Jean Africa went into a difficult labor. She tried to follow the teachings of John Africa, to deliver the child without the interference of doctors and hospitals, but her body would not cooperate. On December 16, after 19 hours of labor, she began to hemorrhage, and despite the guidelines and the outrage of Ishongo, she went to a hospital. Her son was born by cesarean section. She felt like a failure. While she was in the hospital she had some time to think. She thought about the guns and about the things Vincent had said. She recalled some conversations she'd had with Don Glassy about how the organization had changed, about its inexorable drift toward violence. She thought about her newborn son and asked herself why a mother's instinct to save her child had seemed so wrong. It wasn't wrong, she decided. Move was wrong. John Africa was wrong. When she left the hospital with her newborn son in her arms, she no longer considered herself a member of Move. When he left Jean's house, Vincent disappeared into the underground that Move had carefully built over the years. Some weeks earlier, in fact, just before the May 20th confrontation, 2 black men had appeared in a real estate agent's office in Rochester, New York. One had the improbable name of Jimmy Lee Fart, the other was called Ernie. They were looking for cheap property for their uncle, a real estate investor. They found a decrepit house in a run-down part of the city. The price was less than $500, and it did not take the men long to strike a deal. They signed the papers on behalf of their uncle, whom they said was on his way to Rochester. The uncle's name was Vincent Leifart. Leifart. Nobody could say Vincent didn't have a sense of humor. Jimmy Lee was Alfonso Africa, Ernie was Gerald Ford Africa. They were two of MOVE's earliest and most trusted members. As events moved toward confrontation in West Philadelphia, they prepared the house for the imminent arrival of Uncle Vincent. More members of the family arrived soon, including Vincent's wife, Alberta. Eventually MOVE bought 7 houses in the Rochester area and dispatched several of the women and children to another house in Richmond, Virginia, where they established a group known as the Seed of Wisdom. MOVE apparently had its eye on some rural property as well. It entered into negotiations for a farm in Virginia. It was about this time that the group also entered into discussions about a farm in a rural part of southern New Jersey, an effort for which City Commissioner Lucien Blackwell, perhaps seeing an easy way out of the confrontation that had dominated his district, wrote a glowing letter of reference. When Vincent and Beowulf left Jean's house in downtown Philadelphia, they headed for Rochester and the house that was already waiting for them. During his stay in Rochester, Vincent Leifart would be presented to the neighbors and curious people who began to drop by his bill. Soon he would become a fixture in the neighborhood, a man known for his passion for early morning runs, when he could be seen in a blue jogging suit, running barefoot through the broken and battered streets of Rochester, trailed by a pack of barking dogs. The other members of the clan lived under a variety of aliases, but they took no pains to disguise their lifestyle. Before long the upper windows of the old frame house were covered over with slats. They began feeding the neighborhood strays and putting out birdseed pounds at a time in the backyard. Despite the way they lived, Rochester seemed a safe haven for the MOVE leadership. There in upstate New York, on the shore of Lake Ontario, they were far away from the crisis that was building in Philadelphia throughout the summer. Far away, but not out of touch. Evidence suggests that Vincent kept in touch with the Philadelphia contingent by telephone, guiding the confrontation. It is likely that he used the people of the MOVE underground as intermediaries to take messages and instructions to the group in the house. Among his instructions, says the former Jean Africa, was a detailed plan for armed resistance should the police seize the house by force. He had named a select cadre of people to stay and defend the house in that case. The others, including the children and many of the women, should leave the house before any armed confrontation took place. There is a document from this time that provides an insight into MOVE's methods, its expectations, and its perception of itself. It is a grant proposal written by someone who had an obvious familiarity with social science jargon. It is not known to whom the proposal was submitted, if, indeed, it was ever submitted anywhere. A copy of it ended up in the Philadelphia Police Department's background files on MOVE. It bears the handwritten date July 10, 1978, the very height of the police siege. It is impossible to tell whether that is when it was created or submitted, or whether it is simply the date that the police obtained a copy. Certain items mentioned in passing suggest that it was written about 1976 or early 1977, but the thinking it reflects seems consistent with MOVE's activities during the time of the siege itself. Entitled Proposal for Funding of the MOVE Organization, it describes MOVE as a community-based, grassroots movement dedicated to the teaching of our founder, John Africa. It continues. This teaching has enabled people of many diverse backgrounds and social experiences to diagnose the problems with which they were faced in their previous existences and work collectively toward positive personal and social change. MOVE members have now begun to manifest the principle of natural law, the law of form, the teaching of John Africa, as the only viable alternative to our former frustrations, anxieties, and tensions. The proposal continued in the same vein for several pages, in the tone of someone who has reluctantly donned an ill-fitting suit to borrow money. We are taught that society imposes these addictions on children from birth and that a child's unnatural dependence on a rattle or a bottle of soda pop is not unlike his later cravings for the contents of a hypodermic needle, a stick of marijuana or a quart of wine. All MOVE members now understand and readily distinguish between wants and needs, discouraging the former in favor of the latter. On page 3, MOVE laid out its wants and needs in precise detail. A parcel of land in a rural. A number of properties that would be conducive to the maintenance of our programs. Large enough to house several families, preferably with a large open area that could be utilized for lectures or spontaneous discussion sessions. A yard of an area sufficient to provide for a few animals and the physical fitness needs of the residents. A large garage with running water. Because of the distorted picture of MOVE in the media, the organization also wished to establish a communications media of our own to serve as a forum to clarify our beliefs, objectives, programs, and services. Toward this end, we have been trying to obtain a small printing press, new or used, that would serve to produce a bi-weekly newspaper or newsletter, a few advertisements, and a small donation requested of its readers. In a section entitled Funding History, the anonymous proposal writer explained that hard times had fallen on the group since the city shut down the car wash and towed away trucks used in the handyman and moving services that the group had also provided. But, the proposal said, even if we did have access to the vehicles, it would be difficult to expend a large labor force on these activities, as it is currently necessary to maintain a sizable presence of MOVE members at our house to discourage the police from provoking any further confrontations. Finally, there is a carefully prepared line item budget per month for this wish list, coming to a total of $2,995 plus initial or down payments on the rural and urban properties and printing press, amounting to $16,000. Presumably the request for funding went unfulfilled. But it raises an intriguing question: during the siege, where did MOVE find the money not only for food and other necessities, but for the guns and explosives, the 7 properties in Rochester, and the safe houses scattered throughout the city? Jean Africa would say later that most of the money came from drugs sold by the MOVE underground, the blackguard that she and others say was far larger than the above-ground activities would suggest. She says that the fact that MOVE itself was adamantly opposed to addictions of any kind, including drugs, was explained by Vincent as an instance of evil being turned back on itself for the greater good. If MOVE was having trouble making ends meet, things weren't going so well for the city either. As MOVE held out through the summer and fall of 1977 and on into the coldest winter that Philadelphia had seen in a century, the bills were beginning to pile up, and with them the frustration of the taxpayers. The neighbors were angry and frustrated. A news report showed that the standoff had already cost the city at least $250,000 in police overtime and other expenses, and that more than 250 MOVE-related trials had clogged the courts, delaying another 2,000 criminal cases. Finally, on March 1, Mayor Rizzo made his first move. One senses that he was reluctant, not out of fear or sympathy, but simply because he knew that he was being pushed into a corner that would be difficult to get out of. For 10 months MOVE had taunted him, provoked him, and embarrassed him, and he'd refused to play the game. But now, like it or not, he was being drawn into that game. And if he had to play, he was going to play to win. Going before Judge G. Fred DeBona, the city asked for and received permission to build a blockade around the MOVE house. Rizzo announced that the city would no longer permit people to approach the house with food or other supplies. City water, which had been kept on out of concern for the welfare of the children, was to be shut off. The mayor announced his intentions in the most unmistakable terms: if MOVE wouldn't leave voluntarily, he was going to starve them out. The press went wild. "Get out or die, Mayor says," screamed a tabloid headline. The reporters and photographers descended on the scene in a fury, and the drama on 33rd Street became a daily staple of the news. Over the next several weeks, as the last of winter piled snow on the city, the police put up chain-link fencing around 4 blocks and cleared the streets inside of people. They established a tight cordon of police officers around the house. Mounted patrols stood outside the barricade, granting passage only to residents on the block and the seemingly endless procession of police detectives and civil affairs officers. The crowds did not go away, of course. Kept back behind the barricades, they grew larger and louder. The confrontation that had been seething for almost 10 months now seemed ready to ignite. MOVE had stockpiled food and water, anticipating Rizzo's move, but everyone knew that sooner or later something would have to happen. The death watch had begun. As the snows of winter melted into the first rainy days of May, Frank Rizzo did something extraordinary for a man who was known as the toughest mayor in America. He agreed to a compromise. Attorney Oscar Gaskins, who represented MOVE in legal proceedings from time to time, and the city solicitor's office worked out a 10-point agreement that looked as if it would sidestep the confrontation that so many had seen as inevitable. MOVE agreed to turn over its weapons to the police and permit a search of the house. In addition, it would permit the police to arrest each person in the house for whom warrants were outstanding. The city in turn, agreed to release immediately on their own recognizance those taken into custody. The district attorney pledged to expedite proceedings against MOVE members who were already in jail and to recommend that they too be released on their own recognizance. And finally, MOVE agreed to vacate the Powelton headquarters within 90 days by August 1, 1978. The first part of the agreement went off without a hitch. Police confiscated a number of weapons from the house, all of them inoperable, and the MOVE members in the house politely stepped into the waiting police wagon for the trip to police headquarters downtown. They went one at a time, with the others remaining in the house. After booking, fingerprinting, and photographing them, the police drove each one back to the house and picked up another. The barricades stayed up over the summer as the search began for a new headquarters for MOVE. The earlier grant proposal notwithstanding, the group now rejected the idea of a farm. They felt that they wouldn't be safe without the protection afforded by their visibility and access to the press. They deemed a run-down property in North Philadelphia as unsuitable. The August 1 deadline came and went, and MOVE announced that it wasn't going anywhere. MOVE members said they couldn't leave because they had no place to go. The next morning, Judge DeBona signed arrest warrants for 21 MOVE members and gave the police 10 days to execute the arrests. Back in his office at City Hall, Rizzo was furious. MOVE had played him for a fool and gotten away with it. He had handled these people with a deference that didn't become him, and now his problems were worse. On August 2, Rizzo held a tense press conference. There will be no more bargaining, no more conversations, meetings, or agreements. The same morning, when MOVE members failed to appear for a hearing, Judge DeBona signed arrest warrants for those who had been released on their own recognizance and ordered the Philadelphia police to make the arrests within 10 days. Almost immediately after the judge issued the order, Police Commissioner Joseph O'Neill called his senior people together. There was no time to lose. The countdown had begun. Jean Africa says that she went to the Powelton house for the last time in the first days of August. By then MOVE had been cut off from the world for nearly 3 months. All that summer she had been troubled by what Vincent had told her about Ishongo. Just as the confrontation he had predicted seemed inevitable, she had received a call from Monsignor Charles Devlin, one of the negotiators who had been trying to work out a settlement between MOVE and the city. He asked Jean if she knew of anyone who was in danger inside the MOVE house. She told him about Ishongo. Later that day the Monsignor called back, urging her to go to the police. He told her to get in touch with Inspector Fenkel, the man in charge of the siege. When Fenkel heard the story, he let her pass through the barricade. She does not say whether the people in the house were surprised to see her, but somehow she managed a few moments alone with Ishongo, and she told him what Vincent had said. Several days later the police officers watching the house saw Ishongo jump off the porch and walk away from the house, never to return. Jean believes he is now living in France. In the first week of August, specially picked cadres of police officers met several times at a secret location. In city garages, welders began attaching armor plating to heavy construction equipment. At the Philadelphia police headquarters known as the Roundhouse, a sense of urgency filled the air. Planning sessions ran late into the evenings. City spokespersons, asked about Judge DeBona's order, refused to discuss timing or tactics. Late in the afternoon of August 7 the police commissioner's office issued a confidential order. Before long the switchboard at the roundhouse was bristling with outgoing calls. A lot of fathers and husbands would not be home for dinner that evening. 5. August 8. Every day for the last 12 days the midsummer rains had fallen on the city and life had burst forth in the lush wet heat with an almost tropical fury. On cracked sidewalks grass pushed through the pavement in thick, unruly clumps. Vacant lots had become dense green jungles. The earth that had been frozen so deeply and so long during the winter was now soft and pliable, shifting beneath the feet like something alive. Between the rains the air hung thick and blue, filled with the cries of insects and birds. In the early morning hours of August 8 the rain stopped. A gentle breeze wafted through West Philadelphia, easing the humidity and cooling the air. Just for a few hours in the darkness it was as if the summer had lifted away from the streets, and beneath it had come just the briefest hint of fall. Sometime after midnight cops started arriving in the vacant lot that had once been the site of the Philadelphia General Hospital, the hospital that had been the birthplace, 45 years before, of Vincent Leifert. They were glad for the break in the weather, it would make the job they had to do a little easier. It was not often that you could see the police commissioner himself at a police scene at 1 in the morning, but Joseph O'Neill was there that night. The plan that would begin in the next few hours was unmistakably his own. Like O'Neill, it was organized and logical, there was no room in it for improvisation or indecision. In contrast to the flamboyance that Frank Rizzo had brought to the commissioner's job, Joseph O'Neill was a buttoned-down cop. He wasn't using the job as a stepping stone to political office. He was a cool professional, with a reputation for being old-fashioned and at times autocratic. O'Neill hadn't gone beyond his own expertise and that of his immediate staff to develop the plan. He saw no need to seek the advice of experts inside or outside the force, he knew what he was doing. He'd been personally involved in close to 100 barricade situations. He had put together the Philadelphia Stakeout Squad, one of the first SWAT teams in the nation. And he'd been an engineer in the military, building bridges and roads under combat conditions. In statements given to the media, the police department later said the plan had been put together in the week since DeBona had ordered Move's eviction. But O'Neill had actually begun thinking about the problem some 6 weeks earlier. O'Neill approached the problem from an engineering point of view. He began by defining his objectives: first, to remove the children safely from the compound; second, to protect his people; third, to remove the women safely; and last of all, to remove the men. Police knew the general arrangement of the house's interior from an interview with a jailed Move member. She had described the inside of 309 North 33rd Street to police investigators. She wasn't as familiar with 307, she said, but it was basically the same. The house was, for all practical purposes, empty. The basement, she'd told them, was one large empty room, with a table in the center and a row of dog houses along the rear wall. The first floor at the level of the wooden platform had 4 rooms, all in a row: the living room/office in the front, a meeting room, a dog room, and an office in the rear. Upstairs were the sleeping areas: one room for mothers with babies, another for couples with babies, and a large room where the others slept. The third-floor attic held more sleeping areas and, in the center, the kitchen. Armed with this description of the house's layout, O'Neill had devised a simple strategy. A bulldozer would first tear down the barricade along the sidewalk to gain access to the house itself. Then a cherry picker, a piece of construction equipment with a long hydraulic arm, would be brought into position to knock out the slats across the windows. A key part of O'Neill's plan was its reliance on armor. To bring his people into range he devised an armored personnel carrier made out of a yellow dump truck from the Department of Streets. It was an ungainly rolling fortress. The front wheel had a thick steel plate almost covering the entire wheel. On the side that would face the Move house, sandbags were piled on the running board. More were stacked on the hood and around the window of the cab, with a tiny slit to enable the driver to see. A thick piece of steel plating some 6 feet high and 10 feet wide was propped in the back, backed up by still more sandbags. He'd devised similar armor for the bulldozer and cherry picker, with sandbags protecting the operators, gas tanks, and other vulnerable parts. O'Neill wanted no surprises. The police would telegraph their every move to the people in the house, informing them over the bullhorn what would happen next. They would use only smoke, no tear gas, both out of concern for the children and so the officers wouldn't need to use gas masks. By the time August 8 came, O'Neill was confident, almost arrogant in his low-key way. He had devised no contingency plan, he saw no need. He was sure the plan would work. 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. 6.5 blocks away from the staging area, the brooding old house on 33rd Street was dark and silent except for the barking of dogs. But the people inside were not sleeping. A MOVE supporter had slipped through the blockade during the night to warn them that the police were assembling nearby. They knew the confrontation that had been brewing for a year and a half would come today. Earlier in the night Janine had told a reporter, "Stick around." At 3 in the morning, dozens of police began to arrive in trucks, methodically taking up their assigned positions. Among them were 28 specially selected stakeout cops, whose job it would be to enter the house. They had been chosen because of their physical size. Cops fanned out into the surrounding buildings to evacuate residents and set up observation posts. They sandbagged windows and rooftop positions and searched the adjacent buildings room by room. Within minutes they controlled an entire city block within the chain-link barricades. As the press began to realize what was happening, reporters and photographers moved in closer and closer to the MOVE house. But O'Neill wasn't going to have the media getting in his people's way during the operation. He herded them into an area surrounded by chain-link fence. He would permit 4 reporters to move in closer, he told them. They would have to draw lots. In an apartment building behind the police lines, 2 officers were escorting the last of the tenants from their second-story apartment. As they prepared to leave, one of the cops stopped at the window. "Hey, look at this," he said to his partner. "It's a great view." The window framed the scene outside like a television screen. From this vantage point they could see everything: the cops on the street below crouching in the darkness behind their riot shields, the forbidding barricades across the street, and beyond them, the slat windows of the MOVE house. It was a ringside seat. As the door closed behind them on the way out, the shower curtain rustled in the bathroom, a closet door creaked open, and Philadelphia Daily News reporter Kitty Caparella and photographer Norman Lono took up positions by the window. The cop had been right. It was a great view. The MOVE loudspeaker came on for the first time at 3:50 a.m. "Testing, murderers. Testing." The plan unfolded literally by the numbers. At 4 a.m., traffic barriers went up at 33rd and Powelton. At 4:20 a busload of police officers pulled up to the same intersection. Within minutes they were joined by 32 mounted police, all of them wearing riot helmets and flak jackets. Inside the barricades a small group of MOVE sympathizers and supporters were already waiting, sitting on benches and milk crates along the fence. 2 women, one in dreadlocks and one not, hugged each other in the middle of the street. Charles Sims' Africa came on over the loudspeaker. "Who's crazy? Tell the world Rizzo killed black babies for a health violation. You think we're crazy? We ain't crazy. Every day it's been raining. Where do you think that rain's coming from?" Despite the months of threats coming from the house, the police did not expect trouble. In fact, the cops who'd been tapped to go into the house had been assured by their supervisors that MOVE had no guns in the house. All of them had been removed during the truce at the beginning of the blockade, and no one had been permitted to go into the house since then. They moved into position brazenly, in full view of the MOVE house. A group of them walked up the west side of 33rd Street, across the street from the house. The crowd of sympathizers was still at the fence. One of the women taunted the black officers, "You house niggers." You're too damn scared to tell them you don't want any part of this murder. At 4:50 the armored bulldozer arrived on the back of a truck. A buzz went through the crowd of onlookers and reporters as they realized for the first time what O'Neill had in mind: they're going to knock the house down. The bulldozer sat on the back of the truck, half a block away from the move house, like an actor waiting in the wings. At 5:05, as MOVE members watched from the darkness of the porch, firefighters in helmets and orange and black raincoats set up water cannons to the west and north of the MOVE house, aiming them carefully at the basement windows. Tow trucks began clearing parked cars. 2 police wagons arrived, were waved through the barricade, and came to a stop directly in front of the MOVE house. Cops in riot gear emerged and began moving people away from the fence. Reluctantly the crowd retreated to barricades on Powelton Avenue to await the opening act. Just after 5:30, as the first hints of light showed in the sky, the bulldozer rolled off the trailer and began creeping toward the fence. Above the low-pitched rumble it was possible to hear the sound of babies crying. As the bulldozer moved closer and closer, Delbert's voice thundered over the loudspeaker, "You've been killing Indian babies for 200 years. You've been killing black babies for 200 years. You don't give a fuck about black babies, black men, and black women." As Delbert shouted, the bulldozer stopped in the middle of the street in front of the house. It waited, its engine idling. 2 MOVE men still stood on the porch, watching. The sun was up. The drama was about to begin. At 6:04 Officer Benjamin Powell of the Civil Affairs Unit strode to the middle of the street and stood beside the sandbagged truck. Speaking through a bullhorn, he read the statement prescribed in Step 1 of the plan: "We have in our possession writs of attachments and bench warrants for the occupants of 307 to 309 North 33rd Street. These are court orders issued by Judge G. Fred DeBona on August 2, 1978, who has ordered the police to take you into custody. Each of you is ordered to surrender immediately. Leave your weapons and come out with your hands extended over your head. You have 3 minutes to walk to the street." Delbert's voice crackled back, "You're gonna have to carry us out of this house. We're not walking out." 5 minutes later Powell read Step 2. "You have not surrendered. We are proceeding to tear down the fence." The response from the house was silence. The chugging from the bulldozer became a growl. It clanked across the sidewalk and rammed the fence. The fence shook, but it did not fall. The bulldozer backed up and rammed it again, still it stood. Again the bulldozer advanced, and this time the fence splintered into pieces around the oncoming blade. As it crumbled and fell, rats the size of cats ran from beneath it, across the porch, and into the house. From within the house came the sound of wailing women and crying babies. Someone shouted, "Long live John Africa." One of the men on the porch picked up a large dog and held it in his arms. The other bared his chest. "Come on," he cried. "Kill me. I don't have a weapon." When MOVE first constructed its barricade/platform, it had built it around a tree, taking care not to disturb its roots. Now the platform and tree fell with a crash as the bulldozer rolled closer to the porch. The people on the porch ducked inside as the bulldozer crawled over the broken lumber that now littered the shallow front yard. It stopped when it reached the porch itself, but not before the falling debris had hit a corner post, knocking it to a crazy angle and threatening to collapse the entire porch. Step 2 was complete. Now the plan called for negotiation. Monsignor Charles Devlin, the mediator who had been shuttling between MOVE and the city for months, trying to work out a solution that would prevent this confrontation, took the bullhorn from Powell. He knew the people in the house and felt he had some rapport with them. He pleaded with them to surrender. The response from the house was swift and harsh. "You motherfucker, you ain't no priest. We'll never give up. Explain to them how you stood by and let Rizzo smash a poor black family." The kids within took up a chant, "Baby killers. Baby killers." Powell announced that the police would next remove the barricades from the windows. The bulldozer had retreated. The cherry picker moved into position, its arm extended before it like an accusing finger. Moving close to the house, it methodically punched out the slat windows, ripping away not only the slats, but the window frames themselves and the mortar that held them in place. When it was done, the house looked like a bombed-out shell, with gaping holes where the windows had been. With the windows gone, it was possible for the first time to see into the house itself. It looked empty. There was no place for anyone to hide inside. The cops began to relax a little. The operation was almost 1 hour old. The police had moved against the house, and Move had responded by hurling insults, threats, and debris. But nobody had fired a shot. At 6:55 Powell read Step 4, uniformed officers will enter your house for the purpose of taking each of you into custody. Any resistance or use of force will be met with force. Commissioner O'Neill, standing at the corner of 33rd and Pearl, raised his hand as a signal. 29 police officers, protected by flak jackets and shields, climbed over the rubble, onto the porch, and into the darkened house. Outside, observers could see flashlights dancing through the upper floors. Within minutes the cops in the house had checked the upper floors, finding no one. All of the people were in the basement of 309. Suddenly, a small red van from the SPCA appeared out of nowhere and pulled up in front of the house. There were 3 people in the van, and they either did not realize the danger they were in or did not care. Nonchalantly they got out, carrying their nets, and went to work. They nabbed a black and white hound as he ran out of the house. Soon they disappeared into the house, looking for more dogs. At 7:30 Walter Palmer, another negotiator, tried the bullhorn again. If you want to come out, he told the people in the house, I will request that the police put their guns down. Leave us alone, they shouted back. Palmer approached the house with Powell and Police Inspector George Fenkel. They walked into the house and tried the door leading to the basement. It was bolted tight, so they raised their voices and talked to the Move people through the door. What do you want to do? Palmer asked. Leave us alone, came the reply. Now the dog catchers re-emerged from the house, carrying more dogs and 2 orange milk crates full of puppies. Their total catch came to 12 dogs and 10 pups. They loaded them all into the van and drove away, their day's work done. But still Move had not surrendered, so the plan continued. More stakeout officers moved into position behind the barricades on Pearl Street. Powell, now back in position, read Step 5, we are prepared to pump water into the premises which you occupy. And they did. Firefighters turned on the water cannons on Pearl Street, and steady streams of water began pouring through a basement window. Since the windows were only 3 feet above the basement floor, O'Neill was confident that Move members wouldn't drown, as he put it later, unless they wanted to. It wouldn't be long now, he guessed. Very soon Move would have to come out of the basement. The crisis appeared to be over. 7:55 a.m. They've got guns. They've got guns. Stakeout officer John Monahan had been looking into a basement window on the Pearl Street side of the house when he spotted a Move member running across the basement with a gun. The word made its way back among the cops, but it seemed to have little effect. Perhaps it was the fact that the morning had been so uneventful and O'Neill's elaborate precautions so excessive. Or perhaps they simply found it hard to accept that these people they'd been watching for a year and a half really posed any threat. Many of the cops who'd been manning the barricades saw more of the Move people than they did their own kids. They knew them by their first names, had given some of them nicknames. Cops had openly walked up and down 33rd Street, in full view of the house, for months. If Move members had really meant to cause them harm, they would have had plenty of chances. So now, despite the armored trucks and the flak jackets and the guns, many of them must have expected this long silly drama to end not with a bang but a whimper or at worst a volley of 4-letter words. Officer James Ramp was the aide to the stakeout captain. At 52 he was one of the old men of the stakeout division. People used to say that captains might come and go, but if you really wanted to know how things were done, you should go find Rampy. Now, just after 8 in the morning, Ramp was glad that this detail would soon be over. His wife had worried about his being on the barricade duty and would be relieved when he retired in a couple of months. He'd had a distinguished career, first in the Marines, where he'd seen combat in World War II and Korea, and afterward on the police force. He was in a good mood, kidding with the other cops as he leaned against the house next to a window while a firefighter pried the slats off. Until he'd been assigned to the move detail, he'd been sitting behind a desk for a decade. Now he put his blue riot helmet on backward, going for a laugh. "Look," he joked with his friends, "I've been off the street so long I don't know what to do anymore." Suddenly the muzzle of a gun emerged from a basement window. The cops on the roof raised their rifles to their eyes. Now nobody was joking. Firefighters turned on the water cannons. 4 minutes later they turned them off again. Just as they did, a Philadelphia Inquirer reporter across the street heard 3 pops. Another reporter spotted a puff of smoke coming from a basement window. There was a brief shocked silence, and then the air was filled with gunfire as dozens of cops opened fire from the alleys and rooftops and barricades. In the midst of the firing, Inspector Morton Solomon shouted an order to retreat. Earlier in the morning the reporters, photographers, and TV cameramen had moved out of the press bullpen and gradually crept closer to the action, moving up to the very front lines. Now they were caught in the crossfire and, panicked, they tried to run for cover. Get down, police officers shouted. The reporters and photographers dove back to the ground, their cameras and equipment bouncing against the pavement. The police officers and firefighters in front of the house scrambled for safety, scurrying on all fours like mice who've been surprised in a darkened kitchen. Jim Ramp saw Lieutenant William Krause go down. Braving the gunfire, he ran to drag him to cover. In the apartment just above him, reporter Kitty Caparella was watching the action out the window as she spoke to her editor on the phone. Suddenly she shouted, "Oh, my God! They shot a cop!" Directly beneath the window James Ramp lay on his back, one knee bent, his riot helmet thrown to one side, his glazed eyes staring up past the reporter and photographer. Blood flowed from both corners of his mouth and pooled beneath his body. As Krause and Ramp lay beside one another, the gunfire went on and on. It lasted a full minute, but it seemed like forever. Then suddenly it was quiet again. 3 cops ran to Ramp and Krause. They lifted them swiftly into armor-plated trucks that took them away to area emergency rooms. William Krause was admitted to Hahnemann Hospital in critical condition with wounds to his abdomen and arm. He would spend weeks in the hospital and lose the use of his right arm for the rest of his life. James J. Ramp was pronounced dead on arrival at Presbyterian Hospital. Other officers and firefighters were also wounded during the gunfire exchange. 1. Police Officer Charles Stewart, with gunshot wounds to the shoulder and neck. 2. Police Officer James Hesson, with gunshot wounds to the chest. 3. Fireman John Welsh, with gunshot wounds to the neck and hand. 4. Fireman Robert Sneed, with shotgun pellet wounds to the forehead. 5. Fireman Robert Lentine, with shotgun pellet wounds to the forehead. In Powelton Village, the gunfire exchange had destroyed O'Neill's meticulous plan. Nobody knew what would happen next. They waited, watching the basement windows. Suddenly a child appeared at the basement window. "My mommy's dead," he cried. "Help me, please." He had blood on his face as he crawled out of the window in a long, mud-soaked t-shirt. "Come out into the street, son," a police officer yelled, but the boy just leaned against the house. "Come into the street." "No, you hurt my mommy." Still the child stayed at the window, afraid to approach the police. Finally 2 civil affairs officers carefully climbed onto the porch and moved close to the boy. "Come over to us." He leaned against the house. They reached out and whisked him away from the window. For 5 long minutes the police watched and waited. Then they saw a woman holding a baby in the window. "Come on out," a civil affairs officer shouted. No one will fire. The woman climbed out over the wreckage, holding the infant. Then another woman came out, carrying a child in her arms as another clung to her hip. The cops who were upstairs inside the house had dived to the floor when the gunfire started. Now they got up carefully and once again checked the upper floors for MOVE members. At the barricades a cop motioned to the front window of the cellar, and firefighters turned on the water cannon once again. The basement filled rapidly with water. The officers who were closest to the house could see dogs inside, swimming in the deepening water. They fired smoke grenades through the windows and into the basement. Then through the smoke came more shouts, "Help, help, I'm trying to come out." Consuela Dotson Africa emerged from the smoke with 2 more kids. She turned back to pull another child through the window and then spun around, raising her hands over her head. "There's more babies," she shouted. "There's one more." Another child emerged, followed by a man holding his hands up in surrender. At the same time Delbert was crawling out of the side cellar window, his arms spread wide. He surrendered to the same officers who, minutes before, had loaded James Ramp's body into a police van. The cops were raging at him. One shoved the barrel of his shotgun under Delbert's chin. Another swung his helmet, hitting him in the head. As he fell to the ground a third grabbed him by his hair and dragged him across the rough concrete sidewalk. They kicked him in the face and kidneys and groin, so savagely that he could not even shield himself with his hands. He lay there, writhing, as the blows rained down. One cop was swinging so hard he split his shirt down the back. Finally more cops came and pulled them away as Delbert was loaded into a paddy wagon. Reluctantly the cops went back to their positions. If they had looked up at the window above their heads, they might have caught a glimpse of a Philadelphia Daily News photographer silently recording it all on film. By 9:08, less than an hour after the shooting began, tear gas had driven out all of the people in the house. In the confusion nobody was sure how many had been taken into custody. Somebody thought Chucky might still be in the house. The police stayed in position for another half hour, shouting for him to come out. Finally they fired tear gas into the house and entered cautiously. It was empty. One by one they began handing guns out the basement windows, 2.45 caliber military-style pistols, 6 carbines, 2 12-gauge shotguns, and a Mauser. Forensic studies would later identify one of the carbines as the rifle that killed James Ramp. When Judge DeBona first issued the order authorizing the police to act against MOVE, O'Neill had asked him for authorization to destroy the house. He wasn't about to leave it standing to become, as he later put it, a shrine for MOVE. DeBona granted O'Neill's request on the legal grounds that the house had been condemned by the city. Now, with everyone removed from the house, O'Neill wasted no time putting the order into effect. He did, however, wait long enough to permit reporters to tour the house. Those who did reported that it was filthy inside, though it was difficult to say whether that was a consequence of MOVE's ideology or the fact that it had been cut off from the rest of the world for a year and a half. For the most part the house was barren. On the second floor was what seemed to be a gym, with a pair of boxing gloves lying on the floor. Milk crates housed a few paperback books. There was human and dog excrement throughout the house, filling several coffee cans. The reporters did not linger, and they did not descend into the basement. It does not take long to destroy a house, even one as solid as that massive old Victorian. At noon the bulldozers, this time ordinary ones, with no armor plating, moved onto the lot and advanced toward the already leaning porch. Their blades cut into the aged brick and gingerbread trim, breaking it into rubble and splinters. The demolition crew did its work methodically, as if it were just another lot, driving the bulldozers back and forth and tumbling the old house into its foundations. They were finished by 2 in the afternoon. There was not even a hint of the house left, only the barricades still standing and, where the house had been, a field of raw red Pennsylvania clay. The Dawes office hadn't known anything about the demolition. By the time they found out, the house was gone and they were furious. They had a murder to prosecute, and the police chief had just destroyed most of the evidence that they would need to build their case. A few hours later, a defiant Delbert Africa was brought before Judge Lewis Hill on murder charges. "When are they gonna arrest the cop who shot me in the chest and broke my jaw?" Delbert showed no signs of gunshot wounds, and if his jaw was broken it didn't seem to slow the outpouring of MOVE rhetoric. He continued to thunder at the judge, "People come walking into a peaceful house with guns, they got what they deserved. MOVE had murdered no one," he said. "What happened was a white racist cop shot the black cop and killed him." In the gallery 24 MOVE sympathizers agreed. "That's right. Right on. Racist motherfucker." They didn't seem to realize that Ramp had been white. The shouting from the gallery went on. "They got no right to treat Delbert that way, break his jaw." The litany continued as one after another the MOVE members were arraigned. Janine Africa shouted at the judge, "You can't kill our babies, you asshole. You can't shoot Chucky. You can't judge us, you ain't no fucking god, you ain't nothing but a stupid ass motherfucker." Her voice suddenly faltered, but Merle picked up without missing a beat, "You come from the bowels of a backroom, bitch." She turned to a policewoman who'd reached out to restrain her. "Don't you touch me, you bitch." It went on like that for nearly an hour, until the exasperated judge cleared the courtroom of all spectators except the press. The litany continued in the hallway, as MOVE sympathizers talked to reporters about, as one later wrote, police brutality and the Nazis and what the cops had done to Delbert. To this day MOVE contends that no one in the group shot anyone that day. They cite a number of flaws in the prosecution's case. The gun that killed Ramp bore no fingerprints of MOVE members, and paraffin tests which show the presence of gunpowder on a suspect's hands and demonstrate that he or she has recently fired a gun proved negative. They also cited the fact that Ramp was killed by a bullet that entered the back of his head and traveled downward through his body. If he was facing the window, they ask, how could he have been hit in the back of his head by MOVE gunfire? They point to witnesses who contended that the first shots did not come from the basement but from across the street where police were positioned. And why, they ask, were the guns that were displayed that afternoon so clean when they were supposedly recovered from a basement full of muddy water? Ramp, they contend, was killed by his fellow cops whether by accident or design, they do not know, they say. The rifle that killed him was planted in the house to frame MOVE. The house was knocked down to destroy evidence that would implicate police. In the trial conducted later that year, prosecutors responded to all these contentions. The water in the basement made fingerprint identification and paraffin tests impossible, they say. Witnesses saw Ramp turn away from the window, exposing his back as he rushed to rescue Krause. Other witnesses reported seeing gunfire from the basement window. Fingerprints from the firearms records show that the murder weapon had been purchased by Phil Africa under an assumed name. The case against the 11 MOVE members is largely circumstantial. Prosecutors admitted they could not prove which of the defendants fired the weapon that killed Ramp. Indeed, they could not prove which of them fired a weapon at all that day. These and other questions notwithstanding, the court found all 11 of the defendants guilty of the murder of James Ramp. At 3 o'clock the barricades came down. The crowd that had watched the day's events from beyond the cyclone fences now pressed forward, some angry, some curious, most simply excited at being witnesses however far removed to the drama of the day. As the streets filled up and the shouting became angrier, the police on the scene grew edgy. They ordered the crowd to disperse. "Go home," they shouted. The crowd, now numbering close to 300, didn't budge. "We are home," someone cried back. "This is our home." Police Inspector George Fenkel strode into the center of the street. Officers in full riot gear, mounted on horses, lined up along one side of the street. The crowd milled angrily, refusing to disperse. The cops and their horses shifted nervously. The crowd and police faced one another, hesitant, expectant. Someone threw a cherry bomb. One mounted officer nodded, signaling the others. He spoke calmly, almost casually, "All right. Suddenly, in unison, the horses moved onto the sidewalks, sweeping the crowd before them. People jumped aside, falling against the parked cars. Others started throwing bottles at the cops. The horses moved down the street as other cops, on foot, chased people onto porches and into houses. For a few frenzied minutes it looked as if a full-fledged riot would erupt. And then it had passed with the swiftness of a summer thunderstorm. The street was empty except for the police and their horses, still twitching nervously from the unaccustomed burst of activity. As the drama in Powelton Village began to die down, city officials were staging a show of their own across town in City Hall. Rizzo had hastily called a news conference for 4:00 p.m. late in the day, but still early enough to make the evening news. It had been a long day for everyone, and with the pressure of the impending deadlines tensions were high on both sides of the microphone. A long table in the room was filled with guns, all tagged as police evidence. Flanked by Commissioner O'Neill, Monsignor Devlin, and Ed Rendell, Rizzo stood behind the table, looking like he hadn't slept in days. He'd spent the morning visiting the families of the dead and injured cops and firefighters, and it had put him in a black mood. The reporters and cameramen adjusted their equipment. It promised to be a classic Rizzo delivery, a verbal boxing match of a press conference, with Move as the punching bag. Rizzo did not disappoint them. It was for people like these that they needed to restore the death penalty, he said. Put them in the electric chair, and I'll pull the switch. But it wasn't only Move he was after. He was after the reporters as well. As the mayor saw it, the entire incident, including Ramp's death, was the fault of the press. Throughout the year-and-a-half-long siege, he said, the press had almost openly sided with Move's cause, portraying the police as killers and stormtroopers. What the press has done is glorify a bunch of criminals, and they have put, or tried to put, the police on the defensive. Rizzo had a grudge against the press anyway. Over the last several months the papers had been full of reports about police brutality. He was especially ticked off at the Philadelphia Inquirer, which had just won a Pulitzer for an investigative series detailing police beatings and shootings under questionable circumstances. So if Rizzo was defensive about the performance of his cops that day, he had his reasons. The police showed great restraint. The only person who died was a policeman. The police didn't kill anybody. Rendell added, throughout this entire incident the police and the city administration has acted with extremely commendable restraint. Some might say there was too much restraint. After an opening salvo directed at the press, Rizzo turned the news conference over to O'Neill, but in keeping with his habits he did not sit down. He paced off to one side, occasionally interjecting comments. O'Neill too was visibly angry. It was a side of him that many of the reporters had never seen before. The mayor's been very kind with you, he began, as if he were lecturing children. I've had it up to here with individual reporters who are constantly our adversaries constantly. As their deadlines approached, the reporters were busy collecting opinions about the confrontation from people throughout the city. At the police headquarters, a cop saw an obvious lesson to be learned from the confrontation. This goes to show you that you just can't negotiate with these radicals. They don't want to listen. They don't want things solved peacefully. You know they wanted it to end this way. Now these animals will become martyrs, and a good policeman is dead. Another added, there's no way the police can win in a thing like this. They should have killed all of them. Lee Mathis, a black youth of 19 who lived down the street from the Move house, had it figured another way. They'd never send people like this in to kick out some white people. It's all part of the city's move to get black people out of the neighborhood. But perhaps it was neighbor Bill Bauman, a 35-year-old carpenter and former Peace Corps volunteer, who best expressed the quandary that many of the Powelton neighbors felt as their ideals clashed with the harsh reality of violent revolution. Like many of the free-thinking residents of Powelton, he found himself in the unaccustomed position of defending the police's action against a group of black radicals. It has brought out a lot of ugliness in many of us, he told a reporter. Liberalism was put to the test, and it often turned out to be a lot of empty slogans. MOVE was like a spoiled child. It acted out unless it got what it wanted, and many of us tried to understand. But you can rationalize bad behavior forever and end up feeling like a fool. I don't want to rationalize anymore. This kind of thing couldn't happen again here, he added. We've learned the logic of escalation, and it stinks. The police at the scene were finally let off duty at 8:30 that evening. Instead of going home, many of them stopped off at a meeting of the Fraternal Order of Police that was being held that night. They had plenty of complaints about O'Neill and the police brass, complaints of poor leadership, long hours, and no food, as well as some more serious charges. One stakeout officer claimed that everything had been under control even after the shooting began, until Deputy Commissioner Solomon ordered them to retreat under fire. That was when Ramp was shot, he said. Another said the cops in the house had relaxed after not finding anyone on the first 3 floors. And, they said, perhaps in reference to the beating of Delbert, cops had been disciplined unfairly for alleged infractions during and after the confrontation. The rank and file weren't the only ones upset about the plan and how it had been executed. That day police spokespersons portrayed the plan as carefully crafted and thoroughly rehearsed. It had been worked out in detail by O'Neill and his top aides at a meeting the previous week, they told reporters. Planning involved not only the police, but also the fire department and even the SPCA. The FBI was kept up to date as well, they said. But behind this story of unity was the fact that some top police officials felt that the plan had been ill-considered and poorly implemented. The cops who went into the house that same day had, in fact, participated in no rehearsals. They hadn't even been selected until the early morning hours of August 8. And they'd been assured that there were no guns in the MOVE house. 2 days after the assault, Inspector Robert W. Martin of the Pistol Range, who, along with Inspector Bernard Bartley, had been second in command for the operation, drafted a memo addressed to whom it may concern. In it he criticized the police operation on several grounds. Among his concerns were these: there had been too many officers inside the house, and they weren't given the right weapons or the correct protective vests. No action was taken when the guns were first spotted, he wrote. Firemen should not have been used to open the basement windows. In fact, the bulldozer should have knocked off all the basement windows. The Uzis and Ingrams used by the stakeout officers were too inaccurate over the distances involved. The stakeout teams had poor cover in the rear, and there hadn't been enough men to keep intruders off the roofs. The water cannon should have been operated remotely so that firefighters and police officers wouldn't be exposed to gunfire. At the end of the memo, Martin added a terse postscript with a strong hint of anger, suggesting that O'Neill's plan did not represent a consensus among the police brass. He wrote, "At a meeting in my office, which Chief Inspector Bridgeford, Inspector Fenkel, Inspector Bartley, and Captain Taylor attended, I explained to ask me no more questions about equipment to be used or assault tactics, because their ideas were completely opposite of mine. On that same day I called Inspector Loftus and was told that I could not get a set of pictures of the MOVE headquarters. I tried to reach Deputy Commissioner Solomon and was told 3 times that he was not available. 11 p.m. midnight. Whatever the flaws in the plan, whatever the cost in human life and injuries, at least this terrible day was now behind the city. There would be more repercussions, of course, trials of the MOVE members, a trial of the cops who beat Delbert. Over the coming weeks there would be more questions, more news conferences, more articles, more columns, and editorial cartoons. Mistakes had been made, lessons had been learned. But now it seemed that the worst was over. The long, bizarre siege had come to a close. In the end the system had prevailed. The house that John Africa built had fallen. Late that evening Channel 6 reporter Vernon Odom stood before the empty lot on the corner of 33rd and Pearl, getting ready for a live report. Under the glow of the street lights dozens of onlookers surrounded him. They were subdued, even polite. Then, as the blinding lights for the camera pierced the darkness, the character of the crowd changed dramatically. Suddenly this restrained group was transformed into an angry mob. As if on cue, a woman began wailing, "Rizzo came down here to kill. Rizzo came down here to kill." More voices took up the chant. People crowded against the reporter. To the viewers at home it looked like a riot was about to erupt in Powelton village. And then Odom signed off, the lights went out, and the crowd's passion was extinguished as quickly as it had ignited. People drifted away on foot and by car. Kids rode off on their bikes. Within 5 minutes the crew from Channel 6 found themselves nearly alone on the dark and quiet street. It was close to midnight by the time they finally packed up their gear and left, leaving the street empty for the first time in a year and a half. A slight glow came from a telephone booth on the corner. Inside, under the flickering fluorescent light, an unknown hand had scrawled, "Move 1, Police 0. 6. After the siege." For a while it looked as if Mayor Rizzo's vow to put Move out of business for good had been fulfilled. 11 of those who had been in the house on August 8 were tried in 1979 on charges ranging from simple assault to murder. 9 of them were tried in a single trial. 2 were tried separately at their own request. The hundreds of earlier trials had been, in effect, a dress rehearsal for what Newsweek would call the bizarre trial of the Move 9. The trial looked like pandemonium to the uninitiated, but it was a well-orchestrated performance. From Move's first days, Vincent had seen trials as an opportunity to put out information, to speak the truth about the guidelines. In the Powelton village headquarters, Move had held long mock trials where its members would practice and perfect their tactics and responses. Now, with a national audience, they put that training to use and transformed the proceedings into months of guerrilla theater. The trial began in early December 1979 and lasted until May of the following year. The defendants objected to the trial, calling it rigged. Though the court appointed backup attorneys, Move members ignored them and instead conducted the defense themselves. Their cross-examination of prosecution witnesses often descended into long, meandering harangues. The judge routinely ejected them from the courtroom. Despite the testimony of witnesses who saw Move members firing carbines and other weapons that day, as well as ballistics tests linking the bullet that killed Ramp with a gun recovered in the basement of the house and a federal weapons purchase form showing that the gun and others had been purchased under a pseudonym by Phil Africa, the defendants maintained throughout the trial that Move gunfire hadn't killed Ramp. The evidence against them had been manufactured, they said. The police had leveled the house to destroy evidence that would have exonerated them. They produced witnesses: a neighbor, a student, 3 reporters, and negotiator Walter Palmer, whose testimony suggested that the first shot of the day had come not from the Move house but from a mysterious man in a 3rd-story window across the street and behind the police lines. After months of testimony, the court appointed backup attorneys for Move made the closing arguments. They argued the case was too circumstantial, the murder weapon bore no fingerprints, and none of the witnesses could actually link any individual Move member to Ramp's death. The arguments were unsuccessful. All 9 were convicted of all charges and sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. In another courtroom in City Hall, a related trial was also underway in early 1981. Police officers Joseph Zagami, Charles Geist, and Terence Patrick Mulvihill were charged with aggravated and simple assault and official oppression for their beating of Delbert Africa. Newspaper reports also placed Mulvihill's partner, Lawrence DeUlis, at the scene, but he was not charged. Witnesses, news photos, and videotape all documented the savage beating that Delbert had sustained on the sidewalk outside the Move house on August 8. The identity of the police who beat him was never in dispute. Even so, Judge Stanley Kubacki acquitted all 3 defendants without even permitting the case to be decided by the jury. "Philadelphia is bleeding to death because of the Move tragedy," he explained. "No verdict will stanch the flow of blood. It can only be stopped by setting up a lightning rod. I will be that lightning rod." Judge Kubacki was wrong to think his decision would end the flow of blood. Mulvihill and DeUlis would be facing Move again, on another day filled with death and rage. And within 5 years Geist would be dead, shot in the face by his wife with his own gun. In July 1980, in the federal courthouse in downtown Philadelphia, came the most stunning trial of all, the United States v. Vincent Liefert, aka John Africa. It had taken federal agents 3 long years to pick up his trail after he'd disappeared from Jean's house. They had finally traced him to Rochester, where they arrested him along with Alberta, Alfonso, Jerry, Conrad, and others. Alfonso and Vincent were tried on conspiracy and weapons violations. The others faced a separate trial on riot and other charges related to the 1977 armed confrontation. Federal prosecutor Mark Durant laid out the government's case against John Africa in his opening argument. He and his followers had illegally acquired explosives in a plan to terrorize several major U.S. cities. The evidence in the case, collected during the 3-year investigation, was abundant. It included Glassey's testimony and taped conversations with MOVE members, the cache of explosives recovered from Witt's car in 1977, and the testimony of the federal agents on the case. In addition to Glassey, the prosecution relied on another key witness, Jean Africa. By the time of the trial, her view of John Africa had come full circle from the love and blind faith that she had once given him. In the intervening years she'd become a born-again Christian, and she now believed that John Africa was Satan. She believed that he washes out your brain of the system, but he also programs you with his evilness and his witchcraft. The prosecutor's strategy was, first, to lay out the evidence linking Vincent with the acquisition of explosives and firearms and a plan to plant bombs in major cities, and, second, to show the jurors the extent to which he controlled the MOVE organization. Rejecting the services of a court-appointed attorney, Vincent and the other defendants chose to present their own cases. The defense strategy, as conducted by Alfonso, was hardly a strategy at all. It was more of an extended advertisement for John Africa's ability to cure people of drug addiction, prostitution, and other vices. He paraded MOVE members up on the stand, one after another, each testifying to the miracles that John Africa had performed in their lives. Frank Africa told the jurors, "Since being in MOVE I have seen all kinds of situations that I hadn't seen before. A good example is August 8th. That day the cops came up to kill all MOVE people. They fired point blank at MOVE people. But nobody died that day, and John Africa protected us just as he has always protected us. They came out there to kill us that day, but it didn't happen. Here's another example of a miracle. We ran out of water, and it started raining. It's hard for people to accept these things as miracles, because it's beyond their conception. They have to categorize it as something in the system. If you are only familiar with the system, it is hard for you to understand the power of truth. You don't know what it is when you see it." Under Alfonso's friendly questioning, MOVE member Eddie Africa testified to the perfection of John Africa. "John Africa is perfect. All perfect means is what is right. Your idea of what perfection is mystical, because you see perfect as being impossible. Perfect means doing what is right all the time, and it's possible to do what is right all the time. John Africa has done that. Your courts have not, such as those cops who shot the people who were handcuffed," a reference to a controversial police brutality case in Philadelphia in the 1970s. "They were set free, innocent. When the cop that beat Delbert or Africa, he was set free, told he was innocent. These are the courts you ask us to defend, you ask us to come to for justice, all right? Same courts that order the house to be torn down, that order us to be placed in a starvation blockade. That's the courts that you tell us we've got to come to for justice. We've come to them. We've come to them not for justice, but to show them we know they're not right." On cross-examination of Eddie, the prosecutor tried to establish that John Africa and the defendant, Vincent Liefert, were one and the same, to show, in fact, that Vincent directed all of MOVE's activities. He asked, "Is there a man, a single individual, a man who is John Africa who always is perfect? Or is that a spirit?" "John Africa is a person," Eddie answered. "John Africa is a black man. John Africa is right. We are working to be like him. Is he one individual man who gets up in the morning and puts on his clothes, who you can see walking down the street? Yes, he's a man. He's not no ghost flying around here. John Africa is a man. Have you ever seen him? Yes, I have. Is he here today? Yes, he is. Can you point to him? John Africa is with Alfonso. Vincent Africa is John Africa. John Africa is in. Who knows the most about the guidelines of teachings of John Africa? What man in this courtroom? Vincent Africa. Thank you. It was not a defense that seemed destined to win the hearts and minds of the middle and working class members of the jury. When all the evidence was presented, Vincent himself rose to address the jury for closing arguments. It was the only time the founder of MOVE ever gave an official statement about his organization and his philosophy. He began softly, simply. Before he was done, he'd wept nearly a dozen times. I'm not a guilty man. I'm an innocent man. I didn't come here to make trouble or to bring trouble, but to bring the truth. And God damn it, that's what I'm going to do. I'm fighting for the air that you've got to breathe, and I'm fighting for water that you've got to drink. And if it gets any worse, you're not going to be drinking that water. I'm fighting for food that you've got to eat. And you know you've got to eat it, and if it gets any worse, you're not going to be eating that food. Don't you see, if you took this thing all the way you would have clean air, clean water, clean soil, and be quenched of industry. But you see, they don't want that. They can't have that. I've been a revolutionary all my life. Since I could understand the word revolution, I have been a revolutionary. And I remain a revolutionary, because, don't you see, revolutionary simply means to turn, to generate, to activate. It don't mean it should be evil and kill people and bomb people. It simply means to be right. If this world didn't revolutionize, everything would stop. If your heart didn't revolutionize, you would stop. If your lungs don't revolutionize, you would stop. He paused and then began another train of thought. Deer don't run down people but people run down deer. Monkeys don't shoot people but people shoot monkeys. Yet monkeys are seen as unclean and people as intelligent. You can go as far as you want in the forest, and you won't find no jails. Because the animals of the forest don't believe in jail. But come to civilization, that's all you see. That was the entire defense days of testimonials and a sermon about clean air and water. It stood against a case that federal agents had spent 3 years building, a case the prosecutor later called his strongest ever. But when the jury returned after 5.5 days of deliberations, the courtroom was stunned. By unanimous vote it had found Vincent and Alfonso innocent of all charges. Vincent left the courthouse carrying a box of fresh fruit, exchanged a few words with reporters, and climbed into a waiting car surrounded by ecstatic supporters. As the car sped away, it was the last time he would face reporters and television cameras. By the time Vincent's trial started, most of MOVE's far-flung members had come back to Philadelphia. The arrests in Rochester closed down the operation in that city. The house in Richmond closed halfway through his trial. Vincent had originally set up the Richmond Seed of Wisdom chapter to be non-confrontational, a place where the children could stay during the confrontation in 1978. But trouble had started within days after the women and children arrived. Prompted by reports that children were being abused, welfare officials in Richmond demanded to have a doctor examine them and asked to see birth certificates. Sharon Sims Africa and her sister Valerie, the 2 adults who had stayed on in the house with the kids, refused. When the officials threatened to return with a court order, the 2 women prepared for a siege. They boarded up the doors and windows and mounted a loudspeaker in the front window. The scene that was played out in Philadelphia was repeated in Richmond. By the time the police returned with the court order, the house was sealed off. The police set up barricades around the house and moved into position. Mounted on horseback and carrying rifles and tear gas grenades, the Richmond police surrounded the house for 2.5 hours before they retreated. Major James Parks of the Richmond police told reporters they had pulled back because they didn't want a confrontation. "We respect their religious beliefs. We'll see if something can't be worked out." Fearing the children would be taken, the adults and children stayed barricaded in the house for 9 months. Money came from MOVE headquarters by way of the Western Union office. Neighbors did their shopping for them. Finally, by May of 1978, the money stopped coming, as the Philadelphia house suffered under its own siege. For a year and a half afterward, the Seed of Wisdom house was left alone, although the Richmond police were watching it carefully and had already been in touch with the police in Philadelphia. In contrast to the violence in Philadelphia, life in Richmond settled into a quiet routine. Sharon and Valerie took jobs to bring in some money. Sharon started seeing Frank, a man in the neighborhood who had a fondness for going out in the middle of the night for coffee. Sharon was with him one evening when a police car pulled them over just after they'd left the house. They had a warrant for Sharon's arrest for kidnapping, neglect, and other charges. At the same time they'd raided the house and picked up Valerie. The children were placed in foster homes for 3 weeks while MOVE raised money to bail out the 2 women. When they got the children back, they were in a horrible state, Sharon later told a reporter. Their hair had been cut and washed, the infants were wearing diapers, they'd been exposed, for the first time in their lives, to cooked food and television. That night she and Valerie took the children back to Philadelphia. The 2 women returned to Virginia for the court hearing. When the attorney for the state learned they'd taken the children away, he moved to have them held in contempt. Court-appointed attorneys for the children argued that the children should be removed from the care of the 2 women and made wards of the state. Although the judge did not grant the contempt order, he did give custody of the children to the state, an essentially empty act, since the children were already outside of the state's jurisdiction. It was raining that day by the time Sharon and Valerie got back to the house after the hearing. They ate lunch, packed their belongings, and closed up the house. As they drove away from the house for the last time, the car got stuck in the muddy driveway, and they had to get out in the downpour and push it. They finally got free and drove away, headed for Philadelphia. As they left, a police cruiser turned the corner, passed them, and pulled into the driveway, bringing warrants for their arrest. In 1981 these people of MOVE, the women and children from Richmond, the children of the jailed members who had been released from prison, all began to converge on Louise James's little row house on Osage Avenue. They came not as part of any grand design, but simply because they now had nowhere else to go. Adding to those who returned were new recruits. Ramona Johnson, a black pre-law student at Philadelphia's Temple University, became interested in MOVE from the trials and soon quit school to join up. 20-year-old Teresa Brooks, a black woman from an upper-middle-class family in New Jersey, also began to follow the teachings of John Africa, much to the anger and bewilderment of her family. She had dropped out of college and had been a member about 6 months when she wrote a long letter to her family explaining her decision. Family. This letter is addressed to each of you. I'm putting what I have to say in letter form, not out of fear to tell you face to face, but I'm doing it this way with the hope that you'll be able to understand and hear all that I'm saying. Feel free to read it a couple of times so as not to miss a thing. Many of you have already formed your own opinion about me and my involvement with MOVE. You already have preconceived ideas about them. What you need to do is listen to me. First, let me tell you all, I love each one of you. Those of you who've decided to disown me, not talk to me or whatever, it doesn't change my love for you. Since many of you have formed opinions about me, I've decided to write this letter with the intention of clearing up a few things. I'm a committed, uncompromising MOVE supporter. I'm not brainwashed, as some of you have stated. If there's been any washing being done, it's washed my brain clear. Anything a MOVE member tells me or anyone else, they qualified. How much of the stuff, Rev? Underscore 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 puts out. Does he qualify? He's a leader. Where has he lead you? If you question anything you hear come from Move, it can be cleared up and qualified. Can Rev. Underscore 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 make that same claim? I'm a committed Move supporter because Move is right. They are totally committed vanguards of revolution. They're a united organization, dedicated to speak out against all and any wrong. This includes wrongs in the courts, in the jails, in the church and on the street. Move believes all life is important. Man, animal, marine and vegetation all are just as important. Man took it upon himself to label himself as superior and animal life inferior. The same man who said whites are superior to blacks. Move is sensitive and loving. Yes, sometimes they are loud and hostile. When someone is trying to kill your child, you're gonna holler and yell as loud as you can so someone will hear you. This is the same thing Move does. They're yelling about the wrongs being done to them and all the rest of the oppressed people. They are totally committed to truth, right and justice. Concerning the garlic, some of you have commented on that. Many of you know garlic is good for you. It's a natural medicine that kills poisons and bacteria that we breathe in, take in through food and air. If anyone's noticed, I didn't get the flu this year. Oh, so you didn't either. Well, how many of you were out walking 3 miles in the rain and snow? Coming home nights cold and wet. As far as the smell goes, I can deal with that. To stop eating garlic because it smells is a pretty weak reason to give it up and take the chance of getting sick, or even letting unwanted toxins live in my body. I'm not asking you to join Move. I'm asking you to listen to me, ask me questions, don't judge me. Not one of you is qualified to judge me on the information you've read in the papers or heard on the news, or even gotten from a Philadelphia cop. To try and judge me on that would only allow you to misjudge me. The family Africa is also my family. Blood don't make a family. All my family is important to me. Think about what I'm saying. Many of you reading this letter know darn well there ain't that much understanding in this family. Blacks are always crying about the prejudice towards them. Yet the same blacks have ignored to hear Move's cries of prejudice towards them. I'm not ignoring their cries. I hope you all don't either. Move isn't just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for us all. Please give me some feedback. Makes sense, doesn't it? The power of truth is final. I'm speaking nothing but the truth. To quote John Africa, a just person will ignore his pride when he hears what's right. An unjust person will ignore what is right and hold fast to his goddamn pride. Ona Move. Despite the friction, Teresa's mother kept in touch, once sending her a parcel of clothes and occasionally visiting the house. She noticed a change come over Teresa in 1983. Teresa began to talk in what her mother called street talk, uneducated slang. She remembers that her daughter's demeanor changed accordingly. All of the changes, she said, coincided with the arrival at the house of Frank Africa. After serving nearly 3 years in prison on riot and conspiracy charges, Frank James Africa was paroled in 1983. Parole records show that he settled into an apartment and lived quietly. Toward the end of 1983 he requested permission from his parole officer to move into his boyhood home at 6221 Osage Avenue. By the time the parole office acted on his request, Frank had already moved. Technically it was a violation of his parole to move without permission, but the request had been a routine one and his parole officer approved it after the fact. He sent Frank's file to the West Philadelphia parole office. After receiving the case, the West Philadelphia parole officer followed standard procedure and visited the parolee's new address to determine its suitability. When he arrived at 6221 Osage, he saw a row house in need of paint, with a vegetable cart parked on the street outside. When he knocked on the front door, a man in dreadlocks answered. The parole officer explained who he was and why he was there. The man at the door told him that Frank wasn't home, but he invited the officer to come in and talk to the other people in the house. Later the officer filed a report stating that although the people living at 622 Osage Avenue were engaged in an alternative lifestyle, the house offered a stable environment for Frank James Africa. Perhaps it is simply coincidence, but the return of Frank James Africa to his mother's house marked the beginning of problems with the neighbors on Osage Avenue. Until then the other neighbors had tolerated Move's presence in the house. Some had been more than tolerant, they respected Move's goals even if they didn't agree with its methods. Clifford Bond was one of them. Bond had come to the neighborhood by a roundabout route. Born in nearby Chester, Pennsylvania, he lived in Media, Pennsylvania, and New Mexico before he married and settled with his wife into the home she'd grown up in. A schoolteacher and nutritionist, he had little active interest in politics or revolution. Even so, he agreed with a lot of what the Move people had to say about injustice and how the people who were in power always seemed to get ahead at the expense of the little guy. So despite the history of violence in Powellton, Bond wasn't too worried when Move came into his neighborhood. In fact, he'd often stop to buy fruit from the handcart that they kept in front of their house, and he'd occasionally take the time to stop and talk some philosophy with Conrad Africa or one of the others. All of the neighbors prided themselves on their ability to live and let live. On that single narrow block there lived a Buddhist family, a police detective, and an elderly white man who'd stayed behind when other whites had left in the 50s. Even so, those who lived nearest the Move house began to experience some problems. Just as had happened with Vincent's original apartment in Powellton, adjacent houses soon became infested with roaches. People started seeing small, ill-clad children digging through their trash. At night they could hear people running across their rooftops. During the day the Move adults would round up the children and lead them out the back of the house, down a gangplank that stretched across the alley and onto the narrow sidewalk that ran behind the houses, and lead them half a block to the wooded expanse of Cobbs Creek Park. There the children received an education in the skills Move deemed important. Instead of reading or arithmetic, they worked at calisthenics. They ran in the park and bathed in the creek. At night, when the weather was good, they slept on the rooftop. Late in 1983 the violence that had followed Move from its beginnings came to Osage Avenue. The neighbors say that it began as a fight over a parking space, though it had been preceded by increasing tensions between the neighbors and the people of Move. On September 4, they say, neighbor Butch Marshall parked in front of the Move house in the space usually occupied by Move's cart. In the argument that followed, Marshall was beaten and bitten in his face, back, and groin so severely that neighbors had to take him to the hospital. Move member Jerry Africa says this account of the incident isn't accurate. Though he wasn't living at the house, he was there almost every day and heard the story from those who were, he says. According to him, the trouble had begun months earlier, when Marshall's kids started making fun of the Move children and, later, bullying them. When the adult Move members complained to Marshall, Jerry Africa says, Marshall threatened them with a gun. Alberta Africa, who was in prison at the time, says that Marshall started the argument on September 4. Conrad was standing next to the curb, and when Marshall pulled up, he bumped him with the fender on purpose, you know. When Conrad said something to him, he said, "Fuck you, I'll do it again." That's how the fight started. Like the allegations of violence in Powellton, she says that the neighbors' early complaints against Move are the result of prejudice, misunderstanding, and biased reporting in the press. Police and the papers routinely ignored Move's complaints and played up those who spoke against them, she says. The neighbors, curiously, have a similar complaint. They say that their pleas to the police and to the city were discounted or ignored. Because of Move's violent history, they say, the city went to extraordinary lengths to avoid any confrontation and declared their neighborhood a no man's land. After Butch Marshall was attacked, neighbors Carrie Foskey and Inez Nichols collected names for a petition to the city. They drew up a laundry list of complaints: the garbage that was left open so that animals could feed on it, the dogs and cats that ran loose through the neighborhood, the raw meat that Move left outside for strays and rats, the fence that Move members had constructed across the alley, blocking access to the neighbors' rear garages, the sale of produce in a residential neighborhood, the attack on Marshall and another that had occurred shortly afterward on another neighbor. The neighbors, banding together into an informal alliance, also contacted their elected representatives. 1. State Representative Peter Truman urged the neighbors to wait just a few months. A historic election was taking place. Philadelphia was on the verge of electing its first black mayor, and surely the neighbors didn't want to do anything that would cast him in a bad light. Wait until after Wilson Goode is elected, Truman told the neighbors. After the election, he said, I'll go out there and tear that fence down myself. In the fall of 1983, the smart money in the mayor's race was on Wilson Goode. He ran a flawless campaign, defeating former Mayor Frank Rizzo in the Democratic primary and going on to sweep a three-way race in the general election. A black man who had graduated from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business, he had accomplished what many had predicted was impossible, bringing together everyone from poor blacks of North Philadelphia to the business leaders of downtown. His election signaled a new Philadelphia, one that was ready to turn its back on the old politics of division and privilege and embrace a vision of unity. Goode didn't bring a strong political agenda with him when he became mayor. Since he had been managing the city under Mayor Bill Green for the last 4 years, the day-to-day direction of the city continued in much the same manner. His choices for the city's top administrative jobs, for example, were based on pragmatism and experience rather than ideology. Retired Army General Leo Brooks, who had managed a sprawling defense supply center in Philadelphia, was a widely praised choice for managing director. Gregor Somber had been next in line for the commissioner's job in the police hierarchy after the departure of Commissioner Morton Solomon, and Goode named him to that post. Fire Commissioner William Richmond continued in his job. Others in Goode's cabinet were selected from his former staff or were holdovers from the Green administration. That promised to be the tone of Goode's administration, practical and non-controversial. There would be no grandstanders. Goode's government promised to be just that, good government, and when he won, it seemed to be a victory that all of Philadelphia could savor, and not least of all the people living on Osage Avenue, who believed that now they had found someone who would listen to their grievances. But things did not turn out quite that way. After the election, Pete Truman did not come out and tear down the fence. Nor did anyone else from the state or city government respond to their call for action. The incidents of violence and harassment continued. The violence on the street was matched by increasing violence within the home itself. One day in early December, neighbors watched in alarm as Louise ran down the street chased by her son, an axe in his hands. Through all the early years of Move, Louise's own commitment to the organization had run hot and cold. Now, it seemed, she had become the victim of a vendetta within Move itself. It is not clear exactly why. Alberta Africa has said that she wasn't willing to do some of the work that needed to be done, that she wasn't facing up to her own shortcomings and trying to overcome them. It is true that she had not abandoned the lifestyle. Despite her espousal of Move doctrine, she had lived a fairly ordinary life on Osage Avenue. Whatever the reasons, Louise apparently began to be singled out for punishment. According to a police report, she said that she was forced to live in her bedroom as the members knocked out the walls of her house and boarded up the windows. They used her telephone, running up hundreds of dollars in long-distance charges. They intercepted her mail. In a police report filed later, Louise said that John Africa had once ordered Frank to beat her after Sharon Sims, her niece, refused his order to marry Jerry Africa. She told police that one day in October Frank had seen her slip a letter into her pocket and confiscated it. John Africa had called the other Move members into Louise's bedroom and ordered her to read the letter out loud. It was from a Move member in Muncie prison, and it attacked Louise virulently. After reading a few sentences of obscenities and rants, Louise refused to go on. Vincent, she told police, had turned to Frank and ordered him to beat her until she started to vomit. Then Frank took a pillow and put it over her face. "Do you want her cycled?" he asked, looking at Vincent. "No," he said. "Not this time." It was not long after that, Louise said, that she told her brother she wanted to spend a week in Atlantic City. He told her she could pack some things into 2 trash bags. She did, and she left the house, never to return. She went to live with her sister Laverne, but the harassment did not end. Laverne had dropped out of Move along with her daughters Sharon and Gail. Like her sister Louise, they received dozens of poison pen letters from jailed Move members. The house was besieged with phone calls. Some days she received as many as 60 as other members called her day and night and accused her of being a traitor. There is some evidence that Frank was secretly trying to save his mother by driving her away from the house. When Laverne left Move a few months before Frank's attacks on his mother, she had a long private conversation with Frank. He told her that he was concerned about his mother. Because the efforts to secure the release of the Move members who were still in jail hadn't succeeded, Vincent was planning yet another confrontation. Frank wanted her out of the house before it occurred, but he was worried that if he told her about the plans she would try to interfere to protect him. If the beatings and abuse were part of Frank's plan to get his mother out of the house before something happened, they accomplished his goal. By the end of 1983, all of Vincent's energies seemed to be directed toward winning the release of the jailed Move members. Legal avenues had been tried and had failed, so now he was determined to provoke the city into action. And he planned to use the neighbors as his pawns in the game. On Christmas morning, Betty Mapp heard a sound outside her living room that she had never heard before. At first she thought it was Christmas carolers, but as she listened more closely she realized with a shock that no carolers would use language as vile as what she was hearing. It was the sound of an angry, almost unintelligible voice. "Motherfucker Santa Claus," it began, then launched into a string of obscenities and threats. Move had set up a loudspeaker on the front of the house. Someone called the police. They came and then simply drove away without getting out of the car. Working in shifts, Move members ranted for 8 hours that Christmas Day. Over and over again they called for the release of 13 jailed Move members. On the day after Christmas they began again. And again on the days that followed. When neighbors went to the Move house to complain, members freely explained their strategy. The city wouldn't listen to Move's grievances, but sooner or later they'd have to do something about the neighbors' complaints. Go to City Hall, they urged the neighbors. The loudspeakers would be silenced only if the city responded to their demands. By New Year's Eve it was clear to the neighbors that the loudspeakers and the obscenities were there to stay. And despite the phone calls to the police and to city officials, no one was going to lift a finger to help them. First it had been the meat and the bugs and the strays, then the attacks. Now they were being forced to live under a non-stop amplified audio assault. The new year of 1984 did not look promising. 7. 1984. Late in the afternoon of February 20, Louise James, Laverne Sims, and Sharon Sims quietly entered the lobby of the Center Hotel in downtown Philadelphia. Bypassing the front desk, they went upstairs to room 2218. Inside the room they met Dolores Thompson, a police officer attached to the Civil Affairs Unit. Out of sight, in an adjoining room, were 4 other cops from the Civil Affairs Unit and the Organized Crime Unit. Louise had requested the meeting, and she did most of the talking at first. John Africa and his followers had taken over her house, she said. They'd run up monthly telephone bills as high as $400. She'd been paying the parking tickets on their van. Ever since he'd been acquitted at his trial, Louise said, he had been obsessed with power, telling his followers that he outsmarted the whole United States. Now she was worried that he was planning a confrontation and that he would take her son, Frank, down with him. John Africa was using Frank, she said, as his disciple and bodyguard, and she feared he wouldn't let Frank out of the house to report to his parole officer, in an attempt to provoke a confrontation with the city. She also mentioned that her son and Teresa Brooks had gotten married according to Move law. It was obvious that day that Louise feared for her life at the hands of Move. She said that John Africa saw her and her sister as a threat because they knew all the principles of his teachings. If he could cycle them and get away with it, she said, he wouldn't hesitate to give the order. With the man whom Don Glassy had talked into leaving Move in 1977 had been found dead, floating in the Schuylkill River. Move, she said, had been responsible for his death, though she wouldn't elaborate. Louise had come to the police, she said, because John Africa was planning a confrontation and people were going to get hurt. 4 members were due to be released from prison in a few months, and John Africa was drawing up plans of action. If they should ever see John Africa leave the house, she warned, it would mean trouble that he'd given a specific order and was stepping away. He would never become personally involved in the confrontation himself, she said. Louise said the 3 of them, she, Laverne, and Sharon, would keep in daily contact with one another. If any one of the 3 wasn't heard from, the others would suspect foul play and notify the police. As she left, Louise promised to get in touch with Officer Thompson at a future date with more information. I just wanted you to be aware of this information in case something happens, she said. On February 28 the new mayor received a brief letter from Jerry Africa. It read, "To Wilson Good. This is a short reminder to you to let you know it is no accident that you are having so much difficulty with your administration. All you need to do is look back at those previous mayors' administration who went against what's right to see your future. We realize even you can't explain why in such a short time in office you have been plagued with all manner of controversy. And as long as you continue to allow the plight of innocent Move people to remain in prison, you and your administration will only suffer setback after setback. You saw what happened to Frank Rizzo's career after what he did to Move people. Till this very day he's hated for that and other violations against people. And since you'd been in office you have yet to do anything, or speak out about those injustices, so how can you expect to see your administration travel a different course for disaster, when you are following in their footsteps? As I said earlier, this is only a reminder to let you know it's no accident you are having such a difficult time. You have to be right in order to expect right, and as long as you allow innocent people to remain in prison, when you personally have documented proof of their innocence, then you can expect things to continue to worsen for you and your administration. The Move organization doesn't have to get into nothing with you now, cause you are already in a lot of trouble, and you now know why. On behalf of the Move org, Jerry Africa. Long live the power of freedom. Long live John Africa forever." 2 weeks later, on March 9, Police Commissioner Gregor Somber met with Good and brought him up to date on the situation on Osage Avenue. Somber told Good about the neighbors' complaints and that Move had blocked the alley behind the house. But that wasn't the worst of it. They were now barricading the house itself. It was beginning to look like Powelton all over again. The heavy wooden slats, the bullhorn, the non-stop harangues, it was, unbelievably, all recurring. But there was also a new wrinkle, Somber explained. Lumber and other construction materials were piled on the flat, narrow roof, and wooden pallets had been arranged around the skylight that dropped into the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Good, for his part, listened attentively. But he took no action, nor did he recommend any to his police commissioner. In his mind, he would later say, the problems on Osage Avenue were a police matter. That spring, television reporter Vernon Odom found himself once again covering the story of Move, a story that he had followed since the days of the Powelton standoff in 1977. On May 3, with a camera crew in tow, he knocked at the fortified door of the house on Osage Avenue, asking for an interview. He got one. As he spoke with Frank Africa, onlookers saw a hooded man emerge onto the roof, wielding a shotgun. Almost immediately dozens of stakeout cops were dispatched to the scene. They quickly surrounded the house as the hooded figure paraded across the rooftops. And then they waited. Inside the Bond home, Clifford's young daughter watched the man through the living room window. She called her father. "Daddy," she asked, "What is the man doing on top of the roof with a gun?" Clifford Bond had no answer for her. "Isn't that against the law?" she persisted. "Yes," he answered. "It's against the law." After an hour and a half the figure on the roof disappeared back down into the move house. The police shouldered their rifles and went away. No arrests were made, no warrants were issued. Good held a press conference later that afternoon at which he explained that he did not want to do anything that will cause an unnecessary confrontation. When asked about the neighbors' long list of complaints, he answered, "I prefer to have dirt and some smell than to have bloodshed." On May 28, 1984 Memorial Day, Clifford Bond led the first delegation of neighbors to meet with Mayor Good, demanding that the city evict Move from the block. One at a time they recited to Good their list of complaints. They told him that Move had threatened to have a confrontation on August 8. As he later testified, Good replied that he didn't want to, in an unprepared manner, end up with a confrontation on that street that would cause the loss of lives, that would have innocent people, perhaps, injured or lose their lives and property damaged unnecessarily. He told the neighbors that over the next few days he would research the question of whether the city had a legal basis on which to act against Move. But he did not want to be hasty. Any plan that he devised, he said, would be well thought out. Despite the neighbors' frustration, their visit did have an effect on Good. Just 2 days later he visited U.S. Attorney Ed Dennis at his office in the federal building. He had with him a number of city officials, as well as Philadelphia District Attorney Ed Rendell. Good suggested to Dennis, who, as the top Justice Department official in Philadelphia, oversaw the FBI as well as the federal prosecutors, that perhaps what they had here was a federal problem. These people had made numerous threats over the loudspeaker against the president. There was word that John Africa, in whom federal agents had taken such an interest just a few years before, was at the house and planning another violent confrontation. Dennis didn't buy any of it. Threats over a loudspeaker didn't warrant federal intervention, he told Good and the others. And yes, there was a federal warrant outstanding on John Africa, but he would not act on it without concrete evidence that John Africa was at the house. Federal agencies would not become involved. But he did leave Good with a promise. They would closely monitor any confrontation that might develop between Move and the city to ensure that Move's civil rights weren't violated. May slipped into June, and the frustration of the neighbors mounted. Police continued to monitor the house off and on. They noted that a lot of soil was being carried out of the house and speculated that Move might be constructing tunnels under the house. Move members began hanging raw meat on the back alley fence and continued to build up material on the roof. Holidays offered the best opportunity to get all the neighbors together. On the 4th of July, Bond led his second delegation down to the mayor's City Hall offices. Again, Good told them that he had no legal basis on which to act. He did promise to have a block street drain fixed and to provide mental health services for the neighborhood children. What Good didn't tell them was that Rendell had indeed provided him with a legal justification to arrest at least some of the Move members at the house. He had asked Rendell to investigate criminal charges, and Rendell's staff had responded with a lengthy legal memorandum stating that there was probable cause to obtain a search warrant to search the house for explosives and weapons, and that there were several arrest warrants outstanding against Move members known to be living in the house. On June 22, Rendell sent the memorandum to Good with a cover letter. Dear Wilson, enclosed please find a memorandum prepared by my staff which analyzes our legal options as to actions that could be taken against the Move members currently residing at 6221 Osage Avenue. As you will note by reading the memorandum, none of these options are completely satisfactory, and all of them have some significant drawbacks. The memo sets forth both a legal analysis of our alternatives and a strategic look at the feasibility of all of the alternatives. I would reiterate, however, what I expressed to you at our first meeting, that I believe it is imperative to do something as quickly as possible, before the situation grows even worse and before Move members receive a higher profile from increased media attention. I think it would be a good idea if we all got together again to discuss these options, but I believe that a combination of some of our alternatives with arrest warrants and a search warrant might do the job. However, none of our thinking is fixed, and I would be more than interested in hearing from the Commissioner, the Managing Director, and the City Solicitor as to their appraisal of the situation. Sincerely yours, Edward G. Rendell. Good news, from the DAS memo, that Frank Africa had been declared delinquent by the parole board at the beginning of May. He knew an adequate basis existed for seeking search warrants and additional arrest warrants. De Rendell had told him his staff was standing by, ready to take statements from the neighbors and go to court for the warrants as soon as he gave the word. Why, then, did Good tell the neighbors that he had no legal basis on which to act? 3 years later, in his testimony before the grand jury, Good explained it this way. What I meant by that statement was that we did not have warrants signed by a judge that we could go into the house and, in fact, make arrests. But, the prosecutor argued, the only reason Good didn't have those warrants was that he himself had made the decision not to seek them. Wasn't that so? Good replied, I would point out that the answer to your question is yes. Whatever convoluted reasoning he used that day, he was hard-pressed to explain to the neighbors how a group of people could transform their quiet neighborhood into a nightmare and the authorities would be powerless to act. They knew of Move's violent history, of course, but did that put Move out of reach of the law? Many asked themselves whether the fact that they were a tiny black neighborhood in West Philadelphia was the real reason the city saw no reason to act. If Move had set up housekeeping among the expensive townhouses of Society Hill and a delegation of wealthy doctors and lawyers had come to Good, would he give them the same tap dance? They left the meeting angry, frustrated, and empty-handed. Good didn't tell the neighbors that the police were already working on a plan for the August 8 confrontation that Move had promised. Late in May, after receiving the first reports that Move was planning something, Commissioner Somber had called Sergeant Herbert Kirk, an 18-year veteran who was an instructor at the police academy and who had worked under Somber before he'd been named police commissioner. Somber asked Kirk to come down to police headquarters to see him. I want you to draw up a plan to assault the Move house, Somber told Kirk when he arrived, giving him the police intelligence files on the Osage Avenue house. Somber told him that he should keep 3 things in mind. The plan should be designed, if at all possible, so that no one in the house was injured. It had to be ready in time for the August 8 confrontation. And it should be prepared in the strictest secrecy. Somber had the uncomfortable feeling that Move knew a lot about what went on in the police department. Sometimes it seemed the group knew more than he did himself. Kirk started his research by watching videotapes of the 1978 confrontation. He met with the fire commissioner, who assigned a senior firefighter to advise him on the type of equipment the fire department could make available. He quickly saw that the approach used in 1978, the armored battering ram and bulldozers, wouldn't work this time. The street was too narrow to maneuver the heavy equipment, and the construction of the row houses made it virtually impossible to isolate the Move house as the police had been able to do in 1978. Studying the surveillance photos of the Osage Avenue house, he began to consider a rooftop assault. The best approach, it seemed, would be to insert tear gas into the house from above and flush out the occupants. But recalling that Move members in 1978 had shot through the first floor from the basement, Kirk looked for a way to keep officers off the roof itself. He decided that if he could create a small hole near the parapet that divided the roof from the neighbors, police could stay on the adjacent roof while they pumped tear gas into the hole. Cops would need to be on the rooftop only a few seconds, first to place an explosive charge that would create the hole and then to put the tear gas generator in position. Kirk rounded up 2 other cops that he'd worked with before. He figured he'd need some advice about explosives and special tactics. Lieutenant Frank Powell, with more than 20 years on the force, was acting commander of the bomb squad. He was friendly, down-to-earth, with a good rapport with the men who worked under him. But people said he was a straight arrow. If you tried to sneak out 15 minutes early on Powell's shift, he'd call you on it. Though he supervised the bomb squad, it wasn't really his area of expertise, he'd spent years as a supervisor in the stakeout division. The second cop, William Klein, on the other hand, was a true demolitions man. His familiarity with explosives went back to his days with the Marines in Vietnam. During the war, Klein had gone down into Viet Cong tunnels to flush out the enemy. Dark, narrow, and twisting, the tunnels were a place where every step could lead to an ambush with nowhere to hide. After he was discharged from the Marines, Klein had joined the Philadelphia Police Department. As a patrolman in West Philadelphia, he'd even had a few run-ins with Move at the Powelton house. Eventually he had been assigned to the bomb squad. It took a certain type of person to be comfortable around large quantities of explosives. Most of the guys on the bomb squad, Klein included, were fascinated by the stuff. They had probably been the kind of kids who pleaded with their parents to stop at fireworks stores down south on the way to Florida, or always managed to have a couple of cherry bombs squirreled inside their desks at school. To the men of the bomb squad, the nuances of various explosives, their detonation rate and temperature, their composition and applications carried the same significance as horsepower and valve design to hot rodders. In the hands of an expert, setting off explosions can become almost an art form, but the squad didn't actually get the chance to do much of it. Bomb squads get their greatest publicity from defusing bombs. But to take a bomb apart, you also have to know how to put one together. There were endless subtleties to this work: how to construct countercharges that will safely set off a terrorist's bomb after an area has been evacuated, shaped charges in the form of a cone that are designed to concentrate the force of the explosion into a single directional blast, and hatch charges that can cut a neat hole through a solid wall or blow a door off a car while leaving the rest intact. There were dozens of explosive products and devices on the market, most of them developed for industrial applications and some for use by the military: jet tappers, a small shaped charge used to clean out blast furnaces; det cord, which looked and felt like a bead of caulk; dita sheet, a thin, flexible material that could be shaped into special purpose charges. The magazine at the police academy contained supplies of all of these, as well as others. There were small but potent charges that were used to set off dynamite and other explosives, electrical and mechanical fuses that could be set with time delays, HDP boosters, which were often used in conjunction with other explosives, and TAVAKES, a commercial mining explosive manufactured by DuPont that looked like a gel in sausage casings. The best explosive of all, in the opinion of Klein and the other members of the bomb squad, was the military plastic explosive known as C4. A milky white substance with the consistency of modeling clay, it was known as the Cadillac of explosives. It was versatile and easy to use. Though extremely powerful, it was also remarkably safe. You could mold it in your hands into whatever shape you wanted. You could hold a match to it, and it wouldn't even burn. Neither bullets nor shotgun pellets would set it off, only a blasting cap or another high explosive. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible for the bomb squad to get. Under federal regulation, C4 was normally made available only to the military, not to civilian police forces. But if a cop went to one of the sessions that the FBI regularly put on, he could usually manage to pick up a little of the leftover C4 at the end of the session. Kirk had in mind an explosive charge that would be powerful enough and concentrated enough to blow a small hole in the roof of the Move house without hurting anyone inside or outside the house. The best device for that would be a water charge, or, as it was sometimes known, a Tupperware charge. To construct one, plastic explosive is spread evenly around the outside of a lidded plastic bowl. The bowl is filled with water and sealed, and the flat lid is placed against a wall or other obstacle. The shape of the bowl concentrates the force of the explosion against the water inside, which is driven like a piston against the wall. As it passes out the far side of the wall, the water vaporizes harmlessly from the heat of the explosion. C4 would have been ideal for the Tupperware charge, but when Kirk approached Powell and Klein in the summer of 1984, the only C4 that the department had was used to train dogs to sniff out explosives. It probably didn't even amount to a pound, and with the handling by dogs and trainers, it had gotten pretty funky. There might have been a little more stashed away in people's lockers, but it wouldn't have been much. Klein improvised with other materials. Working with Klein and Powell, Kirk drew up a plan to assault the house. He called for 2 SQRT's fire engines with nozzles that can be raised on long booms and directed by remote control that would first sweep the roof clear of moves, debris and barricades. Then teams of stakeout cops would run across the adjoining roofs, use the water charge to blow a 4-inch hole in the roof of the house, and pump in tear gas. It would either drive the occupants out or, if they stayed in the house, render them unconscious. Kirk worked with Powell and Klein to devise a charge that would be just powerful enough to breach the roof without hurting anyone inside the house, even if someone happened to be standing directly beneath the blast. Kirk had managed to track down the original construction records for the houses on Osage Avenue, and he used them to build small sections of exactly the same composition to test the charges. He tried to think of everything he could. He had mechanics build a special nozzle for the tear gas machine so that it would reach across to the adjoining roof. He read articles in scientific journals about the effects of tear gas, particularly on children. To be sure the firefighters would be able to train the SQRTs precisely where they would be needed, he had one of the SQRTs brought out to the Fire Academy training tower, where he reconstructed the physical layout of the roof of the move house. He set it in place on the training tower and placed the SQRT about as far away as he calculated it would be from the move house on August 8. Since the operator wouldn't be able to see the move house, he had the operator turn his back while he radioed instructions. It took them about 90 seconds to home in on the target. Klein volunteered to test the effects the charge might have on the cops on the roof. Wearing a protective suit, he crouched behind a low wall that had been built to resemble the rooftop parapet while the explosive was set off. To be sure no one inside the move house would be hurt, dummies were placed in a pit beneath the reconstructed rooftop. There was a lot of dust but no damage. Kirk also devised a backup plan that called for cops to enter the houses on either side, blow small holes in the adjoining walls, and pump tear gas into the move house. They would have to use the second plan if the kids were still up there when the shooting started. When everything was finished, Kirk typed up a summary of the plan and locked it in a filing cabinet in his office. As a precaution against leaks that could get back to move and lead to the death of a police officer, he made no copies. On July 13, Louise James called Officer Dolores Thompson. Frank, she said, had become a mental cripple, totally dependent on John Africa. If he walked to the supermarket 8 blocks from the house, he'd stop 5 times on the way to call the house and speak to his uncle. Teresa, she said, would do the same. Louise wanted the police to pick up Frank if they got the chance. I'd rather see him serve his parole violation in jail, away from other MOVE members, to deprogram his mind, she said. I can deal with that, she went on. Because if that happens, Vince will do one of 2 things. He'll either leave the house or order the others out front for a confrontation. Either way was fine with her, she said, as long as Frank was safe. I don't give a damn about the others, she said. As much as Vincent says he loves Frank, he never visited him in jail. And he won't visit him if he goes back, so Frank won't be exposed to him and his teachings. Thompson asked her why she didn't take legal action to have the group evicted. I want my house back, Louise agreed. But as long as Frank was still in the house, she said, she didn't want to be in the position of telling the city I want MOVE out and forcing MOVE to take a stand. I don't want to be in the position of forcing the city to kill them. She added, I'm thoroughly convinced that Vincent Leifert is legally insane, especially since the time when he ordered my own son to kill me. When that had happened, she said, his whole personality changed to that of a madman. If I'd even scratched my head while they had me pinned to the floor, they would have taken it as an obnoxious gesture, and I'd have lost my life. After the incident, she said, Vincent and the other MOVE members talked to Frank for 34 hours non-stop to convince him that he'd done the right thing. Vincent named him Naturalist Minister, she said, giving him the right, like Vincent himself, to inflict punishment on the other members. That was all she had to tell, Louise said to Thompson before she hung up. She'd continue to stay in touch. As tensions grew on Osage Avenue, anybody who could manage to stay away did so. The parole board, after a meeting with civil affairs officers, ordered parole officers not to serve the warrant against Frank. The City Department of Licenses and Inspections issued instructions to its employees that they were to stay away from MOVE property unless they received approval from the LNI commissioner. The police officers on the scene kept a low profile, dressing in plain clothes and driving unmarked cars. On July 25, Officer Thompson received another phone call from Louise. She and her sister Laverne had to meet with the mayor, Louise said. They needed to negotiate the release of the jailed MOVE members before August 8. They're definitely planning a confrontation on August 8, and the mayor better be prepared to deal with the situation. He can't take the position that if he ignores MOVE they will go away. My neighbor told me that all the neighbors have taken up arms for August 8, and MOVE is definitely ready. You mean they have guns? Thompson asked. What do you think? Also, Frank seemed to be sick, Louise's neighbor had told her. He didn't venture beyond the sidewalk or the driveway in the back. If the neighbor was right about Frank, she said, she'd probably go public, announcing that she was no longer a MOVE member and explaining why. Officer Thompson told her that police assigned to the MOVE detail had also noticed that Frank was sick. On the other end of the line, Louise burst into tears. I'll go over there, she wept. I'll go over there with a hatchet in my hand. On July 28, Good met once again with the neighbors. Under pressure to do something about MOVE, he told them that he would act when I feel it is appropriate. On July 31, Louise and Laverne finally had their meeting with Good. They told him that MOVE was becoming more violent and would use its weapons against police. Good interrupted, looking at Louise. You used to be a MOVE member. You used to live in the house. He had met Louise and Laverne before. When he was managing director, they'd come to him to see if he would help them find housing for MOVE and to protest the treatment of MOVE prisoners. He'd even intervene to ensure that MOVE prisoners in the city's custody received a diet of fruit and raw food. That doesn't matter, Louise replied. I'm concerned about my family that's in that house. I'm concerned about my son. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I need suggestions about how to resolve this, Good said. Neither you nor your sister has offered any suggestions. Louise changed the subject, now seeming to ally herself with the MOVE people. The problem, she said, is with the neighbors. They complained to the city that MOVE had its loudspeakers on 24 hours a day. They only had it on 2 times. And they never tell anyone how the MOVE people bake bread and give it to the neighbors. They never say how MOVE shovels all the sidewalks and porches up and down the block in the winter, for no charge. They won't even take money when people try to give it to them. And what about the Buddhists living next door? They burn incense and chant all night long, keep MOVE people awake. What about the neighbor who threatened the children with a gun? But Good was interested in details, not an argument over who'd done what. How many people were in the house? Louise didn't know. Her concern was for her son's safety. She told Good what she'd told Officer Thompson, that she wanted Frank picked up for a parole violation when he left the house. If I were to do that, would it cause a confrontation with the other MOVE members? Yes, Louise replied. It probably would. Good dropped the subject. Do you want your house back? Good asked. Yes, she said. But not if it means there will be a confrontation. Before she left, she demanded that Good secure the release of the jailed MOVE members. That was what the organization wanted, she said. They wouldn't settle for less. I can't live through another August 8, she said, referring to the Powelton Village shootout. There's nothing I can do to get those people out of jail, Good said. You could look into it and get a pardon from the governor. You know he's not going to do that. But you haven't tried, have you? Louise said. No, good answered. Do you know anything about Dick Thornburg? Governor Thornburg had begun his political career as a tough district attorney in Pittsburgh. Yes, I know about him. But you have to make an effort. Okay, the mayor said. I'll get back to you. He never did. On the morning of August 8, Sergeant Kirk found himself in a state police helicopter circling the move house. From his vantage point he could see the elements of his plan falling into place as if on a giant game board. He could see the SQRTs already in position and the police barricades on the surrounding streets. 4 blocks north of the move house he could see the large brick bulk of the Philadelphia Geriatric Center, an old-age home that was serving as impromptu headquarters for the operation. Hundreds of cops and firefighters had gathered there that morning to receive orders. Then they'd moved quickly, evacuating the street and surrounding the house. So far everything had proceeded according to Kirk's plan. Kirk had gone up in the helicopter to get a last look at the fortifications atop the house. His plan was designed to use the least force necessary, and any last-minute work by the move people to strengthen their defenses would have changed the picture considerably. The roof looked the same as it had in the surveillance photos. The wooden pallets still stood around the skylight in the center of the roof. That and the surrounding debris would easily be cleared away by the powerful streams of the SQRTs. But as Kirk looked down at the roof he saw something else, too: the children. The kids sat there, apparently unaware of the threatened conflict, and as long as they were there the plan was stymied. The SQRTs would have swept the children right off the roof. And without the SQRTs the move people would have a protected vantage point at the skylight to shoot at any cops who came over the roof. Fortunately, though, the backup plan blowing holes through the side walls would still work. Kirk remained confident that the police would be able to introduce tear gas into the house and drive move out without seriously harming the people inside and without putting cops in danger. It will never be known if he was right. The August 8 confrontation ended without a shot being fired. Perhaps Move was waiting for the cops to try to evict them as they had in 1978. The cops, on the other hand, came with the expectation that Move would provoke a confrontation. But Move's only assault that day was through the loudspeaker as the members vowed to stay in the house. Finally the police and firefighters simply left. The reporters and television crews lingered a little longer, but before long the street had returned to normal, or at least what had passed for normal over the last 8 months. The neighbors returned one by one throughout the evening. As neighbor Lloyd Wilson passed the move house, Frank shouted to him from the impromptu stage that they had set up in front of the porch. "You went to the cops about this wood," he said to Wilson. In the days before, Wilson had twice asked Frank to move some wood that blocked the sidewalk in front of his house. Wilson believed in giving people the courtesy of a reply when they spoke to him, no matter who they were. "Frank," he said, "the police were standing right there. The Civil Affairs Unit was standing right there when I said that to you. I didn't have to go to the cops to tell them that I asked you to move the wood again." Frank started calling Wilson a traitor, saying he would not help support their cause. He grabbed him, and they nearly came to blows. Cops at the corner made no attempt to intervene. Wilson left his house that night, afraid that he might have done something stupid. The next morning he went to the mayor's offices in City Hall and confronted Good as he emerged from a conference with Somber and Managing Director Leo A. Brooks. "Look, this is it," he said, walking up to the mayor. "Last night I was actually attacked by Frank James. What are you people going to do?" Good, apologetic, explained that he was on his way to another appointment. But he turned to Brooks and Somber and asked them to talk to Wilson. They spoke for a long time, but to little avail. Somber and Brooks were sympathetic, but they had to tell him that the city had not figured out a way to resolve the continuing crisis. Only an act of God, the managing director told him, could change this. The same day, Sergeant Kirk was wounded after surprising a burglar in his house. He never returned to active duty and he officially retired some months later. His single existing copy of the plan, which he says was kept in a locked filing cabinet in his office, was never seen again. During the last week of August, Clifford Bond received a phone call from a man named Thomas Palmer. He was from a social service agency known as the West Philadelphia Consortium. As Good had promised in June, a request had come down through the mayor's office asking the consortium to offer mental health counseling for the neighbors. After a meeting with Bond and another neighbor, Palmer developed a proposal for counseling for the children. It would be scheduled to take place every Monday for 3 hours and would be designed to combat fears and bad habits that the children might be picking up from playing with the moved children. It included group building skills, socialization, and counseling which would enable them to better understand and live within a system of culture clash, according to a statement later given by Palmer. Until May 13, 1985, that once-a-week counseling program was the only official assistance provided to the neighbors in response to their demands. With the coming of the cooler weather of fall, the bugs and the odors abated somewhat and tensions on the block seemed to ease. The incidents with the neighbors dropped off. The move house itself became quiet. Police observers and the neighbors noted, however, that there was still plenty of activity going on. They observed move members carrying large sections of tree trunks into the house and carrying mounds of soil back out. And on the rooftop they watched as 2 heavy timber structures rose under the saws and hammers of the move members. They were rectangular, one tall enough for a man to stand inside, the other, toward the rear of the house, about half the size. Thick steel plating had been installed behind the wood, and small rectangular holes had been cut on all sides, a little lower than eye level. There was no mistaking what they were. They were fortified bunkers. And the holes were gun ports. The police observers duly noted their observations and filed their reports. Commissioner Somber later said he never saw them. The reports had been lost, he said, somewhere in the trackless bureaucracy of the Philadelphia Police Department. In January of 1985, the bomb squad received an unexpected visitor bearing gifts, FBI Special Agent Michael Macy's. Macy's was an explosives expert, and part of his job at the FBI was to run classes for local police forces. It was about the only way that local cops could get their hands on C4. Usually, C4 was restricted to the military, but the FBI was able to get supplies of it for their training classes. It was standard practice after such classes to let the participants take home the leftovers for legitimate use. For example, to train bomb-sniffing dogs. There hadn't been any leftovers after the latest training. So now Macy's had arrived to make amends with a late Christmas present for the bomb squad boys, 31 1/4 pound bricks of C4 explosive. 8. Spring 1985. Through the last months of 1984 and the beginning of 1985, Wilson Good half hoped the problem of move might just go away. They were talking about moving out of the city altogether. Jerry Africa had hinted that they might go to Richmond. As bad as the situation looked on Osage Avenue, Good didn't believe it necessarily had to end in armed conflict. The neighbors thought otherwise, and by the spring of 1985 they had decided they weren't going to take it anymore. They were sick of promises, procrastination, and the outright lies that Good and his administration had handed them, and they were tired of the threats and intimidation that Move had directed at them. They had watched, incredulous and impotent, as the people of Move methodically built their fortified gun bunkers under the seemingly uninterested eyes of the Philadelphia Police Department. Good's latest pledge was that they wouldn't have to go through another summer like the one they'd had the year before. But by the middle of spring not a thing had been done. Caught between ineptitude and terror, the neighbors were ready to try some politicking of their own. And if that didn't work, if nobody at all would come to their aid, they were ready to take matters into their own hands. Tuesday, April 30th. On April 30th the neighbors held their first and only official news conference. During their long months of frustration they had learned a few things about politics and the way things worked in the real world, and they reasoned that Dick Thornburg, the popular Republican governor of Pennsylvania, just might take the opportunity to embarrass the Democratic mayor in the state's largest city. They hoped publicity would work where their pleas had not. Soft-spoken as always, Clifford Bond read the press statement that the neighbors had prepared. We are here to let the governor know about the disquietude and general state of terror we are forced to live under by the MOVE organization. We want the governor to know that regardless of whatever may have happened in its past, today MOVE is a clear and present danger to the health and safety of our entire block. We also want the governor to know that we have been to our elected representatives in city and state government, but to date nothing of any consequence has been done. We are now asking Governor Thornburg to step in and deal with this situation. He continued, 4 years ago, the MOVE organization moved into 6221 Osage Avenue. We welcomed them there, and many of us extended a helping hand. We gave them clothing, fed their children, purchased their fruits and vegetables, and accepted them into our block family. In return for our kindness, we have been cursed, abused, and beaten by these same MOVE members. On 3 separate occasions MOVE members have attacked and beaten residents of our own block, each without provocation. It has been evident to us that MOVE has no intention of living in harmony or even peacefully with us. As their actions have demonstrated, MOVE holds nothing for us but a vicious, vindictive, malignant contempt. This attitude, combined with their eagerness for violence, makes it imperative that MOVE be removed from our block immediately. We cannot impress this upon you enough. If the MOVE organization is allowed to remain on Osage Avenue, and continue to abuse us, there will be blood in the street. Governor Thornburg, 146 people live on our block, 78 are children. We have senior citizens, young married couples, and grandparents. We are law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. We love our block, and we will not be driven out by anyone. We ask you now, sir, is there a public official in the state with the backbone to act for the public good? Is there a law enforcement agency in the state ready to enforce the law by any legal means necessary? We trust, Mr. Governor, that you are such a public official, and that you command such a law enforcement agency. The gauntlet had been thrown down. The question now was who Good or Thornburg would pick it up. It had taken John Africa more than a year, but he had finally succeeded in getting the media's attention. Wilson Good had tried to wait him out, but MOVE had won just as it always had in the past. Now it wouldn't be long before the city was forced to confront the group. And when the confrontation came, the cameras would once again show black radicals defending their home against an army of white cops. MOVE responded to the neighbors' press conference with hours of threats over the loudspeaker. They threatened Good, cops, and the neighbors' children. In the midst of the rhetoric they also claimed that they had wired the adjoining houses and would blow them up if they were attacked. When Police Commissioner Somber heard about the neighbors' news conference, he decided he'd better dust off Kirk's plan from the year before. He called in the commander of the stakeout unit, Captain Richard Kirchner. Recalling that Frank Powell had been involved in the planning the previous summer, he got hold of him as well. And he brought in Sergeant Al Revel, an instructor at the police academy. Somber had known Revel for years, both were crack shots and had competed together in many marksmanship contests. Somber didn't have a lot of people under him whom he knew and trusted, and when it came to something as important as this, he tended to circumvent the official pecking order and go straight to the people, like Revel, whom he felt could do the job. Somber told the 3 of them that they would need to put together a plan for assaulting the MOVE house. To begin, he asked Revel and Powell to take a look at the old plan and see whether it could be updated. Wednesday, May 1st. The next day, the 1st of May, Revel and Powell rummaged through Kirk's old office looking for the plan, but they couldn't find it. Powell called Kirk at home and asked him if he knew where it was. Kirk didn't, but said he'd give the commissioner a call. Later, Powell and Revel contacted Somber with the news that they couldn't find the plan. Kirk had also tried to get through to Somber but hadn't been able to reach him. Somber told them to talk to the others who'd helped assemble the plan. See if you can piece it together, he told them. Back at the police academy, Revel drafted Officer Michael Tersey to help piece together the plan. THIRD was an experienced cop who'd worked stakeout before coming to the academy as a firearms instructor. In stakeout, he'd been known as a thinker, the kind of cop who took a methodical, almost scientific approach to his work. Looking at the background information Revel had collected, he suggested they set up posts in houses along Osage Avenue and behind the move house on Pine Street, surrounding the house, and he offered to go out to the site with Powell to scout out the best locations. Meanwhile, on Osage Avenue, everything had changed. The news conference made both daily papers in Philadelphia and the television stations. For most Philadelphians, who had heard virtually nothing about the problems on Osage Avenue, the news that MOVE was back was shocking enough. The fact that the group had been permitted to build a gun bunker on top of its row house and that it seemed to be preparing for a confrontation verged on the incredible. That day reporters and photographers from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Philadelphia Daily News, Wire Services, and out-of-town papers descended on Osage Avenue, and the story was soon making its way into papers across the country. One dramatic photo showed a MOVE member, his body muscular and his face set in determination, standing in front of the still unfinished bunker, hauling a can of gasoline up to the roof by a rope. Thursday, May 2nd. As Frank Powell saw it, he was getting dragged into something that wasn't his job. Kirchner was the head of stakeout, and this was a stakeout operation. Let him update the plan, Powell reasoned. But Powell didn't have much hope that Kirchner would come through. Kirchner had a reputation as a man who avoided making decisions, and nobody had heard from him since that first meeting when Somber said they needed a plan. In exasperation, THIRD, Powell, and Revel arranged a meeting with Kirchner. They planned to use the meeting as an opportunity to put the ball firmly in his court. They also arranged for Inspector John Tiers, who was Powell's boss, as well as Kirchner's, to attend. And they invited two detectives who had been collecting intelligence about the MOVE house. Leading Kirchner and the others into an empty classroom at the police academy, Powell, Revel, and THIRD laid out the aerial photographs that detectives Benner and Boyd had collected and explained to Kirchner and Tiers that the plan Kirk had devised was obsolete. They presented the ideas they'd come up with, which involved inserting tear gas into the house from adjoining houses. Then Powell laid the whole problem at Kirchner's feet, but Kirchner wasn't about to pick it up. "You've got to develop a new plan," Powell said. "If you need any help from the bomb squad or pistol range, let us know." Kirchner seemed unconcerned. "Fuck it," he said. "Go in there with 2 stakeout units and drag them out by their hair. If they give me any shit, we'll shoot them." Powell, Revel, and THIRD looked at one another and then at Inspector Tiers. He said nothing. After the meeting broke up, Powell turned to THIRD and Revel. "I don't want any part of this," he said. "It's not my problem." "Listen to me, Frank," THIRD said. "Kirchner's mentality is going to get cops killed. We've got to put together a plan." Powell thought it over. They all had good friends in stakeout. The thought of Kirchner sending them up to the front door of the MOVE house was terrifying. Reluctantly he agreed to help. Over the next several days the three of them worked out a plan. As they reviewed the pictures of the house and its fortifications, it seemed as if MOVE had figured out Kirk's strategy. They had used the intervening months to fortify all the vulnerable areas that Kirk had exploited. They'd laid railroad ties over the tar paper roof. They'd built the fortified bunkers, making a rooftop assault impossible. One of them suggested that 2 squads could enter the adjoining houses, blow holes in the common walls, and insert tear gas. They adopted that as the basic concept and began to work on refinements. They were especially concerned about the bunkers on top of the house, particularly the front one, which commanded a view of the entire neighborhood. In the last few days MOVE members had apparently finished it and pushed it forward so that the front of it extended past the edge of the roof by a few feet. It gave them a clean line of fire all up and down Osage Avenue. They guessed that Kirk's idea of spraying the rooftop with water from the SQRTs could still dislodge the fortifications. But they did not consider that MOVE might have access to the adjoining houses, permitting members to fire on police who entered the houses. They did, however, recognize that their plan might have shortcomings, and they tried to seek the help of experts. Powell asked a number of stakeout officers to critique the plan. He took aside an FBI agent who was visiting the academy and asked his advice. He, Revel, and Terci discussed the plan, probing it for flaws. Everyone they talked to felt the plan was sound. Of course, none of them had had any practical experience with an operation of this sort. Powell, Terci, and Revel were in uncharted territory. Friday, May 3rd. On Friday, Mayor Good called a special meeting of his top officials at his office in City Hall. He also asked District Attorney Rendell to attend. They had all read the papers, so no one was surprised when Good announced that he was reversing his hands-off policy toward MOVE. Good asked Rendell whether the warrants that had been drawn up the summer before were still valid. Rendell was sure they were, but said he'd like to take additional statements from the residents and use them to secure fresh warrants. He volunteered to have his staff interview the neighbors and others over the weekend and have new warrants ready for a judge's signature by May 6, the following Monday. Monday, May 6. Over the weekend, the DA's office interviewed 19 of the Osage Avenue neighbors. On Monday, Deputy DAs Eric Hansen and Bernard Siegel summarized the results in a memo to Rendell. Though they were careful not to recommend any specific course of action, it was clear where their sympathies lay. Any attempt to enforce the law at 6221 Osage Avenue will almost certainly end in armed conflict. MOVE continues to defy authority, to annoy its neighbors, and to commit the same violations of law as last year. The same, unhappy options for action remain. The dangers, however, are now even greater. We do not pretend to know whether action or inaction is the better immediate course. There is, however, no reason to believe that MOVE will become more pacific or reasonable, or that, in the end, armed conflict can be avoided. Every approach that we can think of, even inaction, includes the likely necessity of confrontation at some point. Tuesday, May 7. On Tuesday, Powell and the others met once again with Kirchner, Benner, and Boyd at the police academy. Terci and Powell outlined the plan they were developing and asked for the others' reaction and feedback. Nobody had any criticisms or comments. Later that day, in a meeting at the mayor's office, Good held a meeting to follow up on his earlier one. Rendell first summarized his deputy's memo and reiterated that the mayor should move quickly. Good asked him to prepare the warrants as soon as possible. Then the mayor turned to Somber and directed him to draw up a plan to execute the warrants. The plan should be designed to safeguard the police officers, the firefighters, and the people in the house. The cops should be handpicked, with an eye to their coolness in difficult situations. Almost as an aside, Rendell said to Somber, "Of course you'll keep the mayor informed on the progress of the plan." "No," Good injected. "You gentlemen are the experts. You don't need to keep me informed of all the details." It was a comment that Rendell found odd in light of the subject under discussion. He left the meeting with a deep sense of foreboding. Wednesday, May 8. On Wednesday, City Councilwoman Joan Spector announced at a City Hall news conference that MOVE currently owed more than $1,500 to the city in gas and water bills. The city, she charged, was subsidizing those terrorists. Good, speaking to reporters afterward, countered that turning off the water and electricity would not solve the problem the neighbors are faced with out there. The same day, Powell received a phone call from the commissioner's office. He was told to plan on attending a meeting at the police administration building the next morning. Almost as soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. It was Tears. The commissioner was breathing down his neck. He said, "We got to have a plan. The commissioner wants a plan. We ain't got nothing, and we're in trouble. Can we use yours?" Tears had never actually worked in the stakeout unit before assuming his post as inspector, so perhaps it wasn't surprising that he was short on ideas for the operation. Powell and the others had kind of hoped that there would be at least one other plan to consider, but Tears was Powell's boss. If he wanted the plan, it was his. Good, Tears said into the phone. Stop by my office tomorrow morning before we meet with the commissioner. Thursday, May 9th. On Thursday morning Tersai handed Tears a copy of the plan. He barely looked at it. Okay, that's it, he said. We'll go with this. At Somber's office Tersai explained the plan to Somber. He told him it had been drawn up by the police academy, which included units under the command of Powell, Tears, and Kirchner. Like Kirchner and Tears, Somber had nothing to add to the plan. Later that day Tersai presented the plan again, this time at a meeting that also included police commanders and 3 FBI agents, including Michael Macy's. I want you all to play devil's advocate with this plan, Tersai said. Help us find its weak points. Macy suggested that the charges be placed under the stairwells, since it would be unlikely that anyone would be standing on the opposite side of the wall. Fire Commissioner William Richmond and his deputy had been asked to attend the meeting to review the plan. Richmond did find one problem with the plan. The SQRTs aren't powerful enough to push off that front bunker, he said. Revel later said that when he heard Richmond say that, his hopes were dashed. In his mind the removal of that bunker was critical to the plan they'd created. The bunker gave Move the high ground and would put every officer out there at risk. On paper the plan could still work, but the risks were far greater. Somber didn't seem to understand why Revel was concerned. After the general meeting, the planners met with the commissioner to talk about the kinds of arms they could use. They had a number of automatic weapons, including Uzis, M16s, and .50 caliber rifles. Powell spoke up. He knew a source of additional weapons. The owner of a gun shop in suburban Philadelphia had offered to lend the police department heavy weapons. Should I get them? He asked. Somber answered, if you can get them and they can be transferred legally, go ahead. Later that day, after contacting an ATF agent and arranging for official clearances, Powell sent out a crew to pick up 3 Browning automatic rifles commonly known as BARs, as well as an M60 machine gun and a 20mm anti-tank gun. Powell also called Sergeant Ed Connor and told him that he would head one of the insertion teams. Connor, a short, heavy-set Irishman, was considered to be a little bit of a loose cannon in the department, but he certainly wasn't afraid to be where the action was. I want to pick my own team, Connor said. No problem, Powell told him. Who's leading the other team? He asked Powell. I am. May 9th was also the day that Managing Director Leo Brooks, the number 2 man in the city administration, left town. He was driving to Virginia to attend his daughter's graduation. Though the timing was unfortunate, he had been left with the impression that the Move assault would not take place until sometime during the week of May 13th. He planned to return to Philadelphia on the evening of May 12th. That afternoon, in Brooks's absence, Somber briefed the mayor personally. Where do you stand with the plan? Good asked him. Somber told him about the 2 meetings he'd held that day. He cautioned that the plan wasn't firm yet. A final planning session was scheduled for May 1. But as things stood then, May 13th was to be the day. He said the police would evacuate the neighbors on Sunday, the 12th. But Sunday is Mother's Day, Good pointed out. Don't you want to wait a few days? No. The longer we wait, the more time Move will have to get ready. Good deferred to his judgment. Somber, after all, was the professional. Sergeant Revel was still worried about the bunkers, even if Somber was not. Perhaps a wrecking ball could be used to destroy the bunkers. He called a contractor who did work for the city and asked whether a crane could be brought in to do the job. After visiting the site, the contractor told him that he didn't have anything big enough to do the job. He suggested that he contact another contractor by the name of Paul Jeppard. Later that afternoon Good and Somber met with Rendell in the mayor's conference room. Rendell told them the warrants were prepared but not signed by the judge. He also suggested that they get a court order for Spike Mike's special listening devices that would permit the police to eavesdrop on the Move house to be inserted into the adjoining wall. It was a good idea, good, and Somber agreed. Friday, May 10th. On Friday, May 10th, Good met with Clifford Bond. The mayor played it cool, saying nothing about the impending action and promising to attend a community meeting on the following Saturday, May 18th. On his way home, Bond probably didn't even notice yet one more stranger in his neighborhood pacing off distances and eyeing the rooftops. It was the contractor, Paul Jeppert, accompanied by Revel. After he went back to work and made some calculations, Jeppert called the police academy and asked for Revel. He wasn't in, so Powell took the call. "The reach is too far to use a bucket," Jeppert said. "How about a wrecking ball? I don't have enough room to swing it, but I can probably drop it straight down on top of the bunkers." Jeppert Company had some experience with Move. It had been the contractor that had raised the Powelton house. Paul Jeppert didn't seem intimidated by the threat of violence on Osage Avenue. He suggested as an alternative that they put armor plating on a crane and go directly up Osage Avenue. Powell didn't like that idea. It was too dangerous. "Well, let me give you a price for it anyway," Jeppert said. "To use the wrecking ball, we'd set up on Pine Street. We'll need a 2-hour setup time, and we'll have to take out one dead tree. The price would be $6,500. To go down Osage Avenue would cost about half of that." Powell thanked him and told him he'd get back to him. He'd have to run it by the commissioner. "Okay," said Jeppert. "I'll be here." Powell later said that when he told Somber about the options, the commissioner had a problem with the price. It was the end of the fiscal year, and the department was out of money. "I'll have to go to the hall." City Hall, Powell recalls him saying. Somber later called back, Powell said, and told him to forget about the crane idea. He said that the mayor would not approve the money. Somber has denied this version of events. He says he rejected the crane dropping a ball on the house because he was concerned about the children's safety. He feared that the ball might go through the bunkers and into the house itself. Money, he said, was never the issue. Good later testified that Somber never briefed him on the possibility of using a crane before the operation began. The testimony of Revel, Tersai, and Jeppert, however, indicates that Powell told them at the time that the city had rejected the crane option because it cost too much money. Without the crane, Powell wanted to call off the whole plan. Again, it was Tersai who calmed him down and encouraged him to go forward. "It wasn't absolutely necessary," he said, "for the bunkers to be removed. The plan was still sound." After some discussion, Powell agreed. Saturday, May 11th. On Saturday, May 11th, according to the grand jury's public report, Tersai presented the plan for the last time. This time the meeting room at the police administration building was crowded with people. Police commanders from the commissioner down to the commanding officer of the police garage were there. So were the fire commissioner and his deputy chief, as well as a lawyer from the city solicitor's office. Somber called the meeting to order. "All right," he said, "somebody brief us on the plan here." The commanders all looked like they were trying to hide under their chairs, Tersai later recalled. Finally Somber turned to Tersai, who was probably the lowest-ranking cop in the room. "All right, Mike," the commissioner said. "Get up here and brief us on this thing." Tersai laid out the plan that he and Revel and Powell had devised. It had changed little since their early planning sessions. 2 of the fire department's SQRTs would be positioned to throw water against the bunkers. They would either knock the bunkers off the roof or at least obstruct the vision of anyone inside. Move would be issued an ultimatum and given 15 minutes to surrender. If they did not, the SQRTs would be turned on and smoke grenades shot into the street. Under cover of smoke, 2 insertion teams would move down the street and into the houses adjacent to the Move property. One team would go into the basement of 6223 Osage just west of the Move house, and the other would go to the second floor of 6219, on the east side. They would use the jet tappers to blow 3-inch holes into the masonry walls and use a pipe and sledgehammer to open the holes all the way into the move house. Each team would carry a pepper fogger, a gasoline-powered tear gas generator equipped with a special metal nozzle that would fit into the hole. The nozzles had been modified so that MOVE members couldn't shoot down them and disable the pepper foggers. At a pre-arranged signal, each team would start the pepper foggers, filling the basement and upstairs of the MOVE house with tear gas and driving the people in the house to the first floor. As in Kirk's original plan, it was anticipated that MOVE members would then surrender. If they did not, the tear gas would disable them. Even if they had gas masks, the tear gas would eventually displace enough oxygen from the air to render them unconscious. Again, Tersai asked everyone in the room to try to find holes in the plan. Again it sailed through with barely a comment. Fire Commissioner Richmond wanted to know about the shaped charges. Would they cause a fire? No, Somber replied, they've been tested. Richmond's other concern was the safety of his men. I want to be sure firefighters are out of the line of fire, he told Somber. And he pointed out again that the SQRTs wouldn't be powerful enough to dislodge the bunkers. Somber still seemed to consider the last point a minor detail. They would use the water anyway, as a diversion and to obscure the vision of anyone firing from the bunkers. Bringing the meeting to a close, Somber stood for emphasis. He didn't want a free-for-all, he said. This was a carefully controlled police operation. Anyone who doesn't adhere to this plan, he warned, will be dismissed. After the general meeting, the supervisors who would be directly involved remained to iron out the details. Somber insisted that a supervisor be assigned to each post. He reiterated that cops would fire only on orders and only at visible targets. They reviewed the latest intelligence information that had been gathered by Detectives Benner and Boyd. It included the wire photo of a MOVE member hauling a gasoline can onto the roof. Other aerial photos of the rooftop showed a number of metal cans, including one on which one could read the word gasoline. What do you think they plan to do with all that gas? Someone asked. They speculated that MOVE might be planning to pour it on the heads of any cops who approached the front of the house and then set them afire. The detectives also reported that a cache of explosives had been stolen in Chester County and might be in the MOVE house. They could have the place wired, a cop said. There might be booby traps inside. If they surrender, keep them right in front of the house while the dogs sniff the house, Somber ordered. If there are any booby traps, they'll be in danger, too. Boyd and Benner said the latest evidence showed that 4 or 5 adults and 4 to 8 children were possibly in the house. There's no way to surprise them, they reported. Every day one of the adults in the house took the MOVE children to the park, and Somber had already given orders for the children to be picked up if possible. Though he did not know it at the time, a snafu had gone down the line, and the civil affairs officer assigned to the scene was never told how important it was or why that the kids be taken into custody. After he received the order, in fact, he had stood aside to let the kids pass through a police barricade. Later, after the MOVE people got wind of the coming confrontation, they'd simply kept the kids in the house. The detectives also reported on the possibility that MOVE had dug tunnels. Neighbors had seen them carrying large wheelbarrows full of dirt out of the house. After reviewing the intelligence and making final assignments, Somber summed up, they have 4 options, he said. They can surrender, they can self-destruct, they can booby-trap the house and give themselves up, or they can use the children as hostages. The cops would have to be prepared for all 4, he said. Somber issued orders for the evacuation of the neighbors on the following day. They'll be back in their house the next day by 10 o'clock p.m., he predicted. Operation MOVE had begun. Early that afternoon Richmond held his own meeting at the Fire Administration building. He made his own views very clear. I do not want a repeat of 1978, he told his command personnel. The safety of firefighters is to be preeminent. Our role is to support the police department. No firefighters on the front lines. He designated Deputy Chief Walter Miller as the on-scene commander and assigned 2 SQRTs, 2 pumpers, 3 rescue units, and a ladder company to provide ladders for police. All units were to assemble at 3:30 a.m. on May 13. After the meeting, the president of the firefighters union stopped by the fire commissioner's office. The 2 men reviewed the plans, and Richmond reiterated his instructions from the meeting: no firefighters would be placed in the line of fire. To make sure that order was followed, Richmond promised that he would be with his men. "My only job out there," he said, "is to make sure the firefighters are safe." When they reported for work on the evening of May 11, Stakeout Officer Jimmy Bergheyer and his partner, Tommy Meller, received orders to report to sign out Uzis and report to 62nd and Pine Streets, just around the corner from the move house. Bergheyer and Meller had been through some rough scenes together. For years they'd worked on the Granny Squad, an undercover operation aimed at robbers who preyed on old folks and others who were helpless. One of them would play decoy, disguised as an old lady or a drunk, while the other waited in ambush. It was a job filled with danger, where you had to follow your gut and make split-second decisions. If your timing or instincts were off, you could die. Once, for example, Bergheyer had been assigned a new partner as part of a change in department policy. They were working the subways, where there had been a rash of robberies, and Bergheyer was disguised as an old man. Somehow they'd gotten their signals crossed when the train pulled in. Bergheyer stepped into a car filled with young toughs. His partner was supposed to get into the adjoining car, wait for the hold-up to go down, and come in to make the arrest. But as the train pulled away, Bergheyer saw his new partner standing on the platform. Alone inside the car, Bergheyer couldn't defend himself, and he didn't dare let them know he was a cop. He was lucky, he wasn't robbed. But official policy or no, he never worked with his new partner again. Not that things always worked perfectly even when you were with your regular partner. Every situation they walked into was unpredictable. Sometimes the bust would go smoothly, but every now and then it turned violent. Bergheyer had had his share of stitches and bruises and close calls. People had a hard time understanding why he did it. His father, for example, had been upset when he'd told him he was going to be a cop. Jim was a disciplined student and did well in college, but he felt out of place on a college campus in the late 60s. Perhaps because his brother was fighting in Vietnam, he had a hard time identifying with the radical slogans and anti-war fever. On a whim he'd applied to the police academy and was quickly accepted. He'd been with the force for nearly 18 years, starting as a district cop and soon joining the K-9 squad and then Stakeout. Other cops said he was one of the best athletic, quick on his feet, and cool under pressure. Like Terci, he was considered a thinker. And he had not succumbed to that cynicism that so often plagues cops who've spent years dealing with the dregs of humanity. He still believed that what he did made the world a better place. He loved being a cop, and he loved working Stakeout. It was the good guys against the bad guys, with nothing but your partner and your own instincts to rely on. Bergheyer and Meller, as well as their partners Jesse Freer and Danny Farrow, met their boss, Stakeout Lieutenant Dominic Marandola, on a narrow street near the dark mouth of an alley. The Stakeout cops' instincts were already telling them something was wrong. "The back of the move house is down this alley on the left," Marandola told them. "You're going to escort a sound technician into the house next door." Inside the house at 6219 Osage Avenue, he explained, another team had already begun to drill a small hole into the common wall, using a special silenced drill. The sound technician would insert a spike mic into the hole. Meller and Bergheyer exchanged glances. After so many years together, each could tell what the other was thinking without saying a word. And they were both thinking the same thing: this was trouble coming their way. When the sound technician arrived, the four of them moved quietly into the alley. Marandola stayed behind. They had gone only a few steps when Marandola signaled them to wait. "The team in 6219 was coming out," he said, they'd heard people moving around on the second floor and believed that MOVE members had broken through the walls upstairs. "Wait here," Marandola told them, disappearing to consult with someone. When he came back, he told the team waiting by the entrance to the alley, "It's still a go." Bergheyer and Meller looked at one another again. Terrified, the four men began to make their way down the pitch-black alley. This operation didn't make any sense, and that meant it was dangerous. Halfway into the alley, Bergheyer heard quick footsteps coming up behind him. He turned. It was Marandola again. "Come on back," Marandola said. A kid on a bicycle had just dropped off a note. It was from MOVE. They knew what was going on in 6219. If the cops didn't leave the house immediately, they'd be killed, the note said. Later that night, Sergeant Connor was awakened at home by a phone call. The voice was familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. "There's a change in plans," the voice said. 19's been compromised. Go into 6217 instead. Connor jotted down the message and turned off the light. Then he stared at the darkened ceiling of his bedroom until Mother's Day dawned. Sunday, May 12th. Early on the morning of May 12th, police began knocking on the doors of the houses along Osage Avenue, Pine Street to the north, and Addison Street to the south. The mayor had ordered the houses evacuated, the police told the residents. Most of the neighbors went willingly, taking along no more than a change of clothes. The police had told them they'd be able to return by Monday evening at the latest. The ones who didn't want to go were informed that the mayor's order authorized the arrest and removal of anyone who refused to comply. All-day MOVE members were seen doing last-minute work on the house and the front bunker. Negotiators, some sent by the city, others apparently freelance, came and went up the street. Channel 10 cameraman Pete Kane settled into a second-floor bedroom in a house on 62nd Street. He knew the family, and they'd permitted him to stay, hidden from the cops, when they evacuated. From his vantage point he could see west down Osage Avenue to the MOVE house and beyond. During the night, Pete Kane intermittently taped the preparations taking place on the street below. The cops worked methodically. An unarmored tow truck drove down the street and began towing away the cars. Fire engines and pumpers arrived and moved into position. Firefighters set up ladders to the rooftops. Utility workers shut off the gas and electricity to the block. The empty block fell silent except for the sound of the fire engine diesels. A kid on a skateboard appeared from somewhere and started to go down the street. A cop stepped out to the street and turned him back. From the MOVE house a final tirade began over the loudspeakers. It would go on for hours into the night. Leo Brooks was approaching the Harbor Tunnel in Baltimore when he heard a report on his car's radio that Philadelphia police were evacuating the residents on Osage Avenue. In the 2-hour drive back to Philadelphia, he listened for more news but found out little. He was surprised, when he'd left just a few days before, he hadn't thought that the mayor would want to move this quickly. He drove straight to his City Hall office and called Somber. Somber had just finished briefing him when the phone rang. It was the mayor. Somber had briefed him too, and the two men compared notes. Good was debating whether to be at the scene the following morning, but Brooks was emphatic. MOVE had threatened Good's life, and he would make too tempting a target for them. "I strongly advise you to stay at City Hall, Mr. Mayor," Brooks said. "I'll be at the scene along with Somber. You don't need to be there." Jim Bergheyer and other cops who'd been assigned to the insertion teams spent most of Mother's Day at the pistol range at the police academy, practicing their shooting. The same day, the members of the insertion teams that would handle the explosives began getting their gear together. They constructed hatch charges that would be used for emergency escapes. In addition to the jet tappers that would be used to breach the walls, each demolitions man decided what to bring according to his own experience. Their supplies included data sheet, det cord, blasting caps, and boosters, and fuses. Not knowing what to expect, they also took a healthy supply of the C4 that Mike Macy's had brought them in January. After he finished target practice, Bergheyer went home, but his wife and kids had left to visit the grandparents. He took a brief nap. It wasn't turning out to be much of a Mother's Day. The following day, his son's birthday, didn't look too promising either. After dinner the phone rang. It was his sister. "Call Dad," she said. "He's worried about you." Bergheir called his parents' house and spoke to them for a few minutes, reassuring them that he'd be safe. Bergheir stopped at his brother-in-law's house at around 8 o'clock. They drank coffee and spoke aimlessly for a while. Then Bergheir said, "Listen, Carrie, if anything should happen, take care of my family. Nothing's going to happen, but just in case." Bergheir meant it when he said nothing would happen. He always believed that as long as he stayed in control of a situation, he'd be okay. Stopping back home again, Bergheir changed into the blue fatigues and baseball cap that were the uniform of the stakeout unit. He packed a jar of Vaseline jelly to protect his skin from the caustic effects of the tear gas. He also packed an extra jar he'd picked up in case someone on the team forgot to bring his own. Driving down the highway to the academy, dressed in combat gear and carrying his shotgun on the seat, he couldn't shake a feeling of unreality. In a few hours he'd be making an armed assault on a house full of armed revolutionaries. "This is some third world country you see on TV," he thought to himself. "This isn't America." At 11 p.m., Powell, Connor, and Tersai briefed the two insertion teams at the pistol range at the police academy. They explained the plan in detail. Connor showed them homemade flashbangs and stun grenades, small non-lethal explosives designed to disorient an opponent. Most officers carried Uzi submachine guns or M16 automatic rifles, as well as service revolvers, .357 magnums, and shotguns. After all the questions were answered, they climbed into the back of a police truck and set off across town for the Philadelphia Geriatric Center at 62nd and Walnut Streets, 4 blocks north of Osage Avenue. From there they would receive their final briefing, move into position, and wait for dawn. 9. The morning of May 13th. All night, since the first word of the evacuation had gone out, the watchers had been gathering: reporters, photographers, television correspondents, and cameramen, neighbors and relatives, would-be mediators, community activists, and rubberneckers. They pressed against the police barricades, hundreds of them, badgering the cops for news, any news, about what was happening on Osage Avenue. From the darkness beyond the barricades came the sounds of activity: men moving about, trucks arriving, equipment being moved into place. As it had throughout the night, the sounds of MOVE members on the bullhorn and their monotonous litany of four-letter words droned in the background. At the barricades, the onlookers peered into the gloom, waiting for dawn. By dawn it was no longer a neighborhood. On both sides of Osage Avenue, along Pine and Addison, up and down 62nd Street and Cobbs Creek Parkway, the houses stood silent. On the corner of 62nd and Osage, the heavy diesel engines of the fire trucks throbbed, pressurizing the water for the SQRTs. In the alleyway entrances at each end of the block, the insertion teams shouldered their gear and shifted uneasily. In the 5 police posts surrounding the house, stakeout officers checked their weapons. On the rooftops, police spotters peered over sandbags, watching the gun ports on the MOVE bunkers. Crouching behind his sandbags, on the sun porch of a house across the street from MOVE, at least one stakeout officer figured this was going to be 1978 all over again. When this day was over, cops would surely be dead, and as far as he was concerned, it would be the fault of the Philadelphia Police Department brass. His mind wandered back to the early morning hours, when he and the other cops in his post had moved through the narrow walkway behind the houses. It had been barely 3 feet wide. Even walking single file, it had been a tight squeeze between the high wooden fences on either side. That was one of only 2 ways out of the house he was in. The other was through the front door out into Osage Avenue and MOVE's direct line of fire. What would happen, he asked himself, if someone in this house took a bullet? There were no paramedics or first aid supplies in the house, not even a stretcher. He couldn't shake the image of a screaming, bleeding cop being carried out the back door and down that long walkway, loaded like firewood on the shoulders of his buddies. That wasn't all. Captain Kirchner told the men that there'd be sandbags. There were sandbags, all right. When he stood up they came just about to his knees. If he crouched down, he could protect himself up to his waist. As for the rest, he was exposed, and if those bastards in the front bunker could see him as well as he could see the bunker, he was going to be a perfect target. At the west end of the alley behind Osage Avenue, Bill Klein of Insertion Team A was thinking about real estate. Not that he wanted to, he just couldn't get it out of his head. He'd been selling real estate on the side for some time, and he'd decided to go for his broker's license. The state exam was just 5 days away, and Klein had begun hitting the books pretty hard. Now, despite the armed militants he was about to face, despite the machine guns poking from the stakeout posts, despite even the bag full of explosives that hung from his waist, he was thinking about what he needed to know to pass his exam. A real estate agent might sell 6,223 as a starter home, show it to a young couple, probably black, no kids, a couple of civil service jobs between them. You'd call the house solid with the kind of construction and attention to detail you don't see in your newer homes. The sun porch would be a big selling point, especially the fanlight glazing across the top, and it might distract them from the tiny kitchen and dining nook that were crowded side by side in the back of the house. Upstairs you'd have a master bedroom in the front and 2 small bedrooms in the back. In between, in the center of the house, would be a bathroom. Closet space would be a problem. At 6 a.m., the sun rose red on this warm and humid day. In the minutes after dawn there was still no sound except the pulsing of the fire department diesels. And then, precisely at 6 o'clock, came a harsh, metallic call. Attention, move. This is America. You have to abide by the laws of the United States. Crouching behind the sandbags on the still dark sun porch of 6218 Osage Avenue, Commissioner Somber read the words off a yellow tablet without a hint of irony. It sounded as though he'd had trouble getting the wording right, had worked over his opening like an amateur toastmaster preparing for a retirement party. The phrases did not flow, they lurched along in staccato bursts of police report prose. This is the police commissioner. We have warrants for the arrest of Frank James Africa, Ramona Johnson Africa, Teresa Brooks Africa, and Conrad Hampton Africa for various violations of the criminal statutes of Pennsylvania. We do not wish to harm anyone. All occupants have 15 minutes to peaceably evacuate the premises and surrender. This is your only notice. The 15 minutes start now. From his vantage point in Post 2, Officer Ed Furlong watched through binoculars as 2 black men in dreadlocks scurried across the roof of 6221 and disappeared into the front bunker. They walked bent over, as if they were carrying something heavy in each hand. Somber had barely finished reading his statement when he was answered by the amplified voices of Move. Come and get us, motherfuckers. But you better be sure your insurance is paid up. You be sure you call your wives and families, 'cause you ain't coming home. You come in this house, 'cause we got something for you. Another voice broke in, you're going to be laying in the street. Come on in and get us. We'll kill you where you stay, we'll kill you where you lay. We see you on the roof. We know you're in those houses. You remember 1978? You ain't leaving the street alive. You gonna die out here. The harangue went on and on. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Again the street was silent except for the throbbing bass of the diesels. Sometime in the night 13-year-old Bertie Africa had been roused from a troubled sleep by the sound of amplified voices. He heard glass breaking and Ramona's voice over the loudspeaker, "Did you all hear that? We're putting gas in all these houses. If one house get it, all of these houses are going to get it." Eventually he'd fallen back into a doze to the sound of the other adults putting out information over the loudspeaker. Now, at dawn, he heard Somber's voice as the adults came to him. They gathered up Bertie and the other children from the second-floor hallway where they'd been sleeping and led them down into the cellar. At the back of the cellar was what had originally been the house's garage. Now it had been sealed off from the alley by cinder blocks, with a single fortified hatch that was just big enough for one person to climb through. At the other end of the garage was a door leading into the rest of the basement. The women led the children through that door and into the sealed garage. Inside it was pitch black and musty. The women and children lay down on the cool cement floor and pulled wet blankets over themselves to protect them from tear gas. By an odd coincidence, the house at 6217 Osage Avenue belonged to a detective on the police force, and he'd given Connor a front door key earlier that morning. He'd been worried about the damage that might be done to his house, and Connor had reassured him that they'd keep it to a minimum. In fact, he'd promised to take all the pictures off the wall so they wouldn't fall and break. At least the key would help them get into the house quickly, Connor thought as he and his team waited for the signal to begin. At 6:15 the first smoke grenades were fired. Within seconds dense white smoke filled the street and alley and thousands of gallons of water flooded across the rooftops. One stream arced south from the SQRT on Pine Street, pounding against the rear bunker. The second, coming from 62nd Street, fell short of the bunkers by 100 feet. Most of it rained down into the eastern alley and landed on the heads of Ed Connor and the men in Insertion Team B. Soaking wet, weighted down with Uzis, explosives, and the pepper fogger, Connor's team started down Osage Avenue. In the gloom and smoke they could barely make out the steps jutting from the doorways onto the sidewalk. They stumbled past, keeping count so they would know when they reached 6217. They were halfway there when the first shot rang out. Connor and Officer Salvatore Marcello raced through the smoke to the stoop of 6217. As Marcello provided cover, Connor used the key provided by the owner to unlock the door. The rest of Team B officers James Muldowney, Daniel Angelucci, Salvatore Marcello, Jesse Freer, Alexander Draft, and Michael Ryan crowded through the narrow doorway as Connor peered into the smoke, looking for the source of the gunfire. And then they were all inside and Connor was on the radio with Marandola. Team B to Post L, we're inside 17. Frank Powell and the other 6 men of Insertion Team A were moving east in the alley behind Osage Avenue. As they stepped into the mouth of the alley, it was as if they had left behind the spring morning in Philadelphia and arrived in an alien world. The houses to their left were dim in the haze and the darkness. Ahead was a sheet of roaring water from the SQRTs, looking as if someone had taken the alley and put it at the base of Niagara Falls. And behind that wall of water were people who were shooting at cops. Maybe them. In line behind Powell, Jim Bergheyer could just make out the fence behind 6221. Move had built the fence 6 feet high and solid inch-thick planks across the width of the alley when the organization had moved in. Now, with their threats still ringing in his ears and the gunshots coming from the Move house, Bergheyer realized that anyone on the other side of the fence had a clear shot at them and could take Team A down like bowling pins. Tear gas. Meller, just ahead of Bergheyer, pressed his large frame against the brick rear of one of the row houses. He too had seen the fence and like Bergheyer, he realized he was at the mercy of anyone on the other side. Now, exposed and vulnerable, he had to stop, shoulder his rifle, and adjust his mask. Despite the petroleum jelly, the gas burned his hands and neck. There wasn't supposed to be any tear gas, he thought. According to the plan, there'd be smoke but no tear gas. Nobody was behind the fence. Team A reached the back door of 6223 Osage without incident, forced it open, and entered the basement laundry room. By now the gunfire was intense. If anyone had still hoped that the SQRTs could knock the bunkers off the roof, they knew better by now. Firemen and policemen had brought the second SQRT around to Pine Street. Side by side like a pair of long-necked cranes, the two of them pummeled the rooftop of 6221, blasting down tarps and pallets, sweeping loose lumber and debris onto Osage Avenue, the roar of their compressors combining with the sound of rushing water to make a steady white noise that carried to the streets beyond. In the last 15 minutes they had thrown thousands of gallons of high-pressure water against the bunkers. The bunkers hadn't budged an inch. In the relative safety of 6,217 Osage, Ed Connor was keeping a promise he'd made to the man who owned the house. One by one he took the pictures off the living room wall and laid them carefully on the floor. Muldowney and Angelucci were in the tiny dining room preparing a charge to breach the plywood partition that separated the sun porches of 6,217 and 6,219. They worked deliberately. There was no rush. On a piece of cardboard about 3 feet square they laid down a rectangular loop of dead cord. Then they looped it around twice more and attached a fuse. Connor, done with his housekeeping, raised post 1 on the radio and told Marandola they were ready to proceed. Then he carried the charge into the sun porch, taped it against the partition, and set the fuse. He and his men crouched behind the sofa and waited. By now, throughout the rest of the city, another work week was beginning. The weather report called for sunny skies, with highs near 90. The first explosion of the day came at 6:18. It rained down plaster on the heads of Connor's men and blew the glass out of the windows in 6217 Osage. As the plaster dust began to settle, Connor crept onto the porch and peered through the hole into 6219. Inside, the dust filled the air so densely that he could hardly see across the 16-foot wide house. At this hour the weak morning light barely penetrated the drapes across the sun porch windows. On the other side of the porch, the partition adjoining the move house had a hole in it that matched the one his men had just blown. Connor figured the force of the explosion must have blown the first partition across the porch and into the other side. He peered into the dark interior of 6219. It seemed to be empty. Carefully he began to climb through the hole. It did not occur to him until much later that the drapes to the sun porch had been opened the night before. The mayor stepped out from his kitchen. From his back porch he could hear gunfire and the sound of explosions. He would later say that it sounded like a war zone out there. In the basement of 6223, Frank Powell's team could hear the water pounding against the roof, pouring through the second-floor skylight, and raining onto the bathroom floor. They had secured the house, checked it from top to bottom and regrouped. Klein prepared the downstairs charge. Klein had already placed a large charge on the living room wall on the side opposite the move house. If need be, they could detonate the charge and escape into 6225. Now he placed the jet tapper high on the basement wall, just below the steps. The only part of the plan that came from the FBI agents was to put the charge in an area where it wouldn't be likely to harm anyone on the other side. When it was done, they waited. The plan called for them to wait until Team B had successfully breached the eastern wall of the move house. On the other side of the move house, Connor was stepping through the hole when move opened up on him. Later Muldowney would estimate that the gunfire came from at least 3 locations from the sun porch of the move house, along the baseboard where it joins 6219, and from the top of the stairs in 6219. To him it looked and sounded like buckshot and .22 caliber rifle fire. Pinned down by the gunfire, the men saw Connor turn and dive back through the opening. The partition splintered around him as bullets ripped into it. "I'm hit," Connor cried as he slammed to the floor. "I can't move." Freer sprayed machine gun fire toward the move house and dragged Connor into the living room of 6217. "I can't move my legs," Connor shouted. Freer looked at Connor's back. A single bullet hole had pierced the jumpsuit, right over his spine. As the pain subsided, Connor found that he could indeed move his legs. His spine and, most likely, his life had been saved by his protective vest. Later that day the forensics guys would dig a flattened .38 caliber slug out of the vest. Connor escaped with a bruise the size of a $50. Some minutes later, after Connor was feeling better, the assault on 6219 began again. Team B threw more flashbangs into the hole, but the firing went on. Connor took aim with his Uzi at the porch bunker, where the heaviest firing seemed to be coming from, and opened fire. The other men in the team also returned fire, taking turns to conserve their ammunition. A woman's scream came from inside the bunker, but the firing went on. Connor fired at the bunker again. The screaming stopped. But the gunfire continued. "Get the C4, Connor said. The team had regrouped in the living room of 6217. The firing from the move house had stopped, but they knew it would begin again the minute they showed themselves. Connor was ready to go to heavier ordnance. He told Angelucci and Muldowney to rig a block of C4011/4-pound brick about the size of a quart of milk with a 6-second fuse. They looked at one another. A pound and a quarter was a lot of plastic. Properly placed, it was enough to drop the whole house and bury them. Connor didn't call Marandola. "I'll take responsibility," he told the team. Still Angelucci and Muldowney hesitated. "I said I'll take responsibility," he repeated. When they were finished, Muldowney handed the charge to Connor. "You throw it," Connor said. "You wanted it, you throw it," Muldowney answered. "I'm ordering you to throw it," Connor said. "I told you I'll take responsibility." Minutes later, despite his better judgment, Muldowney found himself lying in the living room, his head pointed toward the sun porch. Angelucci crouched over him, his gun aimed at the partition. As the others slid Muldowney onto the floor of the porch, Angelucci pumped cover fire into the hole. With a sidearm toss, Muldowney lobbed his homemade bomb through the hole, across the porch of 6219, and against the front porch bunker of the move house. He and Angelucci were barely inside the living room again when the blast came. The explosion reduced the sun porch of 6219 to kindling and destroyed the thin partition between it and the porch of the move house. Through the debris, one could make out half-exposed heavy structures inside the move porch. They seemed unaffected by the explosives. The firing stopped briefly after the explosion, then it began again. Connor took Muldowney and Angelucci aside. "Give me another one a bit heavier." Muldowney looked skeptically at Angelucci. Despite Connor's instructions, Muldowney and Angelucci figured a pound and a quarter of C4 was enough. When they'd finished with the charge, it was exactly the same as the first one block of C4. Again Muldowney held it out to the sergeant. Connor shook his head. "You throw it," he said. This time it worked. It worked so well, in fact, that it threw half of the move porch into the middle of the street. Looking through the hole, Angelucci was shocked. He could see, in what was left of the move porch, something that looked like a log cabin. Move had used heavy tree trunks to build a bunker inside the porch. There were ports cut out at the top and bottom, with long, narrow crawl spaces behind them. They were designed so a person could lie protected in the spaces and shoot through the ports. As Angelucci looked, Freer edged up beside him. "Look," Angelucci said to him, pointing to the upper crawl space. "Do you see it?" Freer's eyes peered through the dust and debris, trying to make out details in the darkened space. "What? Do you see something up there?" Angelucci pointed again. "I can't tell," Freer said. "A jacket, maybe." Angelucci didn't think it was a jacket. He was almost certain that he was looking at a body with its decapitated head resting between the knees. But even this blast didn't stop the shooting for long. Apparently the move people had access to the second floor of 6219, the path of the bullets suggested that they were firing into 6217 from the top of the stairs. Other bullets seemed to be coming from the baseboard level, as if Move had cut ports between its basement and the first floor of 6219. Connor radioed Marandola and told him they were stalemated. Marandola, in turn, raised Powell and told him they'd have to proceed without Team B. In the basement of 6223, Klein set the fuse and took cover on the far side of the tiny cellar. The others had already gone upstairs. The blast barely penetrated the thick stone foundation. Nearly all of the force was instead blown back into the basement, knocking down the steps. It also dislodged hundreds of cockroaches that had migrated into the joists and woodwork from the move house. They rained down on Klein like a biblical plague and quickly scampered away. After Klein propped up what was left of the steps and made his way upstairs, the team regrouped. The charge hadn't gone through. If he put another charge down there, it would blow the joists loose. Powell decided to try the next charge upstairs. He told Mulvihill and Deulis to stay on the first floor. In the second floor hallway, at the top of the stairs, Klein placed his second jet tapper while the others took cover in the front bedroom. When the blast came, it threw him through the bedroom doorway. Klein slowly got up and dusted himself off. He seemed disoriented. The jet tapper had once again failed to breach the walls. Though they'd tested them earlier against a cinder block wall, the solid brick walls of the row house had proved to be much stronger. Finally Powell suggested that they simply put another jet tapper in the crater that the first had created. The second blast, he figured, should breach the wall. Klein and the others went back to the front bedroom to get the third and final jet tapper. As Klein bent down to prepare the fuse, the room erupted in gunfire. The firing was coming into the bedroom through the wall adjoining the move house. The officers dove to the floor as chunks of brick and plaster flew across the room. Klein felt a pain in his knee as if it had exploded. He'd been hit by a bullet or a piece of the wall. A splinter of oak flooring had ripped into his hand. Powell fired a burst toward the wall and the shooting stopped. Instinctively they all crawled toward the closet. It was maybe 4 feet square. Guns and all, they scrambled in, unable to close the door. Powell had dragged Klein toward the closet, but he couldn't fit inside. He sat outside, bleeding from his knee and his hand. "I'm going to die," he said out loud. "I'm going to die before I get my broker's license." Klein could still hear blasts of gunfire from the first floor and Powell frantically calling for help on the radio, but suddenly everything seemed hushed. Expectant, almost. Right near his ear he could hear rapid, shallow breathing his own. No, it was Officer James Larkamp. Klein imagined dark eyes peering through a peephole in the common wall. Move was waiting for them. The Move people would hold their fire, wait for them all to come out of the closet, and then cut them to pieces. Everyone in this closet was a dead man. And the only thing he could think of was that he'd never get his broker's license. On a rooftop diagonally across from the bunkers, 2 cops lay on their bellies, trapped by an avalanche of gunfire. When the shooting started, they'd tried to evacuate the roof but couldn't move from behind the low brick parapet in front of them. They'd set off smoke grenades, but it seemed someone had taken a good beat on them, for the bullets still zinged inches above their heads. Finally the firing eased off, and the 2 escaped down ladders held in position by firefighters. In Post 4, on Pine Street behind the bunkers, Sergeant Don Griffiths crouched in a bedroom window and watched bullets rip into the sandbags and splinter the wooden frame. In Post 1 a sharpshooter heard a bullet zip past his shoulder and strike a sandbag. Bullets ricocheted up and down and across Osage Avenue and beyond. One hit a car parked half a block away on Cobbs Creek Parkway. Officer John Lakin, stationed on the front porch in Post 2, stopped firing for a moment and bent down to examine his rifle. As he did, a bullet passed through the screen door and the space where his head had been only seconds before. It split his riot helmet in 2 like an oyster, seared across the skin of his neck, and buried itself in the woodwork of the porch behind him. How much time had they spent trapped in the bedroom? Klein wondered. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. He studied the bullet holes in the common wall. They were arranged in a circle, slanting away from the center as if someone had stood on the other side and swung a machine gun around in an arc. What was happening on the other side of that wall? Was anyone there? Powell spoke. Larkamp's hyperventilating. We've got to get him out of here. Klein looked back over his shoulder and saw that Larkamp was looking bad. Beneath his gas mask his eyes were glazed and his face was white. His breath came raspy and quick through the mask. Bergheyer spoke up. I'll go. Before anyone could answer, he was taking Larkamp, who outweighed him by close to 100 pounds, out of the closet. Larkamp was too heavy to carry, so Bergheyer led him down the steps. His voice muffled by the gas mask, he shouted encouragement, "Keep going. We'll make it." No shots came through the wall as Bergheyer disappeared out the doorway. The only sound was that of his combat boots pounding on the hallway floorboards and down the stairs. Downstairs, Mulvihill and Deulis were crouching behind a radiator. They'd heard the gunfire and the muffled yelling from the upstairs bedroom, and then, seconds later, the living room had been filled with flying bullets, and they had scrambled for cover. As Bergheyer came down the stairs, he saw that the wall behind Deulis and Mulvihill had been destroyed by gunfire. He helped Larkamp down the broken cellar steps and to the back door. Running at a trot, staying close to the houses, they made their way down the alley toward Cobbs Creek Parkway and the waiting ambulance. Ed Connor stood in the bathroom of 6217, poking a long, slender object through the skylight above. It was a military periscope, and Connor was looking through it to see if there was any way they could mount an assault across the rooftops. Through the periscope the bunker looked almost close enough to touch. It wasn't more than 20 feet away, and Connor could clearly see the heavy planking, the foot-square cutouts framed in rough lumber. It was a crude structure, almost juvenile. It looked almost like a treehouse built by a bunch of neighborhood kids. But it was more sophisticated than it looked. Although Connor couldn't tell from his vantage point, the inside of the front bunker was lined with heavy steel decking stolen from road repair sites around the city. Years ago people had said that Vince Liefert could build anything out of a pile of sticks. This was undoubtedly his masterpiece. Ed Connor shook his head and lowered the periscope. There would be no rooftop assault this day. After some 20 minutes Powell and the others warily came out of the closet. The shooting had stopped. His hands still shaking, Klein placed the THIRD tapper on the wall in the hallway. This one finally worked, blowing a rough 18-inch hole in the wall. Meller brought the pepper fogger over and shoved it into the hole. He pulled the cord, and the small gasoline engine roared to life. Then it quit, damaged, perhaps, in the gun battle or by the explosions. By now they were simply improvising. They lobbed flashbangs through the hole to scare off anyone who might be nearby, followed by half a dozen tear gas grenades. Some of the tear gas went into the move house. Police in the posts around the house could see it coming out through the slats that covered the windows, but most of it came back into the hallway and filled the second floor of 6223. Giving up in disgust, Powell and the others went back downstairs. In the relative safety of the kitchen, Powell and his men listened as the barrage of gunfire outside went on and on. Klein checked his watch and was surprised to find that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. It felt like dinner time to him. He hadn't slept a wink in more than 24 hours. Since the operation had begun, he'd been gassed, soaked, shot at, rained on by cockroaches, and thrown through the air by the blast of explosives. And still they weren't close to accomplishing their objective. Powell radioed Marandola. He could barely hear him over the sound of the gunfire and the chopper that was hovering overhead. "What do we do now?" he yelled into the walkie-talkie. Marandola radioed back. "Is there any way you can get tear gas into the house?" he asked. Powell thought it over. He had one idea, he told Marandola. Perhaps they could place a shaped charge low on the living room wall. It would be designed to blow downward at an angle, creating an opening into Move's basement. Then they could toss tear gas grenades through the hole. Marandola listened. "Wait a minute." He turned to Captain Kirchner and Commissioner Somber, just behind him in the living room, and explained Powell's proposition. "Ask him if it's high or low," Somber told Marandola. Marandola relayed the message. "Low, Powell answered. Later Somber would say that he had been asking whether the charge would be a high explosive or a low explosive. Powell would say that he had understood the question to be whether the charge would be placed high on the wall or low on the wall. Somber told him to go ahead. Some minutes later 3 more officers arrived at the back of the house with more explosives. Carefully they picked their way through the rubble of the basement and climbed up to the first floor. Officer Raymond Graham and Klein built the shaped charge. Using about 1/3 of a pound of C4, as well as det cord and data sheet, they created a 2-foot square cardboard-backed charge. For reasons that are not clear, they placed it at about waist level on the wall. By now Bergheyer had returned with a ladder requisitioned from the firefighters. Team A evacuated down the ladder and through the basement door. Klein set the fuse for 5 minutes and followed. 5 minutes passed. Second by second they waited the insertion team in the alley against the back of the house, the brass in post L. Powell was just starting to wonder if they had another dud when the house shook and an air conditioner flew over his head. Graham was the first one back in. He took a few steps into the house and stopped. He could see a 2-foot hole in the move house. Looking into the shadowy interior, he couldn't tell whether they'd succeeded in penetrating the basement. Not that it mattered, the blast had destroyed the interior of 6223. As Klein had feared earlier, this explosion had dislodged the first floor joists from the foundation. The floor lay in ruins, warped and twisted like a carnival funhouse. "Forget it," he shouted back to the others. "We can't go in there. It's about to collapse." The group retreated to the alley. In the back, Powell was now considering one last assault on the house. Team A kicked down the fence to prevent anyone from firing from behind it, an act that would later save Birdie Africa's life. With the fence down, the back of the move house was exposed. From here the cops could see the garage door, closed off by cinder blocks, and the small hatch fortified with timbers. "Here, listen to this." Powell was standing next to a drain pipe that led into the move garage. Through the pipe he could hear the agitated sound of women's voices. And of crying children. The cops looked at one another in disbelief. Despite all the planning, no one had ever told Powell or the others that they'd been unable to pick up the children before the siege had begun. None of them had known that the house that they'd assaulted all morning with guns, tear gas, and explosives had been full of children. Someone suggested dropping tear gas grenades down the pipe. "Are you crazy?" Powell asked. "You'll turn that thing into a pipe bomb." Just then the radio crackled. "Frank, you guys have to get out of there. Somebody's trying to point a rifle at you." Powell looked up and saw a gun barrel sticking out of an upstairs window. Quickly they evacuated down the alley. It was a little after noon. The day was half over. 10. The afternoon of May 13th. What is surprising about the interludes of war is that the birds continue to sing. Even after the hours of gunfire, after all the explosions, the shouting, the sirens, and smoke, the voices of birds were recorded on the police video that was shot behind the houses on the south side of Osage. They had not flown away. They stayed on guarding their nestlings, perhaps in the park and in the yards behind the surrounding houses. Now that the shooting had stopped, the birds rioted, their calls high-pitched and agitated, rolling on and filling the trees with sound. Shortly after Team A left the alley, Somber summoned Powell for an impromptu meeting at the corner of 62nd and Osage. "Well," he asked, "how many houses are we going to have to buy?" The explosions had destroyed at least 3 or 4, Powell answered, and that didn't include others damaged by gunfire and water. But Somber had more on his mind than damaged real estate. All morning the stakeout officers in the surrounding posts had taken fire from the bunkers. Now Somber wanted to know if Powell had any ideas for getting them off the roof. They'd thought about using a crane or a large drill, Somber said, but there was no way to get one down the street. How about a rooftop assault? Powell said he had to talk to Connor. They conferred briefly over the radio about what Connor had seen through the periscope. Afterward, Powell told Somber that from what Ed Connor could see through his periscope, going over the roofs would be suicidal. Well, Somber said, talk to your people and see if they can come up with anything. After he left the commissioner, Powell sent one of his men back to the police academy for more explosives. He figured they might be needed. Virtually all of General Leo Brooks's long and distinguished Army career had been spent in stateside offices, commanding regiments of file clerks, secretaries, and desk-bound procurement officers. In fact, he'd never had a combat assignment until he'd retired and gone to work for the city of Philadelphia. Now, in the hot and crowded living room of Post 1, he found himself on the front lines for the first time in his life. Somber had brought him, along with the fire commissioner and others, into Post 1 so that they could see for themselves what the police were up against. Peering over the sandbags, Brooks could make out the debris littering the street in front of the move house, no more than 50 feet from where he stood. In the shadows of the porch he could see the fortifications exposed by Team B's explosions. The bunker on the porch was built out of solid logs stacked on one another almost to ceiling height. They did not know what to do next. The first plan hadn't worked, and they had no backup plan. Brooks looked at the bunker again and then at Somber. Now what? His eyes asked. The waiting dragged on. In the middle of the afternoon, Ramona Africa, unarmed, stepped through the hole that Klein had blown in the wall of 6223. Under the wary eyes of the police sharpshooters, she spent several minutes on the buckled first floor of the house, calmly surveying the wreckage. Finally she turned around and disappeared again through the hole. Bergheyer and his friends had gone for lunch. Still wearing their coveralls and battle gear, carrying their Uzis and gas masks, their faces smeared with petroleum jelly and streaked with dirt, they piled into an unmarked van and drove 2 miles to City Line Avenue and the shops bordering the wealthy suburban neighborhoods of the main line. On the way out of the area, they stopped at a police barricade where a young cop was making time with a girl. They blew the horn, but the guy wasn't about to be rushed. Tommy Meller had had a long day, and he wasn't in a mood to be kept waiting. Stretching his foot over from the passenger's seat, he stomped the gas pedal and the van lurched forward, sending the barricades flying. "Hey," the cop shouted after them. "That's my barricade." Meller leaned out the window as the van drove away. "Fuck your barricade," he shouted. They found a Wendy's and pulled into the drive-through lane. Patiently they waited their turn behind the noontime shoppers and office workers. The girl at the window stared when they pulled up, but she asked no questions as she gave them their change. They had a good laugh over it on the way back to Osage Avenue. As they approached the police perimeter, the same young cop was standing there. He'd set the barricade back into position. As the van stopped, he caught Meller's eye and smiled. "Yeah, I know," he said. "Fuck my barricade." Bergheyer gunned the motor, and as the van crashed through the barricade and drove away, they could see him standing in the middle of the street, his head thrown back in laughter. At the Philadelphia Geriatric Center, a makeshift cafeteria had been set up for the cops and firefighters. Deputy Fire Chief Miller was eating lunch as he watched Somber sitting with the police brass. He could see that Somber was angry, though he couldn't make out exactly what he was talking about. Then he saw the police commissioner stand up, displaying something between his thumb and forefinger to the people in the room. It was the slug that had been retrieved from Connor's vest. Now Miller was really furious. So Somber was mad because one of his men had taken a hit? What about the firefighters, who were out there dodging bullets with nothing to protect them but their raincoats? Later that afternoon the state police helicopter lifted off from the geriatric center parking lot. Aboard were Licenses and Inspections Commissioner James White and Bill Hawthorne, superintendent of a heavy equipment contractor that often did work for the city. White had suggested to Somber that a crane might be able to remove the rooftop bunkers. Though the idea had been discussed and dismissed days earlier, Somber seemed not to remember, or at any rate, he never mentioned it to White. As the copter circled, Hawthorne looked out at the roof of 6221 and made some mental notes. The water from the SQRTs had scattered debris across the rooftops and pushed much of it onto the streets below. But despite the gunfire and explosions earlier in the day, both the front and rear bunkers appeared to be intact. Back on the ground, White escorted Hawthorne into the rear of a house on Pine Street. Hawthorne looked at the bunkers, not saying much. He went back out into the street and methodically began pacing off various distances. He made some more calculations and turned to White. "I'd need a 290-300-foot boom to do it," he told White. "Do you have one?" the commissioner asked. "We've got two. But one's up in Langhorne on a job, and the other's in South Jersey. We'd need at least 2 or 3 days to get it here. That's including the labor you'd need to disassemble it and time to get permits. These are big cranes, they need an escort." They talked some more, but the crane option wasn't promising. Finally Hawthorne had to get back to work. "Let me know if you want it," he said. He had driven only a few blocks when he heard them calling him on his truck radio. Could he come back again? When he got back to the geriatric center, White had a few other people with him. "What about if we came over from 62nd Street? Again Hawthorne paced off the distances. The reach from 62nd was even farther than from Pine Street. Someone suggested knocking out the front of a house on Pine Street and actually bringing the crane into the house to reduce the distance that the crane would have to reach. Someone else asked Hawthorne if he had a crane available that a police officer could operate. "I've got a hydraulic crane that's mounted on a truck. I could teach someone the basics in half an hour. But it's only got a 100-foot boom. You'd have to get within 20 or 30 feet of the house to reach the bunkers." They talked some more, but no one came up with a solution. Later in the afternoon Hawthorne reviewed the options with Somber. Somber agreed that none of them looked feasible. As an afterthought he asked Hawthorne to leave a crane at the site. "We might have some need for it after all this is over," he said. Someone was shaking Powell awake. "The commissioner wants to see you." Powell sat up and rubbed his eyes. He'd been dozing in a car for an hour, maybe 2. It was nearly 5 p.m. "What's going on?" "I don't know. They said Somber's looking for you." A few minutes later Klein and Powell walked into the small office in the geriatric center that was serving as Somber's headquarters. Whatever was going on, it must be important, Powell thought. Somber had the fire commissioner and the managing director in the room with him. Brooks was speaking into the phone. "Yes, sir. They're here now. I'll let you know." It seemed as if they'd walked into a meeting that had been going on for some time. Somber dispensed with the introductions and got right to the point. "How much plastic would it take to put a hole in the roof and blow the bunker off?" Powell huddled with Klein. "I don't know. 2.5 pounds. Can you use the helicopter to drop a charge onto the roof?" Powell paused before he answered, looking at Klein. "Yeah, I think so." Everyone, it seems, had learned from the events of the morning. This time they asked questions. "What about the people in the house?" "It would be a minimal charge. It shouldn't be dangerous to anyone inside the house. Even if they're on the second floor." "Even if they're on the second floor?" Brooks asked Powell for more details. "What exactly will the explosion do?" Klein explained that it would stand the front bunker up on its end and drop it down on the sidewalk. "What about the people inside the bunker?" "Well, if they survive the fall, they won't be able to hear for a week, but they'll probably live. The blast itself won't kill them." "Are you sure it'll get rid of the bunker?" "If it doesn't, it will at least disable it," Powell answered. Somber asked Powell whether he would deliver the charge personally or appoint someone else to do it. "I'll do it myself," Powell said. Fire Commissioner Richmond had only one question. "What are the chances that this thing might cause a fire?" "Practically none." When there were no more questions, Brooks called the mayor. Somber doesn't have any other way that he can find to get that thing down from there, he explained. He plans to take a helicopter and drop an explosive device right on the bunker and then go up to it and put water and tear gas in the hole. In the mayor's office, Wilson Good said nothing for a long time. Commissioner Somber knows about this. Yes, sir. It was his idea. Do you think it will work? Yes, I think it will work. Good paused again. Okay. Brooks hung up the phone. He says to do it. According to Klein, Brooks also said, he wants them out of there before it gets dark, a claim that Good and Brooks both deny. The meeting broke up quickly. On the way out, Powell mentioned to Somber that he'd pass on word of the plan to the cops in the post via Marandola. No, Somber interjected. Don't tell them. There was no need to get people all worked up and excited, Somber reasoned, they might do something to screw up the plan. Besides, Powell and Klein had told them that the charge would pose no danger to the people in the house, therefore, it shouldn't hurt anyone in the posts. What happened next depends on who is telling the story. Powell and Klein tell one version that, if it is true, says a great deal about the commissioner's state of mind and his intentions. Powell says that after the meeting he approached the police commissioner with the news that they didn't have any C4 at the site. He suggested that they use Tavix instead. Somber waved him off. I already talked to Billy. Billy Klein knows what I want. Confused, Powell walked over to where Klein was gathering his gear. What did he mean, you know what he wants? Klein was distressed and perplexed. He told me not to tell anybody. What the hell are you talking about? He says he wants plenty of frag. Somber, says Klein, had taken him aside as they walked toward the helicopter and told him, use frag and shrapnel if you have to get them motherfuckers out of there. Frag, white hot shards of metal that are thrown out of an explosion, was one of the first innovations of modern warfare. Also known as shrapnel, it magnifies the power of an explosion and can cause fires. To a soldier or demolitions expert, frag is understood to be an anti-personnel weapon. In plain English, its purpose is to kill people. The word itself is short for fragmentation device, a catch-all that includes everything from pipe bombs and hand grenades up to large-caliber cannon shells. During the Vietnam War it took on an especially sinister meaning, the murder of unpopular officers by their troops, usually by hand grenade. Powell asked Klein what the frag would do. Nothing to the bunker. Don't do it, then. He wasn't concerned so much about the move people, who were protected by the house and the bunker. But he was worried about the guys in the posts. They'd be exposed. Klein wondered whether he should argue with the police commissioner. Don't worry about it, Powell said. What he don't know won't hurt him. Marandola's voice came over the radio, ordering all posts to evacuate their positions. Bring your weapons with you, but leave your gear behind, he told them. Despite Somber's orders, Powell had warned Marandola about the plan. The cops in the posts around the house were in too much danger, he'd felt. Anything could happen, Powell figured. Depending on where the charge landed, the bunker might get thrown right into post 2 or post 1. The charge might miss the roof altogether and land near one of the posts. Klein met Graham at the explosives truck and explained what he needed. He put Graham to work making the fuses while he assembled the charges in the cab of the truck. He used 2 long tubes of Tavix and added a block of C4 as detonator to set it off. He could have used regular blasting caps but figured the C4 was safer. He added the timer and packed it all into a canvas bag that had held tear gas grenades. Next he made up another charge. They might need a spare in case Powell missed or the charge didn't work. He had no more long tubes of Tavix, so he used short ones, otherwise this charge was identical to the first. He stuffed it into a white bag and attached the fuse. He was just finishing as Powell pulled up in his car. On the way to the geriatric center he explained that one of the bags was a backup. The center was only a few blocks away. They arrived in less than a minute. In the parking lot everyone's nerves were on edge. Somber hurriedly introduced Powell to the state police pilot. The pilot looked like he would have preferred to be somewhere else. Powell put on his headset and a harness attached to the frame of the copter. The pilot was already bringing the engine's speed up as Klein handed the 2 bags up to Powell. "Use the gas bag first," Klein shouted above the noise, pointing to the green tear gas bag. "Use the gas bag first." Powell nodded. As the chopper pulled away, Klein could see Powell in the open door, the green bag in his lap and the other one safely tucked between his feet. The roar inside the helicopter shut out everything except the radio transmissions coming over the headset. The pilot made several quick practice passes over the move house. They were ready to go in when Marandola's voice came over the radio. "Wait," he said. "There's someone on the roof." The chopper circled in a high, wide pattern for the next 5 minutes. Below, police spotters searched for the figure they'd seen. It did not reappear. Finally Marandola radioed Powell and the pilot. "Okay, the roof's clear." The helicopter roared in from the east and slipped quickly into position. The pilot didn't want to be within the bunker's range any longer than absolutely necessary. It hovered, its nose slightly down, the rotor clawing at the heavy, humid air. Powell checked his harness. Holding onto the airframe with one hand, he edged himself halfway out the hatch until his foot touched the skid. 5 stories beneath him was the bunker. From here he could make out the debris that littered the roof, the heavy cross framing on the roof of the front bunker, the flat tar paper roofs of the houses on either side. The helicopter dipped and bobbed as the pilot fought to hold it in position. Powell pulled the fuse igniter. They had 45 seconds to drop the charge and get out of the way. Still he lingered, waiting for the pilot to bring him into position. Finally satisfied, he let go of the bag. It dropped away, headed exactly where he wanted, just behind the front bunker. The pilot was watching, too. As soon as he saw the bag fall away, he gunned the engine and sliced away toward the geriatric center. As he did, the rotor threw a powerful blast of air straight down at the roof. Powell watched in dismay as the downdraft gently picked up the bag and swept it across the roof to the opposite parapet. 11. The evening of May 13. As the bomb exploded, a shock wave traveling nearly 24,500 miles per hour, approximately 35 times the speed of sound, spread across the roof. In less than 1,000th of a second it picked up the gasoline can that sat in front of the rear bunker and hurled it against the parapet. The can ruptured like an overripe tomato as the heat of the explosion instantly vaporized and ignited the gasoline inside. The ball of flame did not ignite the rooftop materials or the bunkers, it mushroomed upward into the air. Perhaps 1,000th of a second later, lumber that had been hurled into the air and reduced to kindling by the blast fell back through the burning cloud of gasoline vapor that rose away from the rooftop. The burning wood landed in flames onto the tar-soaked roofing material. In the area where the can had ruptured, a spot adjacent to the eastern parapet and just behind the front bunker, a small flame slowly began to grow. About 10 minutes after the helicopter landed, about 5:45 p.m., Powell borrowed a camera and went back up in the helicopter to see what effect the charge had had. As the helicopter circled, he could see what appeared to be a hole in the roof next to the bunker and a small fire. On the fire escape at the geriatric center, Brooks could see the apparent hole and the fire as well. He heard an unidentified voice on the radio. "No fire, no fire," the voice said. Brooks grabbed the radio from his bodyguard. "Yes, there is a fire," he said. "What are we going to do about the fire?" Deputy Fire Chief Frank Scipione asked Commissioner Richmond. Richmond had just ordered another fire engine to the scene as backup. They had walked up to the corner of 62nd and Pine to get a better view of the fire on the monitor of Channel 10's mast camera. Operated by remote control, the mast camera provided a view across the rooftops to the bunker. A cop who was watching the video with obvious fascination turned to the commissioner. He pointed out that the fire had wrapped itself around the base of the bunker. "If they were lucky," he said offhandedly, the fire would do what the bomb hadn't, take out the bunker. Richmond didn't answer, he just continued to watch the screen intently. It was obvious from the color and volume of the smoke that the fire wasn't serious. It was a simple Class A fire, fueled by wooden debris. The SQRTs could have put it out in no more than a few minutes. But Richmond hesitated to turn them on. He didn't know whether the mission was aborted or whether cops would be sweeping across the roof in the next few moments. If they did, the SQRTs could knock them right off the roof and kill them. Go find out what the police want to do about the fire. Scipione headed down 62nd Street again, looking for the police commissioner. He didn't find Somber, but he did find Inspector Thiers. Who's in charge? Scipione asked him. Commissioner Somber, Thiers answered. Where is he? I don't know. Well, can we turn the water on? I need to know what to do about this fire. There was a frantic edge to Scipione's voice. Leave the water off. The steam is blocking the view of the stakeout teams, Thiers answered. Moments later, two weary firefighters were half listening to the chatter on the fire radios when Scipione's voice on the radio caught their attention. He was talking to Richmond about the fire. The police say let it burn, Scipione said over the radio. The firefighters looked at one another in surprise. Years later both of them would be able to recall the radio transmission with almost perfect clarity. It was easy to remember, they had never heard an order like that before. Minutes later Scipione, still looking for Somber, encountered Thiers once again. Can I turn on the water yet? He asked. Thiers pointed down the street to where Somber and Richmond were walking toward one another. My boss and your boss are going to have a meeting in 2 minutes to decide what to do. The batteries had died on the mast camera, and the camera boom came down as cameramen rushed to change the batteries. At 6:11 Richmond left the Channel 10 van and went looking for Somber. He found him down at the corner of Osage Avenue. Somber explained his dilemma to Richmond, we've got to get the high ground. We want to use the fire to neutralize the bunker. He looked at Richmond. If we let the bunker burn, can you control the fire? Richmond thought back to the last camera scene before the camera came down on its boom. The fire had not seemed that serious. Later he would learn that the camera angle had shown only the top of the flames and that the fire was actually much worse than he thought. Yes, he told Somber. We should be able to control the fire. Somber crossed over to where Scipione stood. Could he put water from the SQRTs on the houses on either side of the move house to prevent the fire from spreading? Scipione gave the order, but Somber almost immediately rescinded it. The steam generated when the water hit the growing fire on the move house obscured the vision of sharpshooters. Over the next half hour the water would go on and off several times. Still at his vantage point on the 9th-story fire escape, Leo Brooks watched the fire burn and waited for the SQRTs to come on. When it became apparent that nothing was happening, he tried for long minutes to raise Somber on the radio. By the time he finally reached him, the fire had engulfed the bunker. Brooks asked Somber why no water was being put on the bunker. Somber explained that he was using the fire to neutralize the bunker. Well, you've accomplished your mission, Brooks shot back. Why don't you put out the fire? What are you doing? I want to let it burn a little longer and make sure the bunker's completely destroyed, Somber radioed. Brooks answered again that he wanted the fire out. Still Somber resisted. Finally Brooks issued him a direct order. You've accomplished your mission, he told Somber. Put out the fire. At 6:18 p.m., a fire department spotter observing the fire from a ladder shifted his weight from one foot to the other. As he did so, his vision of the rooftop was obscured for a few seconds by the chimney that his ladder leaned against. By the time he'd leaned back to the left to look around the corner of the chimney, the bunker had disappeared, crashing through the flaming rooftop and into the interior of the house. Just after 6:25, Goods aides relayed a message that the mayor wanted to speak to Brooks. Brooks stepped back into the hallway of the geriatric center and picked up the payphone. He dialed the mayor's number. "I can see this fire on my television, and it looks bad," Good said. "Why aren't you putting it out?" "Mr. Mayor, I just gave the order." It would later become apparent that the order had come a few critical minutes too late. The moment the bunker fell through the roof, the fire could not be fought externally. Once the interior of the house became involved, the only way the fire could have been extinguished successfully would have been for firefighters to carry water lines into the building itself. Water from the SQRTs, in fact, would only make the fire worse. It would drive it down farther into the house. And when the fire reached the sun porch, as it inevitably would, the other houses would follow. The long line of glassed-in porches had no firewalls between them, only thin, easily combustible plywood. The long run of porches would act like a horizontal chimney as the fire raced outward, groping for fresh fuel and oxygen. At 6:25 Leo Brooks could not know that this would happen. Wilson Good could not know, nor could Gregor Somber. But an experienced firefighter, someone like Bill Richmond, for example, would know exactly what the collapse of the bunker meant. After his brief conversation with Somber, Richmond continued to walk down 62nd Street to get a better view of the front of the house. No more than 10 minutes had passed since Somber and he had agreed to let the bunker burn. When he turned and saw the flames coming out the second-floor windows of the move house, Richmond was shocked first by the extent of the fire and almost immediately afterward by the realization that he was looking at a burning house full of men, women, and children, with no possible way to put out the fire. If Move surrendered quickly, his crew could probably still contain the fire within the move house and, possibly, the houses on either side. But if they remained in the house until the fire spread into the sun porches and across the roofs, the entire block was probably lost. From 6:18, when the bunker fell through the roof, it took less than an hour for the fire to spread to nearly all the houses on the north side of Osage Avenue. Still unable to go down the street or the back alley, the firefighters carried lines into the houses on Pine Street and the south side of Osage. They trained portable water cannons from each end of the street, and the SQRTs still stationed on Pine Street played water across the tops of the houses that were not yet burning, in an attempt to stop the flames from spreading. But all that water power was nothing against the gathering firestorm. Fueled by the tar paper roofs and the dry old timbers of the houses, it burned with an unstoppable fury. Thick black smoke rose into the early evening sky, creating a cloud that could be seen from every part of Philadelphia and beyond. The fire burned with such intensity that the houses across the street simply burst into flame from the radiant heat. As the flames rose into the sky, the stakeout cops moved back into position and waited. At any moment they expected to see people fleeing from the house. Bergheyer, Meller, and Tersey took up a position at the west end of the alleyway, along a 3-foot-wide elevated walkway that ran behind the houses on Cobbs Creek Parkway. As they looked down the alley, they could see the houses on Pine Street to the left, each with a small, enclosed rear yard. Right in front of them, a walkway ran the length of the alley along the back of the Pine Street properties. There was a cast iron fence on the right-hand side of the walkway, with a 5-foot drop on the other side down to the driveway that went behind the Osage Avenue houses. The smoke and flames quickly grew so bad that they could not see the far end of the alley, where more cops waited. They could barely see the fence they'd pulled down earlier in the day and the debris-filled driveway behind the move house. The three were good friends, almost as close as family, and it was strange how events had brought them all together now. Despite all of Mike Tersey's efforts, things were turning out worse now than his blackest fears. Bergheyer and Meller had barely escaped death inside 6223 Osage. Not a thing had worked in their favor on this day, almost as if an evil omen had descended on all of them. Exhausted beyond anything they had ever known, now they could do nothing except wait. Their job wouldn't be done until the people were out of the house and in police custody. Anything could happen. But as the fire continued to burn and burn and burn, they sensed that something was terribly wrong. At the move house there was no sign of life. Why weren't the move people coming out? Meller heard a crackling overhead and looked up. A transformer was burning. Directly below it, where the driveway dipped down, made an L, and headed out to the street, a 2-foot deep pool of water had collected from the action of the SQRTs. They continued to wait, with the growing certainty that the people in the house must already be dead. Gradually they relaxed their vigilance. Bergheyer bummed a cigarette. From Pine Street a fireman came down the alley, hunched over as if he expected shooting to break out. Meller nudged Bergheyer. "Get a look at this guy," he said. "Maybe he knows something we don't." The fireman wanted to bring water hoses up the alleyway and close to the move house. "No way," the 3 cops told him. Move members were still in the house and presumably armed. One of them asked the firefighter whether anyone could possibly be alive in the house. "It's possible," he said, "if they've got enough oxygen. The heat from the fire would go upward, and if they were below it the critical factor would be the smoke, not the heat." The fireman was right. Inside the house the family of Move had crowded down into its final refuge, the sealed-up garage in the basement of the house. For the children huddled in the darkened garage, time had no meaning that night. But 13-year-old Bertie Africa remembers the heat and the smoke that had already filled the room when all of the adults joined the children for the last time. He has told his story to investigators a number of times, and it contains inconsistencies that one would expect from a confused and terrified child. He has, for example, sometimes included John Africa among the people who were with him at the end, although autopsy reports and eyewitness accounts suggest that he died earlier in the day, other times he has not. Even so, he is the only survivor of the house who has told his story to authorities, and it is clear at least in its general outlines. As the heat and smoke intensified, Bertie has testified, the adults gathered to discuss the children. Someone Bertie has said it was John Africa decided that they would send the kids out. The kids, in tears, clung to the adults and pleaded to stay with them. The only way out of the move house was through the small hatch, no more than 2 feet by 2 feet, which led from the walled-up garage to the back alley. It had to be opened from the inside using a wrench, and only an adult could do it. Bertie remembers that Conrad opened the hatch but does not recall whether he crawled through it or simply stayed by it. When it opened, he heard what he thought was rapid gunfire coming from outside. Conrad closed the door. No one said anything about the gunfire. Then the adults began to shout, "The kids are coming out! The kids are coming out!" He remembers the kids crawling over each other to reach the hatch. As Bertie made his way to the hatch, he thought his mother, Rhonda, was right behind him. When he got outside, it was as if he had stepped into hell. The garage had been hot and smoky, but it had not been on fire. Out in the alley, flaming branches and lumber fell out of the sky. The concrete driveway was already buried under a foot or more of burning debris. To the left, where the western fence had been, Bertie could see a wall of flames. To the right were more flames and smoke and a cinder block wall blocking his way. Bertie had not eaten for nearly 24 hours. He had been in the garage, huddled under a wet blanket, for most of the last 12 hours. His lungs were seared by the hot, smoke-filled air. Still he struggled to make his way forward. He could see Conrad in the driveway and Ramona on the elevated walkway that ran along the back of the alley. She was trying to help Tree and Phil onto the walkway. Phil's skin looked like it was melting. "They're coming out." The voice of Sergeant Don Griffiths crackled on the radio. Griffiths, stationed on the upper floor in Post 4, was no more than 50 feet from the back of the move house. Though from his position inside the house he could not see into the alley itself, he heard banging and the people shouting, "We're coming out! Don't shoot!" At the windows in Post 4, officers Marcus Bariana and William Trudel could see what Griffiths couldn't. Looking down into the smoke-filled alleyway, Bariana saw the shadowy figure of a boy making his way across the fiery driveway. It was Bertie, trying to reach the elevated walkway. Next Bariana saw a younger boy and a woman in the driveway and then a man. The man was carrying a rifle. The man with the rifle turned toward Bariana. He raised his rifle, aiming directly at Bariana's window. Bariana ducked. As he did, he heard the crack of a rifle, followed by several more single shots. When he looked out the window again, the gunman had vanished in the smoke and flames. Trudel, in a window off to one side, saw the man fire at Bariana's position. From where he stood, the man seemed to be crouching behind one of the children. Unable to get a clear shot at the man, Trudel held his fire. At the west end of the alley, Bergheyer, Meller, and Tersai saw people moving in the alley just as Griffiths's voice came over the radio. They saw Ramona scale the fence onto the walkway and try to pull the children after her. They saw Bertie try to climb up and fall back onto the burning debris. And they saw the man with the rifle. He seemed to be holding a child under one arm and firing with his free hand. Tersai saw him fire toward the Pine Street houses and then turn and shoot toward them. Meller saw a light-skinned man with dreadlocks peer over a mound of debris at them and then duck down out of sight. As the MOVE members emerged from the house, Jim Bergeyer's attention became fixed on young Bertie. It was his son's birthday, and this kid looked to be almost the same age. He saw Bertie, dizzy from the smoke and heat, stumble through the wall of flame that spread across the alley. "Come on, son. This way," he shouted, waving his arms. The boy didn't seem to hear him. Ramona was walking parallel to Bertie, up on the walkway. She turned behind her and motioned with her arm, as if she expected the others to be coming behind her. She walked a few steps more, turned, and motioned again. When no one else emerged from the smoke, she stamped her foot in a gesture of frustration and impotence. Bergheyer watched as Bertie stumbled over toward Ramona. Once again she reached over the fence and down into the driveway. She tried to haul him up and over the fence, but he lost his footing and fell back. Bergheyer could almost feel the thud of his skull against the concrete. Bertie lay motionless on his back. "Here," Bergheyer said, handing Meller his shotgun. "I'm going to get the kid." "Be careful," Meller said. "It could be a trap." "I'll cover you." "It's only a kid, Tom," Bergheyer answered. He jumped the fence and landed in the pool of water at the bottom of the driveway. Overhead the transformer still crackled dangerously. Bergheyer made his way up the alleyway, retracing his footsteps of that morning. Unbelievably, it had been only 13.5 hours since the operation had begun. As Bertie lay motionless on the concrete, Bergheyer crouched in the shelter of the houses, trying to sort out what was happening and decide what course of action to take. He knew that if he went into the middle of the alley he would be a perfect target. But the boy needed help. Gingerly, hoping this step would not be his last, he started toward Bertie. He had not even taken a second one when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned instinctively, not knowing what to expect. Thank God it was Mike Tersai. He'd followed Bergheyer out into the alley to help him get Bertie. In the next seconds, Bertie began to stir. With a relentless instinct for survival, he picked himself up once again and began to walk forward. "Over here, son. Come over here. Come to us." Bergheyer and Tersai, trying to stay out of the line of fire, called and waved to Bertie, but he seemed not to hear them. At the end of the alley, Meller stood exposed on the walkway, covering the other two cops. Bertie staggered toward the water. The cops could see that he was stumbling, about to fall forward into the water. They could tell he wasn't going to make it to the end of the alley under his own power. Bergheyer turned to Tersai. "I'm getting the kid." Tersai was thinking about the man he'd seen shooting down the alley. "Be careful, Jim, it's a trap." "He's just a kid, Mike. I can't leave him there." "Go," Tersai answered. "I've got you covered." Bergheyer dashed into the alley. He grabbed Bertie under the shoulders and dragged him through the water. The boy looked at him in fear and confusion. "Don't shoot me," he pleaded. Don't shoot. It seemed to take forever for them to wade through the water. All that time Bergeyer's eyes were fixed on Tommy Meller's face as he stood on the walkway above them. Meller was watching them, and he was looking down the alley, watching for snipers. As long as he was still looking, Bergheyer knew he was fine. The last thing he wanted to see was a change in Meller's expression. When they got to the end of the alley, Tommy Meller was still looking. Holding Bertie with one hand and holding up his waterlogged pants with the other, Bergheyer ran down the driveway and out into Osage Avenue. Still running, he and Bertie came out past the barricades and onto Cobbs Creek Parkway. A shout went up from the crowd, "They got one! A kid! The cops got a kid!" His adrenaline pumping, Bergheyer turned Bertie over to juvenile aid officers and ran back down Osage Avenue toward the alley. Ramona had made her way down to where the two walkways intersected. Meller kept his Uzi pointed at her. "Just keep walking," he told her. Docile, she walked in front of him. Suddenly Meller realized that he'd left Bergeyer's shotgun standing against the fence. Ramona and he looked at it in the same instant. "Just keep walking," he repeated. She walked quietly onto the mouth of the alley, where detectives waited to take her into custody. When Bergheyer got back to the alley, the three of them waited to see if more people would come out. Suddenly they heard someone shouting not from the move house, but from the house almost directly across the alley from them. A man stood at the kitchen doorway, an elderly white man. He was calling for help. He had been in his home all day unseen, overlooked during the evacuation, and apparently oblivious to the fighting. They watched as a cop dashed from his position on the Pine Street side of the alley, ran across the alley, and carried the old man to safety. The police officers do not know how many more minutes they remained there before Meller, watching the still burning transformer and the sparking live wires swinging above them, suggested that they leave. "Let's get out of here," he said, "before we all get electrocuted." It was not long afterward that all of the posts were abandoned because of the heat. The fire itself burned at a temperature of more than 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt the plastic eyeglass frames of one cop in Post 4. Sergeant Griffiths and the others finally left Post 4 at around 8 o'clock. Before they left, Griffiths and another officer went into the basement and opened the back door. Anyone who did manage to escape from the burning move house could use the door to escape from the alley. "The door is open. Come out this way," Griffiths shouted into the rolling inferno. The noise from the fire was so loud he could barely hear himself. At 9:30 that night the police declared the site safe for firefighters, and they moved in to fight the fire for the first time. Already 50 houses were gone. 6 alarms had been sounded, each bringing 4 engine companies, 2 ladder companies, and 2 battalion chiefs. The firefighters battled with what one expert later called superhuman effort. They saved all but another 11 houses. At 11:40 p.m. they declared the fire under control. Leo Brooks was a man who rarely displayed anger, but when he found Somber on Pine Street during the evening he was visibly upset. How could this have happened, he wanted to know. Why wasn't this fire put out sooner? Somber looked at him. "I suggest you ask the fire commissioner about that," he said. After midnight a clearly exhausted Leo Brooks tried to answer the same question, this time posed by a reporter: "How could this have happened?" He explained that of course they'd had no intention of letting the fire burn out of control. "We felt it was appropriate," he told the reporter, "to let the fire burn to disable the bunker." 12. The aftermath. When dawn came again to West Philadelphia, it seemed that even the skies mourned. The blue skies of May 13 had given way to dark, low clouds. The late spring warmth of the day before had turned thick and oppressive. In the gray light of dawn, scattered firefighters stood among the ruins, playing water across still smoldering debris. Amid the rising steam and smoke, crumbling structures emerged from the darkness, the fire division walls that had once separated the homes on this street. They were the only thing left standing above the rubble. The 6200 block of Osage Avenue was gone. Later in the day, investigators would map the site of 6221 Osage like an archaeological dig and begin to sift through the debris. Over the next several days they would uncover the charred, twisted, and half-consumed remains of 11 people. Among them they would find the bodies of 5 children, most of them curled in fetal positions beneath blankets. But just now, at sunup, the work at Osage had not yet begun. The block was strangely tranquil. The guns were silent, the loudspeakers that had taunted the police were buried. Now there was only the echo of unanswered questions. By the time Jim Bergheyer returned home in the early morning hours of May 14, he had been up for nearly 2 days. He lay down, but he couldn't sleep. The images of May 13 ran through his mind: the early morning assault down the gas-filled alleyway, the wall of the upstairs bedroom exploding in gunfire, the small dark figure making his way through the smoke and flames. Finally, toward dawn, he dressed quietly and went outside. He walked to a ball field near his house, lay down on his back, stared into the black sky, and cried. No one had expected things to turn out the way they had, so it wasn't really anybody's fault that the cops hadn't been warned about what might happen to them afterward, that even the toughest among them would have their psyches scarred by the bullets and fire in ways they wouldn't even understand. Powell began to dream about the helicopter and the bomb. Bill Klein, who had taken only a handful of sick days during his entire career with the force, was out a few days that week with a violent case of the flu. The sick exhaustion that plagued the front-line cops seemed, to greater or lesser degrees, to infect the city bureaucracy itself. On Osage Avenue, no one seemed to know what to do with a crime scene that was a block and a half wide and buried under 6 feet of hot debris. Problems began almost immediately. The walls that still stood were so unstable that they swayed in the breeze, and a crane was used to knock them down as a safety precaution before any digging actually began. But instead of knocking the walls of 6221 into the adjoining properties, the crane operator brought them tumbling down on top of the remains of the move house, adding another layer of scrap that investigators would have to sift through and potentially damaging any evidence that lay underneath. Because of the heat, digging could not begin until the afternoon. By then 4 different offices had investigators on the scene, under the overall coordination of the Philadelphia Fire Marshal's Office, fire investigators, homicide detectives, crime scene technicians from the police department, and agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Conspicuously absent was the medical examiner. After 2 calls, Chief Medical Examiner Bernard Aronson told the fire marshal that no one from his office would come out until the first body was recovered. At 4 in the afternoon, as the clamshell pulled away from the debris, a shout went up to stop the crane. Dangling from the jaws of the crane's scoop was a charred and twisted human leg. The crane operator gently brought the scoop back down and opened the clamshell. Someone called the medical examiner's office as the investigators sifted through the site with shovels and rakes. It took them 20 minutes to uncover the remains of what they thought was the first body. It was so badly burned and mangled that it was impossible to tell without a detailed autopsy that they'd actually discovered the remnants of 2 bodies. The work continued in the area of the first body. A pathologist from the medical examiner's office arrived at 5 p.m. and supervised the digging. When night fell at 7:30, they had recovered a total of 6 bodies, all of them from the garage that Bertie and Ramona had escaped. They had been found only inches from the concrete floor, with more than 6 feet of debris on top of them. Not one body was intact, many were simply fragments of bone and charred flesh. The investigators found 11 bodies altogether. All of them lay within the walls of the foundation, none were found in the back alley. 9 of the bodies lay in the area that had been the garage. All 5 of the children, some of them found beneath blankets, were there: Phil and Tree, whom Bertie had last seen outside in the fiery alley, Tree's sisters Annetta, Delicia, and Tommaso. Tommaso, the youngest, was approximately 9 years old when he died. Tree, the oldest of the children, was about 15. All but 2 of the adults were there, too. They had been among the most stalwart members of MOVE. Birdie's mother, Rhonda, who had braved the police blockade in Richmond, Raymond, the demolitions expert who had wired explosives in the Powelton house during the 1978 siege, pretty young Teresa, whose passionate letters to her family had defended and tried to explain John Africa's teachings, and Conrad, though temperamental and often violent with the neighbors, Birdie's favorite among the men who had left the house with Ramona and the children, and in those final terrible moments had gone back inside to be with the others. In the front of the house, investigators found 2 more bodies. Judging from the amount of debris under the bodies, Frank apparently had been on the 2nd floor or in the bunker when he died. It was not clear how or when he died, though no soot was found in his lungs. His body showed no evidence that he had died by gunshot wounds or explosions. In the area of the front porch, investigators recovered the body of a muscular middle-aged man. The lungs were free of soot, and blood samples showed no evidence of carbon monoxide, suggesting that the man was already dead by the time the fire reached him. The heat of the fire had completely consumed the body's head, hands, and feet. 2 forensic pathologists examined the body but could not definitively state a cause of death. Months later, the pathologist hired by the MOVE Commission would use circumstantial evidence including Birdie's testimony as to who was in the house that day to identify the body as that of Vincent Leifert. Investigators sifting through the mess expected to find an arsenal of weapons even greater than they had recovered from the Powelton house in 1978. They did not. In all, they found 2 pistols, a shotgun, and a .22 caliber rifle. The medical examiner's lack of interest on the morning of May 14 set a pattern that would persist throughout the investigation. Virtually every detail, from blood chemistry to the position in which the bodies were found, would be clouded by controversy over the handling of the evidence. Some of the bodies were not photographed until after they had been removed and placed on litters. The crane simply scooped up buckets of debris and deposited them onto Osage Avenue for investigators to sift through with rakes and shovels, making it impossible to establish precisely where much of the evidence had been found. The police, fire department, and medical examiner's office used 3 different labeling systems for the bodies, and the truckloads of debris that were hauled to the police auto-pound for further sifting bore no identification to indicate from what part of the house they had come. Later, during the autopsies, delays in obtaining blood and tissue samples would compromise laboratory analysis. The fire marshal's investigation was directed at discovering the cause and origin of the fire. Using videotapes and police surveillance photos as a guide, investigators sifted through tons of scrap, eventually recovering a charred and twisted gasoline can. It still bore the mark of impact where it had slammed against the parapet wall, and a long ragged rupture where the gasoline had burst through in a fireball, igniting the splintered debris on the roof. As the investigators began the long and difficult task of determining when and how the people in the house had died, the rumors had already begun to fly. That morning, a front-page story in the Philadelphia Daily News announced, 3 movers slain, 60 homes burn. 3 members of MOVE were shot to death in a gun battle with police stakeout units at the rear of the cult's headquarters, police sources told the Daily News early this morning. The sources said the bodies of the 3 were lying in the rubble at the rear of the home on 6221 Osage Avenue, West Philadelphia. A follow-up story 3 days later would add more details. Stakeout police had seen the first MOVE gunman blown back into the house by a barrage of bullets. Everybody started shooting, one source said. It became a 100% bona fide shootout. With the publication of the Philadelphia Daily News report, a disturbing new wrinkle had been added to the emerging tale of incompetence on Osage Avenue. Was it possible that the other MOVE members who were trying to escape from the burning house along with Ramona and Birdie had been pinned down by police gunfire? The cops who had been in the back alley read the Philadelphia Daily News stories with incredulity and the first pangs of paranoia. Anyone who had seen the back of the MOVE house would know that there was no way someone could be blown back through the 2-foot by 2-foot hatch that was the only ground floor entrance to the rear of the house. According to later testimony, none of the cops who had actually been in the back alley had seen or heard police firing their weapons that evening in the alley. Each of them, in fact, had given independent statements to homicide detectives the same night. Cops who had been at far ends of the alley, and who hadn't spoken to one another that night, all had provided consistent accounts. Nobody could seriously believe that they had all gathered together that night and cooked up a story to cover up the murder of innocent children. And yet already the term cover-up was being heard. If the cops had hoped that Somber would dispel the rumors, they were disappointed. Every time he rose to their defense, he seemed to leave them deeper in trouble. On May 14, Somber, Good, Richmond, and Brooks were beyond asking what had gone wrong. They walked and spoke as if they had not yet fully awakened from a terrible collective nightmare. Good held a brief news conference in which he pledged to rebuild the block but offered few details about what had gone wrong. That first day, the four of them sat down with Good's press secretary and made an initial attempt to sort through the events of May 13. They began to put together a chronology that would plague them throughout all the subsequent investigations. Based solely on their joint recollections and never completed, it placed Good's and Richmond's order to put out the fire at 6 o'clock in the evening, just 15 minutes after the fire first became apparent over the Channel 10 mast camera. The chronology suggested that Good and Brooks had reacted relatively quickly to the fire, but at the same time it raised the question as to why that order was not put into effect until almost 6:30, nearly a half hour later, thus pointing an accusing finger at Richmond and Somber. Good would cling tenaciously to this timetable, even after later evidence from police band radios and other sources almost certainly fixed the time of Good's order at about 6:25. Unable or unwilling to explain why he watched a fire burn uncontrolled for more than half an hour without picking up the phone and ordering it to be put out, he became increasingly defensive about his handling of the entire affair. Though he said he accepted full responsibility for the tragedy, he nonetheless left the clear impression that he had acted properly and honorably by delegating most of the decision-making authority to his managing director and police commissioner. Brooks came across as soft-spoken and sincere, but he seemed oddly distant. The plan had been conceived and the first phases of it put into place while he'd been in Virginia, and he seemed like a man who'd come back from vacation to find out that the office had gone to hell in his absence. He'd permitted himself one outburst of recriminations when he ran into Somber on Pine Street the night before, but now he was focused on damage control. As more attention began to focus on the police, Somber was unrepentant. The outcome, of course, had been tragic, but it wasn't his fault. The bureaucratic instincts had emerged almost immediately. He began passing bucks as quickly as they came to him. He suggested that Move had set the fire, and if it had burned out of control, it was because the fire commissioner hadn't been willing to send his men in to fight it. Of those whom the media would dub the Big Four, Bill Richmond was the only one who seemed to be thinking more about the kids who'd died than about his own political neck. He did not try to sidestep reporters' questions. He explained how and why he and Somber had decided to let the bunker burn. He tried to describe the fear and fatigue and concern for his men that had contributed to that decision, but he did not try to defend its wisdom. 2 days after the confrontation, he broke down at a memorial service honoring Philadelphia police officers and firefighters who had died in the line of duty over the years. He was barely able to conclude his speech, which had been written before May 13 with a chilling prescience. Once again, he read, "Sad evidence is shown that the dangers in our work as we operate from day to day." He paused for a long moment, choking back tears. Finally he finished, his voice cracking over a phrase that in its irony seemed to sum up all that had gone wrong that day, in the routine performance of our duties. At 9:30 a.m., on Friday, May 17, Good and his subordinates held a press conference. It was a disaster. The questions were obvious. Why was a bomb used on the house? Hadn't they foreseen a fire? And most important, why had the city permitted the fire to burn for almost an hour before trying to extinguish it? Good, Somber, Richmond, and Brooks did not yet have any clear understanding of what had gone so terribly wrong the Monday before, and the more they tried to explain themselves, the worse their claims sounded. First, Somber mistakenly confirmed the Philadelphia Daily News report about the mythical back alley gunfight. Minutes later, Tears and Marandola, who were watching on television, phoned the press room and asked to speak to Somber. After talking with them briefly, Somber returned to the microphones and announced that his earlier statement had been based on unconfirmed reports. Police had not fired back at MOVE members in the back alley, he said. Reporters asked whom he'd been speaking with on the phone. None of your business, Somber replied testily. When the questioning persisted, he exploded. Interrupting good, he shouted, "Damn it, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've said once and for all that in the beginning I said there was gunfire returned. I did not say categorically or unequivocally that gunfire was returned, okay?" A reporter tried to pose a question, but Somber cut him off. "Will you let me finish, damn it? Now I said it twice that it was unconfirmed. And now I've confirmed it that no gunfire was returned. I hope that that is clear now. Do you want me to say it in another language?" Good himself seemed as poorly informed as Somber at the press conference. He told reporters that the fire had been permitted to burn because MOVE gunfire prevented firefighters from getting close enough despite the obvious fact that the remote control SQRTs were available but never used, despite Brooks's explanation on the night of the fire that the fire had been used to disable the bunker, despite the fact that at the news conference itself Richmond gave the same explanation as Good stood listening. Richmond unwittingly added to the growing speculation about a gun battle. Describing where the bodies had been found, he stated that all of the bodies were in the rear of the dwelling of 6221. But in answer to a reporter's question, he added, "Yes, that's the rear alley." Charges of a police cover-up were now being made openly, and it was only 4 days after the fire. Ever since the fire, managing director Leo Brooks had been quiet and reclusive. On May 23, he resigned. His departure, the mayor said, had nothing to do with the disaster of May 13. In fact, he said, Brooks had mentioned plans to retire several weeks before. There was a cover-up going on in the police department, but it had nothing to do with the back alley. And so far, the press had no inkling of it. The problem was the C4. The bomb guys had used a lot of it on May 13. What would happen if people started asking where it had come from? FBI agent Mike Macy's had done them a favor when he'd brought them the C4 Christmas present the winter before. Connor, Powell, and the others didn't know whether what he'd done was illegal, but it was certainly done outside official channels. Since the controls on procuring C4 were strict, people would eventually start asking where the bomb squad had acquired so much and why it hadn't been documented properly. Sooner or later that trail would lead back to Mike Macy's. That would mean a major embarrassment for the FBI, and the FBI did not look kindly upon agents who embarrassed the Bureau. The decision to cover up the use of C4 actually began inside 6217 Osage Avenue on the morning of May 13. According to the grand jury's public report, after the early morning battle, as the insertion team waited for its next instructions, Connor had turned to Angelucci and Muldowney and asked, "What are we going to say about the C4? "What do you mean?" one of them asked. "We can't say we used C4, Connor said. He'd been nervous, as if he'd just realized that there might be a problem. "We're not supposed to have any C4. He proposed that if they were asked, they should say that the explosives used that morning had been HDP boosters, commercially available explosives that had similar detonation characteristics. Angelucci and Muldowney looked at one another. It had been Connor's idea to use C4 in the first place. Reluctantly, they agreed to go along with Connor, in part because they didn't want Macy's to get jammed up, in part because they knew about the kind of problems a cop could face if he spoke out against a fellow officer, and in part because the deception seemed so minor, as Connor would later say, "A bomb is a bomb no matter what's in it." Klein had used C4 twice on May 13, once to construct the charge that had ended up destroying the interior of 6223 late in the morning, and later when he constructed the charge that Powell had dropped on the MOVE house roof. Connor urged Klein to keep quiet about the C4, too. If Klein had had any doubts about going along with Connor, they were dissipated a few days later when Somber, relying on information that Klein had provided to homicide detectives, publicly announced that the charge dropped on the roof had been made of Tavakes. For Klein to come clean after that would have been a disaster. The department would crucify him. Frank Powell says that he didn't know about the C4 in the charge he dropped from the helicopter until a few weeks after the confrontation, when Graham, the bomb squad technician who had constructed the timer for the charge, mentioned that he thought there had been C4 in it. Graham hadn't seen what Klein had used, but from the sound of the explosion he guessed it had been C4. After Graham told him that, Powell had a conversation with Klein. "Don't tell me what was in the satchel," he told Klein. "I don't know what was in it, and I don't want to know." The cover-up was conceived hastily, and it had 3 weaknesses. The first was that Connor and the others had to give statements to homicide detectives. Once they'd identified the explosives they'd used as HDP boosters, there was no way they could change their story. It could cost them their careers if they admitted that they'd provided false information. The second problem was the fact that HDP boosters looked like sticks of dynamite and bore no resemblance to the putty-like bricks of C4. The stakeout cops who'd been members of the insertion teams weren't in on the cover-up, and, totally ignorant of explosives, they had innocently given detailed descriptions of charges that could only have been C4. The clincher came from the detective work of Eugene Dooley. Dooley was the captain of the Homicide Division, which was conducting the police department's internal investigation of the May 13 incident. Unflappable and methodical, he'd overseen a series of tests at the police academy in which police had tried to reconstruct the events that had created the rooftop fire on May 13. Based on Klein's description of the charge and information about the gasoline and other materials stored near the bunker, they had been unable to start a fire short of actually placing the explosives inside the gasoline can. The test results reinforced Somber's earlier belief that MOVE members had set the rooftop fire themselves, as, in fact, Ramona had threatened to do the night before. But Dooley came to a different conclusion. As he played the tape of the explosion and the tapes from the tests again and again, Dooley felt something was wrong. He was no expert in explosives, but when he played the tapes in slow motion it seemed clear that the size and pattern of the blasts just didn't match up. He showed the tapes to Somber and suggested that he interview Klein again. In August of 1985, Dooley brought Klein in and showed him the tapes. Didn't he agree that there was something odd about the 2 explosions? After intensive questioning, Klein admitted to Dooley that he had included C4 in the charge, and the cover-up quickly began to unravel. The press had covered the C4 issue without really understanding what it was about. All they knew was that the cops had lied about what was contained in the bomb and that C4 was a powerful military explosive, not the commercial explosive Tavakes, as they had been told at first. What reporters couldn't figure out and what no one was telling them was why the police had lied about the explosive. The obvious, though erroneous, conclusion was that someone, perhaps Klein or Somber, had tried to conceal how powerful the bomb was. That, in turn, could only mean that the bomb might have been intended to do more than simply disable the bunker. Perhaps it had been designed to kill. It was in this atmosphere that a remarkable series of hearings was broadcast in the fall of 1985, the hearings of the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission, better known as the MOVE Commission. Good, moving to deflect the rising tide of criticism, had announced the formation of the commission just 2 days after the fire. It had been widely viewed as a clumsy political move on Good's part. A group of people handpicked by the mayor could hardly do anything other than vindicate him. At the same time, they would forestall the internal police investigation, as well as a special investigation that was being considered by the city council. Good sought to blunt those criticisms by selecting commissioners whose reputations were beyond reproach. Within a week he had established a legal framework for the commission and recruited 11 commissioners who would represent a cross-section of views and whose credentials would be above reproach. All of them served without pay. To chair the commission, he chose William H. Brown III, one of the city's most prominent black attorneys and a former chairman of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. In consultation with Brown, he selected Henry S. Ruth, Jr., who had served as one of the chief Watergate prosecutors, Neil J. Welch, the former assistant director of the FBI who had helped develop the Abscom cases that netted fraud convictions against several congressmen, and Charisse Ronnie L. Lilly, a law professor at Villanova University just outside Philadelphia, who had been a trial lawyer for the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division and a deputy director of Community Legal Services. The commission also contained 3 ministers, Monsignor Edward P. Cullen, who had been trained as a social worker and headed Catholic Social Services in the city, Reverend Audrey F. Bronson of the Sanctuary Church of the Open Door in West Philadelphia, and Reverend Paul M. Washington, rector of the Episcopal Church of the Advocate in North Philadelphia. A well-known and respected civil rights activist, Washington had served as host of the 1970 Black Panthers Convention and had attempted to mediate the 1978 MOVE standoff. Representing widely diverse constituencies were 2 commissioners whose presence represented the conscience of the community, M. Todd Cook, the chairman and chief executive officer of the Philadelphia Savings Fund Society, the region's oldest savings and loan association, and Julia M. Chin, who was president of the Cobbs Creek Town Watch and lived near the site of the confrontation. Rounding out the commission were 2 more lawyers. One was attorney Charles W. Bowser, a political ally of Goods who had been the city's first black deputy mayor in the late 1960s and, as an unsuccessful candidate for mayor in 1975, had helped pave the way for Goods' election in 1983. Bowser was widely regarded as Goods' man on the commission, the one who would be most likely to come to the defense of the mayor and his administration if the going got tough. The other was Bruce W. Kaufman, chairman of the city's most prominent law firm, member of the State Judicial Inquiry and Review Board, and a former Pennsylvania Supreme Court justice. Of all of the lawyers on the panel, only Kaufman had served as a judge and had had experience in sifting through tangled legal complexities and weighing the quality of evidence against the often baffling requirements of the law. The commissioners kept a relatively low profile over the summer, but investigators had been busy conducting interviews and gathering evidence in preparation for the public hearings. They interviewed virtually every cop and firefighter on the scene, as well as other key players, but the interviews themselves were neither recorded nor transcribed. Instead, investigators wrote summaries based on their notes. Some of those who were interviewed later said that investigators either misunderstood or misrepresented what they'd said. To a great extent, these investigators were shooting in the dark. Though Klein had admitted using the C4, the police still weren't saying where it had come from. During the summer, MOVE investigators paid a call to Frank Powell at the bomb squad headquarters, looking for C4, and Powell had given them the runaround. Then too, the attorneys hired by the police officers' union actively resisted the inquiry. Concerned that the MOVE Commission's mission and methods were too vague, they feared a witch hunt that would place the blame on the cops. Rumors were still circulating about a gun battle in the back alley. The rank-and-file cops began to suspect they were being set up. The lawyers advised the cops to plead the Fifth Amendment despite the fact that Good had vowed to fire any city employee who didn't cooperate with the commission. To the MOVE investigators and, later, to most of the commissioners, the cops' lack of cooperation suggested that they were hiding something. In a criminal proceeding, of course, a court cannot infer guilt because a defendant invokes the Fifth Amendment. But the Commission did not consider itself bound by the strict rules of evidence that would be applicable in a criminal court of law, and at least informally seemed to regard the cops' refusal to testify as evidence of their guilt. In fact, in its final report, the MOVE Commission recommended a disturbingly McCarthyistic course of action, urging the city to fire those police officers who had taken the Fifth Amendment. Officer Tommy Meller, who had been trapped in the closet with Powell and the others on May 13, would later say that as scared as he was that day, he was more scared by his interviews with the MOVE investigators. To him it seemed clear that something strange was going on. The first round of interviews didn't concern him. He simply explained to the investigators what had happened. It all seemed straightforward. During the second round he sat drinking a cup of coffee as the investigator reviewed his notes. Suddenly the investigator made a perplexing request, "Tell me again about the water charges." The coffee cup paused halfway to Mellor's lips as alarm bells went off in his head. "I didn't say anything about water charges," he answered. He didn't even know what a water charge was. The investigator became upset. "Yes, you did, it's right here in black and white," he shouted, waving his notes from the first interview. "Let me see," Mellor answered, reaching for the notes. The investigator pulled them back out of his reach. Mellor repeated that he didn't know anything about water charges. The investigator continued to insist that he did. Other statements came up that Mellor didn't recognize. By the time he left, he was confused and worried. Angry, he left the interview room by the wrong door and found himself in a stairwell. As he made his way back, he overheard the investigator, still in the room, talking to someone in a loud voice. "They're all nothing but a bunch of liars," he was saying. Outside, Mellor caught up with Bergheyer, who was just finishing an equally hostile session with another investigator. He looked at Bergheyer and said quietly, "We're dead." Bergheyer and Mellor weren't the only cops who sensed that they were victims of a witch hunt. Frank Powell, for example, says that MOVE investigators attributed statements to him that he never made. In fact, he says, they reported an entire interview with him that never took place. The suspicions of the MOVE Commission ran deeply throughout the police department. William B. Litton III, who supervised the MOVE Commission investigations, later defended both the methods of the investigation and its personnel. The investigation team, he said, was made up of seasoned law enforcement professionals who, if anything, would be expected to be sympathetic to the cops' point of view. He stated that because of the number of interviews that were conducted over such a short time period, it is possible that some errors crept into the statements. And he acknowledges that as the investigations went on, there was a great deal of friction between the investigators and the police. But he lays responsibility for that with the attorneys who represented the cops. He believes it was their behavior and hostility, not the investigators, which contributed to the atmosphere of paranoia. There was no witch hunt, he insists. By the time the MOVE Commission public hearings began in October 1985, considerable evidence seemed to point toward a police conspiracy, the two Philadelphia Daily News stories suggesting that police gunfire had driven MOVE members back into the house, Somber's confusing confirmation and subsequent denial of a gun battle in the back alley, the police department's admission that the bomb had contained more powerful explosives than the department had first stated, and the lack of any valid explanation for the deception. Good had told the people of Philadelphia that the fire had been permitted to burn because firefighters had been shot at by MOVE members. His subordinates had said they had been trying to disable the bunker. These points taken together, it is easy to see why the Commission and many other people already believed that the cops had something to hide. The conclusion that there had been more than incompetence on Osage Avenue was nearly inescapable. And now cover-up was not the only accusation echoing throughout the city. Starting to make the rounds, sometimes whispered, sometimes shouted, was a new word: murder. The public hearings did nothing to allay the growing suspicions. The attorneys for the police officers clashed openly with the Commission, contending that the Commission, with its relaxed procedural and evidentiary standards, did not provide adequate protection of their clients' constitutional rights. They sought and obtained a court order that prohibited the Commission from using the investigation reports to challenge or cross-examine witnesses. They repeatedly objected to the questions that were asked of their witnesses, objections that Brown usually overruled with ill-concealed anger. They filed a lawsuit challenging the validity of the Commission's charter to conduct the investigation. All of that, as well as the revelations of poor planning and execution, made for good television drama. The hearings, held in the studios of local PBS affiliate WHYY-TV, were broadcast live, 6 hours a day, 4 days a week, for 5 weeks. Every day the viewing audience included at least 1 million people in the Philadelphia area. Jim Bergheyer was one of the officers who chose to testify before the MOVE Commission. He had nothing to hide, and he wasn't about to take the Fifth Amendment. Even so, he had been feeling the weight of the suspicions and speculations about what the police might have done in the back alley. By the time he testified, he was a nervous wreck, and his composure deteriorated as he sat before the glare of the television lights. Meller and Tersey had been called to testify the same day, and the three of them appeared together. As Bergheyer sat next to Meller and told his story, he felt as though he would break down and cry, as he had so many times already over the summer. He curled his toes inside his shoes and counted the tiles on the ceiling to calm himself down. Somehow he got through his testimony. The strain showed on his face as he testified. As Meller spoke about the burning transformer that had threatened to fall into the pool of water, one could see Bergheyer's eyes darting upward, searching for the transformer. While Meller spoke, Bergheyer felt he was no longer in the studio, he was out there in the alley again. When it was over, Commissioner Bowser, who had been one of the harshest critics of the operation, spoke of Bergheyer. "I've been sitting here listening for many days, and it's all been depressing and discouraging except for what I've heard of Officer Bergheyer and heard from Officer Bergheyer today. And if there's any hope for this entire situation, it's from that officer. And I want to thank him." The other commissioners joined in commending Bergheyer, and over the next several days letters came to his home from an old schoolmate, from a stranger, and one from Bertie's attorney, who thanked Bergheyer on behalf of the boy's father and stepmother. But the praise did little to boost his spirits. In the weeks after the confrontation he had waited for the black despair to pass, for his life to settle back into the happy routine it had been, but it did not. He was having trouble sleeping, and when he did drift off he was haunted by one recurring dream. He was in the alley, and he could see moved children running around in circles in the flames, melting before his eyes. And off to one side, untouched by the flames, he could see his daughter. "Daddy," she cried. "Do something." The horror of it all for Jim Bergheyer was that no matter what he'd done that day, no matter how many people had praised his heroism, he felt as though he should have found a way to save the other children. And yet when he went over that day in his mind, he knew he'd responded with sure instincts. He couldn't think of anything he could have done better. That was the worst. He had done everything right, and yet everything had turned out so wrong. 11 people were dead, and the newspapers were calling the cops murderers and liars. Even the other cops seemed against him. There had always been cops who'd said Bergheyer was full of himself, a show-off who looked down his nose at other cops. Now, in the aftermath of May 13th, it seemed that he was the only one who was going to be painted a hero for saving the kid. Every time someone called him a hero, he could feel the hot, angry eyes of the other good cops out there who'd been ignored or who were being treated as if they were murderers. And there were cops who weren't going to shed a tear over the deaths of May 13, even the kids. There were cops who said Bergheyer hadn't done them any favors by saving the kid, he'd just grow up and kill some other cop. There were, frankly, guys who didn't give a damn about a bunch of crazy niggers in West Philadelphia. And there were those who said that they couldn't do any real police work in the alley that night because Bergheyer was there. Someone painted the words "nigger lover" on his locker. For Jim Bergheyer, the weeks passed and the nightmares did not go away. One more week, he would tell himself, one more week and I'll be fine. But he was not. The thing he loved most about police work was that the job was so moral, it was the good guys against the bad guys. But now he couldn't tell which were the good guys and which were the bad. One night Bergheyer was working a stakeout operation on the elevated railway in West Philadelphia with his old partners Tommy Meller and Jesse Freer. A group of muggers had been robbing people as they left the L stop late at night. Bergheyer was the decoy. He would dress as an old man and walk down the dark and menacing stairwells from the L station. He put his pistol in its shoulder holster, slipped a sweatshirt over it, and pulled a jacket over the whole thing. "Jim," Freer told him, "you'll never be able to get to your gun in time." "Sure I will, Jesse." "No problem," Bergheyer told him. The operation didn't come off. The muggers were scared off by a passing police car. Afterward, as he walked down the stairs to meet up with Meller, Bergheir felt as if he were coming out of a daze. He looked down at his sweatshirt and realized that his partner had been right, there was no way he could have pulled out his gun. And then an even more frightening realization hit him, he had done it on purpose. He was shaking by the time Meller reached him. "Tommy, I can't get to my gun." Meller looked at him quizzically. "I don't want to get to my gun," Bergheir went on. Tommy Meller said nothing for a long time. Then he laid his arm across Bergheir's shoulder. "That's it, Jimmy," he said quietly. "You're done." It was Jim Bergheir's last stakeout operation. At home there were fights, as his black mood spilled over into his relationship with his wife and kids. A cop's life is rough on families, as the divorce rates testify, but Bergheir had always had the kind of family life that other cops kidded him about. When they went out for drinks after work, he usually headed straight home. To his wife and kids, he'd always been a tower of strength. Maybe he pushed his kids a little too hard, worried about them a little too much, but they knew he did it only because he wanted the best for them. Now he seemed so distracted that they weren't sure what he wanted. They did not know how to deal with his black moods and long silent spells. His marriage faltered, and his kids began to look at him the way one would look at a wounded animal, half pitying, half fearful. He'd always felt his life was built on solid bedrock. Now the ground was giving way beneath him, and he was falling into darkness. The highlight of the MOVE Commission's public hearings came at the end, with the testimony of the Big Four. Here, laid out in detail, was the story of Good's delaying tactics and the final frantic planning that led to the confrontation. Here too were revealed the confusion and terror of May 13th and the stumbling series of decisions that led to the fire and then permitted it to burn. Appearing before the MOVE Commission in his Idi Amin-style police commissioner's uniform, Samber seemed angry and defiant, and his testimony was confused and contradictory. Brooks was earnest, but it was clear that he had chosen to stay on the sidelines that day. Richmond wept openly for the lives that had been lost. Good, who had at first accepted responsibility for the tragedy, hinted in his testimony before the MOVE Commission that he had not been kept informed about the course of events that day. He had not been told, he said, that the police would use a helicopter to drop the device, and he would not have approved the plan if he had known. He made the startling assertion that his order to fight the fire had been delayed because of poor television reception at City Hall. As he watched the news reports, he said, he had mistaken snow on the TV screen for water from fire hoses. The public hearings came to a close toward the end of November, and the commissioners voted to reconvene after the first of the year to review the evidence and begin drawing up their final report. On November 13, 1985, Police Commissioner Gregor Samber resigned, 6 months to the day after the fire. Good and Samber both described the resignation as voluntary. Several weeks later, however, Samber displayed his customary flair for making a bad situation even worse. He told a group of reporters that he had been forced out by Good. By the following February, a bloodied but unbowed Samber was telling a police conference in Florida that he had been given a choice: to retire or be fired. Good had made him the scapegoat for the May 13th fiasco, he contended, because of the mayor's plans to run for re-election in 1987. He warned the cops attending the International Disaster Management Conference to deal with political realities. He had not done so during the May 13th operation and, he said, had lost his job as a result. He also repeated his claim that MOVE members had set the fire themselves, despite clear evidence to the contrary. And unrepentant to the end, he said that he would take the same action again under similar circumstances. Christmas of 1985 was a bleak one, especially for MOVE's former neighbors. For 7 months they had lived scattered throughout the city, some in temporary housing supplied by the city, others with relatives. Good had pledged to have them back in their rebuilt homes in time for Christmas, but the reconstruction was marked by delays and incompetence. Good had pledged to give the work to a black contractor, and he bypassed the usual competitive bidding process to award it to a man named Ernest Edwards. He did so despite the fact that the city's most prominent real estate developer, Willard Rouse, had offered to rebuild the houses at cost, and he also spurned an offer by a manufacturer to provide furnaces for the new homes free of charge. When it became apparent that Edwards was having trouble obtaining credit, Good had intervened, personally telephoning bankers about the loans. Despite his assurances, however, Edwards proved to be a bad credit risk. He used some of the money that the city advanced him on the project to pay off old loans, and soon it came to light that he had left a trail of bankruptcies and unfinished projects behind him. The city fired Edwards, and a grand jury began an investigation of his finances and his handling of the Osage Avenue project. Meanwhile, a second contractor came in and soon ran into delays and cost overruns. The cost of rebuilding the 61 houses, originally estimated at $4.9 million, eventually ran to more than $8.5 million. When other expenses were included, such as demolition costs and restoration of utilities, the cost to rebuild each house, each of which had a market value of perhaps $35,000 when they burned, totaled $154,673. And they were not finished until August 1986, 8 months after the Christmas deadline. When they finally moved back home, the neighbors were critical of the contractor's work. One neighbor pointed to the 10-year warranty that the builders had provided. "I have a feeling I'm going to need this," he said. He was right. With the first big snowfall of the following winter, several neighbors discovered that their brand new roofs leaked. While the neighbors were waiting for their houses to be rebuilt, the Move Commission reconvened and began wrapping up its work. It took the commissioners all of January and most of February to slog through the transcripts and other evidence and hammer out a series of findings. Many of the factual issues were readily settled, as were the recommendations submitted for improvements in city policies and practices. But as the commission's work drew to a close, a number of issues proved to be thorny indeed. Bruce Kaufman and Chairman William Brown had been at odds throughout the investigations and hearings. Kaufman had made no secret about the fact that he felt the cops on the line were getting a raw deal from the majority of the commission. Where others saw evidence of unconscionable police force and perhaps even premeditated murder, Kaufman reminded them that, under the law, the police had been well within their rights to meet Move's resistance with deadly force. "You can beat up on the leadership all you want, but I won't go for beating up on the guy on the line. Once an assault is underway and police are fired on, they have a right to fire back to kill," he argued in one discussion. Nor could he fault them morally for their actions. He remained convinced that the commission's evidence of police shooting in the back alley was far too incomplete and circumstantial, a caveat that was nearly lost in the din at the time but that would prove to be prophetic. And Kaufman took profound exception to proposed wording that charged racism and that suggested the confrontation would have been handled differently in a comparable white neighborhood. In the end, he broke with the rest of the commission on key findings and wrote a dissent. The most difficult moment for the Move commissioners came on the very last day of deliberations, as the commissioners debated whether they should call for any resignations. If Kaufman had been looking out for the cops, Bowser was watching out for the interests of Wilson Good, and that became obvious as the commission came to the very brink of calling for Good's and Richmond's resignations. Bowser pressed for Richmond's resignation but adamantly opposed any suggestion of Good's resignation. His justification was that Richmond, an appointee, was an appropriate target for the commission's recommendations to the mayor, but that Good himself was answerable only to the people who had elected him. In addition, he argued that Richmond had played the key role in permitting the fire to burn, though Good had just walked away. His very detachment insulated him from responsibility. During the deliberations, Bowser argued that Mayor Good cannot be held responsible for the dark tragedy of May 13 for the worst reason of all: he was not leading when it counted most. During that meeting on the evening of February 24, 1986, the commission seized over the resignation issue. Todd Cook, the Savings and Loan Chairman, had drafted the original language, which stated simply that the Move Commission would not make any recommendations regarding the continued service of the mayor or top city officials. For the Commission to do otherwise would arrogate to itself the power which properly belongs to and should be exercised by the electorate, Cook had written. Bowser didn't buy it. We can't tell people who to vote for or not vote for. This commission needs to be careful to avoid any political scapegoating. But we must say something. I'd like to say that the mayor's decision to retain Richmond was ill-advised, and he ought to rethink both that and his own position. Kaufman wasn't crazy about the proposed language either, but for different reasons. To him it constituted an endorsement for Good to stay in office. Reverend Paul Washington searched for a middle ground. The commission could express its displeasure with the administration without openly calling for resignations. Our findings are harsh. They speak loudly for themselves. And in light of these findings, the electorate can reach its own conclusions. To Monsignor Cullen, the Catholic social worker, it looked as though Bowser were looking for a scapegoat that would get Good off the hook. If we say one should go, then all of them should go, he insisted. The discussion continued into the night. Toward the end, Brown suggested that the entire comment be taken out of the record. Bowser countered by calling for a poll of the commissioners. Cook defended the original comment once again. Bowser persisted, reading a new version he had jotted on his notepad. The mayor has to consider the impact his performance on May 13, 1985, has on his continued performance in office. The mayor should also consider whether the fire commissioner should continue in office. We're waltzing around the issue, Commissioner Welch interrupted. At least the fire commissioner has to go. Brown suggested that Richmond be given the opportunity to exit gracefully. But Cook was now agreeing with Cullen, either we go all the way and tell them both to quit, or we say nothing. Welch and Kaufman agreed. The report could simply speak for itself. A consensus seemed to be building, but Bowser saw an opening to go after Richmond once again. We must make recommendations on each individual. We accuse the fire commissioner of homicide, he persisted. We only accuse the mayor of cowardice and racism. Cullen retorted, if we say the fire commissioner must go, and don't say it about the mayor, we are definitely a mayor's commission. After a few more minutes of debate, Brown took a straw poll. Cullen, Cook, Kaufman, and Ruth insisted the mayor and Richmond would have to stand or fall together. Bowser, backed up by Washington, Chin, Lilly, Bronson, and Welch, felt that the commission could recommend Richmond's resignation without demanding that the mayor step down. They weren't saying that the commission should make that recommendation, only that it need not link the two men. The division was probably a fair reflection of public opinion in Philadelphia. But if the MOVE Commission was to have any meaning at all, it would achieve that by searching for and finding some common ground on this, the last and most important recommendation that it would make. And so, once again, the weary commissioners groped toward compromise. Cook offered an olive branch. He began to read from his notepad a new version of his original proposal. Once again, he embraced Washington's simple idea, let the report speak for itself. The final decision would lie with the voters. Finally, the consensus coalesced around this proposal. Bowser warned that the black community would be outraged if Richmond didn't go, but in the end he voted with the others to adopt Cook's language. In its published report, the commission concluded. Finally, in our democratic form of government, it is the voters who have the unique responsibility of choosing those who shall govern. The elected officials, in turn, select the key administrators to assist in the operations of government. The Commission considered at length whether it should make recommendations relative to the retention or termination of elected or appointed senior city officials who had grave responsibilities before and during the May 13, 1985 incident. The Commission has attempted in this report to state its findings fairly and fully. After thoughtful discussion, the Commission concluded that the report speaks for itself. If some saw in these words an attempt by the Commission to duck the issues, no one could say the same about other conclusions in the report. The language was harsh and uncompromising, which was all the more shocking coming from a panel that had been appointed by the mayor himself. The mayor abdicated his responsibilities as a leader when, After midday he permitted a clearly failed operation to continue which posed great risk to life and property. In the end, the most controversial part of the report was not the question of resignations that had so troubled the commissioners. Rather, it was an issue of fact that most of them all but Kaufman had seen as fairly well settled: police culpability for the shooting in the back alley. The MOVE Commission had concluded that police gunfire prevented some occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue from escaping from the burning house to the rear alley. The cornerstone of the MOVE Commission's evidence for this finding was young Bertie Africa's testimony. All of the commissioners but Kaufman had concluded that his testimony before the commission so clearly supports that it is difficult to imagine any individual who saw this child testify or who has had the opportunity to read the transcript of his testimony could possibly reach any other conclusion. Kaufman wrote a dissent challenging the commission's characterization of the police gunfire as unconscionable and its conclusions about the shooting in the back alley. In light of MOVE's history of violence and the fortifications of the house, Kaufman did not agree that the police gunfire was clearly excessive and unreasonable or that the failure of those responsible to control or stop such an excessive amount of force was unconscionable. In his dissent he wrote, "The life-threatening task of confronting this terrorist group did not fall to social workers or politicians or lawyers. This dangerous duty was assigned to the police. With the luxury of hindsight, contemplation, and analysis, and without a word of recognition for individual acts of police heroism, this commission now presumes to second-guess the actions taken under fire by those brave officers. This commission criticizes both the caliber of the weapons the police carried and the number of bullets they fired. This, to me, is unconscionable." Regarding the shooting in the back alley, he wrote, "Michael Ward testified that there were 2 escape attempts. During the first, Conrad Africa, carrying a child, allegedly was driven back in the house by police gunfire. Significantly, Michael did not actually see the surrender attempt. Rather, he remained inside 6221 and testified that he heard shots after Conrad attempted to leave. Moreover, Michael also testified that he had never heard gunshots before in his life and that he could not tell where the shots were coming from or who was firing them. Most significantly, both the police and Michael agreed that when he surrendered, neither he nor the others leaving the house with him were fired upon by anyone. This critical fact strongly corroborates the police version of the events in the alley. Finally, the record clearly confirms that Officer James Bergheyer exposed himself to gunfire and risked his life to save Michael from drowning after he fled from 6221. This heroic act is totally inconsistent with any police attempt to fire on those MOVE members and children who tried to surrender. One of the recommendations of the MOVE Commission report was that the Philadelphia District Attorney convene a grand jury to investigate possible criminal charges arising out of the May 13 confrontation. Later that year, Duran Castile petitioned the court to establish an investigating grand jury to examine the events that had occurred on Osage Avenue. In the summer of 1986, a jury of 23 regular jurors and 7 alternates was selected by lot from a pool of 300 Philadelphia voters. Shortly after Labor Day, they began hearing testimony. Meanwhile, Bergheyer continued his long dark plunge into despair. He was no longer living at home. Reassigned to the police pistol range, he was restless and unfocused. He already knew that he was finished as a cop, but the police department bureaucracy was fighting him over his eligibility for disability payments. It feared a flood of similar claims if it granted Bergheyer disability pay for a service-related stress disorder. In February 1987, with the disability issue still unresolved, he left the force. A friend gave him a bartending job. He had never been a heavy drinker, but now he was drinking himself into a fog virtually every night, just to blunt the pain. At the age of 37, his career was over. The bills were piling up. His marriage was gone. His kids were probably better off without him. Jim Bergheyer had always known where he stood in the world. He knew he'd made a difference to those in his life. Now it seemed he was just dragging them down. He began writing suicide notes. What was left of his survivor's gut-trusting instinct that had helped him on the street now helped him hang on, to reach out for help. He was admitted to Philadelphia Psychiatric Center for treatment. The staff put him on a suicide watch, taking away his belt and placing him under continuous observation. Slowly, over a period of weeks, he began to sift through the backlog of guilt and pain, piecing his life together a little at a time. One evening he saw his picture in the paper, next to a story that reported his admission to the hospital. All of the old feelings came welling back, and along with them his shame at being locked away. It crashed over him as he lay on his bed sobbing. A nurse came in. The nursing staff didn't know how patients had come to be admitted, but she stopped when she saw the paper with his picture in it. "That's you, isn't it?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "I want to tell you something," she said to him. "God put you in that alley to save that child. There's a purpose to all of this. Read the Bible. It will all be clear." Bergheir had never been especially religious, but he was ready to look anywhere for help in understanding what had happened to him. He did not find it in the Bible, but he continued to search. On May 6, 1987, a Philadelphia grand jury returned indictments against Ernest Edwards, the contractor Good had handpicked for the reconstruction of Osage Avenue. The report also sharply criticized the role of Good's administration and the mayor personally in the awarding of the contract to Edwards and the bureaucratic bungling that followed. It charged Edwards, along with his former partner, with stealing more than $200,000 from the project. Edwards, who is black, called the indictments racially motivated. The city housing director, who had overseen the project, resigned abruptly in the wake of the report. The report came in the midst of a heated primary battle in the mayoral race, and Good branded the timing of the report political and inflammatory. Running under the cloud of the county as well as a federal grand jury that was convened to look into potential civil rights violations, criticized by yet another grand jury that had investigated the rebuilding of the block, and lambasted by his own commission, Good had seen his political career written off by many of the experts. At the beginning of his first term, Good had enormous political capital among his black constituency. His election as Philadelphia's first black mayor was a historic occasion in the city and a source of enormous pride to the black community. The question in 1987 was whether he would be able to hold on to that loyalty despite the move incident. The race was full of familiar faces. Good's challenger in the Democratic primary was former District Attorney Edward Rendell, who had himself played a key part in the events leading up to the confrontation. At first, Rendell said that he did not consider Good's handling of move a campaign issue, and he studiously avoided it. But the primary race turned brutally nasty toward the end. Behind in the polls, Rendell aired commercials showing the burning houses on Osage Avenue. In the end, the voiceover announced, "Wilson Good will be remembered for only one thing." Both of the city's daily papers and Philadelphia Magazine endorsed Rendell, but the black vote stayed with Good during the primary and he easily defeated Rendell. In the fall he faced another familiar personality, former Mayor Frank L. Rizzo. Rizzo had run against Good as a Democrat in the 1983 election and lost. Now he'd switched to the Republican Party and had taken up the standard against Good once again. Unlike Rendell, he didn't hesitate to bring up move. He dubbed the mayor bomber Good and made the move confrontation and the subsequent rebuilding project key campaign issues. He was quick to point out that his own administration's confrontation with move in 1978 had had a very different ending from Good's in 1985. In November, Good was re-elected by 14,201 votes, a margin of only 2%. In May of 1988, 2 years after the probe began and 3 years after the fire itself, Ron Castile announced that the grand jury had concluded its work without bringing any indictments. The jurors found the decisions that had led to the dropping of the bomb morally reprehensible but not illegal. The actions of Good, Brooks, Somber, and Richmond may have been poorly thought out, but they did not constitute a crime under the law. An essential requirement: intent was missing. In addition, the grand jury report specifically disputed the MOVE Commission's finding that police gunfire in the back alley had driven people back into the house. During his testimony before the grand jury, which was made public in the report, Good had been shown videotapes and radio transcripts that clearly established that he had given the order to put out the fire at approximately 6:25 p.m., almost 45 minutes after the fire was first spotted and too late to save the house. He had conceded that there was an absolute possibility that the order had come as late as 6:25, but he could not explain why he'd waited so long, other than to say he had expected someone to put the fire out at any moment. The videotapes, which had been time-coded by the television station that supplied them to the grand jury, showed that the flames were rising half a dozen feet into the air before Good became concerned enough to pick up the phone. The reaction to the grand jury report was loud, often predictable, and in many quarters harsh. The Philadelphia Daily News succinctly boiled down the 279 pages of legal and factual analysis into a 5-word headline: "Move Jury, Stupidity No Crime." The more staid sister paper of the Philadelphia Daily News, the Philadelphia Inquirer, approved the grand jury's decision in an editorial. William B. Litton III, the chief counsel for the MOVE Commission, angrily disputed the back alley findings. Only gunfire, he said, could explain why 3 ran back into an inferno with an estimated temperature of 2,000 degrees. David Schriger, Birdie's attorney, told a meeting sponsored by the American Friends Service Committee that every single thing said before the commission, he said before the grand jury, and then some. When you heard from the district attorney that there was no gunfire at any time in the back alley. That is utterly false. Schriger, who had been in the grand jury room with Birdie and his father, claimed that Birdie had testified that 2 children had been forced back into the house by gunfire after they had tried to climb up on the sidewalk and onto a tree. Despite Rendell's earlier campaign rhetoric, he praised the grand jury report. It had come to the same conclusion that he had when he'd first entertained the possibility of calling a grand jury in the summer of 1985. What had happened on May 13 was a result of tragic incompetence, but it was not criminal, he said. But for the man on the street, the grand jury report raised the issue: how was it possible for 11 people to die and a neighborhood to burn without a crime being committed? The answer to that question requires a careful examination of the law. The grand jury report itself required 279 pages to cover all the issues, but it reveals a great deal about the philosophical underpinnings of the law. The decision to drop the bomb may have been ill-considered, but those involved in the decision understood it to have a limited purpose. Their intention was to disable the bunker and blow a hole in the roof, not to burn down the house or harm the occupants. Whatever the wisdom of that decision, it was legally permissible for them to use such force to make arrests. Under the law, it was the decision to let the fire burn that was the most significant from the standpoint of intent. That decision had been made by just 2 people, Somber and Richmond. Again, their intent was not to set the house on fire or to drive the occupants out of the house with the fire. The MOVE Commission suggested that the decision to let the fire burn was, at the very least, criminally reckless. The grand jury, however, concluded that neither Richmond's nor Somber's conduct rose to the level of criminal recklessness. The report stated that recklessness has a specific definition under the law. A person acts recklessly with respect to a material element of an offense when he consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the material element exists or will result from his conduct. The key phrase in that tortuous legal definition is consciously disregards. Somber did not consciously disregard the risk that the fire might spread if left to burn. In fact, he was concerned enough about it to seek the advice of an expert at the scene, namely Richmond. And, as the report stated, a reasonable person would reasonably rely on an expert's opinion. That, finally, left William Richmond's acts at issue. Though Somber raised the question, it was in the end his call as to whether to let the fire burn. Once again, it was clear that Richmond did not intend the consequences that occurred, the spread of the fire and the loss of life and property. Lacking evidence of intent, he could not be charged with murder or manslaughter. But did he act with recklessness? Again, the legal question turned on whether Richmond had consciously disregarded the risks of letting the fire burn. Testimony from fire expert Charles King suggested that Richmond had been right when he told Somber that he could control the small fire that burned on the roof at the time. What he didn't consider, however, was the possibility that the fire might burn down into the structure of the roof and weaken it so much that the bunker would fall through. By Richmond's own admission, he simply didn't think of it. "I did not factually follow that through," he told the grand jury. "It was a unique kind of thing. It was something I had never seen in 27 years. I guess in retrospect I certainly could have pursued it with Mr. Somber. I just did not follow through with that logic." King's testimony suggested how Richmond might have overlooked the risk that the fire might spread out of control. He said that Richmond's conclusion that the fire could burn the bunker and still be put out was a fair call, because fires generally burn upward. It would be reasonable to assume that the bunker would burn without involving the rooftop. His answer to Somber's question, King said, was reasonable, though tragically mistaken. Some legal analysts criticized the grand jury findings, saying that there is enough latitude in these statutory definitions to establish at least recklessness, if not actual intent. But academic dissections of legal prose ignore the terrible reality of the circumstances. It was Richmond himself who described those circumstances most vividly in the grand jury report. "There is no way you can recreate Osage Avenue in this room. You cannot do it. When you looked up at that bunker, it was just the most awesome thing you ever saw in your life. To say you were scared, everyone was scared. There were bullets ricocheting over the streets, which was frightening, for a long, extended period of time. I did not make the decision I normally make. I have a good history in Philadelphia. If I didn't make those decisions on that day, I feel maybe they cannot be excused, but they certainly should have taken some consideration to the environment that we were working in at the time." The grand jury's findings on the decision to drop the bomb and let the fire burn turned on legal analysis a judgment call, but the facts that the grand jury had found were essentially in agreement with those of the MOVE Commission. In its other major conclusion, however, the grand jury flatly contradicted the MOVE Commission's key factual finding. It found that police had not shot at MOVE members in the back alley. In part, that conclusion was based on testimony from cops who had not appeared before the MOVE Commission, but the report also criticized the Commission's interpretation of its own evidence. The Commission, the report said, had jumped to conclusions that weren't warranted by the facts, just as Commissioner Kaufman had warned in his dissent. The Commission had based its finding about the back alley on a relative handful of evidence: statements by ear witnesses that they heard what sounded like automatic gunfire and .22 caliber shots in the back alley, the testimony of Detective Stevenson that Sergeant Griffiths had said he'd dropped a MOVE member in the back alley, and its apparent corroboration by Battalion Chief Scarbeck of the Fire Department, and, most important, Birdie Africa's videotape testimony. The ear witness testimony was the vaguest of the three. By the time the MOVE members had left the house that evening, Osage Avenue was a cacophony of noise. There were all the sounds that accompany a fire that is burning out of control: windows shattering from the heat, aerosol cans exploding, electrical wires crackling, and the roar of the flames themselves. But there were also countless rounds of ammunition left behind in the abandoned police posts and the houses that the insertion teams had entered, as well as whatever bullets, explosives, and fuels MOVE had stockpiled in 6221. More important, according to Mark Gottlieb, the prosecutor in charge of the investigation and the report, the grand jury considered the testimony of the ear witnesses according to their proximity to the alley itself. Not surprisingly, the recollections of those who were the farthest from the alley tended to be inconsistent and contradictory. Fewer of the witnesses who had been close to the alley thought that they had heard automatic gunfire. Among those who had a direct view of the alley itself, firefighters as well as cops, not one testified that he had heard automatic gunfire, although many of them had heard the half dozen or so shots allegedly fired by the MOVE member with his .22 rifle. Detective Stevenson's testimony that he thought he'd overheard Sergeant Griffiths say he dropped a MOVE member in the alley also proved to have a number of flaws. Stevenson wasn't sure he'd heard Griffiths correctly, he was standing next to the diesel engine of the crane, on Osage Avenue, and Griffiths was at least 50 feet away, on the walkway in the alley. Second, Stevenson could not produce the notes he claimed to have made at the time. The originals had disappeared from his cubbyhole at the office, and he had only a copy of them to refer to. Griffiths, meanwhile, testified before the grand jury that he'd pointed out to investigators the spot where the male had dropped out of sight in the smoke. Scarbeck, whose statements to the MOVE Commission had seemed to corroborate Stevenson's testimony, clarified his statements before the grand jury. He was sure that the man he had seen had not been Griffiths at all. The grand jury also differed with the MOVE Commission's evaluation of Bertie's testimony. Bertie testified before the grand jury itself, but the report noted that the MOVE Commission's findings weren't even justified by what Bertie had told the commission, much less by what he testified to later. Even assuming that Bertie's recollections were accurate, the simple fact remains that he did not tell the MOVE Commission that police gunfire had prevented people in the house from escaping into the rear alley. He said that when Conrad opened the hatch, the police started shooting. But from inside the garage, he could not see them shoot, he simply heard sounds that he assumed were police gunfire. He could not tell where they were coming from. It could have been the noise of the fire or exploding ammunition. It could have been MOVE members shooting at police from the upper floors. It could have been Conrad or another MOVE member shooting. But whatever it was, it occurred at least several minutes before anyone left the house, not while they were in the back alley. Bertie did not testify that he witnessed any police gunfire while he was in the alley. He did not say that the other children returned to the house because they were being shot at. In fact, he didn't know what happened to the children after they were lost in the smoke. According to the public report, his testimony before the grand jury offered even less support for the murder in the back alley theory. He testified that Conrad opened the door, heard gunfire, and shut the door again. It was only then, Bertie testified, that the adults began to yell that the kids were coming out. After the door was opened again and the people started to come out, Bertie testified, he neither saw nor heard police fire their guns. The only witness who has refused to testify about the back alley is Ramona Africa. But her behavior that day also suggests that police did not fire. Numerous witnesses testified that she walked slowly along the fence, in full view of the cops. She stopped and looked back a number of times, at one point stamping her foot as if in frustration when the others did not follow her. Twice she bent over the fence and tried to help Bertie climb up. She never tried to take cover from the cops or to shield herself or Bertie. Earlier in the day, by contrast, people 3 and 4 blocks away could be seen diving under cars and behind porch steps when the gunfire erupted. The one area where the grand jury could have brought indictments but chose not to, according to Mark Gottlieb, were perjury charges related to the cover-up. Both Klein and Connor lied in their testimony before the grand jury, denying or obscuring their use of C4 and where they had obtained it. Connor later returned and admitted that he'd lied in order to protect FBI agent Macy's. Klein was not recalled. In the end, the decision not to issue indictments against Connor and Klein came down to a judgment call, taking into account both the nature of the deception and the motives behind it. Ending this massive investigation by charging a few front-line officers would not serve any purpose. When it was the city's high-end appointed officials who were at least morally responsible for this great tragedy. Since 1987, Jim Bergheyer has won a personal battle or two. He feels he is past the suicidal stage, and inch by inch he is creeping away from the edge of the abyss. But he will never be the man he was. His marriage is beyond repair. With his history of mental illness, he can no longer be a shopping mall guard, much less a cop. His search for the meaning of what happened to him is not over. So far, it has yielded no flash of insight that would make him whole again. His victories have been small and hard-won, and the struggle is far from over. He has come to understand and is beginning to accept the fact that he cannot control his world. It is not an easy thing to do, for it means that he must face the world without that inner confidence that carried him through those dark and dangerous nights on the Granny Squad. Jim Bergheyer was not the only cop whose life was shattered by the events of May 13th. All of them who were out there that day have become casualties in some sense. Some have suffered more than others. In November 1987, the Philadelphia Police Department granted 70% disability pensions to 4 officers. William Klein, described in a psychiatric report as suffering from nightmares, suicidal depression, and thoughts of shooting the mayor and other city officials, James Bergheyer, Daniel Angelucci, and Sergeant Donald Griffiths. A panel of psychiatrists concluded that all of them suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of the May 13th siege. Griffiths took an extended sick leave and left the department in December 1987. Angelucci quit the force in October. Klein officially left in November. Tommy Meller is still a cop, still working on the Granny Squad. Of the people who were in the back alley that day, he seems the least affected, at least outwardly. Bergheyer sees Meller as the rock-solid foundation of his old team, the kind of guy who simply lets trouble roll off his back. But Meller says that he is not the same person that he was before May 13th. When he was trapped in the closet by gunfire, he was convinced he would die there, and he made his peace. Since then, he says, he likes to be by himself more. He used to feel that he had too little time and too many obligations to do all the things he'd always wanted to do. Now he makes the time. In the summer of 1988 he got onto his motorcycle and took a trip out west, all by himself, just to have time to think. What worries Bergheyer are the walking wounded, the cops he's heard about who are still on the force and carrying their pain inside them. He was surprised, after he testified before the MOVE Commission, when a burly cop quietly told him, "Don't think I haven't cried a few nights about what happened out there." His friends who are still on the force say that there are cops who are ready to crack but won't seek help, either because they're too proud or because they fear it will ruin their careers. He's afraid that when they do crack, it will be with a badge on their chest and a gun in their hand, and they're going to hurt either themselves or someone else. Several months after the grand jury issued its findings, the U.S. Justice Department tersely announced that a federal grand jury probe had concluded without bringing any indictments. Barring any unforeseen developments, the criminal investigations of the police action of May 13, 1985, are closed. That does not mean, of course, that the story is over. Civil suits brought by relatives of those who died are still pending. In 1987, one of the displaced residents shot and nearly killed his lawyer, angered by the city's low settlement offer and the lawyer's hefty cut of it. An estimate in 1987 put the total price tag for the MOVE confrontation at nearly $18 million. And that did not include the costs of the 3 grand jury investigations or any money that the city may eventually have to pay in damages awarded in civil suits. The city's handling of MOVE quickly became a political touchstone. Only 5 days after the tragedy, U.S. Attorney General Edwin Mee said that Good's handling of MOVE was a good example for all of us to take note of. A documentary produced by Philadelphia's PBS station saw racist overtones in the confrontation, suggesting that it was but the latest chapter in a long history of violence against black neighborhoods, and apparently ignoring the fact that a black mayor and black managing director had explicitly approved the dropping of the bomb as well as the entire police operation that day. The confrontation even became the subject of ads. One ad proposed in 1985, before the rebuilding delays surfaced, was designed to promote the city to outside businesses and potential residents. Headlined "Home for Christmas," it praised the mayor's pledge to the displaced residents of Osage Avenue as an example of how Philadelphians look after their own. The ad never ran, but 2 years after the tragedy, a fire insurance ad in the city subways showed a picture of Earl and Pearl Watkins of Osage Avenue. The copy read, "Thank God we had Hanover Mutual Fire Insurance. Do you?" By 10:30 on the night of the MOVE catastrophe, the roof of Earl and Pearl Watkins' home was in the basement. Like all victims of the MOVE disaster, they had lost everything. Unlike many of the others, the Watkinses received a check from Hanover Mutual Fire Insurance 2 days later. Today the scars of Philadelphia's long and bloody conflict with MOVE remain. In Powelton Village, Wildflowers grow where the headquarters once stood. On Osage Avenue, a block of uncharacteristically modern row houses stands out among the older homes. In a suburb of Philadelphia, Michael Ward, formerly Bertie Africa, lives a quiet middle-class existence with his father, who has never been involved with MOVE. Ramona Africa is in prison. Vincent Leifert and 10 of his followers have been buried. And at another house in West Philadelphia, people live without heat and electricity, wear their hair in dreadlocks, and eat raw food. They are living by the principles of their founder and leader, a man who, it is said, can never die, the coordinator, John Africa. 13. Move today. On December 5, 1985, construction workers rebuilding Osage Avenue stopped working as a group of some 60 mourners came to bear witness to what had happened on that spring day more than 6 months before. From Cobbs Creek, the mourners continued to White Marsh Memorial Park in Montgomery County, where the remains of Vincent Leifert and Frank James were finally laid to rest. 5 other cemeteries had refused to accept the bodies. Uncle and nephew were buried together, without coffins, wrapped in white sheets, in a 7-by-7-foot grave as close in death as they had been in life. No prayers were recited. No hymns were sung. But angry words were cast out upon the chill air. Among the pallbearers that day was the Reverend Jesse Jackson. "People have been murdered," he told the crowd of mourners and reporters. "We cannot be in a state of rest until justice has been done." After Jackson left, and with him most of the reporters' family and friends, surrounded the grave, weeping bitterly. Their voices raised in unison, they recited, "In natural law we trust. All praise is to the order of life. The power of truth is final. Long live MOVE. Long live revolution. Long live John Africa. Long live John Africa. Long live John Africa." And then Louise, looking toward the oaks and fir trees surrounding the grave site, said of her younger brother and her only son, "They are close to nature." The body of Rhonda Harris Ward Africa lies in St. Albans Cemetery in the West Oak Lane section of Philadelphia. Every Mother's Day, and Dino Ward brings his son to this place to talk to his mother. He stands away from the grave and lets Michael speak his private thoughts. And as Michael Moses Ward, his mother's Bertie, stands before her grave, his father says that he does not cry. He does not show emotion. He has a new life now, living in a suburb of Philadelphia with his father, stepmother, and half-sisters. And Dino Ward thought he had lost his son forever when Rhonda divorced him and, later, joined MOVE. He had enlisted in the Air Force and had been sent overseas. In 1978, he says, he had come to the MOVE house looking for his son and had been driven away by threats against his life. He created a life for himself that did not include Rhonda or the child she had renamed Bertie. The fire reunited father and son. The first time Bertie saw him in the hospital, he instantly knew that his father had come for him. They have been together ever since. A year after the fire, Michael had truly become a lifestyle teenager. His hair was short, he went to school, he watched television, and the things he wanted were what so many other teenage boys want: new Nikes, a GT Performer bike, a skateboard. Just ordinary things. Michael has had to testify many times about what happened on May 13 in William Brown's offices, before the grand jury, at the trial of Ramona Africa. Each time brings Michael nights filled with dreams of inescapable fires. He has had 3 operations to repair the scars left by the fire, and he will undergo at least 6 more. He also has before him a lawsuit filed on his behalf charging that the city of Philadelphia violated his civil rights. Soon Michael will come of age. His father's greatest fear is that he will someday choose to return to MOVE. MOVE members such as Alberta Africa hope that he will come home to them. He said that he still loves MOVE, that he loves all of us, and we all love him. That's all that's needed or important. The only other survivor of the fire, Ramona Africa, is serving 7 years in Muncie State Correctional Institution on riot and conspiracy charges arising out of the confrontation. She has been eligible for parole since 1986, but only on the condition that she agree not to associate with other MOVE members. She has refused to accept those terms and so remains in prison. She is angry about what has become of her little brother Bertie. The system has given him school books, a bike, candy, and murdered his mother, to perpetuate the belief that MOVE is wrong and the system is right. She is also angry, but not surprised, at the grand jury's decision not to indict. Like all followers of John Africa, she does not accept the legal analysis of the grand jury. She believes that the decision, like her conviction, was a foregone conclusion. Though she would not testify before the grand jury, she refuses to accept any responsibility for the lack of indictments. In a rambling, single-spaced statement in response to the grand jury report, she wrote, "People have the gall to question me, try to blame me in some way for the grand jury's refusal to indict any officials because I wouldn't go along with the system's charade and testify before the grand jury, but I ain't accepting that responsibility because it don't belong to me. If the district attorney's office was serious about prosecuting officials and thought that testimony from me was necessary, important to getting indictments, they would have subpoenaed me, made me come to court to testify, which would have been easy since I'm in their custody, but they didn't do that because they never had any intention of prosecuting officials for murdering MOVE members or anything else. The DA's office has said that it did not subpoena Ramona because she had made it clear that she did not wish to cooperate, and any attempt to force her to cooperate would have been unproductive. City officials say they have taken steps to be sure the tragedy of May 13 can never be repeated. As examples, they point to improved procedures and additional training for bomb squad personnel and an ongoing dialogue with the MOVE organization. Others aren't so sure that the city isn't painting itself into the same corner once again by adopting a policy of appeasement and special treatment for MOVE supporters. In February 1988, news broke that the city had spent some $50,000 to tutor 9 MOVE children at home. The school district had gone to court to force MOVE members to send their children to school, but the city intervened and offered to pay for private tutoring through its Department of Human Services. The revelation came at a time when DHS was severely underfunded and understaffed. News reports had revealed several children who had died of child abuse because caseworkers could not keep up with their caseloads. The tutoring program was unprecedented for healthy school-age children. Tutoring had been reserved for students who were temporarily disabled or whose disabilities made travel to school impossible. In the wake of the revelations, angry taxpayers and parents flooded the school superintendent's office with calls. City Councilman Brian O'Neill wrote to Good that the tutoring deal was made in the spirit of appeasement and fear which have predominated our experience with MOVE. Special privileges for MOVE people must cease. The city's new managing director, James White, said that the tutoring program was economically pragmatic, because the alternatives, putting the MOVE children in foster care and sending them to special education classes at the schools, would be more expensive. He also said that home tutoring had helped to prevent further violent confrontations with MOVE. He added, however, that the city should be able to begin phasing out the tutoring soon. Mayor Good declined to comment. By May 1988, approximately 40 civil suits had been filed against the city in connection with the events on Osage Avenue. At that time 2 suits had been dismissed, 2 withdrawn, 1 settled, and another partially settled. None had come to trial. Among the plaintiffs are Michael Moses Ward, Ramona Africa, Louise James, numerous relatives of those who died in the fire, and the estate of Vincent Leifert Africa. Of the MOVE members still in jail, 9 are serving terms of 30 to 100 years for the killing of Officer James Ramp. Consuela Dotson Africa was acquitted of Ramp's murder but is serving time on a conviction for conspiracy and aggravated assault arising out of the 1978 confrontation. Alfonso Robbins Africa, convicted just before the 1985 fire on charges of assault and making terroristic threats, is still in prison. At least 6 other MOVE members and sympathizers are in prison on an assortment of charges. MOVE reports that it has also recruited many new members among inmates. Of those still in prison, Consuela lost 2 daughters in the fire, Patricia and Zanetta, Janine lost her son Phil, Janet lost her daughter Delicia, and Sulevino Africa lost her son Tommaso. City officials count approximately 17 MOVE members and sympathizers who are known to be living in several houses in the city. By an odd coincidence, Alberta Wicker Africa was released from the state prison for women in Muncie, Pennsylvania, on May 13, 1988, 3 years to the day after the fire. She served every day of her 7-year sentence that had resulted from the 1978 charges and had learned of the May 13 confrontation while she was in prison. She refused an early parole that would have required her not to associate with other MOVE members. She was married, according to MOVE law, to Vincent Leifert Africa and lived with him not only at the Powelton headquarters but also while he was in Rochester. Today she is considered by some to be his logical successor as leader of MOVE. She denies that she is MOVE's leader. The organization has no leaders, she says. John Africa has always taught that you lead yourself. 2 months after she was released from prison, Alberta Africa agreed to meet with us to talk about MOVE today. She has not spoken to other journalists since her release. We met her in a park in West Philadelphia on a stifling summer afternoon. Accompanied by Alfonso's wife Mary and MOVE supporter Beverly Williams and their children, she told us about MOVE's philosophy and what the future may hold for the organization. She is a short woman with dreadlocks that reach to her waist. She is soft-spoken and quick to smile. At times her voice rises in anger, but she has an air of gentleness and patience about her. She would make a good schoolteacher. How has the fire affected the MOVE organization? It has been a terrible blow, she acknowledges, but MOVE continues to fight for the good of life, for clean air, pure water, and healthy children. There are fewer followers now, but she is confident that they will prevail in the end. John Africa can take a handful of people and turn things around. John Africa teaches that a lie is weak but the truth is powerful. Look at the power of the sun, but the sun only numbers 1. Will there be confrontations? That is not up to us. But she says that John Africa had predicted the 2 great confrontations and that MOVE would then enter a different phase in which its confrontations with the system would not be violent. Today, she says, MOVE's role is still to teach. More immediately, however, it is to obtain the release of its jailed members, including those who were convicted of killing James Ramp in 1978. She still maintains the innocence of those convicted. That is the cause that the people on Osage Avenue died for, and it is the primary thrust of the organization's efforts. MOVE is not recruiting new members right now, she said, because so much of the group's energy is concentrated on getting its family out of jail. Meanwhile, everyday life within the group goes on as it has before. It has been nearly 20 years since the principles of MOVE philosophy were first laid down. In that time, people have come and gone. Children have been born, families have been raised. In Alberta's view, the truths of MOVE have been translated into actual fact. They have raised their children without the benefit of diapers, letting them lie naked in the grass in summer. They have raised them without toys and most modern conveniences. Today the children of MOVE are healthy and strong, she said. They do not get sick. Their teeth are strong and free of cavities. The family of MOVE is stronger than many know, she said. There is the core of members, those who are committed to the death for life, our belief, John Africa. There are others, MOVE supporters, who are working to become committed. And there are some who subscribe to MOVE's philosophy but keep a low profile. Some live underground, disguised as lifestyle people, holding down regular jobs. MOVE even has underground members in the Philadelphia Police Department, she said. It is difficult for those who do not know of MOVE personally to possess a clear picture of the group, she claimed. The media is working for the government, she said, and has consistently distorted their way of life, calling them filthy, calling them cultists. MOVE is not a cult, she said, her dark eyes flashing with anger. We're not involved in drugs and free sex. MOVE people are loyal. John Africa teach MOVE to be clean, to marry, to have one mate for life. MOVE is not a cult, she repeated. I want it to be very clear that John Africa teach what is right. John Africa is no Jim Jones or Charles Manson. John Africa is a godly man, wise and clean. We asked her about Jesse Jackson, about the fact that he had spoken at Vincent's funeral despite MOVE's demonstrations against him in the 1970s. She emphasized that the burial of Vincent and Frank was in the hands of Louise James, who is no longer a MOVE member and whom she brands a traitor to MOVE. As for Jackson, she said, he's just a politician. He knows we demonstrated against him. He was a pallbearer at the funeral out of guilt, and he used it as a political move. But aside from that, what else has he done for us? What's he done to try and get our innocent people out of prison? Have you ever heard his voice raised in MOVE's behalf since May 13 or before it? She said that she is satisfied with the grand jury report, in the sense that it's what we expected. It makes things easier for us, because it makes John Africa's point. We told people there's no justice in this system, and now they can see it for themselves. Obviously we would not oppose those people being indicted. They killed our family. But we have a belief that teach if anybody violates life, they will pay for that violation. We don't have to lift a finger against them. They'll do it to themselves. Their own conscience will do it. Look at Geist, the cop who beat Delbert on August 8. He was shot in the face and killed by his own wife. Meanwhile Delbert is alive and well. We asked Alberta a question that many have put to the organization over the years. If civilization is so bad, why do they live in the cities? Why doesn't MOVE just go off and live on a mountain? Going off in the woods wouldn't solve anything. Eventually the same disease that afflicted these woods would follow us there. We're here in the cities because we've got some serious work to do, informing people of the serious wrong they're inflicting on life. But we want to be left the fuck alone while we're doing our work. That's the message we've been trying to convey to these officials for years now, leave MOVE alone. We suggested that that was precisely what Clifford Bond said the neighbors on Osage Avenue wanted. Well, we didn't come into their living rooms, she countered. We didn't prevent them from walking down their own street. We didn't put them out of their homes. The city did. But we have an obligation to speak out. This system is wrong for jailing innocent MOVE people, and anybody right, fair-minded, wouldn't oppose us fighting for our family's freedom. Alberta had once told a reporter that MOVE would cycle its own children rather than give them up to the system. But she now says that statement was a way of explaining MOVE's position about giving in to the system. We won't allow them to enslave us or our children. We intend to be free. I was using the example of the Maccabees when they were fighting the Romans. Rather than giving in to Rome's slavery, they jumped from a cliff with their children. She had harsh words for Andino Ward. She believes that he is using his son to win a lot of money in lawsuits against the city. And yet MOVE has filed similar suits. Yes, she said, but those suits were filed not because we want money, but because the system loves money. The MOVE organization is gonna use that money to put pressure on the system for being wrong, to push them to do right. All that has happened to MOVE has a higher meaning, she believes. Nothing happens to MOVE that ain't meant to happen. You know, we were told years ago that people might someday have to cycle for this revolution. We were told everything we'd be facing years before it happened. We were told some people would have to spend a lot of years in prison for John Africa. We were told that if we weren't able to handle it, we'd be given something else to do. We have chosen to do what we're doing, out of our commitment and loyalty to John Africa, life, this revolution. Long live John Africa. Epilogue. Reflections personal and political. This story has no tidy ending. Even now, some 4 years after the bomb was dropped, its effects reverberate in the lives it has touched. Following a brief stint on the lecture circuit, Gregor Somber retired and is now living in Delaware County outside of Philadelphia. Leo Brooks is reportedly living in Virginia, his occupation is unknown. William Richmond continued to serve as fire commissioner for 3 years, in 1988, a few months after the grand jury released its findings, he took an early retirement. He continues to live in Northeast Philadelphia. Mayor Wilson Goode, re-elected in 1987, will serve until 1991, when, under the rules of the city charter, he will be ineligible to run for a third consecutive term. He has said that his plans after that are uncertain. He would like to teach. Bergheyer, Klein, Griffiths, and Angelucci continue to receive disability payments for service-related stress disorders. Klein eventually received his broker's license and sells real estate in Delaware. Frank Powell is still with the force, though not with the bomb squad. He has been reassigned several times since May 1985. Sergeant Ed Connor retired in 1986 and now is chief of police in a small town in central Pennsylvania. In an interview with the Philadelphia Inquirer, he said, "I can't go back to Philadelphia without my stomach knotting up. I don't think a day goes by that I don't have some thoughts about it. Mostly I feel for the guys that were involved. They were all good people, and they did the best that they could. Today, most of the original residents of the block have returned. It is easy to pick out the streets that were destroyed. The contrast in architecture with the surrounding blocks is jarring. But that, of course, is the least of the changes that have come to the neighborhood. Even now, years later, television cameras and news reporters are not an unusual sight on Osage Avenue, as new developments continue to emerge. Louise James no longer lives at 6221. After the city condemned the property, it refused to sell it back to her. Of the neighbors who remain, many are still angry. Most simply want to be left alone. The house at 6221 Osage is indistinguishable from the others on the street. There is nothing about it today to suggest the terrible events that happened there. The alley in back is likewise new, though it follows the general contours of the old one. It is probably possible to find bullet holes in the brick facades of some of the houses in surrounding blocks, and perhaps even some slugs buried in the woodwork. But those are details easily overlooked. Most of the time, the neighborhood of Cobbs Creek is quiet. There are many questions about the events of May 13 that will always remain unanswered. There is, for example, the question of who was shooting at Powell and the others as they huddled in the upstairs closet. Powell is still convinced that Move was shooting through the walls. The others aren't so sure. There is a good chance that the bullets that ripped through the wall came from a .50 caliber machine gun that the police had set up in the upstairs window of Post L, that the bullets passed through the front of the Move house and kept going right through the side. Another theory is that they actually came from the opposite direction, through the front windows of 6223, from the police post at the western end of Osage Avenue. Another mystery remains at the very core of this story: what happened inside the house on May 13? Was anyone killed in those morning hours? Did Move map out a strategy that would result in its destruction? Angelucci thought he saw a body in the debris on the front porch during the morning assault on the house. The next day, police officers found the headless body of Vincent Liefert among the rubble of the porch. The amount of debris found above and below the body suggested that he had been on the first floor level, not in the basement or on the second floor when he died. Laboratory analysis of his lungs showed that he died from causes other than the fire. But his body was so badly damaged that investigators could not establish precisely when or how he had died. And Bertie later testified that Vincent Liefert was alive that evening. He says, in fact, that it was Vincent Liefert who finally made the decision to send the kids out of the burning house. What actually happened? It is possible, indeed, probable, that Bertie was mistaken. The garage was pitch black that evening. Bertie was, by his own testimony, dizzy from smoke and lack of food. His account of other events that day is confused. Perhaps Vincent Liefert had been in the garage earlier. Perhaps Bertie mistook someone else's voice for his in the darkness. If, in fact, Vincent Liefert did die on that porch in the first hours after dawn, we can only guess at the effect his death might have had on the others in the house. But it may help to explain why most of the Move members chose to stay in the burning house that evening. For 15 years, This man had guided his people through confrontations with the system again and again and won. He'd taught them everything they knew about the world. Some of them, like Frank, he'd virtually raised since childhood. Knowing that he was dead, would this house full of his most devoted followers give themselves up without a fight to everything John Africa hated? Would they give the police a double victory, their own surrender and the knowledge that the police had destroyed the heart and soul of MOVE? Would they now emerge into the glaring lights of the television cameras like whipped dogs, their leader gone and their resistance shattered? It is only speculation, but it is easy to imagine the adults gathering together during one of the lulls that morning and vowing in the name of John Africa that they would remain in that house and fight until every man, woman, and child among them was dead. And it is possible to imagine that resolve faltering in the final moments, to envision the last desperate attempt to get the children out of the house, to see Conrad in the back alley, perhaps thinking that the cops had opened fire on the kids, perhaps believing that he had to provide cover fire so they could escape, and to envision their final confused retreat back into the house as tons of fiery debris collapsed at last through the basement ceiling. Prosecutor Mark Gottlieb, who directed the 2-year grand jury inquiry, wrestled with the legal and factual questions of the MOVE case. When we interviewed him 6 months after the grand jury report was issued, Gottlieb said that he was absolutely comfortable with the decision not to return indictments. Police and city officials did many things wrong that day, he says, but they did not commit a crime. Gottlieb has worked under 3 Philadelphia district attorneys since 1976. As head of the rape unit and then the homicide unit, he has investigated and prosecuted some of the ugliest crimes in the city. Still, he says, this case terrified him. When he first began reviewing the evidence, making out charts showing where each witness had been that day, reviewing the testimony and evidence gathered by the MOVE Commission, the statements and opinions and theories that clouded the events of May 13, he did not know where it all would lead. What scared him was the thought of finding out that cops had cold-bloodedly murdered the men, women, and children of MOVE as they tried to escape the burning house that evening. That was the bleakest, most sinister thing that could have been lurking here, he says. I was afraid that I would find an act of utter evil at the bottom of this case. For more than 2 years, he searched for evidence of that evil. He did not find it, he says, because it wasn't there to find. The tragedy of May 13, he says, is not that those in charge were evil. It was that they were trying to do the right thing but, in an act of collective misjudgment, brought disaster instead. From the standpoint of criminal liability, says Gottlieb, the essence of the case was not the fire, or even the deaths. It was the decision to let the fire burn and the intent behind that decision. That is why, Gottlieb says, one of the key questions in the investigation was Somber's state of mind. For Gottlieb, the crucial question was why Somber wanted to let the fire burn. If he was trying to neutralize the bunker, he was guilty of a tragic misjudgment. If, on the other hand, Somber was using the fire to try to drive the people out of the house, if he was using the fire against the people rather than the bunker, then, Gottlieb says, I would have charged him with murder. That, he says, is why Somber's precise whereabouts during those 30 minutes between 6 p.m. and 6:30 are so important. The first fragmentary evidence seemed to suggest that Somber spent all of that time in Post L, that he deliberately waited until after the bunker had collapsed through the roof and the second floor was in flames before he went looking for Richmond. Later evidence, however, changed that picture. The multitude of witnesses who saw Somber during that time could not have known why Gottlieb and the other investigators were so interested in Somber's whereabouts. Nor did they know what other witnesses had said. But a consistent picture emerged from their testimony. Somber was in and out of Post 1 during that half hour. At some point before the burning bunker collapsed into the second floor, he sought out Richmond. It is Richmond's testimony, Gottlieb says, that provides the most convincing evidence of Somber's state of mind. Had the initial theory been correct, Somber would have borne sole responsibility for the tragedy that followed. Richmond would have walked away with his reputation and his career intact. Instead, he risked his job, his reputation, and perhaps even his freedom by acknowledging that he had shared in the decision to let the fire burn. As for evidence of malice on the part of Somber or the others, Gottlieb says that there is absolutely none. We were considering every charge up to and including murder. We were looking high and low for malice. And we couldn't find it. Remember that the whole world was watching. If you're going to murder somebody, you don't do it on national TV. When the grand jury report was issued, it was criticized harshly by many. Gottlieb maintains that those criticisms stem from a misunderstanding of the facts or the applicability of the law, and that people's perception of the intentions of those involved have been colored by the results of their actions. He is angered by suggestions that the grand jury was railroaded into its decision by the district attorney's office. It ignores the responsibilities that a prosecutor has. We have a legal canon of ethics that we are sworn to abide by. You don't go into a grand jury and present an unfair or biased case. You work with a grand jury, in good faith, and you try to reflect the consensus that you perceive from them. If we had simply wanted to make a clear-cut case, with no shades of gray, it would have been easy to do. We could have channeled the evidence to get a desired result. But we didn't. We presented over 150 witnesses and every piece of evidence we could uncover. We didn't hold anything back. He points, for example, to the issue of charging Connor or Klein with perjury. It would have been easy, he says, for the DA's office to have swept that issue under the rug and avoid the controversy that he knew would follow it. But we brought it all before the grand jury. We didn't try to cover it up. If, as some of his critics say, the cops killed the people in the back alley and then conspired to cover up the murder, it would have been a conspiracy so vast, and so perfect, that it involved not only all of the cops, but also firefighters and civilians. To attribute such a conspiracy to the same bureaucracy that bungled the C4 cover-up so badly is virtually incredible, he says. Beyond that, he says, the physical evidence is incontrovertible. Bertie wasn't injured by gunfire. Ramona was not shot. There were no bodies found in the back alley. Whatever you can say about the quality of the crime scene processing, there's no question that all the bodies in the back were found huddled together within the walls of the house. They couldn't have been thrown back inside the house. The hatch was too small, and the alley was too hot. And by the next day the whole scene was buried under 6 feet of smoking rubble. Gottlieb also gave great weight to the testimony of Pete Kane and another reporter at the scene, neither of whom heard automatic gunfire during the evening hours of May 13. Finally, he says, the evidence is clear that police were fired on in the back alley and that they therefore had a legal right to return fire. Why, then, would officers perjure themselves to cover up acts that were not criminal? The failure to bring indictments, Gottlieb says, does not diminish the fact that terrible wrongs were committed on May 13, 1985. We spent 2 years examining what happened that day. You can't do that and not feel how tragic that day was. You can't help but feel the outrage over what was permitted to happen. But outrage isn't enough to convict someone of a crime. As a prosecutor, you can't act out of emotion. It is the function of the prosecutor to apply the law to the facts. Wouldn't prosecuting the officers for perjury have provided a public airing of the incident? It would have provided a public airing, Gottlieb agrees, but to the detriment of the Commonwealth. The defense would argue that it was unfair to prosecute the front-line officers when the people who made the decisions got off scot-free. Is there a lesson to be learned from the tragedy of May 13? Gottlieb sees two. First, you can't let any organization hold a city hostage. You can't let them control the situation the way MOVE controlled this situation. The moment that there is a violation of law, you take action. The second lesson? It is a simple one, though often overlooked. Think before you act. You can't act out of haste. You can't act out of anger. You can't make these deadly decisions in 30 seconds. It's almost impossible to imagine what it was like out there that day. You had a police commissioner under the gun, a neighborhood evacuated, a mayor who abdicated responsibility and everyone wanting to get it over with before the evening news came on. They should have said let's pull back and consider the options. But the pressure was enormous, and they didn't. Clifford Bond has also looked for the lessons of that day. He has long pondered the meaning of this story. Why, he wonders, did it happen to him? What is wrong, he asks, with a world in which the rules do not work, in which a government will not safeguard its innocent citizens from hate, harassment, and violence? For him, the events of May 13th have destroyed his faith in justice. People sense there's no justice anymore, he says. I see total chaos coming. People will take the law into their own hands. Bond, a religious man, looks for answers in the Bible. I've been let down by human beings, he says. I believe in God. I believe the Lord is gonna come through all of this shining like a large sheet of armor. Jim Bergheyer continues to search for the meaning of what has happened to him. He came to my house one day last summer to talk about May 13th and what it's done to his life. He arrived one evening after umpiring a softball game, running through the first spatters of rain. He talked about how those events have destroyed his career, his marriage, his sanity. He talked about his stay in the psychiatric hospital and the suicide notes, about the worried looks of his children when they see him cry. He talked about the burden of being called a hero when there were others that day who would have done the same, but who were instead called murderers. He cried for the people who did not make it out of the house and for the guilt he feels that he did not see and could not save the other children who escaped from the house and then went back inside. He talked for more than 5 hours. As he talked, the storm outside grew and grew. Through the windows we saw the lightning flash. The rain, the first good rain Philadelphia had had in weeks, drove straight against the window panes like an animal trying to get in. As he talked, you could see the storms that raged in Jim Bergheyer's soul, his struggle to survive, to be the father and the husband that he once had been, to find the meaning to his life that he'd once found catching bad guys on the dark streets of Philadelphia. He believes that he is past the worst of it. He is struggling now, a step at a time, to rebuild his shattered life. For the first time in many years, he is hopeful. But still he does not know why fate chose him to carry this burden. Of all the people whose lives have been touched by the events of May 13th, he feels a bond with one person in particular. His kinship, he says, is with Ramona Africa. He has seen her once since that day, when he was still on the force, in City Hall. She was there for her trial on riot and conspiracy charges stemming from the confrontation, and he'd been assigned, by sheer chance, to a security detail. She stood in the hallway, eyes downcast, surrounded by cops. He doesn't know if she recognized him, but he kept moving into her line of sight, bending his head down, trying to catch her eye. His fellow cops thought he was crazy. But he thought if he could only see her eyes, he might find something there that was reflected in his own. Would she understand what he'd gone through, that awful responsibility of having been chosen for something, against his will and seemingly at random? It made no sense, but he felt as though he and Ramona had been touched by the fire in a way that others could not share and would never understand. He thinks about her often. He suspects that when she is alone, away from the cameras and tape recorders and the boilerplate rhetoric of MOVE, when she is in her cell late at night, she might share his pain. He knows that she must anguish over the people who died in the house and in her most private moments must ask herself whether she might have done something to save them. We told him that we had spoken with Alberta Africa. We had asked her whether she believed, in light of MOVE's principles, that Bertie would have been better off if he'd cycled in the fire. Tears had come to her eyes, and she had said softly, "Oh, no. I could never say that. I love Bertie." Now, as we told Jim this, tears came to his eyes as well. "I didn't know that," he said. "Thank you for telling me that." By the time we finished talking, it was 1 in the morning. The storm had passed, and the night air was cool and clean. Jim paused at the front door, and he turned to us with all the earnestness of a child. If you talk to Ramona, he said, tell her I said hello. How does a society respond to an organization such as MOVE? How can it protect itself from those who share none of its values and beliefs and would destroy them to the roots? How can civilization withstand the awesome combination of an idea and an automatic rifle? Certainly Good waited too long to act against a group that was building a gun bunker in a residential neighborhood, but ultimately he was right when he told the neighbors that arrests on misdemeanor charges and zoning violations wouldn't solve their problem for good. MOVE was able to defy the city for more than a decade because it did not play by the rules that others do. What is the threat of a jail term to someone who is willing to barricade himself inside a house and die for his cause? How does one negotiate with people whose aim is the annihilation of modern civilization? I have thought about that question often, and I do not have an answer. The closest I can come is to suggest that we must somehow look at why a John Africa can inspire people to die for a cause. In himself and in others, he was able to tap wells of anger so profound that they offered no room for compromise. Where does this anger come from? It is not poverty alone. Many of MOVE's members came from stable middle-class and working-class backgrounds. Nor is it simply the perspective of an oppressed black minority, though that is certainly a large part of it. The root of MOVE's appeal, I think, is that there is an undeniable truth to much of what the group says. Clifford Bond says that he still agrees with MOVE's message, though not with its methods. Bergheyer, who spent long hours listening to MOVE rhetoric when he was assigned to the siege in Powelton in 1978, remembers telling other cops that a lot of what these people were saying made sense. Indeed it does. Pollution is strangling the earth, the system serves the rich and powerful and grinds down the poor and weak, politicians lie and cheat. The world of mankind is not a just one. And if someone believes that, then shouldn't he strive with his entire being to change it? We live in a world that is overrun with John Africa's angry voices that advocate violence in the service of higher truth. They are rampant in the Middle East, in Northern Ireland, among the right-wing hate groups of Middle America and the militants of the radical left. With the power of modern technology at their disposal, they can blow planes out of the sky and sink cruise ships on the high seas. None of us are secure from their anger. If we wish to diminish the power of these prophets of destruction, it seems to me that we must somehow teach our children and ourselves that the world is not split neatly into the forces of good and evil. We must teach them to tolerate celebrate life's ambiguities and contradictions. We must teach them that questions do not always have answers. And somehow we must teach them to look beyond simple truths and discover wisdom. We are so fond of simple explanations. We hear them from politicians, columnists, editorial writers, the guys at the corner bar. But if there is a moral to this story, it is that simple explanations do not exist. For example, it would be easy to lay the events of May 13 entirely at Wilson Good's feet, and yet it is not clear that he could have avoided the confrontation in the end. Gregor Samber is perhaps the most enticing candidate for scapegoat, but which of us can say what we would have done in his place that day? One can feel the withering heat of Louise James's bitterness, but we must remember that she had begged the police to help her save her son, only to watch him die in the flames of Osage Avenue. One can call MOVE a band of lunatic cop killers, but its members are sincere, committed, and absolutely convinced that they have been the victims of an official policy of murder. And one can look at the life of Vincent Leifert, the man known as John Africa, and still see the wounded, motherless child who grew up among the bleak streets of the city and dreamed of forests full of rich black soil and tall green trees and animals and children, forever running free. What makes a leader out of a man? What was it about John Africa that inspired the devotion of his followers? Those closest to him lived for years with the knowledge that he was leading them toward their own death, and still they followed. In the last hours of their lives, their loyalty overpowered every human instinct to flee a house that was burning down around them. John Africa's ability to lead seems to have little to do with his beliefs about the evils of technology. Rather, it seems to have come from his ability to give his followers something they were desperately searching for. He couldn't give them money or prestige. But he could give them a sense of meaning, a sense that their lives made a difference, a sense, ultimately, of power. What makes a leader? 4 men: Good, Brooks, Somber, and Richmond each had the power and authority to put out the fire that raged on the rooftop of 6221 Osage Avenue on the evening of May 13. In that moment of crisis, 4 men who had spent their lives as leaders simply stood aside. Why? Today not one of them can offer a satisfying explanation. In fact, they often seem as perplexed by their behavior as anyone else. There are people, most of whom have sifted through the facts until they found a few they like, who have ready explanations. Some say it was malice. Others say it was simply incompetence, which was clearly in abundance on that day. But even so, there seems to be something more involved in this story. One is haunted by a sense of inevitability. The irony is that the leaders of the city, all on their own, created the tragedy that they were so desperately trying to avoid. Finally, I am left to wonder about my own small part in all of this. I voted in favor of the grand jury's decision not to bring criminal charges. I believed that I was doing the right thing, and I continue to believe that. There is an old adage among lawyers and judges: hard cases make bad law. This is a hard case. It goes to the very heart of the question of what constitutes a crime. Behind all the obscure legal jargon of intent and mens rea, there is, I believe, a useful notion. A crime must be more than incompetence. We must acknowledge that in the area of criminal law, good intentions do count. The criminal code must punish wickedness, not mistakes. To do otherwise would be to call us all criminals. And yet I do not believe that justice has been served. The mistakes in this case were so grievous, and their consequences so profound, that they cry for atonement. There is nothing that can undo the events of May 13. There is nothing that can make the world whole once again. There is no grand jury, no court, no commission that can restore those children to life. The night we spoke with Jim Bergheyer, I had a dream that he and I were lifeguards and that someone had run to us with the news that a man had drowned. Swiftly we put a boat in the water and began to search for the victim. Minutes passed, and then more. After 20 minutes we knew the man must be dead, but still we went on searching. We knew it was hopeless, but we could not bring ourselves to stop. We could not give up. The man was dead, but still we had to try to save him. We told ourselves there must be something we could do. Again and again we probed the icy waters with long poles. We were still searching when the alarm woke me up. Second epilogue, 2013. Birdie's story. He is no longer Birdie Africa. He has not been since the day his father showed up at his hospital bed to take him home, a home that no longer meant eating raw meat, sleeping in the winter air to the sound of loudspeakers, living in a world of violence, confrontation, and death. He is Michael Moses Ward, and for nearly 20 years he has lived a quiet and mostly unremarkable life. He is a compact man, his hair cropped close. Yet as he begins to tell his story, there is much about him that is still familiar. The shy smile. The soft voice. The scars. It is 2007, and we are interviewing him for a documentary. Since the fire, he has spoken little about his life in Move. Now he is ready to tell his story, or, rather, the story of the boy he used to be, Birdie Africa. His earliest memories are of Move. His mother Randi joined when he was no more than 2 years old. Birdie can be seen briefly in an early documentary about Move. Barely out of infancy, he is in a yard with other Move children, naked and in dreadlocks, chanting slogans and doing calisthenics. He still remembers the house on Powelton Avenue, the barren walls and floors, the open windows covered with wooden slats, the muddy yard, the rats, the dogs. None of it seemed strange at the time, of course. It was his life. When he was about 3 years old, he remembers, the children himself, Phil, Tommaso, Melissa, Tree, Netta, and David were sent to Move's house in Richmond, Virginia, under the care of 2 adults, Sharon and Valerie. Like the Powelton house, it had no furniture and everyone slept on blankets on the floor. Bertie's life continued more or less as it had been. His mother, Rhonda, joined them a few months later, but the reunion didn't last long. She was arrested and soon afterward, Bertie and the other children went to a foster home. He was still with Tree and Melissa, but everything else about his life was suddenly different. They were living with other foster kids, all of them sleeping in bunk beds. At mealtimes, the food was cooked. Perhaps for the first time, he began to understand what it meant to be different. He was interested in what the other kids did, he says, but he wasn't jealous or envious. He and the other Move kids stuck to their ways. They refused to eat the cooked food. They didn't play with the toys. And they were too young to go to school. Mostly, he says, he just wanted to go home. When Sharon and Valerie won back custody of the kids a few months later, he was happy to return to the life he'd known. And then they were all back in Philadelphia. It was not long after the Powelton confrontation, and many of the adults had been arrested. Those who were still free had begun to converge at Laverne Sims's row house in North Philadelphia. Laverne, one of Vincent's two sisters, has described herself as a Move supporter but not a member, and she lived a conventional lifestyle. Despite Move's presence, Bertie found himself once again living in a house with beds and furniture. The organization had been deeply scarred by the Powelton confrontation. If such a thing was possible, it was even more strident, more apocalyptic, more uncompromising. Its headquarters had been razed, its leaders including Vincent imprisoned. By now, Bertie was reaching an age where he could begin to make sense of the doings of the adults. He remembers the day Vincent arrived at the house after his acquittal. The adults threw a party for the occasion, he recalls. Move supporters gathered outside the house. The kids were kept separate, they weren't allowed to interact with the adults. He remembers being outside, playing, when the man called John Africa showed up. It was the first time Bertie met him. Bertie had heard of John Africa, of course. But there was another figure who was even more legendary in the eyes of the kids. Delbert Africa is really the one everybody talked about. He was my hero. The way he fought with the cops, how they beat him up and everything like that, to me was just like a big hero. They always showed us his pictures in the paper and things that happened. Back then I thought he was actually our leader, not John Africa. He was this mythical figure. You know, as kids, when you play this person or that person, we'd always fight over who played Delbert Africa. Bertie did remember Delbert from his days in Powelton. Frank and Delbert had been close, and Bertie believed that Frank, who was married to Rhonda, was his father. He saw Frank and Delbert as the true leaders of the group. They were the ones up front against the cops and everything. A few weeks after Vincent's triumphant return, the group was on the move again, this time to Vincent's sister Louise's house on Osage Avenue. By then, his following had been considerably diminished. Jerry Ford Africa and Don Glassy had also been freed. But most of the core group of Move members were in jail. As some of them were released one by one in the years that followed, many came to live in the house on Osage. Bertie was reunited with his mother and Frank. He remembers happy times. Back then, John Africa was all right. He would make toys out of wood for us and things like that. We would go to the park all the time and swim. We had animals, dogs. So it was basically a big type of family. It was no longer a family that lived in isolation, cut off from the world by barricades. The kids could see the other children on the block going to school, playing games, living a different life. But now the Move kids felt something more than mild curiosity about how the others lived. They began to see what they didn't have. And they wanted it. We would try to sneak out to play with the other kids, he recalls. The other kids in the neighborhood would tell them stories they'd heard about Move, that they were dirty, that they ate animals. But before long all of them were playing together and the differences were ignored. Among the Move kids and neighborhood children, everyone was treated the same, he says. The more Birdie and the other Move kids interacted with the outside world, the more they were drawn to it. That's when we started hearing music and things like that, he recalls. We'd play in the alleyways with other kids. Or sneak around down to the end. They would give us little cars or candy and things, because we never had that stuff. And the more the kids saw of this larger world, the less they liked their own. The older us kids got, we didn't want to be in Move. As you grow older, I guess, you see other kids having fun, the way they're living, and you start to realize it's not normal, you know? It just wasn't fun anymore. I was starting to realize things, and I just didn't like it. I didn't like him either. The kids longed to be like their friends in the neighborhood. They wanted to play with toys. They wanted to go to school. The kids took the toys the neighborhood children had given them and hid them around the house. Outside the house, they'd put on backpacks and pretend they were going to school. We wanted, like, a normal life. Nor could the kids ignore Move's growing conflict with the city and the neighbors. John Africa became less and less visible, mostly staying out of sight in an upstairs room. The adults held their meetings in his room. Some kids would be invited in, but not Birdie. After a while, all the kids were banned from the room. About a year before the 1985 confrontation, Birdie and the other kids decided to run away. At the time, they were living in another Move house in Philadelphia. Tree had found a pair of scissors. The kids cut each other's hair and slipped out of the house. They got perhaps a half a block away before the adults caught them. The kids were marched back to the Osage house. The adults held a meeting, threatening the kids with punishment. At some point the adults were all called upstairs into John Africa's room, and later emerged with him to continue the meeting. During the meeting, Frank punched Birdie in the jaw, knocking him unconscious. The escape attempt marked a turning point in the kids' relationship with the adults. Outside the house, the adults started keeping a closer eye on them. They were taken to Cobbs Creek Park, but were no longer allowed to play with the other kids in the neighborhood. They saw little of John Africa after that, as he remained locked in his room. But his presence was felt. For Birdie, one punishment was even more painful than the beating he'd received from Frank. John Africa had told his mother not to speak to Birdie or have anything to do with him. I was real attached to my mom, but every time I did something they perceived was wrong, I wasn't allowed to talk to her or be around her. From then until the confrontation, Birdie and his mother saw little of each other. After that, he says, things just started getting weird, I guess. I don't know. Downhill from there. After a while, me and my mom wasn't that close. But I was really close with Rad. And Rad died. So I guess that's kind of what made me who I am today. I don't really get attached to people. Birdie and the other kids knew all about the Powelton confrontation, of course, some of them had lived through it. They understood that confrontation between Move and the lifestyle, and in particular, the Philadelphia Police Department, was an everyday part of their life, and that it would no doubt erupt in violence again. When the grown-ups started boarding up the house, Birdie knew a confrontation was imminent. Other incidents also pointed to the coming conflict. We had a house in Chester. We used to go back and forth with Alonzo, and the cops would stop and beat him up a couple of times. The cops were following us around and things started going down from there. The kids knew something was going to happen, but it wasn't like we were scared or anything. It was kind of exciting at first. As the months wore on, he says, Don Glassy was at the house a lot, meeting with the others. That's when they started building the bunkers. That's when we started being on the roof a lot instead of in the house summer and winter time. It was cold. Blanket and us kids, we all slept together, huddled up together. They would stack up wooden pallets and stretch blankets across to make a sort of tent. Sometimes Frank or Rad would sleep on the roof with them, other times the kids slept by themselves. Meanwhile, Move was preparing the house for an assault. They began reinforcing the glassed-in sun porch. We built a bunker with railroad ties. We used to find metal and nail metal to it. And for the sea out it was thick glass. They also fortified the upstairs windows with more railroad ties. And work began on 2 bunkers on the roof. The night before the confrontation, the adults tried to prepare the kids for what was coming. They held a meeting, showing newspaper stories of the Powelton confrontation and the assault on Delbert. Some of the kids, in turn, reported that they'd been seeing things in the night like demons. So they had a meeting on that, people seeing demons. That night, the kids and adults went to sleep together upstairs. Despite the commotion and worry, Bertie slept soundly. Early the next morning, he woke up hearing Somber's voice on a loudspeaker, demanding move, surrender. The adults roused the kids and hurried them into the basement. As they went, they could hear the water blasting into the house. In the basement, he remembers seeing the street-level windows blown out and water pouring in, flooding the floor. Tear gas was filling the air. A row of buckets had been lined up, each was filled with water and had a blanket soaking in it. The kids were told to wrap the wet blankets around their heads to protect themselves from the tear gas. The basement was in the front of the house. In the rear was the garage, at the same level but separated by a concrete firewall. A hatch had been cut into the firewall. Once the kids had their blankets, they and several of the adults climbed through the hatch into the garage. The interior of the garage was dry and cool, fortified with more railroad ties. On the end of the garage facing the alley, the garage door had been replaced by more fortifications. In it was a hinged trapdoor about waist high and 2 feet on a side that was closed and bolted shut from the inside. Once they'd climbed through to the garage and closed the basement hatch behind them, the garage was pitch black. They arranged themselves along the front wall of the garage away from where the garage door would be and waited, their heads wrapped in dripping blankets. Through the walls, they could hear explosions and gunfire. From time to time, the hatch to the basement opened as grown-ups came and went. From this point on, Michael's recollections are highly detailed, yet confusing and incomplete. Hiding in the garage, in the dark, as the day wore on, it was difficult to know how much time passed and what precisely was going on in the rest of the house. It is, perhaps, best to let Michael tell the story from here in his own words, in the transcript of our interview with him, which we've edited slightly for clarity. After a while you hear a big thing and the whole house shook. Then after a while you could hear the wood burning and smoke coming through. So it just started going downhill from there. So after the big explosion, then everybody came into the garage at that point? I can't say everybody made it, but those who did were in the garage. So who was in the garage at that point that you know of? My mother, Rhonda, Teresa, Ramona. I thought Rad was still in there. Raymond, Phil, Tommaso, Melissa, and what's her name? Well, we called her Netta. How about Frank? I don't think he was in there, at that time. How about John Africa? I don't think he was in there at that time either. Did anybody say where they were or what? No. So this group sort of gathers in the... Well, basically we was trying before that, we were trying to get out of the garage, and that's when the gunfire was still going on and off, and I remember basically Rad was trying to get the kids out. That's when everybody was yelling, "We're coming out, we're coming out." They were trying to get us kids out of there and the police wouldn't let us get out. So that was before the bomb was dropped? Right. Before the bomb was dropped, you heard the police guns firing at the garage and throughout the house, and you heard a lot of little bangs going on around the house, and after a while people started, the police were telling to let the kids out. I don't know, the adults started yelling, "The kids are coming out, the kids are coming out." So we kept trying to get through that little trapdoor, and every time there was gunfire around, so we couldn't get out. And they tried about 3 times, I'm not sure, to let us out. Did you go outside at that point? No, they wouldn't let us. Rad, the first time, Rad has Tommaso and he was trying to get out cause he was there facilitating the kids to come out him, Ramona and my mother were trying to get us kids out of there, and every time they did that, the gunfire would start up and everything. And that's when they had it open a little bit, yelling, "The kids are coming out, we're coming out." And they wouldn't let us out. So they relatched the thing up, and then after that, maybe like an hour or so after that, that's when you hear the big bang, and we were still in there. We didn't try to get out then because we didn't know what was going on. Then all of a sudden, the garage started filling up with smoke, and you can hear it getting real hot and steamy in there, and I guess everything was burning down around us, so you could hear it crackling. But then, I believe it was Rad and Ramona, they unlatched the thing and Ramona went outside first. I believe it was Ramona. I don't know if Rad was there at that time. I don't know what happened to him because I haven't. I stopped hearing his voice. But I remember Ramona went out first and they started trying to get the kids out. I just remember everyone crawling over each other. I don't even know how I got out of there. It's just like a blank. I was out of there. I know my mom was pushing me and Phil out of there. So we got through there, me, Phil and Tree. That's what I remember. Was through there and my mom got out. I believe she got out. She had Tommaso at that time, I believe. As we were running, you just saw everything burning down. The tree was burning down, falling on us. But we had a thing we built for cats so they could walk up the alleyway, and we could climb on it too. Ramona went up there first. Then it was Tree and Phil followed them and she helped them up. Then I tried to go up there and it broke on me and I fell back down. So I turned around and ran down the big alleyway and I got down there pretty much halfway and I hear Ramona telling me to come up, so I went to climb up there and she tried to help me. She put out her hand and I grabbed it and she was trying to pull me up. And that's when I fell and I hit the ground. I guess I fainted or whatever, blacked out, I don't know. Then when I woke up, I remember, there was like a puddle, the bottom of the thing was flooded and I heard. Well, when I woke up I was like in water, half of my body was in water. And I got up and I went to run back up towards the fire, cause I was trying to go with my mom. Then I heard these two policemen could see me and I heard them yelling, "Come here, get over here, get over here." And I ran back the other way. That's when they had their guns drawn out and they were like, "Get over here, get over here." So I hesitated, but then I ran over to them. One grabbed me there and they picked me up under my shoulders and ran me to a van. So I was sitting in the van and you could see the smoke and fire and lights and whatnot. You could tell it was a big fire. I was screaming, "I want my mom. I want my mom," and things like that. Then after a while, I believe, they took me to a hospital. Some of that is foggy, I don't really remember that. Once I was in the hospital, they gave me water, then they shot me up, gave me medications, and I don't remember pretty much after that. As we listened to Michael tell his story, we realized that this was something new because he was placing the first escape attempt before the bomb was dropped. In all of the years and all of the investigations since 1985, the debate, questions, and discussion about the events in the back alley had focused on what had happened after the bomb had been dropped and the house caught on fire. But was it possible that everyone, the MOVE Commission, the grand jury, and ourselves had been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the first escape attempt had happened much earlier during the protracted gun battle earlier in the day? What if, in the midst of that battle, someone saw movement at the hatch in the garage and assumed it was a threat? What if they'd mistaken Conrad, perhaps holding a monkey wrench as he started to make his way out of the hatch, as a sniper and opened fire? And what if that was the gunfire that made the people in the garage afraid to try another escape until the very end, when it was too late? Michael's account is compelling. But it is not entirely consistent with other evidence, including the deposition he himself gave to the MOVE Commission in 1985. In that deposition, he said that the police gunfire happened during the final escape attempt in the evening after the bomb had been dropped and minutes before his mother pushed him through the hatch. That's when the big bomb went off. Did you hear the big bomb? It shook the whole house up. And then they told us to go out, and we said we ain't want to go out, we wanted to be with them. And then they said, we'll see you, and then we was going out and Rad was taking Tommaso out. Then the cops started shooting again. Then they locked the thing up and waited for a while, and then the fire got real, all that smoke started coming in and you could hear the stuff dropping upstairs. And then that's when they started hollering things and said, kids coming out and stuff. Where did Mona go? Mona, she was putting Phil and Tree up in the alley. She was putting Phil and Tree in the alley. Yeah, and then she told them to keep running. And then she tried to get me, and I didn't make it. And then I fell, and then I was running again, and I tried to climb up the wall part, and that's when I fell. It is tempting to believe Michael's later account. The details are compelling and he has no reason to lie. He is not a defender of Move. And it offers a way to reconcile many of the conflicting accounts of the events of the back alley. But it all depends on the timing, and timing has always been one of the most problematic parts of this entire story. Cops who were involved in the assaults on the house said that minutes seemed like hours. Mayor Good's timeline for his actions after the bomb was dropped was confused and ultimately proven to be incorrect. And Michael was hiding in a pitch-black basement, cut off from the world, with nothing to mark the passage of time, no watch, no meals, no news reports. Was the timeline as clear as he remembered it? Later in the interview, we returned to these events and asked him to recall them again. There was gunfire outside. See, y'all are saying there was a big pause, during the fire, when we in the basement. I don't remember that. I don't remember no big pauses. Well, but Mike, was there a big pause between the gunfight early on and later in the day before the bombing? Yeah, there was. Right before the bombing, there was a pause in that. So there was kind of a lull between when you tried to get out the first time and when the bomb was dropped? No. During the day, in the morning, is when everything broke out. There was gunfire, but I don't believe we tried to get out then. There was a lull in it, but around. I guess the police were still dropping bombs in the front, because I remember one time Rad came out and told my mom, they got some mean bombs. You would hear little bangs here and there, but it wasn't. During the back it wasn't that much gunfire. Most of the activity was up front. Then there was like a lull, like it was kind of quiet outside and nothing was going on. But I believe at that time, I think the police were telling to let the kids out. I'm not that sure. I believe that happened for like a couple of hours into the afternoon or evening, and that's when the gunfire started happening again, and that's when we were yelling we were trying to come out. And since all this happened before the fire, the gunfire you heard the first time you tried to get out, it couldn't have been. It was coming from the back. It was coming from the back, and it couldn't have been exploding glass. No. Or transformers, because there was no fire. Right. It was like quiet or whatever, and then I remember Rad opening the thing up and then they told us to yell, the kids are coming out. We're coming out. And as soon as he opened the thing you heard like a pow. They started shooting and that lasted for a while. So he closed it again and we tried it 2 more times and you would hear gunfire again. So then they just gave up on that. Here again, the timing becomes problematic. Michael's recollections seem to put this first attempt before the bomb fell but after the morning gun battle. Yet there's no evidence of gunfire after the morning operations. If 3 separate incidents of shooting had occurred, in close succession, in the middle of the lull, it almost certainly would have been reported and remembered. Which leaves the most likely time to be, perhaps, sometime toward the end of the morning gun battle, perhaps around noon, as members of insertion team A huddled in the alley, having blown out the floor joists of 6223, just west of the Move house. That's when a radio reported a sniper with a rifle, and when Frank Powell heard the voices of women and children coming through a drain pipe. Perhaps what he heard, but did not understand, were cries for help. Ramona Africa, the only other survivor of the fire, declined our request for an interview. But she has provided an account of the escape as well in a lengthy YouTube interview. It is worth hearing what she said in her own words. Now we're all in the basement, and there was a lull between the shooting and the time they dropped the bomb. We didn't know what was going on, we were just maintaining our position. And they dropped the bomb, and we didn't know specifically that it was a bomb. We heard like the explosion and the house, shook, but, it didn't occur to us that they had dropped a bomb. But pretty quickly it didn't take long, it got smokier and smokier in the basement. And at first we thought it was the tear gas, but as it got thicker, it was becoming clear that this was something else happening here, this wasn't just tear gas. And it started getting hot in there, it started getting really hot. And then we could hear like crackling, and we looked and we could see the trees outside of our home on fire. So we knew that the house was on fire at that point. And we immediately tried to get our children, our animals, ourselves out of that burning building. We were hollering that we were coming out, the kids were hollering that they were coming out, but the instant that we could be seen coming from the house, the instant we could be seen by cops, they immediately started shooting, trying to prevent anybody from, coming out of that house. We were forced back in at least twice, that I clearly, recollect, at least twice. Then, like the third time, I believe it was, it's like you're in a position where you're either going to choke to death and burn alive, or you could, possibly been shot to death. So, we tried, to get out again. And at that point I was successful and I was able to get a little boy, Birdie, out. We are the only two survivors. Everybody else was right behind us, but, apparently didn't make it out. Or made it out and were shot and somehow got back into the building. Point 1. This account adds to our perplexity. Ramona puts the shooting incident after the bombing and right before the final escape attempt, consistent with Michael's 1985 deposition. Her account differs from our interview with Michael not only in the timing of the first escape but in a few other particulars. She remembers getting Birdie out of the building. Michael says it was his mother. She says that she got out first, then Birdie, followed by Phil and Tree behind him. Michael remembers the two other children ahead of him on the catwalk. They reached the elevated sidewalk where Ramona was standing. So what actually happened? When we wrote the book, we were confident that there was no evidence of police gunfire in the back alley that prevented the kids and others from escaping. There were too many witnesses and too much evidence to cover it up. Taking Michael's recollections into account, we find ourselves less confident, though still not convinced that there was shooting. If the incident happens the way Michael remembers, surely there would be evidence, if not witnesses, then radio transcripts or journalists reporting the eruption of gunfire in the midst of an afternoon lull. And given the opportunity to accuse the police of shooting during that final escape, Michael declined to do so. Like so many of the stories that make up the larger story of the MOVE confrontation, this one ends with a question mark. Notes. Chapter 1, the primary source of material for this and other chapters related to the events of May 13, 1985, was the evidence collected by the Philadelphia Special Investigating Commission, now maintained by the Urban Archives Department at Temple University, Philadelphia. Additional material was collected from the news reports, videotapes, and interviews. Chapter 2, information on the history of Cobbs Creek came from historical sources and interviews with current and former residents of the neighborhood. Information about Louise James and Frank James came from news reports and Mrs. James's testimony before the MOVE Commission. Chapter 3, a key source of material on the origins of MOVE and the background of Vincent Liefert was an article appearing in the Philadelphia Inquirer's Sunday supplement in 1986, entitled Who Was John Africa? It was supplemented by additional material from news reports and interviews of MOVE members and former residents of Powelton Avenue. Chapters 4 and 5, sources included testimony given to the MOVE Commission, law enforcement files provided to the MOVE Commission, eyewitnesses to the confrontation, and news reports. Chapters 6 through 8, most of the material in these chapters came from MOVE Commission files and testimony as well as interviews with police officers, neighbors, and MOVE members. Chapters 9 through 11, again, the MOVE Commission files and testimony were the primary sources of material. Additional sources included news reports and interviews. Chapters 12 and 13, sources included the MOVE Commission files, news reports, and interviews, and an interview with Emerson Moran, who served as the communications officer of the Commission, attended the deliberations, and wrote an article on them for Philadelphia Magazine. Second epilogue, 2013, the interview with Ramona Africa can be found on YouTube, May 13, 1985 remembered. Angola 3 News. www.youtube.com/watch?v=8kpm voxrks. Appendix A. Final report of the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission. Findings and conclusions. 1. By the early 1980s, MOVE had evolved into an authoritarian, violence-threatening cult. John Africa and his followers in the 1980s came to reject and to place themselves above the laws, customs, and social contracts of society. They threatened violence to anyone who would attempt to enforce normal societal rules. They believed that only the laws of John Africa need be obeyed. The members of MOVE saw themselves as the target of persistent harassment by regulatory agencies, unjust treatment by the courts, and periodic violent attempts to be suppressed by the police. John Africa and his followers believed that a catastrophic confrontation with the system was necessary, if not inevitable, because of the campaign by the system to force MOVE to conform to society's rules. MOVE's last campaign for confrontation began in the fall of 1983, and was predicated on the unconditional demand that all imprisoned MOVE members be released, and that harassment of MOVE by city officials cease. The stridency and extremism of individual MOVE members escalated during the first years of the Good administration. 2. The residents of 6221 Osage Avenue were armed and dangerous, and used threats, abuse, and intimidation to terrify their neighbors and to bring about confrontation with city government. The death of Officer Ramp and the wounding of many police and firefighters in the 1978 clash confirmed that MOVE members would use deadly force when confronted. On Osage Avenue, the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue committed violent acts against their own neighbors and threatened violence against public officials and private citizens in a manner which was intended to shock and intimidate both the general population and the city's officials. MOVE's deliberate use of terror included the intentional violation of the basic rights of those living in the Osage Avenue neighborhood. This was achieved by both verbal and physical assaults upon targeted individuals living in the neighborhood. The periodic broadcast over outdoor loudspeakers of profane harangues against the government and threats of violence against public officials. The public acclaiming by MOVE of the 1978 death of Officer Ramp and the repeated threat that, if the police come to 6221 Osage Avenue, we'll put a bullet in your motherfucking heads. The prominent fortification of an ordinary row house. The aggressive display of a weapon by a hooded man at midday in a normally peaceful neighborhood. The compelling domination of the neighborhood by MOVE's rooftop bunker, which, by itself, became a commanding public notice of imminent confrontation. Through this use of terror, MOVE, in some respects, held Osage Avenue hostage for nearly 2 years. During that period, the city's leadership chose not to secure the neighborhood's release, and, instead, drifted toward the confrontation that MOVE had declared was preordained. 3. Mayor Good's policy toward MOVE was one of appeasement, non-confrontation, and avoidance. The Good administration assumed that any attempt to enforce the law would end in violence. MOVE-related issues thus became too hot to handle, and the administration pursued a do-nothing and say-nothing policy. Avoidance of the problem was so pervasive that city officials did not even discuss the issue among themselves. The mayor attempted to mollify neighbors with claims that a proper legal basis for action was being sought, and with superficial actions that were designed to diffuse neighborhood frustrations without addressing the crux of the problem. With this policy of benign avoidance, the mayor hoped that the problem might dissipate on its own, particularly, that MOVE would weary of unanswered challenges, modulate their confrontational behavior and slash or relocate. To a great extent, then, MOVE effectively paralyzed the normal functioning of city government, as it applied to MOVE and to the Osage neighborhood. For the managing director and the city's department heads failed to take any effective action on their own and, in fact, ordered their subordinates to refrain from taking action to deal meaningfully with the problem on Osage Avenue. As early as March 1984, the mayor treated the problem on Osage Avenue as a police matter. The mayor assigned the responsibility of monitoring the problem to the managing director, who was to be his eyes on things out there through the police department. In May of 1984, Managing Director Brooks instructed his task force that MOVE is not an issue for this group, it is a police matter. The Osage Avenue situation was never raised prior to May 13 in any of the weekly commissioner meetings during the Good administration. The commissioners of licenses and inspections, human services, water, and health each adopted, without question, this hands-off attitude. Not a single city commissioner ever questioned the mayor or the managing director about the rationale for this policy. 5. The city administration discounted negotiation as a method of resolving the problem. Any attempted negotiations were haphazard and uncoordinated. The city's experience with MOVE in 1978, and MOVE's insistence on making release of its members from jail the sole basis for negotiation in 1985, promoted a view that rational discussion and compromise were impossible. Because the situation was believed to be inherently volatile, with no hope of acceptable compromise, it was thought that active negotiation would accelerate rather than postpone an ultimate confrontation. All occasions on which the mayor met with MOVE were instigated by MOVE members or sympathizers and were held for the sole purpose of airing MOVE's grievances. The mayor's posture was to listen, but not act. Formal and informal city groups chartered to deal with these kinds of problems were rebuffed and discouraged by the administration from mediating or otherwise offering their services. Into this vacuum stepped a number of community mediators with no active mandate from the city administration. 6. In the first several months of his administration, the mayor was presented with compelling evidence that his policy of appeasement, non-confrontation, and avoidance was doomed to fail. In March of 1984, the mayor and the managing director were briefed thoroughly by the police commissioner and told the following: that, since late summer, 1983, the alley behind the MOVE house was blocked by fencing. That MOVE was barricading its house, including putting slats on all the windows. That a bullhorn had been affixed to the front of the home and was being used to harangue and threaten the neighbors. That construction material was visible on the roof. That since Christmas, 1983, MOVE had been in a self-proclaimed confrontation with the city. In May, 1984, a hooded MOVE member appeared on the roof of 6221 Osage Avenue brandishing a shotgun. On Memorial Day and the 4th of July, 1984, the mayor met with Osage neighbors who gave him a detailed and emotional report of the difficulties of living on Osage Avenue and told him the city's response was inadequate. In the summer of 1984, the mayor met with Louise James and learned that John Africa and Frank James had become increasingly violent and intransigent. She told the mayor that the failures of MOVE to obtain the release from prison of its members had provoked a sense of desperation in the MOVE leadership. 7. In the summer of 1984, the mayor was told that the legal basis existed at that time to act against certain MOVE members. Yet, the mayor held back, and continued to follow his policy of avoidance and non-confrontation. The mayor requested and was provided in July, 1984, with a detailed analysis of the possible legal grounds for taking action against some of the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue. The mayor was also informed that delay in acting would cause the problem to grow worse, providing MOVE with the opportunity to become better fortified, attracting media attention to the area and provoking greater tension among the neighbors. The mayor and the police believed that MOVE would provoke a violent confrontation on August 8, 1984. The police, at the mayor's direction, were prepared that day to execute a reactive plan designed to remove the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue from the house, thereby eliminating MOVE's presence in the community. The confrontation never took place, and the mayor believed the threat posed by MOVE had eased. He took no further action, nor was any recommended to him by either the police commissioner or the district attorney, until April, 1985. 8. From the fall of 1984, to the spring of 1985, the city's policy of appeasement conceded to the residents of 6221 Osage Avenue the continued right to exist above the law. The construction of the rooftop bunker in October, 1984, was unchallenged by the Department of Licenses and Inspections, despite the obvious violation of city building codes. By permitting the fortification of the rooftop, the city granted to the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue a critical tactical advantage over the 6200 block of Osage Avenue and over the police. Other areas of deliberate, selective non-enforcement of the law by government included: the alley behind the 6200 block of Osage Avenue remained blockaded by fencing erected by MOVE. Neither licenses and inspections nor the streets department ever accepted jurisdiction over the obstructing of this public alleyway. Unpaid water, gas, and electric bills were allowed to accumulate without service being interrupted as police refused to provide assistance to meter readers and revenue collectors. The children of MOVE adults remained out of school in flagrant violation of truancy laws. The health department refused to act on continuing complaints from the neighborhood of insects, rats, open garbage and animals running loose at 6221 Osage Avenue. The policy of appeasement produced a rule of silence in City Hall, where information on the Osage Avenue situation was not disseminated and where city officials knowledgeable about the problems chose not to speak of them. 9. More than any other factor, intensified pressure from the residents of Osage Avenue forced the mayor to abandon his policy of non-confrontation and avoidance, and to devise a strategy for resolving the problem quickly. By the end of April, 1985, the Osage Avenue neighbors were so intimidated by MOVE's increasing belligerence and so frustrated by the city's inaction that they sought help from outside, appealing to the governor and expressing their grievances to the media. The mayor and the police responded to this new pressure, and, in the first week of May, began to design a strategy of action. This strategy relied on the same legal basis that existed in June, 1984, but which had not been acted upon. This strategy, formulated by the mayor, had three components: a. To arrest as many MOVE members as possible on minor criminal charges, some pre-existing, some new. b. To remove, during the arrest process, all the inhabitants from 6221 Osage Ave, including non-criminal violators and children. c. To prevent MOVE members from reoccupying the house. The city solicitor and her deputy suspected that outright seizure of the MOVE house after the arrests were made would be illegal. As a result, the city solicitor was prepared for the city to be sued if this action was carried out. The mayor held little hope that MOVE would vacate the house voluntarily or even permit a court-ordered search of the premises. The mayor's strategy, accordingly, presupposed the use of police force. During the week preceding the confrontation, the mayor, in meetings with top officials, discussed the fact that bloodshed, and even death, was likely. 10. The mayor instructed the police commissioner to prepare and execute a tactical plan, under the supervision of the managing director. The managing director failed in that responsibility, and the mayor allowed the police commissioner to proceed on his own. On Tuesday, May 7, 1985, the mayor, in a meeting with the city's highest legal and law enforcement officials, directed the police commissioner to prepare and carry out a tactical police operation against 6221 Osage Avenue. At that meeting, the mayor explicitly gave the managing director supervisory responsibility for the development of the police plan. He was ordered to keep informed of the planning process, to evaluate the plan's viability and to report to the mayor. The managing director, however, did nothing. He was not in his office on May 8, and left town on personal business on May 9. He did not return to the city until the night of Sunday, May 12, at which time the Osage neighborhood had been evacuated, in anticipation of the next morning's action. The police commissioner neither sought out the absent managing director, nor did he believe he was required to do so. In the meantime, he proceeded through the final stages of preparation with complete independence, though he twice advised the mayor of his department's progress during that weekend. 11. The police commissioner chose as his planners the head of the bomb disposal unit, a sergeant from the pistol range and a uniformed patrolman. In so doing, he excluded from the formulation of the plan the entire police department command structure and other available expertise. The decision to entrust an undertaking of this magnitude and delicacy to first-line operations supervisors and uniformed patrolmen was irresponsible. As a result, the operation was deprived of a breadth of practical knowledge and technical expertise at a critical stage of the planning process. The planners designated by the police commissioner lacked sufficient knowledge and technical background to evaluate properly various alternatives to the operation. The central role played by the head of the bomb squad invited the operation's reliance on explosives. No serious effort was made by the police commissioner or his planners to explore alternative solutions or tactics with outside agencies or experts. Contacts with the FBI and the U.S. Treasury Department were cursory. No official attempt was made to draw on the resources of these agencies. Other city agencies possessing specialized knowledge of MOVE and 6221 Osage Avenue were not consulted by the planners, nor were their views sought. 12. As a result of the police commissioner's orders, the three officers responsible for developing the tactical plan did so hastily and without sufficient information or adequate intelligence. The mayor, the managing director and the police commissioner neither sought nor received from these men a written tactical plan. A critique of the 1978 confrontation, which had been prepared by the police department's highest-ranking officers, was never reviewed by the 1985 planners. Despite the city's experience with MOVE in 1978, and despite the resurgence of MOVE on Osage Avenue in the early 1980s, the police did nothing to establish the means for the systematic collection, analysis, and dissemination of intelligence information regarding MOVE and its members. Much of the intelligence which was acted upon by the planners was insufficient, inaccurate, or misleading. For example, the extent of the house's interior fortification was underestimated. Police believed MOVE was prepared to escape through tunnels carved out under the neighborhood. None existed. Gasoline was known to the mayor and some officers to be stored on the roof of 6221 Osage Avenue. The planners did not know this. Though a 24-hour surveillance on the MOVE house was warranted by April 30, 1985, none began until late on the afternoon of May 9. The police commissioner never passed on to the planners the mayor's direction to him to take his time in devising the tactical plan. Instead, the planners operated on a crash basis. Months after the assault, the pistol range sergeant produced a 2-page undated document he claimed was the written tactical plan. He said it was available to his superiors prior to May 13. The police commanders, up to and including the commissioner, as well as the mayor and the managing director, said they never received such a written plan, nor did they ask for one. There is no evidence to corroborate the sergeant's statement that a written plan existed before May 13. 13. The mayor, the managing director and the police commissioner specifically approved the use of explosives to blow 3-inch holes in the party walls of 6221 Osage Avenue, to allow the insertion of tear gas to induce the evacuation of the house. This plan was inadequate because of the flawed intelligence on which it was based and the haste with which it was designed. The mayor was told in advance by the managing director and by the police commissioner that the walls would be breached by explosives. The unanticipated fortification inside the first floor of 6221 Osage Avenue gave the house's occupants a protected fire base. Fire from this position forced B team to concentrate on neutralizing the interior bunker instead of forcing tear gas into the house. This diversion in itself made the police plan inoperative. The plan also relied on water from the fire department's skirt guns to dislodge the rooftop bunker, despite warnings by fire officials that the skirts were incapable of performing that task. No alternative method of removing the bunker was seriously considered by the planners. The use of a crane was dismissed by the head of the bomb squad, whose decision was accepted without question by the police commissioner. Police and fire mobile communications systems were incompatible, yet no consideration was given to coordinating the communication between police and firefighters during this complicated and life-threatening operation. The plan failed to utilize the police department's professional negotiating expertise available and trained for barricaded persons and hostage situations. There was no backup plan if the explosives and tear gas failed to drive the occupants from the house. The police planned no alternative to the assault's failure. 14 directives to remove the children from 6221 Osage Ave were unclear, poorly communicated and were not carried out. The mayor should not have permitted the planning to go forward when, on May 9, he knew that the managing director was out of town. The managing director was instructed by the mayor on May 7, 1985, to coordinate the efforts of the police department, the Department of Human Services and the Law Department to ensure that the children were removed from the house prior to the implementation of the plan. He took no action whatsoever toward achieving this, and left town the next day without even advising his staff on how to proceed. The Human Services Commissioner first learned of the city's interest in protecting the children 4 days prior to the confrontation. She responded with little interest or vigor and did not demand any information from the police regarding the protection of the children. On the evening of May 9, the city solicitor's office gave the police commissioner specific instructions to take the children from 6221 Osage Ave into protective custody at the first opportunity. Nevertheless, the city solicitor's office did not attempt to secure the legal authority to remove and detain the children until the morning of the confrontation, when it was too late. Police personnel responsible for carrying out the directive had conflicting impressions about when they were to detain the children, where the children could safely be retrieved, and which children were subject to the directive. 15. The mayor's failure to call a halt to the operation on May 12, when he knew that children were in the house, was grossly negligent and clearly risked the lives of those children. On Saturday, May 11, and Sunday, May 12, the mayor was briefed on the plan by the police commissioner and was aware that children were known to be inside the MOVE residence. Nonetheless, he authorized the commencement of the operation. No children were taken into police custody. At least 2 children, who were passengers in a car, were allowed to pass through a police barricade on the day before the evacuation of the neighborhood, with no attempt made to detain them. 16. The managing director and the police commissioner were grossly negligent and clearly risked the lives of the children by failing to take effective steps to detain them and by not forcefully recommending to the mayor that the operation be halted when they knew, the evening of May 12, that the children were in the residence. The managing director and police commissioner knew, the evening of May 12, that the mayor's order to secure the safety of the children had not and could not be accomplished before the start of the operation. These men were obligated either to tell the mayor that the plan should not proceed, or to order a halt to the operation themselves. 17. The mayor failed to perform his responsibility as the city's chief executive by not actively participating in the preparation, review, and oversight of the plan. At a meeting on May 7, the mayor rebuffed a suggestion that he be fully briefed on the plan, preferring instead to isolate himself by leaving that level of detail to his experts. The mayor's statement that he was reluctant to meddle in the affairs of his subordinates in this instance represents a striking departure from his self-proclaimed hands-on method of city management. 18. The firing of over 10,000 rounds of ammunition in under 90 minutes at a row house containing children was clearly excessive and unreasonable. The failure of those responsible for the firing to control or stop such an excessive amount of force was unconscionable. So great was the latitude given the police planners that they were allowed to augment the department's arsenal with military weapons and explosives not normally available to municipal police departments. In a period of about 90 minutes during the morning hours, the police fired at least 10,000 rounds at 6221 Osage Avenue. 32 police officers admitted to firing their weapons. One shooter acknowledged that, from his post within 50 feet of the house, he fired 1,000 rounds from his M16 semi-automatic rifle. Other weapons fired included M16s, a Browning automatic rifle, a Thompson submachine gun, 30.06 and .22 to 250 sharpshooter rifles, 2 M60 machine guns, Uzis, shotguns, and a silenced .22 caliber rifle. Found in the ruins of the move house were 2 pistols, a shotgun, and a .22 caliber rifle. The excessive gunfire was inappropriate to the force generated by move, and needlessly jeopardized the lives of the children in the house. It also placed in serious danger the lives of police officers in posts L, 2, 3, and 4, and insertion teams A and B immediately adjacent to the move residence, as well as the several hundred police and civilians who were on the Osage perimeter. 19. The members of the bomb disposal unit were not trained for their tactical assignment. Their actions on the morning of May 13 posed a high risk of death for both the police and the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue. The members of the bomb disposal unit were not experienced, trained, or proficient in the tactical use of explosives. The police commissioner compounded the BDU's incompetence by allowing the unit to operate without adequate command or control. The unit's commander was permitted to plan and mount the assault without oversight or accountability. Through the default of his superiors, the lieutenant assumed unrestricted discretion in selecting and employing explosives which were excessive under the circumstances. The bomb disposal unit violated acceptable safety standards and imperiled human life by enhancing and misapplying explosives of such force that the results were completely different than those contemplated by the assault plan. The misuse of the explosives in the morning virtually destroyed the front of 4 row houses. Once the move house was laid open by this blasting, tear gas could have been introduced into the house without blowing a hole in the roof. 20 explosives were used against the move house on the morning of May 13, 1985, which were excessive and life-threatening. The pre-shaped charges detonated on the row house's interior party walls by a team were misapplied, unacceptably dangerous, and caused destruction far in excess of what the police planners said they intended. The bomb disposal unit improvised their own powerful flashbangs which were similar to fragmentation grenades, and were capable of causing serious injury to anyone nearby when they detonated. The high explosive boosters used by B team were designed as highly potent explosives and are not acceptable as tactical weapons for police. Flashbang grenades and high explosive boosters were unsuitable for use by police positioned close to their intended targets, and put both user and target at high risk. 21 At least one agent of the Philadelphia office of the FBI made available to the Philadelphia Police Department without proper recordation by either agency substantial quantities of C4, some of which may have been incorporated in the explosive devices used on May 13, 1985. In January 1985, an agent of the FBI delivered nearly 38 pounds of C4, a powerful military plastic explosive, to the Philadelphia Police Bomb Squad. Delivery of this amount of C4 to any local police force without restrictions as to its use is inappropriate. Neither agency kept any records of the transaction. The FBI agent told the commission that he never had to keep any kind of records or anything regarding C4. Nor did the bomb squad keep any record of delivery, inventory, or use of the C4, or any other explosives under their control. Subsequent to May 13, 1985, at least one FBI agent deliberately withheld from his own superiors information concerning the unauthorized cache of the C4. As a result, officials of the FBI unwittingly furnished the commission with inaccurate and untruthful accounts of that agency's involvement in events related to May 13, 1985. Because of the absence of record keeping by the FBI and the Philadelphia Police Department, all the facts of the use of C4 on May 13 may never be known. 22 The mayor abdicated his responsibilities as a leader when, after midday, he permitted a clearly failed operation to continue which posed great risk to life and property. By 1 p.m., the police commissioner and the managing director, the mayor's commanders in the field, knew that neither water, gas, smoke, gunfire, nor explosives would force the evacuation of 6221 Osage Avenue. Yet, the managing director and the police commissioner clung to the goal of forcing the people out of the house. No one had requested or devised any contingency plan. By 4 p.m., the only direction which the mayor appears to have provided was revealed in an afternoon press conference when he said he was prepared to seize control of the house by any means necessary. 23 On May 13, the key decision makers were prevented from easily and directly contacting each other because of an inadequate communications system. The key officials at the scene could only contact each other by relaying messages along police and fire radio networks which were incompatible with one another. The police commissioner and fire commissioner could be contacted only over short-range frequencies which were not accessible to the managing director. The mayor, at City Hall, could not directly reach any of his top officials person to person at the scene by radio or telephone. The mayor could only reach the managing director, his top representative, by radio relays or a beeper system. Delays of several minutes were common in making contact. The mayor testified that at times the only information he could get from the scene came from television news reports. 24 The plan to bomb the Move house was reckless, ill-conceived and hastily approved. Dropping a bomb on an occupied row house was unconscionable and should have been rejected out of hand by the mayor, the managing director, the police commissioner and the fire commissioner. The only credible reason offered for dropping the bomb was to destroy the bunker. The mayor, the managing director, the police commissioner and the fire commissioner accepted the suggestion of an aerial attack on a Philadelphia row house known by each of them to be occupied by a large number of adults and children. By approving the bombing, each of these individuals exhibited a reckless disregard for life and property. The absence of a final warning to surrender coupled with a lack of knowledge of where the children were located in the house, underscores the recklessness of this act. The preparation and execution of the bomb attack was entrusted to the same lieutenant whose incompetence had contributed to the miscarriage of the original plan. The plan to attack from the air was doomed to fail, as well, because neither the explosives used nor the method of delivery was capable of destroying the bunker. The managing director told the mayor, in a conversation overheard by two other people, that the police would drop the explosives from a helicopter. The mayor was aware of reports of gasoline being stored on the roof and of reports of explosives being stored in the Move house. Although the mayor conceded that there existed no compelling reason to conclude the confrontation that day, he nevertheless approved a course of action which posed extreme risk to citizens, police, and firefighters. The mayor paused only 30 seconds before approving the dropping of explosives. Had he taken more time before making such a critical decision, he may have considered the presence of the children, the possibility that gas was on the roof, and the possibility that explosives were stored in the Move house. 25 The fire which destroyed the Osage neighborhood was caused by the bomb which exploded on the roof of the Move house. The fire began a millisecond after the bomb blast when friction-heated metal fragments penetrated a gas can on the roof and ignited gasoline vapors. The bomb, an improvised combination of Tobaks and C4, was dropped in an uncontrolled manner from a helicopter at 5:27 p.m., and detonated 45 seconds later. According to the Commission's explosives expert, the bomb contained substantially more C4 than was reported by the officer who constructed it. As a result, the bomb's ability to fragment wood, brick, and metal present at the point of detonation was greatly enhanced. The high-energy mix of Tobaks and C4 generated blast temperatures up to 7,200 degrees which, according to expert testimony, were hot enough to evaporate water and ignite a fire even if flammable liquids had not been present on the roof. 26 Even after the bomb exploded and ignited the fire, life and property could have been saved without endangering any of the police officers or firefighters by using the skirts to extinguish the fire on the roof while the fire was in its incipient stage. 2 Fire department skirts high-pressure water guns mounted atop movable booms were positioned on Pine Street, the street paralleling Osage Avenue. Each skirt could pump up to 1,000 gallons of water a minute over the Pine Street houses onto the Move rooftop. Throughout the day, the skirts were used to provide cover for police operations and to neutralize the effects of possible gunfire from the bunker. From 5:20 to 5:25 p.m. the skirts were turned on to protect the helicopter which was preparing to drop the bomb. After the bomb detonated at 5:27 p.m., until shortly after 6 p.m., the fire on the roof was in its incipient stage, i.e., it was just beginning to appear and was considered small by firefighter criteria, and was not spreading beyond or below the roof's surface. It was still possible to save both the building and its occupants. At any time until shortly after 6 p.m., the fire department skirts could have extinguished a fire without exposing police or firefighters to any possible danger. 27 The hasty, reckless, and irresponsible decision by the police commissioner and the fire commissioner to use the fire as a tactical weapon was unconscionable. The decision made by the police commissioner and the fire commissioner between 6:08 and 6:12 p.m. to let the fire burn constituted the use of fire as a tactical weapon. The fire commissioner advised the police commissioner that firefighters could let the bunker burn and still contain the fire at a later time. Even if this were true, the decision to let the fire burn was reckless and irresponsible. Allowing the fire to burn should have been rejected out of hand. That it was not rejected cannot be justified under any circumstances. 28 Police gunfire prevented some occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue from escaping from the burning house to the rear alley *. At least 2 adults and 4 children attempted to escape the house after it caught fire. First, a man and a boy tried to exit, but returned to the house as a result of police gunfire. Next, a woman, 3 other children and the same man fled the house. At one point all were completely free of the building. Only the woman and 1 child survived. The bodies of the others were found later in rubble within the foundation line of the house. The majority of police officers who were positioned within the alley, at either end of the alley, or overlooking the alley's interior, said they heard gunfire in the alley between 7 o'clock and 7:30 p.m. But these officers denied firing their weapons during this period. However, fire personnel and other police, including an inspector, who were outside the alley on the Osage Avenue perimeter, said they heard .22 caliber fire, as well as 1 or 2 bursts of either automatic or semi-automatic fire of a heavier caliber. In this same period, several officers with a view of the rear of 6221 Osage Avenue observed a man emerge from the building clutching a child and carrying a .22 caliber rifle. 3 officers testified they saw this man fire the rifle in the direction of police officers. Those police in a position to shoot said no police returned the man's fire. Police observed the man climb a fence in the alleyway, and then he fell back down, and was lost to view. One officer said he saw the child crawling back toward the move house. 29 5 children were killed during the confrontation on May 13, 1985. Their deaths appear to be unjustified homicides which should be investigated by a grand jury. The deaths of the 5 children were caused by one or more of a variety of injuries sustained during the May 13, 1985, confrontation. These deaths could have been caused by carbon monoxide poisoning, burns, effects of explosions and wounds from firearms ammunition. The body of one child found in the basement contained metal fragments which the FBI laboratory and the Commission's pathology expert said were consistent with .00 buckshot pellets. 36 adults also died as a result of the May 13 confrontation. Frank James Africa, Teresa Brooks Africa and Conrad Hampton Africa, all of whom died as a result of the confrontation, had arrest warrants outstanding against them. This fact was announced to them by the police commissioner in the morning and they had a legal obligation to surrender to the police at that time. Ramona Johnson Africa, who escaped from the Move residence, was also named in an arrest warrant and had a legal obligation to surrender to the police. The remaining 3 adults, Raymond Foster Africa, Rhonda Ward Africa and Vincent Leifert, for whom there were no warrants, also died as a result of the confrontation. The police commissioner did not announce that he had a search warrant for the 6221 Osage Avenue residence. Two of the adult bodies contained metal fragments which the FBI laboratory and the Commission's pathology expert said were consistent with buckshot pellets or the cores of jacketed or semi-jacketed bullets. Three other adult bodies contained other types of metal fragments thrust into them by explosions set off during the encounter. 31. The performance of the medical examiner's office was unprofessional and violated generally accepted practices for pathologists. After the fire, representatives of the medical examiner's office on Osage Avenue violated standard procedures for body recovery and identification and the gathering of evidence at a disaster scene. Though it was obvious that bodies were in the rubble of 6221 Osage Avenue, the medical examiner refused to be present until after the first body was discovered. Even after going to Osage Avenue, the pathologists in charge of the investigation failed to coordinate and control the actions of the various agencies which simultaneously were engaged in their own searches for evidence and victims. The pathologists did not follow a systematic procedure for uncovering and recording the position of each body. For example, locator stakes were not placed where each body was found, bodies were not numbered or tagged at the scene, no sequential photographic or descriptive record was made of the recovery process. As a result, there was no proper control or custody of the physical remains. The procedures used, including allowing a crane with a bucket to dig up debris and bodies, resulted in dismemberment, commingling of body parts, and the destruction of important physical and medical evidence. In the laboratory, the pathologists from the medical examiner's office violated generally accepted practices in the storage, examination, and analysis of bodies. The facility itself was unclean, and not conducive to disciplined, scientific examination. Animal bones were mixed with human remains. The bodies were improperly stored at a temperature of 56 degrees, causing accelerated deterioration and the growth of fungus and mold. Recommended storage temperature is 34 to 36 degrees. Tissue samples for toxicology tests were not taken until long after the fire, rendering them practically useless in determining the cause of death in most of the cases. The pathologists did not take lateral X-rays of the remains, although the equipment and expertise to do so was present. As a result, the pathologists failed to discover metallic fragments, including firearms ammunition, in 6 of the bodies. The medical examiner's office failed to identify 5 bodies, and incorrectly stated the number of dead adults and children. Recommendations. These recommendations are grouped in 6 categories. A. Operation of city government. B. Operation of the police department. C. Police and fire department coordination. D. Local government response to crisis situations. E. Laws and regulations. F. Disciplinary action and further investigation. A. Operation of city government. 1. Need for strategic planning process, in anticipation of possible crisis situations, such as moves apparent preparation for a violent confrontation. The mayor should institute a strategic planning process involving all relevant city agencies. A single high-ranking official, reporting directly to the mayor, should have responsibility for initiating and monitoring strategic planning and adapting it to various threatening situations. The strategic plan should seek in every way to avoid violence and should include guidelines for any tactical or operational plan which may be prepared in response to a threatening, violent incident. 2. Departmental participation in strategic planning and police determination. Members of the mayor's cabinet and commissioners of city departments should participate actively in major policy deliberations and in strategic planning. This participation should be encouraged through regular scheduling of meetings, advance distribution of agenda, preparation of post-discussion policy papers and other devices. 3. Information collection and analysis. The city should promptly establish an integrated system for the collection, analysis, and appropriate dissemination of relevant information relating to crises which affect public health, safety and welfare. The city solicitor should have an advisory role in such a system to ensure that civil liberties and rights are respected. Interdepartmental communication should be strengthened to improve operational coordination. 4. Oversight of police department. The mayor, as the city's chief law enforcement officer, and the managing director, as his deputy, must provide closer scrutiny of the police department. Particularly in police operations requiring major involvement of other city departments, the mayor must act to ensure compliance with the mayor's objectives and necessary interdepartmental coordination. A top staff aide of the mayor should be assigned as full-time liaison with the police department. 5. Counsel for police and fire departments. Both the police and fire department require increased legal assistance to guide their operations and their interactions with the public. The police department should be assigned legal counsel on a full-time basis. Similar legal assistance, at least on a part-time basis, should also be made available to the fire department. 6. Public information. The city should develop a program to ensure timely release to the media and the public of accurate information on the city's response during major incidents. 7. Possible charter revision. Careful consideration should be given to revision of the city charter, now 35 years old, directing particular attention to the role of the managing director and the practicality of the 10-department span of control now mandated by the charter. The reporting relationships of the public safety departments should also be carefully evaluated. 8. Medical Examiner's Office. The Commissioner of Health should undertake an immediate review of the Medical Examiner's Office to determine what steps should be taken to enhance the professionalism of the office and to bring its administration and operation into accord with generally accepted practices for pathologists. B. Operation of the Police Department. 9. Public Safety Board. Careful consideration should be given to the appointment by the mayor of a public safety board composed of city officials, including the mayor, managing director or appropriate deputy mayor, president of city council, city solicitor, district attorney, and perhaps 1 or 2 additional high-ranking city officials without direct public safety responsibilities. Such a board could regularly review key policies of the police and fire departments and of other departments with ancillary public safety responsibilities, directing particular attention to tactical plans for crisis situations and the balancing of public safety and civil liberty considerations. 10. Comprehensive review of the police department. The appointment of a new police commissioner provides a timely opportunity for a comprehensive review, utilizing outside experts, of the overall operations of the Philadelphia Police Department, with particular reference to coordination with other city departments, command structure, training, specialized units such as the bomb squad, professional relationships with other governmental public safety agencies, and relationships with the public. 11. Discretionary appointments. The police commissioner should be permitted to appoint 6 to 10 ranking officers without reference to civil service or residency requirements. Officers so appointed should, however, be required to conform to the existing city requirement that they become Philadelphia residents within 6 months of their appointment. 12. Review of commissioners' salaries. The current salary levels of the police commissioner, fire commissioner, and of other commissioners and members of the mayor's cabinet, should be reviewed to determine whether they are commensurate with the responsibilities and competitive with salaries paid by other major cities. 13. Police intelligence. Correlated with the city's overall strategy, the police department should develop procedures to collect, analyze, and disseminate to appropriate city officials, intelligence and information covertly obtained relative to threatened crisis incidents. The city solicitor should have, with respect to this activity, the same oversight responsibility outlined in recommendation number 3 to ensure that civil liberties are fully respected in connection with all information or intelligence collection activity. 14. Specialized training. Energetic and continuing efforts should be mounted to improve the training, particularly specialized technical and sensitivity training, provided officers of the police department. Training, on an initial and periodic refresher basis, should be required for police officers who may be engaged in crisis incidents, including those requiring specialized knowledge of firearms, intelligence gathering techniques, cultist or terrorist behavior and psychology, barricade or hostage situations. Such training should utilize not only departmental capabilities but the resources, where available, of the FBI and other appropriate governmental agencies. 15. Weapons control. The police department should develop, Document and maintain policies and procedures for the selection, use, and assignment to police officers of weapons and ammunition in crisis situations. These policies and procedures should provide explicit controls for use of any unusual police weaponry, for example .50 caliber rifles, and should annually be submitted to the mayor for his review and approval. 16. Use of explosives. The police department should develop, for approval by the mayor, a comprehensive policy statement outlining the limited circumstances under which use of explosives would be considered. This statement should prohibit offensive use of explosives except in extraordinary circumstances and unless expressly approved in writing by the mayor based on a written police department recommendation. 17. Post-incident accountability. Complementing recommendation number 15, the police department should develop policies and procedures for post-incident audit of use of firearms and of ammunition. 18. Explosives control. Procedures should be formulated for establishing and maintaining, under high-level police department supervision, a detailed register of purchase, storage, use, and disposition of explosives by type. These procedures should prohibit informal and unauthorized acquisition of explosives and should be enforced through regular and unannounced inspections. 19. Expert resources on explosives. The police department should maintain a list of agencies and individuals knowledgeable in the use of explosives to permit ready access to expert views in case of need. 20. Assignment of minority officers. Since crisis incidents may involve minorities, the police department should ensure appropriate assignment of minority police officers to the department's specialized units and their presence at the scene of incidents. C. Police and Fire Department Coordination. 2L Interdepartmental Coordinating Group. The mayor, in consultation with the police and fire commissioners, should consider forming an interdepartmental group to review and coordinate the two departments' tactical plans for responding to emergency or crisis incidents which might involve both departments. 22. Fire hazards. The fire department should review and, as necessary, improve its intelligence capabilities to ensure it is fully informed regarding the possibility of fire developing during a crisis situation. All such intelligence should be promptly communicated to the police department. Further, the fire department should position itself to respond expertly and instantly to any public request regarding existence of possible fire hazards in properties in which the police are considering the use of explosives or other unusual offensive tactics. 23. Communications. As part of an improved government-wide communications capability, the police and fire departments should ensure that they have the ability to communicate, at appropriate command levels, during a crisis. D. Local government response to crisis situations. 24. Police tactical planning. Within the framework of the city's crisis intervention strategy, the police department should prepare tactical plans for application in crisis incidents. Such tactical plans dealing, for example, with hostage or barricade situations, should be formulated through police command channels, should be documented in writing and should be regularly reviewed and updated. All tactical plans should include contingency options. The mayor should assure himself both with respect to tactical and strategic plans that all means of avoiding use of force have been considered. 25. Consultation with other experts. In preparing and monitoring its tactical plans, the police department should utilize fully the capabilities and experience of other police departments, federal and state agencies and non-governmental experts. 26. Communications network. The city should promptly establish a fail-safe communications system to link key officials at the site of an incident with a nearby command post or posts and with appropriate city officials, including the mayor, at their city hall or other offices. 27. Fire Commissioner responsibility. The fire commissioner should be made to understand clearly that it is his and his department's responsibility to fight promptly and extinguish all fires where this can be done without unduly endangering the lives of firefighters. The mayor should explicitly instruct the fire commissioner that no circumstances exist which justify permitting a fire to burn where it can be fought without undue danger to firefighters. 28. Expert panel. The city should maintain and periodically update a list of experts who could be consulted on short notice in situations involving hostages, cult groups, terrorist organizations, threatened use of explosives or other crisis situations. Appropriate city officials should maintain contact with these experts to ensure their ready availability in time of need. 29. Command responsibility. In any crisis situation, the mayor should clearly assign to one ranking official responsibility for direction of the entire operation. Laws and regulations. 30. City solicitor and court orders. The city solicitor should promptly seek court orders for appropriate relief, when necessary, to respond to a violation of a statute or ordinance or regulation presenting risk to the health and safety of any citizen. 3L. Determination of legal basis. The city solicitor, in consultation with the mayor and other city officials as directed by the mayor, should develop the legal basis of handling crisis situations so that further legal and operating steps can be taken promptly and on a consistent basis. 32. Protection of children. The relevant statutes should be amended to require the Department of Health and Human Services, with the assistance of the Police Department, to take into custody any children immediately threatened by a pending police action. The laws should direct the return of the child to his or her natural situation within a reasonable period, unless this clearly presents a danger to the child's safety. 33. Streamlining of administrative response to crisis situations. The building and zoning codes, health, truancy, and similar regulations should be carefully reviewed and modified, as appropriate, to permit, through use of citations and court powers, effective enforcement without endangering city personnel. For example, provisions should be framed to prevent carrying into a structure materials which clearly will be used to create or aggravate an illegal condition, such as modification of a building without appropriate license. Disciplinary action and further investigation. 34. Internal investigations. Internal investigations by the police and other departments, which were started and then suspended, should now be promptly resumed. These investigations should focus not only on the occurrences of May 13, 1985, but on events commencing January 1984, leading to this incident, and on events during the weeks immediately thereafter. These investigations should be directed at diagnosing operational shortcomings, instituting corrective actions, assessing individual responsibility, and initiating appropriate disciplinary action through standing procedures. 35. Task Force Review. Those city departments which played a role in the MOVE crisis and which had not already started an investigation should undertake an evaluation of the respective department's planning or lack of planning and action or inaction related to the May 13, 1985, incident. Again, the objective should be to evaluate operations, determine shortcomings, and initiate corrective action. 36. Assessment and coordination of reviews. The reports of the various investigations and reviews covered in the two preceding recommendations should be forwarded to the Managing Director for correlation and review prior to submittal to the Mayor for his analysis and as a basis for personnel actions, organizational restructuring or other actions, as the Chief Executive Officer deems appropriate. 37. Police officers and the Fifth Amendment. The Mayor and the Police Commissioner directed all police officers to cooperate with the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission by providing testimony concerning the performance of their assigned duties in connection with the May 13 incident. Public officials, including police officers, have a responsibility to describe the performance of their official duties when so ordered by their superiors. Failure to comply should be subject to discipline. If appropriate disciplinary proceedings find that adequate basis exists, the few police officers who refused to testify before the Commission and represented that they would invoke their Fifth Amendment privileges should be dismissed. 38. Law enforcement investigations. The ongoing investigations of the District Attorney and of the United States Department of Justice should proceed and should include the taking of testimony. Immunity should be used as appropriate to resolve any open factual questions, such as the full facts in the choosing, constructing, and using a bomb, and the full facts as to the nighttime events in the alley behind 6221 Osage Avenue. The taking of testimony is also necessary to resolve any issues that may arise as to possible perjurious testimony before the Commission and before any grand jury. The Commission's files will be fully available to law enforcement investigators. Appendix B. Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission. Dissenting statement of Commissioner Bruce W. Kaufman. March 6, 1986. The police use of deadly force. A majority of this commission has concluded that the police gunfire on the Move House on May 13, 1985, was clearly excessive and unreasonable, and that the failure of those responsible for the firing to control or stop such an excessive of force was unconscionable. I strongly dissent. No reasonable analysis of the police use of force on May 13 is possible without first considering the history of the MOVE organization and the circumstances that provoked the city to order 568 police officers to the scene at 6221 Osage Avenue on that day. This commission has unanimously found that MOVE was an authoritarian, violence-threatening cult. That MOVE was an armed and dangerous group whose members used threats, abuse, and intimidation to terrify their neighbors and to bring about confrontation with city government. That the death of Officer Ramp and the wounding of many police and firefighters in the 1978 clash confirmed that MOVE members would use deadly force when confronted. That MOVE publicly acclaimed its 1978 murder of police officer James Ramp and made the repeated threat that, if the police come to 6221 Osage Avenue, we'll put a bullet in your motherfucking heads. Commentary to finding number 2. That MOVE committed violent acts against own neighbors and threatened violence against public officials and private citizens. That MOVE terrorized its neighbors by an aggressive display of a weapon. That MOVE gave public notice of imminent confrontation by its construction of a rooftop bunker which gave MOVE compelling domination of the neighborhood. That MOVE plainly showed that the mayor's policy of appeasement, non-confrontation, and avoidance was doomed to fail when MOVE began barricading its house, including putting slats on all the windows. That MOVE members John Africa and Frank James had become increasingly violent and intransigent, and that there was a sense of desperation in the MOVE leadership. That MOVE made its deadly intentions unmistakable when in May 1984, a hooded MOVE member appeared on the roof of 6221 Osage Avenue brandishing a shotgun. That the fortification of the rooftop granted to the occupants of 6221 Osage Avenue a critical tactical advantage over the 6200 block of Osage Avenue and over the police. That during the week preceding the confrontation, the mayor, in meetings with top officials, discussed the fact that bloodshed, and even death, was likely. The life-threatening task of confronting this terrorist group did not fall to social workers or politicians or lawyers. This dangerous duty was assigned to the police. With the luxury of hindsight, contemplation, and analysis, and without a word of recognition for individual acts of police heroism, this commission now presumes to second-guess the actions taken under fire by those brave officers. This commission criticizes both the caliber of the weapons the police carried and the number of bullets they fired. This, to me, is unconscionable. The police did not precipitate this tragic confrontation. Nor did they make the decision to proceed despite the presence of innocent children in the house. They, at the risk of their very lives, simply acted under orders to enforce the law. The circumstances in which the police may use deadly force are clearly defined. A peace officer, or any person whom he has summoned or directed to assist him, need not retreat or desist from efforts to make a lawful arrest because of resistance or threatened resistance to the arrest. He is justified in the use of any force which he believes to be necessary to effect the arrest and of any force which he believes to be necessary to defend himself or another from bodily harm while making the arrest. However, he is justified in using deadly force only when he believes that such force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to himself or such other person, or when he believes both that such force is necessary to prevent the arrest from being defeated by resistance or escape, and the person to be arrested has committed or attempted a forcible felony or is attempting to escape and possesses a deadly weapon, or otherwise indicates that he will endanger human life or inflict serious bodily injury unless arrested without delay. 18 PACSA 508. That the police were entitled to use deadly force on May 13 is manifest. They were attempting to serve lawfully executed warrants upon persons this commission has found to be armed, dangerous, terroristic, and dedicated to provoking a violent confrontation with authority. When the police approached 6221 Osage, MOVE members announced over a loudspeaker that they would resist arrest with deadly force, that they would kill those who sought to enforce the law, and that they would not come out of the house. Immediately after, smoke and gas shells were fired into 6221 Osage, MOVE opened fire on the police. There is no credible evidence that any adult MOVE member was prevented from leaving the house voluntarily. I believe that all those who thus resisted the police on May 13 were guilty of numerous crimes, including aggravated assault, attempted murder, riot, criminal conspiracy, terroristic threats, resisting arrest, hindering apprehension, and a variety of weapons offenses. Use of deadly force in these circumstances was lawful and appropriate. The law makes clear that once ordered to serve the warrants, the police were under no obligation to retreat from resisting MOVE members. Any conclusion to the contrary would render law enforcement totally ineffective and invite similar terroristic acts in the future. Given the shots MOVE fired at police, its repeated threats of murdering police, and its prior violent history, no one can seriously question that the police had a reasonable and compelling need to defend themselves. The legal question aside, this commission's criticism is unwarranted for other reasons. The police learned a bitter and costly lesson in 1978, when MOVE murdered one officer and injured 8 other police and fire personnel. Once the mayor ordered police again to confront this armed and deadly terrorist organization in 1985, it would have been irresponsible not to take every reasonable precaution to ensure that the tragedy of 1978 was not repeated. As a result, the police rightfully sought to reduce their exposure to death or serious bodily injury. With their concentrated return of MOVE gunfire, the police successfully held the attention of those armed individuals firing from inside the heavily fortified house, while other officers attempted to carry out their orders to dislodge MOVE from its fortress through the use of water and tear gas. That this plan was poorly conceived was not the fault of the rank-and-file police officers, virtually none of whom played any role in its formulation. The police simply tried to make the best of this impossible situation imposed upon them by the city administration, and this commission has unjustly condemned them for that heroic effort. Moreover, it is apparent that the police gunfire did not result in anyone's death, but, rather, prevented any police or fire personnel from getting killed. The city's medical examiner found that those who died were not killed by gunfire, but by smoke inhalation. This commission's medical expert has testified that he cannot determine the causes of death with certainty, and, therefore, has not offered conclusive proof contradicting the medical examiner. Furthermore, Michael Ward testified that all the occupants of the house were alive when the bomb was dropped on the roof of 6221 at approximately 5:27 p.m. It is undisputed that virtually all police shooting took place long before that time. I emphasize that this commission has not found that the police were unjustified in the use of any deadly force. The majority simply concludes that 10,000 rounds were too many. While assuming the role of critic, the majority does not state how many rounds or what type of weapons would have been appropriate in the battlefield conditions MOVE had created. Would they have approved 5,000 rounds? 2,000? 500? Where would they, through hindsight, draw that arbitrary line? I refuse to join this criticism, which is grossly unfair and unwarranted. To the events in the alley at 7:30 p.m. The majority of this commission has found that Ola's gunfire prevented some occupants of 622 Osage Ave from escaping from the burning house to the rear alley. I disagree that the evidence supports such a conclusion. 2 sources supplied the commission with first-hand testimony regarding what transpired in the alley: the police in the alley, and Michael Ward. The police have testified consistently that after the bomb was dropped, they fired no shots in the alley, nor did they see or hear other people fire their weapons. Although they heard .22 caliber weapons fire, they believed these shots were fired by MOVE members. Significantly, the noise from the raging fire was so great that some police officers said that they could not hear any shots. The police also testified consistently regarding surrender attempts of those inside the house. According to the police, there was only one such attempt. Although the officers' versions vary slightly, it appears that at approximately 7:30 p.m., they saw 3 children and an adult woman leaving the house. Closely following this group was an adult male with a rifle. He fired several shots at the police, who did not return fire because of his proximity to the woman and children. The evidence to the contrary is far from sufficient to convince me to disbelieve the police. Michael Ward testified that there were 2 escape attempts. During the first, Conrad Africa, carrying a child, allegedly was driven back in the house by police gunfire. Significantly, Michael did not actually see the surrender attempt. Rather, he remained inside 6221 and testified that he heard shots after Conrad attempted to leave. Moreover, Michael also testified that he had never heard gunshots before in his life and that he could not tell where the shots were coming from or who was firing them. Most significantly, both the police and Michael agreed that when he surrendered, neither he nor the others leaving the house with him were fired upon by anyone. This critical fact strongly corroborates the police version of the events in the alley. Finally, the record clearly confirms that Officer James Bergheyer exposed himself to gunfire and risked his life to save Michael from drowning after he fled from 6221. This heroic act is totally inconsistent with any police attempt to fire on those MOVE members and children who tried to surrender. 3. Alleged racism in decision-making. Without a scintilla of factual support, the majority of this commission has accused the mayor, the former managing director, the former police commissioner, and the fire commissioner of racism. I fear that this unfounded accusation will prove needlessly divisive and will profoundly undermine the commission's credibility. I have joined with the majority in virtually all of their factual findings, abundantly supported by the evidence, relating to failures of leadership and errors of judgment. Although I deeply respect the sincerity of their beliefs, I cannot join the majority in this exceptionally inflammatory accusation based on nothing but surmise, conjecture, speculation, and suspicion. Mayor Good may have his shortcomings, but I simply do not believe that he is a racist. Nor do I believe that race was a factor in any of the decisions that he made on or leading up to May 13. The same is true of former Managing Director Brooks, former Police Commissioner Somber and Fire Commissioner Richmond. On May 13, 1985, a black mayor and a black managing director were responsible for the city's operation against a black terrorist group holding a black neighborhood hostage. The tragic events of that day were caused, purely and simply, by incompetence, bad judgment, and other errors. These inadequacies know no racial boundaries and, unfortunately, would have resulted in the same tragedy wherever the site of resistance may have been located. Any conclusion that the decisions of that day were racially motivated is offensive, and I will have no part of it. This is particularly true when not a shred of evidence has been produced to substantiate any such extreme conclusion. Indeed, Councilman Lucienne Blackwell, who represents the district in which 6221 Osage Avenue is located, testified before this commission that he did not believe that the tragedy had racial overtones. Q. Councilman Blackwell, you made a statement that I think is very important to the entire perspective of our inquiry, and that is, although you originally had a different belief, you, at a point in time, came to the view that the problem with MOVE was not a racial problem. Are you still of that view, sir? A. Yes, sir. Q. Thank you, sir. I have joined with the majority in condemning the decisions to allow the bunker to be built, to permit the dropping of the bomb, and to let the fire burn. I deplore racism in any form, and would also join with the majority's conclusion on that subject if it were supported by the evidence presented to this commission. But there is no such evidence. The words racism and bigotry are too easily used today. The mere fact that a decision may adversely affect one ethnic group more than another does not, per se, mean the decision maker is a racist or a bigot. Yet, it is plain that the majority's conclusion that the decisions of the mayor and his top aides were affected by race is based on nothing more than the fact that the MOVE confrontation tragically affected a black neighborhood. Accordingly, I feel compelled to express my emphatic disapproval of the majority's unsupported conclusion that these decisions would not have been made in the same way if the confrontation had occurred in a comparable white neighborhood. Appendix C. Statement by Ramona Africa, 1988, on the final report of the Philadelphia County Special Investigating Grand Jury. ONA move. One of the most obviously prejudiced aspects of the May 13 confrontation is the fact that I was arrested immediately, no questions asked, no investigation, no nothing, and this cannot be casually explained away by saying the police had a warrant for me because I was charged with criminal violations stemming from the events of May 13, not just charges listed in the warrant police claim they came to arrest me on. On the other hand, not one single official has been arrested for murdering my family. If I can be arrested without an investigation, why can't officials? What really makes us so bitter is that 9 innocent MOVE people are in prison for 100 years each for a murder that nobody saw them commit, a murder that nobody can prove they committed, cause they did not commit it. At the same time, the whole world saw system officials drop that bomb on us, killing 11 innocent MOVE people, and these officials is still walking the street, still employed by the system, and still being paid with tax dollars to keep on murdering money poor, unofficial poor folks. On top of this criminal arrogance, these officials have the nerve to say that MOVE think we are above the law, but it's these official gangsters who impose legality on poor folks, then ignore it, arrogantly thumb their nose at legality when they are indicted by it. These political thugs ain't got no justification for locking up nobody for murder, like they're against murder, like they're offended by murder, when their hands are drenched with MOVE people's blood. Every poor person in prison for murder should be outraged, should be screaming at the top of their lungs about being in prison for murder, while officials that put them in prison for murder have themselves committed mass murder. Witnessed by the whole world, and are walking the streets like they ain't done nothing, telling poor folks, ain't nobody above the law, everybody is subject to the law, and locking poor folks up daily based on this fraud. On May 13, Police Commissioner Somber came out to our house talking about, "Attention MOVE, this is America," and followed that comment up with some rhetoric about how we have to accept and obey the laws of America. Somber is so full of hate and prejudice that he couldn't realize what he was saying, because while he was talking about, "This is America," he didn't realize according to his belief, America was developed by rebels, resistors, that refused to accept the legal laws of that time because they interpreted those laws as oppressive, unjust, wrong. Those resistors went to war with the government and shot down a whole lot of police called redcoats, but Somber and many others celebrate those rebels as heroes, freedom fighters, while condemning MOVE as terrorist, criminals. What makes George Washington a hero for resisting legal injustice and MOVE people criminals for resisting legal injustice? Do you know what would have happened if Somber lived in 1775 as a policeman, an English soldier, and he approached Nathan Hale or Patrick Henry's house like he did our house, tatkin about, "Attention Patrick, this is an English colony, you have to accept and obey the laws of England." Somber would have gotten a bullet in his head, quick, and the rebel that put the bullet in his worthless head would be celebrated today as an American hero. This is the profound wisdom of MOVE's loved founder, John Africa the Coordinator. Long live the Coordinator John Africa. These oft-told hoodlums are the masters of deception, and Judge Stiles is a crystallized example of this. On April 14, 1986 I was formally sentenced. I say formally sentenced because that's all it was, a formality. John Africa has equipped me with the understanding to see that I was tried, convicted, and sentenced on May 13. Nothing Judge Stiles could impose on me could compare to what was imposed on me May 13. Some people hallucinated that Judge Stiles is fair because of his deceptive manner, but thanks to John Africa, I was not fooled one bit by Stiles. His position was clear to me from the very beginning. Long live John Africa the Coordinator. I knew that Stiles was legally obligated to dismiss all the charges against me during the pretrial period, when Stiles only dismissed the charges listed in the warrant the police claimed to have come out to arrest me on, which means the police had no reason to be arresting me in the first place, according to Stiles' ruling. The point being made is that all the charges against me were invalid and should have been dismissed, not just the charges listed in the initial warrant, and if Styles is fair instead of political, he would have dismissed all the charges. Judge Styles had plenty of opportunities to dismiss those outrageous charges, not as a favor to me, not to appease anybody and not as a moral obligation, but as his legal obligation. However, Styles didn't dismiss all the charges. He refused to do it, because he ain't right, he ain't fair, he's political. Judge Styles and all those that want to protect him and continue believing in this faithy system might try to argue that I am in prison because the jury convicted me of 2 charges and not because of Styles, but that's ALTE. Despite the jury's verdict, Judge Styles did not have to keep me in prison. He could have given me time served or a suspended sentence. In fact, if Judge Styles is fair, the case never would have gotten to the jury deliberation, because Styles could have dismissed those charges at the pre-trial stage, at the demurrer stage when the prosecutor finished presenting his case, at the end of my defense, or Judge Styles could have acquitted me himself by directed verdict without the jury having to deliberate at all, as Judge Stanley Kubacki did in the case of the 3 cops who tried to beat my brother Delbert Africa to death on August 8, 1978. Even after I was unjustly convicted of riot and conspiracy to riot, Judge Styles could have overturned the convictions by what's called an arrest of judgment, but Styles didn't do any of this because he had no intention of being right, being fair. The only thing Judge Styles intended to do was keep me in prison, and this is clear by the dramatically high bail he kept on me and particularly by the sentence he imposed. Styles sentenced me to 16 Mos-7 YRS. As a deceptive maneuver to both pacify those that are outraged about the blatant murder of Move people and demanding my release, as well as officials that want me in prison because of politics. Prior to my formal sentencing, the news media repeatedly advertised my possible sentence as up to 7 to 14 YRS, even though I was really facing 3-1/2-7 years because legally I could only be sentenced on the riot charge, since the legal definition of riot includes the concept of conspiracy. The charge of conspiracy to riot merged with the riot charge. The point is that since the media made people believe that I was facing more time than I really was, people interpreted the 16 Mos to 7 YRS as a light sentence, especially since I had 11 Mos already served by the time I was sentenced, along with the fact that people were deliberately given the impression that I would be home in a few months. It's a very old con game that this system worked through the media. People will think they got a bargain by paying only $5 for something that was advertised as selling for $10 just because they believe the object to be selling for more than they paid for it, but when they realize the object they believed was worth $10 and paid $5 for ain't even worth $1, then people know they didn't got no bargain, they got ripped off. I know I'm completely innocent, I know I don't belong in prison at all, so I know I'm not getting no bargain. No light sentence, thanks only to the wisdom of the coordinator. I'm not fallen victim to that devious con game being run by the professional con artists in City Hall, Harrisburg, the White House. Long live the coordinator. People are diverted by that 16-month minimum sentence, and they're ignorant that 7 years maximum that follows it. It's not there for nothing. Completing a minimum sentence does not guarantee parole. That's why you have a maximum sentence. Minimum sentences don't mean a thing, especially with Move people, that them politicians don't want alive, not to mention on the street. My sister, Sue Africa, was sentenced to 6 to 12 YRS. And she's been in prison a total of 7 years. My sister Alberta Africa was sentenced to 22 Mos-7 YRS. And she's been in prison 6.5 years already. So obviously minimum sentences don't mean anything when it comes to Move. When this system's officials come at Move people with prison sentences or anything else, they are thinking of one thing: stopping the Move organization, stopping John Africa, but they will never stop John Africa.